to be commentating in front of that crowd.
Oh, Unite always brings the heat, the screams and everything, and not because of the world's largest marble, but yeah, definitely some upsets. That's what we have in common across all of these games, but teams to watch. Aegis Flames, massive upset yesterday. So many of us were shocked, especially as casters going in with those predictions, thinking that Zeta Division was going to come out on top of groups, but Aegis Flames, they really just bursted on through, being able to make top of groups, take down Zeta Division from Japan, which was such a highlight match to watch. I know Soph was definitely otherwise. The other team to watch here, Reject, representing Japan, ended up defeating the 3 IC champs we have this season, which was Luminosity.
要定人一齊入嚟啦 ！Hello，大家晚安，一齊睇 Day2 嘅比賽啦。等我 send 啲 link 出去先。
They ended up getting a revenge match against Insomnia, which they versed back at the Asia Champions League. It was such an intense match to watch, but high five, I've got to say, they are definitely on a roll so far.
What do you think is the difference? You know, how are these teams catching each other off guard? Is it more of like the counter pitch?
One thing I notice, Zarina. That seems to be the secret picks, the common thing amongst these teams. And Zarina ended up having that highest win rate. So interesting to see whether we're going to see Zarina being put on through the pick phase, or whether it's just going to get banned on out, because we do have that option. But I guess we'll have to see whether these teams have actually picked up on that or not.
And you'll just have to tune in if you're going to want to see how that's going to turn out.
We're
generous over here at the World Championships. You're not going to walk away.
Hello， 唉，大家叫埋朋友仔一齊睇啦！我哋今日會睇埋 Day2 嘅比賽 ，Day2 應該仲有3輪瑞士輪，然之後就要就會再打多3輪賽，然之後就會直播呢個 Top Cut。我估係 Day2 有機會播晒 Top Cut 嘅賽事添，即係佢會8強打播4場啦，跟住4強播晒兩邊啊咁樣。我估應該係咁，所以就都多比賽睇嘅。咁今日呢都有香港呢都有4個 Master 嘅選手晉身 Day2 啊，我哋一齊幫佢哋加油啦！我就係播到第6輪，所以我唔知8、9輪有冇香港嘅 player 上直播台啦咁樣。希望今日睇到香港嘅 player 上直播台啦。
For Pokemon Go, we also have some exciting drops. Speedy, walk us through these.
You know, we're so inspired by our world champions.
等緊佢開始。今日係咪冇咁多比魯斯嘅 fans 咧？因為比魯斯就冇出戰 Day2 啊。
And as you alluded to with the TCG drops, Go's got doubled as well, because you can take that elite charge TM and then you can select a Pokemon and a path to begin your 2026 journey. I recommend you use that elite charge TM on your Squirtle, evolve it up to Blastoise, give it that Hydro Cannon, and then you can play like Arrow will on stage here today. But Cradilly, Furret, all incredible options.
You have good taste in first partner Pokemon, Will. I respect that. Of course, if you're watching the video game stream, you can redeem your own Farigiraf inspired by Luca Cherrybelly's World Championship winning Farigiraf from the finals last year. You can use that code World's Armor Tail. Of course, substitute some numbers in there. It's on the screen. And you can go via Mystery Gift and get that in your game. And what's really cool is not only does it show up in the Cherish Ball, because it has the partner Rimid. When you send it out into battle, it'll say Luca's Farigiraf. Kind of like we've been seeing Wolf's Incineroar pop up on stream a couple of times. So make sure you grab that before the code expires. And last but not least, Kellosaurus, tell us about Unite.
We've had so many cool drops, and we have some cool drops for Pokemon Unite. We do have that Murkrow Platinum emblem, very shiny indeed. You can also earn yourself a rental license selection box, so it gives you an opportunity to go and try out.
今日會打多3輪嘅瑞士輪。跟住打完3輪瑞士輪之後呢，就會進入 首8名嘅 player 就會進入呢個 top cut， 就佢會播埋 top cut 嘅。根據過往經驗 ，top cut 應該係會播晒咁多輪，即係就唔會同時打，跟住淨係播一場咁，應該會逐場都打，逐場都播咁樣，逐場打逐場播咁，應該就係會咁。
Awesome. And if you're also in the venue today, make sure to check out not just the side events. We have some incredible panels with some
期待
artists.
期待
There are some arts and
期
crafts
待
over
香港
in
嘅
Austin
選手。
at 5:30 p.m. tonight. There's the live Gotta Catch 'em All game show. There's going to be some Pokémon trivia. It's going to be so exciting. So if you're here in the hall with us, make sure to check those out. You can use the event app to check the schedule, or you can just walk around and check out the hall. So we only have a couple of minutes left here. Real quick, Chip, starting with you. Sell us, why should we watch TCG today?
We're gonna whittle it down today all the way to top cut, figure out who's gonna be playing in championship
今日就會出到個決賽嘅選手，咁俾我哋聽晚就夜啲先轉播，凌晨3點先開播。
And hopefully some very exciting moments, some coin flips incoming out.
All right, Will, go. 3 words, go.
3 words.
3 words.
Fortress, Blastoise, Corsola?
Okay, Kellosaurus, 3 words.
Trying to make the connections here, and I don't know if I'm paying
That was way
attention,
more
but
than 3 words.
That's okay.
Yeah.
3 words,
Okay.
hype, outfits, and
Oh, there you go. And
amazingness.
Amazingness. Okay, okay. I like that. I
你
like
哋賽
that.
評係咪都要
You can
冇
have
嘢
more
揾嘢
words if
吹
you
水，
want. I just
又
wanted to
形
make
容
Will
緊
think
細
a
賽
little
嘅感覺嗰啲
It's
係
fun for a little bit. It's okay. It's okay, guys.
And doesn't count, okay?
I'm there.
Okay.
哇！最右邊嗰個人
You did not give
成個造型好
I figure with
好
TCG
光
with
喎
all the text on the card,
Yeah.
that would be a little bit too much.
幾得喎個造型，真係成身都係燈啊！
But no, I'd say that the meta is incredibly dynamic. We've got,
Done.
like I said,
Like done.
Fortress, Shadow Kento, Marowak, Galarian Corsola. A lot of surprises, a lot of incredible plays. The skill expression on stage is honestly phenomenal. Every single match, I feel like you can take some notes, you can learn something, bring it to your own Go Battle League battles, or even to start your competitive journey in the Championship Series. So I highly, highly recommend. Pokemon Go has never been more exciting or dynamic.
Kellosaurus, final thoughts?
I also want to mention for all of those matches that aren't shown on the main broadcast, we do have a feature stream as well. So we are going to be showcasing all of the Unite matches today on either one of these broadcasts on YouTube.
And I'm so glad you mentioned that because it's the exact same thing for the video game championships. So if we're not featuring the match you want to see on the live stream, make sure to check out our YouTube channel as there is a chance you could see it there. That being said, I think that is about it for us here in this lovely preview show. If you spent the morning with us here, thank you so much for tuning in. If you're just tuning in now, congratulations. You are tuning in just in time to catch the opening ceremonies of the World Championships. Thank you so much for spending time with us. I don't know about you. Are you ready to kick things off?
I'm ready. Let's go.
Ready?
I am so ready.
All right. Why don't we just go ahead and kick it off? Thank you so much for watching.
咪 kick off 啦，快！倒數1分鐘，佢哋係又有啲開幕短片睇，好眼瞓啊！事關 TC，琴日封完宵之後，朝頭早接出嚟，我啱啱11點幾先翻到屋企，所以都未有機會休息，就繼續接力啦。今日播完之後，我應該會昏迷10零個鐘頭。直接昏迷到夜晚起身，跟住再睇決賽。我估個嚟緊嘅 schedule 就係咁，然後星期一再昏迷喎。Hello， 第一次入嚟，歡迎，多啲入嚟留意 PTC 資訊啦。雖然 TC 都好懶，唔係更新得好密，不過就係咯， 有啲大型嘅賽事啊，或者有啲咩有趣嘅計劃啊，我都會盡量分享俾大家嘅。希望嚟緊有新嘅 Mega 牌組分享啦。我講咧呢隻比卡超咧，呢個呢叫風褸，真係好似肥咗啊！覺唔覺？咁我之前比卡超冇咁肥嘅感覺嘅，着咗呢件褸就肥咗。風褸有少少厚啫，都唔係少少厚，都真係幾厚嘅風褸。肥仔比卡超，肥啲得意啲啊！以前成個大腹咁幾得意，而家瘦身成功。喵喵着件風褸又唔見佢感覺肥咗嘅，係比卡超感覺肥咗。內地嘅比賽啊，唔知會唔會他朝有一日世界賽返內地搞？琴日有觀眾話小道消息就話係日本就唔通過個申請啦，即係內地嗰邊有申請搞世賽，日本冇通過啦，唔知係咪真嘅啦？睇下27年嘅世賽會唔會有機會去近啲嘅地方，唔使去到美洲。Hello，hi hi，管友啊，唔係導遊啦，係管友啊。即係肥啲會比較超正。都有開場白。琴日佢好似着呢個火箭兵團件衫，有扮火箭兵團。
I'm Anna Prosser, and let me tell you, the Anaheim Convention Center is the place to be this weekend.
管友2號 ，hello。係管友係咪計呢個比魯斯粉絲團第2多嘅呢個活躍人數？琴日好似最多係比魯斯嘅粉絲團，今日啲粉絲可能已經未到現場支持啦，因為比魯斯無緣 Day2 啊。
In Pokémon VG, trainers Ko Tsukide, Victor Medina, and James Beck have the best shot of making it to Championship Sunday, but we'll see how the day looks when we get to top 5. The Pokémon TCG competition has been fierce, but Orvin Svinhuvud, Keito Arai, and Piper Lapine are hoping to hold on to their momentum from yesterday. In Pokémon Go, I'm keeping an eye on Arrow, Paddleman, and LNDS Rarjeff.
呢個眼線係咪叫咩煙熏妝定咩？呢種黑色黑黑地嘅感覺，大家覺得好唔好睇？化妝嘅嘢太熟，但好似化到即係黑啲個眼圈，好似個人冇咁精神咁樣。
Pokemon World Championships. I can tell you even now, you will not want to miss it. Let's give a huge shout out and a round of applause to the diligent staff, judges, production crew, and everyone else making this tournament and event come to life for us. Let's hear it. And I want to say to you, the friends and
佢應該講嘢好有
family
經
of
驗，
every
因為 present 好得
competitor
睇
and。supporting these trainers as they push through the competition. Thank you. Your encouragement really inspires us
好
all.
自然流暢嘅 present。
Good job. With that, day 2 of the 2025 Pokemon World Championship starts right now. Casters, take it
鬼
away.
妹係興豔分裝，又好似都真係喎，佢哋嗰邊係流行呢個。
Thank you so much, Anna. I appreciate the warm welcome here. We're back at the desk on the
右
training
邊嗰位
floor.
男士嘅
I'm Shelby Boo here with
佢啲
Kyle
襟章係
Day 2 at the World Championships in Anaheim.
邊度嚟嘅襟章？係道館嘅，應該唔似係道館嘅襟章啊，定係道館嘅襟章嚟嘅？即係新彈道館嘅襟章，我已經認唔出啦，已經。
It's like you can't tell me this is not Kyle 2.0.
Are we like Jesse and James now?
I think so.
Okay.
I think so.
I don't.
So a little bit.
I've trimmed my whiskers a bit, so maybe we're not as doppelgang as you thought.
What about you, Kyle? You're pretty swagged out today. What's going on here?
Yeah, I was busy yesterday. The pin rally is amazing. What a great concept we've added to the World Championships. Hopefully it joins at some of the other events we see. But
Yeah.
you get to go to all the different areas of the venue and interact with people. We got to meet content creators. I got to show off my Pop ID, which is really old.
Wow,
Which
wow.
lets you play in
Yo.
events. But we got to use the new app and show
Okay.
off that. And so we
霸到
got
F
to
Levine 有，
find some
我以前我都好中意 F Levine 下，因為 F Levine 好靚女啦，唱歌又好好聽啊！即係嗰時佢病咧係好可惜嘅喎，
Yes.
嗰時話好罕見嘅病啊，佢覺得自己有病，但係即係喺醫學嘅證明係證明唔到嗰個我唔記得咩症啦，真係好可惜。 嗰時好中意 F Levine 下，好歌。佢復出過第一隻碟嗰啲歌都幾好聽嘅。
Let's get into, talk about what our players are
好，阿蘇 GG 都 drop 晒，我都冇入到 Day2。
that we had going into this event, and this has been one of, like I said, the fiercest competitions we've ever
可惜
had.
阿 Talk 最後尾都
And it has
今年都
just
未能完成
more and more
最後一塊砌圖。
as we go on every single year.
Yeah, so many players trying to find those spots in their region. 125 for US and Canada, Europe as well, Latin America with 100 spots.
暫時香港選手最高分都係好似係西巴啦，
Culminated with
阿興
plenty of players joining our day 1 and is down to
18分，
127.
18分都好有機會再次進身 Day2。阿興會唔會再次打進 Day2？
A lot of players who were vying that final spot, trying to make it into
下
the finals.
16、16、
In the
17
arena
都仲有機會，
for the
加油
World
加油！
Championships
The
tomorrow.
stakes are high here, and it is going to have an absolutely incredible
That's great.
conclusion. But on top of that conclusion comes our prize support as
我
well.
講緊獎
Look
金
at，this. I mean, this is
哇！
worth
打到
these
top cut
players. They
有
have
15,000蚊，
spending this
亦
entire
係呢個應該係
season
美金嚟，
investing
有
so
萬
much
美金我都
into
有
this, and we are
成10幾港
rewarding
紙
them.。
雖然最後尾扣完稅翻到嚟都應該扣咗30幾%稅，應該翻到嚟得翻六成幾咁樣，但都有哇咁都有6萬幾啊，打進呢個 top cut。
But of course, this is also a huge boost to the future
啊，最值
growth
錢
that they have
唔
in
係嗰個
Pokemon
獎金，
because
最
they
值錢係
can
嗰
use
個
this toward the
個
rest of
獎
their
品，
events that
佢
they play, or
嘅
just,
promo
little
card 啊
spin
嗰啲應該
as
係
well.
仲值錢。
Buy a house.
College funds, imagine paying for college off playing Pokemon. That is so cool.
Yeah, there's so much at stake for these players. We're also thinking about that
不過
World Championship.
TCG 嘅獎金喺 card game 嚟講係唔算話好豐富嘅。如果豐富嘅獎金應該係 FAB 魔法風雲會，佢哋啲獎金應該會誇張啲。不過 TCG 嘅獎品就收藏家嗰啲就誇張啲啦，即係收藏翻嚟嘅
Well,
隻
speaking
獎
of
品嘅 card
Swiss
嗰啲。
rounds here, Kyle, we have some updated standings for y'all. This has been an incredible event, but it's also had some surprises here. You know, as you see, a lot of our players, only 2 of them at the top, sitting at 701 records.
最好嘅狀態係7勝1和。
It speaks to the gauntlet that was at hand yesterday. The tie rate was pretty absurd, honestly. I don't. We've seen very few players that were able to avoid those ties. It looks like just a couple players on the left side of your screen. Other than that, everyone was dealing with a couple of issues there. With you have 50 minutes to play 3 games, and you have to.
Joining, let's go. Joining 好似係幸福蛋爹啦嘛，都有趣有趣。唔知 Joining 會唔會打到翻上嚟呢？而家20分咁嘛，第13名都係好有機會嘅。
A few surprises that we see at the bottom of our pairings here too, with the
誇張喎，7勝1和，個 Day 1打。
Right, and I mean, it's like you said, Kyle, that just shows the level of competition that is out there. At our regional championships, we often see a player going undefeated so many rounds, or even at NAIC as well, undefeated players. And here, you know, same thing. Haven't taken a loss for 2 of our players, but still not purely undefeated, haven't taken those ties. So it is just absolutely outstanding.
冇眼瞓，我 feel 到今日最大嘅挑戰就係等待比賽嘅時候，呢個等待時間應該係最難受。係。因為 TC 都仲未瞓覺，所以好眼瞓，等待時間。大家要多啲同 TC 傾偈，要諗多啲話題。等我係咁講下嘢，如果唔係會合著。
And they might be all over the place, to be honest. I think we have a pretty good.
係咪沙多龍同猛雷比較強勢？我覺得沙會強嘅，因為個場地又真係勁，然後多一個 Mega 女王嘅選項都唔差，所以沙應該係勁。你話猛雷係咪都會強勢就有一個問號。其實多個大嘴灣女國龍都幾好玩啦，唔知係啦，多咗一個臨時嘅打點都唔錯。可以女國龍打猛雷又好打咗，猛雷好似喺呢個新環境唔會冇點得到太大嘅幫助嘅感覺。大約等幾耐啊？我估都起碼等多10分鐘啊要。根據過往琴日嘅佢哋係噏完一紮嘢，然後等佢哋直播可以準備好，呢度都最少10分鐘。Here, Kyle, I know you still have some fierce Gardevoir warriors out in the field that are trying to cheer through.
They're hanging on. There's
佢哋心水點評，咪都講 TC 嘅心水係賽富豪的，唔知會唔會有賽富豪的打進 top cut 啦今日。
You have to decide which way you want to go. Are you going for the
半個鐘都唔出奇。永遠的等待啊！希望佢快手開波啦。4-1變4-4 ，Ken 仔係指邊個4-1變4-4啊？係。
So many people are underestimating Charizard, but Charizard is the deck that I feel like is a global deck. I feel like very much outside of NA regions that we
點睇咩㗎？雷電獸，雷電獸咯，幾唔錯㗎，但係我始終覺得佢3個能量要衝都係攰。雖然就算有電槍都好，感覺而家咁我寧願用直接嘅電系去進攻，好似再簡單直接啲。本人。哇！4-1開場，跟住最後尾變4-4，哇！好慘喎！4-1開場諗住都幾好嘅起手，so sad。Ken 仔琴日用咩deck啊？火爆獸會唔會爆冷？都唔出奇啊！琴日使用嘅比率最高係賽富豪啊嘛。如果火爆獸係咁撞到賽富豪咧，應該好好打。佢反而佢撞多龍嗰啲難搞，即係多龍女王嗰啲就難搞。如果佢撞到其他嗰啲就會係咁撞，賽富豪都幾唔錯啊！佢撞嗰啲咩蟹的都係好打嘅，哇！所以爆冷都唔出奇。上年都係一個黑馬爆出攞冠軍啦，TCG 咁樣。 佢個女鋼有多大嘴蛙，同埋有啲人開始都有落嗰個咩鋼係減30箱個 item 都有去擋下。係起碼都有啲嘢聽下嘅，咁啊係啦，佢哋都好落力，係咁揾嘢講，所以嗰邊嘅賽評都好盡責啊嘛，起碼有啲嘢聽下，有啲嘢睇下啦。資訊提供方面係比較足啲，噴唔算黑馬，因為噴都仲係有威力，我覺得都係可以選擇嘅 deck 嚟嘅，所以我覺得噴唔算好黑馬。之前係覺得多龍即係噴打多龍好辛苦好難打啦咁樣，咁可能即係佢會去評價呢個環境。如果賽富係升起咗多，咁如果多龍嗰個比例減少，同埋多龍對付賽富都未必咁好打嘅時候，咁減翻噴去。話噴你打佢會輕鬆，又打其他都唔差啦，又可以過到蟹 deck 啦咁樣，所以就噴都唔係話完全係冇選擇嘅空間，唔係話係咯，即係唔係話太誇張嘅黑馬，我覺得都係可預期嘅嘢。今大網絡個女收啊，支持魷魚，開心魷魚，我。呢啲 TCG 即係好認真開始玩嘅第一副 deck 都係呢個超能系嘅魷魚，呢啲新滿嘅魷魚，佢嘅效果就係猜而家雷屬嗰條唔係魷魚，雷屬嗰條鰻魚喎，叉電咧嗰個係麻鰻魚喎，唔係魷魚唔同喎，魷魚係馬拉麻嗰個烏塔王先係魷魚喎。
That wasn't always on our radar. The Charizard Pidgeot, we know that it's consistent. Does it have what it takes to move forward here?
啱分。
Love to see it, but Mateusz on the other hand as well.
咪落雷獸嗰個效果好似淨係限唔食 basic 箱，而家好似太多都係進化啦，鎖唔死晒人。
Well, this is one of the surprises we've seen in the list. The Turbo Energize starting to make its presence known. It can be tricky to get your full setup. You might as well give yourself a
左邊個選手係咪琴日有上過直播台
And there is a double copy of N's Reshiram. So breathe easy. This is not gonna be a repeat.
係咪個索羅有用呢個上 N 嘅碟？哇！唔好彩係 price 咗100龍啦。嗰條係電鰻啊，我就話電鰻，我就唔算魷魚。左邊嗰個選手係咪有上個直播台？琴日打呢個寄居蟹眼面具嗰副。OK， 瑞士人第9輪 ，N 索希客我都覺，索羅都係希客，但係佢都701啊，唔係講玩啊，701索啊。係冇牙托睇啦，牙托已經晉身唔到 Day2 啊，所以已經冇用，要睇翻 Day1 有佢嘅直播。白龍嘅新環境，白龍係指白龍嘅 EX 好似唔係特別玩到，新環境就唔係特別玩到嘅感覺。
How is that going to continue throughout the game, Kyle?
Yeah, it just leads to that consistency that
好，我有部分 check that， 插筆機。
Kind of left wondering how you're supposed to attack into this deck, because if you just attack with Charizard straight into an End Zoroark, you're going to run into some problems.
有秘密箱咁啊，點都有下文先，起碼。而家 first round 有補分展開，然後有秘密箱點都有下文，都幾唔錯嘅。first round 展開，期待興天皇上直播台，係咯，我都期待睇下可唔可以有香港嘅選手睇下啦。興天皇而家暫時香港 暫時最高分贏啦，咁啊上直播台好似最大機會，不過有其他選手上直播台都期待一下。
Great comeback deck with great setup. I mean, it's just going to be an epic conclusion here. So we'll see how things go in this match. As we said, Matoush chose to go second here, and this is playing out pretty well. Arvin, as we see, is the supporter. Going second allows you to play the supporter. You can search out an item, card, and a Pokemon tool as well. And this is what the strategy comes in with this technical machine, Turbo Energize. It adds so much consistency that we could potentially miss in these End Zoroark decks. And so, I mean, both of these players are displaying that they have, built these decks to exactly what they want them to do and be, and that's why they've seen success so far in the World Championships.
Yeah, and
佢又拍咗咩攞咩咧？咁啊 check deck 嘅啫，咁啊抄啲筆記，睇唔到佢揀咩。佢有兩款嘅碟揀，不過我 price 咗個能量碟喎，所以應該得翻演進碟嘅啫。我估能量碟應該唔得我兩個咁黐線。
Fancy there, secret box. It's such a great inclusion. The consistency that this brings for both players. We saw Oivan, he wants to hold on.
我面都完咗啦，Day1有啲都噴打 N 索唔係幾好打。我覺得係佢呢副噴有炸彈應該都還可以嘅，佢一炸開佢，然之後佢進攻，我覺得都有得打係有得 OK 嘅，佢都一 hit lock out 到佢，只要控住唔好俾佢用到嗰唔好俾佢用到嗰個反傷嘅白龍，我覺得 OK 嘅。佢直接出顏面具，咁啊仲好。嗰邊變咗品貨嗰邊要起好多鬼去對抗顏面具，佢會用咗好多資源喺嗰度。佢至少要用一隻鬼130，佢可能用火龍100咁去落歐啦。都辛苦嘅。
Fairly consistently, and you might not be in trouble on the other side.
Exactly, the cornerstone stance, preventing the damage from attacks from those Pokemon that have abilities on them. You see how it sequences with the turbo
box 去展開，哇！大髀鳥同火龍一次過抌晒。
Accelerates these two energy onto the Ogre Pond. So
首先係第二隻大髀鳥啦。
Almost ready to go. And has just gotten off to the races, and that's going to put some difficulty over for Oivan's side as he kicks off his turn with his own secret box here.
陣間你攞個糖果，有呢個碟，仲爭個 supporter。
But it's not the end of the world. There is a setup for Oivan that you can incorporate Chi Yu with its attack. You can use the Mega Fire of MV following a knockout that you're likely willing to give up at some points, attack in for a lot of damage, and if you can combine this with perhaps a Dusknoir, there's a way that you can just remove this Pokemon in one play. And then some prize cards were taken, and that leads to Charizard knocking out some other Pokemon.
I know, yes, exactly. The Charizard gets stronger as it goes on. And what else is getting stronger is the search potential here in this evolution, the Pidgeot EX with the quick search ability. That's going to put together these combo pieces needed here for Oivan to go through these turns, get those things that he needs for these combinations. On with the pressure in this matchup, as well as that, the Artisans in play from Matoush, and Oivan can use that as well. It's very helpful over on the counter side as these stadiums are shared. So you see how both these players have access to all of the tricks in their book at the moment in time. And now we get to just watch how these decks function at their full capabilities, which is what you'd love to see here at the World Championships. Charizard EX coming out, Infernal Rain of its ability being used to seek out these fire energy and
This is aggressive. I was not expecting this from Oivan, but sure enough, uses the Charizard early on. The energy acceleration is the piece that I was really considering as a way to surprise your opponent. With pieces of the Dusknoir, instead brings the Charizard into play. It's a pretty big threat. It doesn't use the attack. It doesn't benefit you to take this knockout. Instead, uses it for a setup. But with that Charmeleon, I suppose you could always go and
都唔係
accelerate
㗎，
more
琴
energies
日
on the following turn.
冇
Yeah,
噴
maybe
火
it's
龍
just a play into
表現
Strategy
咗
at
點
this
樣
point here.
又
The
過
technical
甲面
machine
具，又過
evolution.
埋隻
All
寄
the
居蟹。
cities are
琴日有人直播
connected
就係
with these
佢呢副
players.
deck，即
And
係呢
the
位
track
選手
forecast
打
will
甲面具同
burst
寄居
here.
蟹，
We got some
佢都
fire
過到，
here,
所以
including
係
in
咯，
that Charmeleon.
唔係佢想象
And
中話
the
完全冇得過
Dusclops for
嘅。
those evolution Pokemon targeted out of the deck. That's going to end the turn there for Oyvind.
好
As we go
有
on to
Hello，
Mateusz's side
直
now
接打
for
87可
this
以。
turn. But how is Oyvind probably going to
好
incorporate
眼瞓。
this Dusknoir
如果
Dusclops
我今日
line here, Kyle? What do you think is the
唔
best
小
way
心
to
瞓着咗，
utilize
大家
this
唔好
in
怪
this
我，
specific matchup, especially when
佢
you
真
saw
係
Cornerstone come out
冇
to
休息
to
過，今日直接
Yeah, this, I mean, if
去
you
咗
see the
朋友屋企有
cornerstone,
活
you
動，
know
活
that
動咗
you
成日，
likely
11點
need
先
to
翻屋企。
evade some of these damage counters
我有機，
to
我
bring
feel 我有
yourself
機會
over
中途
to
瞓
that
着咗。
Pokemon and try to take it out in one
咁啊，
swing.
如果我中途瞓着咗，我直
Also
播
like using
照
the
開喺呢
resources
度，
to
大家
clean up the
係啊，
Zoroark.
喺度
This
睇
way
大
you
家
can
聊天室
manage
傾
on
偈
the
啦。
board because you know that Ed's Reshiram is waiting for you with powerful rage.
Yeah, I love that card. It's just a threat that is always there, and it makes your opponent play around it, which is always cool to see. As we see Mateusz going through the deck so heavily right now. These players have just been flying here. You know, the technical machine just being thrown down as a card to get out of there for now. We see that ends PP up. Such a great card in this deck. It's really made for this deck to get that dark energy accelerated out of the discard pile onto that bench.
直接
and
進
Zoroark.
攻啦。
And now you see how much Mateusz has been able to set up in this match here so far. He's got all of these energy on the board. The air balloon is there from the secret box. We have the attackers here too, and just putting Oyvind into, hey, here's my strategy here. Now where are you going to go from there? As we see the damage has come down onto this Charizard EX. What position
啲
now
鬼
is
鬼又
Oyvind
要
in
炸
this
面
game?
具，
Now that we
跟住
have
又要
almost
儲，
a
可能去到
half
280打死
Charizard
隻
here, Kyle. Where do we go?
I mean, the math works out so well for Mateusz on his
射
side,
索羅。
where Oyvind pretty struggling at this point. He's just working on this initial setup. If you can have the answers following some prize cards being taken, then you feel a little more comfortable. But how comfortable can you be? Is this a spot where you want to take a knockout, remove a Zoroark from play, or do you have the resources to try to target something else later down the line? It might just be that giving up 2 prize cards early on is the only way Charizard becomes a beneficial attacker.
Yeah, no, that's 100% true. We're going to see, though. Here we go. It is our first Cursed Blast. Not from the Dusclops. This is the Dusknoir. The full potential of that Cursed
照
Blast.
炸
Going
咗
down
前
here,
面
that's gonna be
嘅
a
吊
prize
杆
card
吊啲鬼
there
鬼，
for Mateusz as well.
炸咗
As
前
he
面就
goes
秒
down,
到
and
隻
that's
索
put
啦。
damage on the board here for Oyvind.
不過都要
And
繼
that's
續
what
起
we need to
鬼
see.
去，
Put this damage down so that you can take these knockouts, but
要起
as one
鬼
does
去
now for Oyvind. What do you think
對
about
抗
that?
嘅
Super Rod,
加面具。
such a great card for that.
都辛苦大家
It just
一
leads
齊
to
捱
you
夜睇比賽，
be
有大家
aggressive,
陪住就
take the
會精神啲
in
嘅。
front of you, just put the damage on this Pokemon.
要炸兩下，人哋一個擔架救得翻隻兜面
Iono, and now you
都
have
OK 嘅。佢而家個
resources
台
to
面都有
fall
6
back
prize
in,
嘅，即係
throw
打一隻
those
兜面嘅，
Dusclops,
跟住
Dusknoir
打兩
pieces,
隻索
and
都
so
有
there's
6
still a
prize。
Charizard waiting for you with that Charmeleon. So Chi-Yu into Cornerstone, still very viable on the following turn.
Yeah, you're connecting your math, you're resupplying your resources, you're adding that disruption to your opponent. It's beautiful here. We see the Chi-Yu in the hand now from this Iono.
我照揾翻隻鬼鬼中間進化，鬼鬼中間係叫咩啊？彷徨夜靈好似。
I mean, this is Pokemon TCG being played at its highest potential here.
Yeah, and the benefit of using this Charizard and absorbing that first initial shot is that it's so tempting to try to knock this Pokemon out.
Right.
For Mateusz on the other
咁不過呢個
side.
上咗琴日嗰場都真係打得幾好
Plenty of time to
大家可以
take
翻去
it
睇翻。
and
我覺得嗰
find
場
Dusclops
係
and
幾
Dusknoir.
經典
These
嘅
pieces are the real
經典嘅
threat.
教科
Whatever
書，
move
真係打得好。
Cornerstone is going to run over the rest of this deck.
Yeah, that's scary here. Mateusz deciding who to promote in that end. Zoroark EX coming up now.
Yeah,
And
balloons help.
哦，
Balloons
佢
do help.
成
They
功
absolutely
救
help.
翻
Getting
個
that pivots there for
反擊
Mateusz.
帶出嚟，
Pivot so you
佢
can
救
have
到
some
個
options
不
here
服輸頭帶，
in what
即係
you
對面隻
will
索，
be
如果而
going
家
to
lock
throughout
out 咗
this
隻噴
next
火龍，
turn.
佢用一隻新嘅
Oyvind
噴火龍
now
可以
is
反
heavily
擊頭
damaged
帶打
Charizard
300
EX,
打死
but
佢新嘅
sitting
索，
at 4
然之後就
prize
用
cards.
盡全力
This has
起
been a clean
鬼
and
都可以炸
concise
死佢
game
隻
so
眼面
far.
具
We've。just been flying
不過就算佢就算唔起，即係佢唔攞翻隻一個豬頭大啦。如果佢下一 round 起得翻隻噴火龍嘅話，佢連續起2隻大鬼130炸死佢隻顏面具，然之後一拳打死佢嘅索羅都可以完 game， 所以都多完 game 嘅方法。係咪冇乜機會有自己嘅 PTG 大使？呢個我都唔清楚啦，但係我估計係好難，因為點講呢？廣東話嘅受眾係好少嘅，其實就對比普通話嗰個市場。咁台灣嘅大使其實都好咁應付呢個 term 啦，已經好咁可以負責埋香港地區嘅工作，所以我喺營運嘅角度思考嘅話，即係如果喺佢嗰個角度出發，咁我都覺得佢又好似真係冇乜必要又要重新再養一批人去要處理呢個香港地區，要成嗰個成本又大咁多。爭好遠啊！台灣嗰個成 team 人嘅成本同你香港嘅一 team 人嘅成本，仲要台灣嗰個受眾係多咁多，個營業額高咁多，係啲營運嘅角度係好個必要性唔係咁大咯。除非香港展示到一個好大嘅必要性嘅話，一定要有個大使。我個人嘅睇法係咁，咁我都唔即係我唔知佢背後點諗，呢個我個人睇法。好，佢隻索羅就一拳打死咗隻笨啦。我覺得而家呢個狀態就係佢可唔可以進化得晒全部嘢？進化噴火龍，新嘅噴火龍進2隻鬼，即係2隻大鬼炸死佢隻顏面具，跟住就向前打死隻索羅完 game。所以都唔係冇得打。以前好耐以前係廣東話賽評嘅，如果大家有參與嘅話，好耐前係廣東話賽評。嗰奇樹如果有擔架或者噴火龍一款就足夠啦，因為佢隻大比率係未揾卡嘅，咁呢個奇樹中到噴火龍面或者係擔架就夠啦。跟住 OK enough 啦 energy， 然之後用大啲料去執擔架，有擔架啦 ，sorry 唔使執，呢個奇樹中晒。咁啊，夠贏。以前香港比賽係有呢個廣東話嘅旁述，即係以前我啦，跟住仲有另外2位Steve 仲有Elmo 咧，一開始廣東話去旁述先，再要西啦咁樣。跟住後尾咁變咗大使會嚟香港同我哋一齊開屏，咁都會喺佢哋官方嘅頻道做直播之後，咁都想個受眾廣啲啦，就變咗用普通話去做呢個賽評。已經冇睇香港嘅比賽，都多啲睇啦。咁雖然係普通話，都無可奈何啦。咁因為有埋台灣嗰邊嘅觀眾，都無可奈何係要普通話去做轉播，但係都係啦，大家多多支持啊！只可以話係啊，用廣東話即係 TC 覺得係一定講得順暢啲，係舒服啲嘅。我係會覺得順暢啲啦。雖然普通話都識講，但係一定冇覺得咁流暢。係除咗受眾之外，係官方嘅人去做監管，佢哋都會熟到啲。佢哋廣東話唔識，但係佢哋識普通話，咁佢聽到普通話嘅內容，佢哋做一啲監管控制，佢哋都會容易啲。冇辦法。只能夠喺非官方嘅比賽，即係例如呢種類型嘅唔係非官方，即係非官方嘅直播，即係例如你自己嘅台可以用翻廣東話啦。例如卡卡大戰咁自己搞嘅活動可以用翻廣東話。之前有獎嘅 店賽嘅，即係佢嘅嚟前嘅 Gym Card Day 嘅店賽啦，咁都可以用廣東話賽評啦，所以都仲有少量廣東話賽評。係啊，鬼面啱啱炸2次顏面具，佢進化嗰隻大鬼啊嘛，佢有擔架擔翻嚟再進另一隻鬼，跟住試練隻阿 Bron 平起。呢個 prize no 兩隻小火龍，如果對面索羅打先，尷尬。
If you have this early Charmander to lean on, and then the follow-up that you need to use the Chi-Yu, that would be great.
Kyle.
Oh no.
Draws prizes from the top.
呢邊索羅個 price 就正常好多啦。
Is that how the globe works on that side? You just roll that way?
Oh my gosh! On Mateusz's side though.
支持廣東話賽評，我哋都好多謝大家支持，一齊睇細賽。呢個美國時間咁合人，大家都一齊睇。細賽係零人支持官方卡度定指定信息。真係唔知喎，理應該都係可以用官方嘅卡圖，但係我知道外國嘅選擇係興用純正嘅卡圖，佢哋唔太中意用官方嘅卡圖。同日本係啱啱好大嘅相反咯，日本就好中意用官方嘅卡圖，佢哋少啲純色卡圖。但你話上直播台係咪一定要純色卡圖就唔知，我真係唔知呢個。有冇觀眾知道？We are Candy 進到大比了，又可以展開到。我放佢即係好，佢係容易進到大比了嘅選手，好快一定會揾到佢喎展開。
Does not want to do that. It can lead to so many issues in this matchup, and unless, of course, you're just working away slowly at the cornerstone, you're trying to take big one.
微圈佢唔知啦，但係我覺得佢哋好多喺營運嘅考量，即係佢哋監控同埋受眾嘅考量，即係咪台灣嘅觀眾即係聽得明，我都好大考慮。我喺度講個觀看數字都係好緊要，所以大家多多支持，多啲支持EDCG 類型嘅活動，官方又好，非官方又好，只要個活躍人數有喺度都係緊要嘅。咁越多人參與就係咯，始終係越容易獲得資源，有流量啊，所以有人睇啦。接攞多隻鬼喎，我以為佢會考慮攞噴火龍，然後隻波攞糖果，直進化咗去 A 嘅權先。咁可能佢覺得隻鬼嘅進化緊要啲。右邊卡套隻粉紅色幾靚，兩邊都係粉紅色，喺我嘅角度就係一隻淺色啲，一隻深色啲，係啲男士對顏色真係好難分。阿 Kwon 可唔可以噏得出呢隻係乜嘢色嘅粉紅色？左邊係乜嘢色嘅粉紅色？外國玩卡真係當玩卡，就算 full 嘅都係當啤牌咁細，損耗好高，講求方便換套啊。咁啊，係嘅，佢哋都真係玩得就，不過我覺得呢個心態係好緊要。玩得嘅卡就唔怕傷咯，怕傷嘅卡就唔應該攞嚟玩。我覺得係咁。你覺得呢張卡好緊要，要收藏，唔想佢損傷就，我覺得不如唔好攞嚟比賽。攞得嚟玩就應該預咗佢一定會傷，即無可避免。再多嘅保護都會有 damage， 會有損耗。咁啊，外國人就對呢樣嘢冇咁，即係睇得開啲，即係玩卡咁玩。呢邊會唔會有 energy 加捉出嚟打死佢哋啲鬼龜咧？咁啊，令到隻顏面具會好啲啦。因為佢冇多隻小火龍，如果佢多隻小火龍，佢可以一隻大鬼加火龍 打90咁打得死都得。有冇老大？誒有喎，可以殺鬼啦。
Here we go, and that energy has been
Okay,
applied.
boss order.
We're going to see that paired with a boss's orders this time, and that
唔
is
shit
what we
龍
did see
龍
in the last
吞的
game, taking out
係咪
these
深下卡套嚟？我估應該唔係，因為深下卡套冇
more
出呢
together.
兩
He's
隻色。
already on the back foot too.
以我所知係冇呢兩隻
This
色
is。where the prize cards, as sad as they were, they end up in
最
favor.
近
Draw from the bottom.
如果有
You've got
睇
boss's orders
有日本抽鳩條
waiting
片，
right there.
啊
So
Kaiko
again,
有 send 嗰啲
continue
卡
this
套
setup
嚟試
with
下，佢
quick
send 咗
start.
一箱
You
過
know
嚟
you
咁，
have the ability
好
to
多
move
顏色
right，back
我心諗
into
大鑊
play.
啦，有
There's
排
always
試
such
啊
a
咁
hobby
啊
of！this
我應該都
card.
試唔
Super
晒，可能我有機
high
會
stress for
會
you
攞
and
部分出嚟
all
give
these
away
ways
送
to
翻
back.
俾觀眾，咁
Typically
遲啲
it's
諗下
gonna
點
be
樣送
done
啦，
in
我應該用唔
real
晒
time.
咁多
That
卡套。
being said, if there's the response from Mateus on the other side to bring this
咁
Pokemon
啊
out, he needs to
卡
answer
口嘅顏色
to
就再豐
bring
富
up a
啲，
card
不過卡
every
口好似
single
都冇呢
turn,
兩隻方式。
or else he's walking into
龍
double
盾咯，我都覺
dust
得
pot
夠成龍
and
盾。
this Pokemon's gone and I lose.
Exactly. Yeah, it's that
外國買龍盾係
slim
冇
of
香
a
港咁
margin
貴咧，
here
我
in
就覺得
this
香港買龍
game. I
盾真係
mean,
有
the
啲貴。
pressure is on here and it's getting intense, but you know, we love to see it. The Chiyu finally coming
Bless you.
out here. Oh my gosh, it does sound
哦
like a sneeze. Chiyu here coming
個
out.
隻
It's got a
呢
Defiance Man,
個
it's got an energy attached as well. This is the way that Oiven adapts in this situation with this Chiyu. I mean, how important is this
古玉
card
魚
here, Kyle, for this specific scenario?
It's everything here.
佢係
The
用
main piece that
俾
we
佢
need to
draw
see
係咪希
right
望
now
對
to
面
go
打
along
死
with
佢
this
嘅
is
皮
the
皮，然後
second dust
令
bowl
到古玉
because
魚個傷
this
害
is
增加，跟住
similarly
再爆
the
鬼
other
呢？
first blast that you're trying to set up. If you have this
好，
resource
調翻隻鬼
and
鬼
the
入
attacking the
去，
Chi-Yu, use the
跟住
first blast, that removes the
有冇得
question.
再
If
鋪
you
翻出嚟
don't
咧？
have the Chi-Yu,
有
then
嘅
you go with the double Dusknoir. It takes a little more pieces with the rare candies, but ultimately you still get to the same conclusion. So now you're forcing the hand of Mateus to have the resource right here and now, and you just used Iono. It seems like
有面
could have
price 老
spot
大
here.
揾都唔使揾，
It's
直
just
接
a
上
wasted
手。
attack into Cleffa.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Cleffa being put into the active here for that grasping
哦
draw.
幾
We're
好
gonna see the
牌
hand
對面會
refill.
唔會又有老大咁
Up
扯火
to
咧？
7 cards now.
不過今次噴火龍嗰
See the
邊3重保證，
trying to
我有古玉魚加兩隻
stabilize
鬼，
here
你
and
都係
take
殺我一
frames
隻
in this
啫。
match.
咁你殺我一隻，
Mateus
我就有
now
兩隻
on
去
the
對
side
抗
after
你。
that Cleffa grasp draw.
This
Least in
hand
the hand.
is
快啲俾隊友試
absurd.
試完
There-
寫
it's
份
just
論文俾
all
你
the ways to
OK，
play it bad.
事後
All
感
the ways
我
to
都
play
想多
basic
啲收集
Pokemon
大
are
家多
in
啲
this hand. I
嘅
think
用
you
後
saw
感，因
multiple
為我一個人
players
用
on
都
small buddy
用唔
buddy
晒
here.
啊。
Just
咁同埋
things
多
you
啲唔
don't
同
need right
Let's
now.
trade. Let's
玩家
trade.
嘅使用感
Let's
覺，
When
即
you're
係使用嘅
using
平
or
衡感，
thinking
對
you
佢
don't
哋
wanna
都係
extend into this
有幫
board
助
state,
嘅。
of
即係我覺得
course,
心
you
下
have
都
to cornerstone
係好聽人意見啦，聽完大家嘅感覺都有改良。我卡 c 都係都聽完，大家玩家嘅意見都知道個，咦有啲咩好，有啲咩唔好，所以我哋應該都會睇多啲。
This is a wasted attack.
That is
用咩卡
rough
圖的？
here for the
我
Day2.
睇
At
屋
least
企有
the
咩
secret
存貨咯，
box going in,
咁啊
choosing
有
what
深
to
下咪用深下咯，
discard
有龍
here, or
盾就
sorry,
用龍
just
盾
gonna。choose.
咁卡 c send 嚟
Choose
屋企有
the
存
box.
貨就有
Arvin
存
just
貨咯，
got
咁啊
that tool, got that secret box, passed over. Back
因為
to
佢知道
Oiven.
唔可以 lock out 隻，唔可以 lock out 隻皮皮。佢攞隻皮寶寶對面隻古玉魚太容易有高攻去打死我隻阿面居，起碼逼對面要瘋狂食糖進化啲鬼鬼先。
Yeah, oh, that is, yeah,
外國
as you
VR 其實都係，
see
哦係啊，
here,
外國 VR
double
平
rare
嘅，
candy
外國 VR 冇
unavailable.
咁
Prize cards are just being
冇香港咁
punished
誇張，
here for
因為我覺得
Oiven,
我覺得主要係因為個
but
貨
it's
量多好
critical
多，
things that
同埋佢
secret
哋個
box to get out
TNT
these
個
pieces. The
網
deck
站
is
或者 TCG
swinging
Player
here
嗰啲
for Oiven,
買卡嘅
but
網站都
now
比較
he knows
透
that
明，
that's
比較
a thing.
容易
Basic Rosa coming out. What are they
容易
laughing
知
about?
道個大概價錢，跟住買得齊好多啲卡就又平好多。
Yeah.
龍盾 Long Grayer 係好用嘅，我係中意用，但我覺得香港龍盾 Long Grayer 真係太貴啊，貴太貴
I
太
mean, I
貴，
guess
所以
it's
我好
also
期
Charizard
待
decks. I feel
有
like you
其
always
他
expect the
牌
brighter
子
eyes.
嘅
That
卡
has just
套
been a
可
staple
以
for a
係咯
while
做
now
到
in
Long Grayer 嗰
Charizard,
後
and it is
嗰
probably
個
the
效
best
果
deck
追得
to
上去，
utilize as
咁
well.
佢
Take
有
that
更
extra
平嘅
price
選擇。
right at the late game.
好有
And
一個
so
糖進化
games with it. I mean,
到
it's ended so many
你隻鬼鬼，可唔可以有第二個糖加擔翻隻面佢再嚟過呢？咁鬼誇張。
Ogre Pawn.
秘書
As we see, paired with the Iono, this has been the consistent strategy every single time here for Oiven. The
會咁
Ionos
誇張
do
呢？
not stop. They're
如果
just
係咁
continuing
誇
to
張個
shuffle the hand back to the bottom of the deck here from Mateusz, and now he's drawing less and less
冇
cards.
捉多卡啦，
as
4
he
張
does
啫，
that.
冇捉多。
Well, trying to come up with a way to knock out this Pokemon. The Defiance ban does line this up now as Mega
there,
Fire of Envy deals 50 up to 80 now. It's perfect math for the KO. It's not going to be a game-ending situation, whereas this Pidgeot could have found the rare candy in the Night Stretcher to close out. The prize cards don't let that happen. However, it's still a devastating blow
energy.
to remove this Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, it's just gorgeous. The math is literally perfect.
30 都得。
Cornerstone Mask Ogre Pawn EX and at 80 HP left, and it's going to be taken out by just a cute little fish. I mean, he's just a friendly little guy, you know?
How's he on fire?
而家唔分全中全英啦，不過係可以用，你都可以用全英文嘅 deck 去打比賽咯，但係 format 都係中文。 好，80加83，攞到能量去 lock out。
They're now gonna take 2 prize cards for Oiven in this matchup, and Mateusz
咁啊，而
using
家
that Cornerstone Ogre Pawn. Where does he go from here?
又係爭鬼鬼嘅古仔啦。
That's where I'm at.
如果起得翻啲鬼炸開佢嘅索羅，又係一拳攞 out 啦。 唔可以混語言嘅，即同一個比賽入面可以有 player 用英文，可以有 player 用中文，但係同一個 player 你唔可以闊 deck 係中加英咁混咯。
I mean, it's one of the options here, and it might be the only thing.
Mesagosa's looking at a water guy.
Ultra Pro，Ultra Pro 我就係用過佢啲卡套嘅，啲卡套都幾係咯 ，Ultra Pro 用過佢啲卡盒。我一開始用佢啲卡盒，我覺得 Ultra Pro 啲卡盒係做得幾好，幾堅硬，幾好嘅保護，同埋都穩陣實嘅，即係唔喺個袋度唔會有容易打開個口啷出嚟。 我覺得佢個保護性比官方嘅卡盒更加靚，但係 Ultra Pro 嘅卡盒就外觀就梗係一定唔夠官方咁吸引啦。但係 Ultra Pro 嘅卡盒係好嘅卡盒嚟。只要起得翻隻鬼鬼就得啦。 唔止240啦，佢用埋隻鬼鬼炸開，佢隻噴火龍係打緊270啦。同埋有可能佢隻索羅要打，如果係打得死前面隻古玉魚嘅話，就仲簡單添，仲高攻。佢又有隻大髀鳥喺度都。 10拿9穩，我覺得應該係。
Trying to find a way to stay in this game, understandably so. You know that a lot of Charizard lists will have that Professor Turos. That is in the discard pile. However, there is a copy of Palpad. If it is in the prize
要
cards,
決定
feels great.
唯一好啲嘅就係隻水面具，希望佢撤退唔到，希望佢冇佛道博士望係咁望啦，會得翻啲咁嘅諗法。
Well, here we see there's a lot of draw happening here from Mateusz. Flip the script, drawing into 3 additional cards. Now we
希望佢冇佛道博士咯，我諗係。但係對面執一張佛道博士就完 game 啦。
20 damage, but it also locks your opponent's defending Pokemon because it can't retreat anymore.
OK， 佛道博士完 game。 都仲要加鬼嘅，佢要加埋隻鬼炸死埋佢後面嘅一 price， 佢都要佛道博士加鬼啊，應該冇咁快齊。
We know the Palpad is probably on its way here.
Yeah. We're seeing a roll there. That was for the Mesagosa here. But yeah, we see the Palpad. It's coming out straight away. Professor Turo's scenario, the key to these pieces you've been talking about once again. You just pick up a Pokemon back into your hands and reset your board. So that saw block can be worked around by these supporter cards, by the item cards that can kind of get out of those scenarios. And with so little pivot, I feel like in our format too, I mean, this is truly where you see this happening in these supporter cards like Turo.
Yeah, there's an inevitability of this card where you're going to be in trouble very soon. Oivan is setting up a little
更加炸冷加大俾料真係好夾。跟住隻噴啊唔係隻鬼一出嘅時候都係話，你同噴火龍嗰個雙性好夾，因為佢補充啲能量係好舒服嘅。
It's all right there, but it might just be a turn away.
Yeah, you're almost like, okay, just taking a step back here a little bit. Arvin coming out to seek out these pieces here for Oivan as well. I mean, it's clean. It's been clean gameplay this entire time. Charizard EX somehow is just a deck that has so many pieces, and part of that is so much disruption that has been troubling Mateusz this whole time as well. Dusclops coming out here.
對面可唔可以進得晒兩隻索咧？翻晒兩隻索啦，個 hand 又兩隻索落。新手去邊度打 dead 練習好？我覺得揾到自己風格啱玩嘅鋪頭最緊要，即係間鋪頭嘅風格都唔同。我覺得揾到自己中意玩嘅風格，有一班中意一齊玩嘅人就足夠，你會開心，玩得開心就夠，緊要過話係咪好勁啊，係咪學到嘢啊嗰樣嘢。玩得開心先，你玩得開心，你自然就有動力喺度鑽研，自然會慢慢進步。所以揾間啱你嘅鋪頭緊要。大俾料就你要翻上盤心諗啦，係啊，有機會年尾1月、12月、1月呢啲時間差唔多好似推啦。好，調翻發到博士吉路打入翻去。
Need to move Pokemon off the board. If you draw into the Turo, maybe you can protect this saw block and try it one more time. But how do you force the Turo to come out this turn if not for Saw City?
然後起一抽2，新手去一田，都冇話一田都好多人玩卡，之前荃灣一田嗰啲，即係幾時經過都啲台都係滿晒人喺度玩卡。但係我好唔中意嗰個環境，我覺得好唔舒服，你坐得唔錯。我覺得我中意卡鋪嘅環境係坐得舒適嘅環境，但係唔好咁嘈咯，我中意安靜啲。玩卡唔可以太嘈，即係有時興奮可以講下嘢分享下，但係唔可以太嘈。好，再唔俾你撤推。
Is it going to come down to this? Everything on the line here between these players. Mateusz is trying to fight, do whatever he can in this match.
Did a great.
Like he was about to stop.
This is exactly what you need to do. Just all the hit points are in play. 3 prize cards remaining for Oivan.
元朗邊度有 Jeep？ 元朗都有1、2間卡鋪㗎。可以揾下。其實最簡單，你撳官方網站，你可以睇翻。邊度嘅卡鋪有 Gym 嘅 logo 嘅，所以你撳翻個區，你會揾到個區嘅卡鋪。
That's the turn we need. We just need to buy those couple extra turns, but it's really going to be on both these players. Who is going to be able to capitalize on these extra turns and take it? But they have to put their resources
嚟就軍訓式，你好快就唔想玩，都係。我覺得最簡單，玩得開心。
It's truly like the anticipation and the intensity has built here. Mesagoza does hit ahead, so we're getting a Pokemon.
又唔止 PTCG， 應該所有嘢都係你。玩得開心，揾到自己嘅愉快模式，你就自然會投身入去，你自然就玩得好，自然就會做得好啦啲嘢。什麼事情都是一樣。多小朋友。好，收翻。
Perfect from this point forward. Mateusz has the energy on the Pheasantipity. He can retreat this Pokemon if he draws well. Trades need to line up the counter catcher, the night stretcher, and eventually the energy for a Monkey Dory to lock.
擔翻隻水面嘅出嚟，再罰棋咧，佢係咪咁諗咧？
Well, this is Mateusz's turn here to try to put this together and make it happen. Mesagos is going to start us off with the
即係
heads.
對面係用個 pair pad，
Get
就
a
如果冇
Pokemon
再接佢，係咪咁
out of
諗咧？
He's looking at the deck. He knows that it's potentially there. We haven't seen what the hand is yet. It's pretty slim, but we do have the ability to draw into more cards. It's just going to be what are those cards? This is going to be crucial here for Mateusz.
Yeah, plenty of draws here, multiple trades.
Flip the
Also
script
flip the
first.
script to help out. We already pulled the Monkey Dory out. Now the Night Stretcher is a prominent piece
Dream
of this.
Battle 係觀賽啊！Dream Battle 應該可以用純中或者純英嘅，因為官方比賽都可以純英文嘅，但係你唔可以混搭語言。
Well, we saw a bunch of energy traded back into the deck from the Super Rod, recycled in there.
Look at this massive hand as he wants to go for the final trade.
點搞咧？呢個局我唔係好諗到點樣拆呢個局嘅畫面。
Yeah, he's doing it. Just deciding what to discard. It's going to be the nest ball draw into these two cards here.
Help! Is
What was
there
it?
not
What was
an
it?
energy to go along with this? The saw block just can't happen. Ends PP up. Is there an energy switch to go along with this?
Is this
That would be
switch?
wild. That'd be very
知得
cool.
出打
One copy of
100
energy switch.
No way.
Turbo energize.
打100
no, are we
有用咩？
just
你期望騎死對
Oh
方，
my gosh,
咁
that
對
is
方
so scary though. I mean, it could potentially come down to that. We're just not seeing it.
前
Bloodmoon
面你
Ursa
打
gonna
100
be
好似都唔
down.
夠
We're
贏
seeing
嘅喎。
Mateusz slim the hand here before this Iono, but it is coming down to this Iono here.
你點解諗唔到有咩解？但我聽啲賽，好似就咁聽英文嘅賽評，佢哋係咁噏，好似好多嘢噏到咁，係咪有解啦？我諗都諗唔到點解呢個版面。
But how much do you need to find 4 prize cards?
Yeah, this is just so rough here for Mateusz. I mean, brutal.
點解到呢個版咧？
In the active
諗唔到。
position, both trades have been used here. Bloodmoon Ursaluna just stuck on the bench.
okay.
And he knows it. He sees
解
it.
唔
He
到。
cannot make this happen. And that means
係咯，
he's scooping it up.
英文嗰邊賽評佢話好似有個 combo 做到，係唔知點樣解決呢個場。佢噏咗好大堆嘢，而家最尾都佢知佢唔可以發生呢件事咁樣。但係我唔係好諗到有啲咩狀態可以阻止到。 月紅都唔夠啊！月紅都打唔死隻噴火龍，對面反手一個炸家向前打咗隻紅紅都死咯。佢有隻中鬼炸，跟住隻噴火龍打緊300噶咯。
Taking this win, and I'm sure feeling very happy about it. So that means he's moving up 8-0-1 here at the World Championships.
咁啊，
Feeling good.
噴火龍
And to see it with
再下一城，
RGX.
佢打得好嘅呢個，我覺得呢個 player， 琴日睇佢打硬面具寄居蟹嗰場，佢仲有 prize 係一隻火龍，佢啲資源有啲緊住底下，佢啱啱控得好打得晒。 都幾建議大家翻嚟睇翻 Day 1佢嗰場，而家 Round 5啊，好似係，唔係好記得，但係好睇嗰場。呢場都係啦，因為運用資源去 lock out 硬面具，然後再一拳打死佢兩 price。
There was so much working against Mateusz from the very beginning. Oyvind's hands just flying through, finding the Pidgeot, building these great boards. And when you can put the pressure on like this, incorporate that Dusknor with the Chi-Yu to take KOs, how do you handle this as Mateusz on the other side?
即係最慘，佢隻水面具咬腳，好似都仲要係咁食傷。即係我捉佢啲 Pokémon 出嚟，都係咁咬腳都冇用。我所以諗唔到點解。 因為你話好似以前咁咬腳，然後再有隻吊雙護地咁係咁一邊吊一邊咬，咁佢完全罰企唔到人，慢慢派死佢都玩。我諗唔到點拆。恭喜噴！哇！跟住到做最難捱嘅時間就係永遠的等待。我哋睇下香港嘅選手打成點。係咪同一個網都睇到 Day2 嘅成績㗎啦？係咯，即係有更新81，有第9輪，所以應該都睇到。 香港嘅4位選手都係打緊啊，打緊，陣間就睇下佢哋嘅成績如何啦。
I have a quick question too, Kyle.
Shoot.
How does it fare against Gardevoir?
Yeah, we like being a dark Pokemon.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of that. Maybe some Curse Blast, taking out some Curlias here and there. It can be a pretty dicey game for a Guardy player.
Yes, exactly. And I mean, that's one of the reasons we saw so many people lead with a lot of these decks in our format right now. But Charizard is looking like, with the matches out in the field and how well it is performing here in Oyvind's hands, that it could have the potential to take it all here at the World Championships. And that is so exciting because, you know, if we're starting here, our very first Swiss round of day 2, and where are we going to go from here? But if the story is going to continue like that, I mean, it's going to be one epic conclusion.
Oh, we saw hands played down to 0 over and over again from this man. I'd like to hear what he has to say as we sit down with Kyle Sukovic. Let's take it to the table, or let's take it over to the stage and see what Oyvind has to say.
Yeah, that's right. Thanks, Kyle. I am here with our winner from the previous round, Oyvind, and 8-0-1 at this point. How are you feeling?
Very good. The only tie was because I misplayed. I didn't price check how many Charizards there were, and I super rode one
misplay 嘅地方
for sure, and then I run out of energy.
聽唔明佢 up 話佢 misplay 咗邊度？今日要贏幾多先入到 top cut？ 佢今日個 top cut 會同埋佢 day 1個分一齊去統計。佢打多3輪啊嘛，我11輪比賽，我睇下11輪比賽要有幾多分先揾入 top 8先，睇下先。計下先，瑞士輪計算機。
Not like off stream, but I think it's fine. Like I have played a long time. Like in Stuttgart, I played then 100 HP Charmeleon, and it's a good when you can just Dusknoir and then 90. It's perfect match.
所以11輪比賽要穩定啲嘅應該係。
Yeah, it's like easy to know.
攞24分，有啲唔可以就咁計，有啲唔知點樣就咁計呢個分數添。因為佢第一名應該係22分，不勝一和22分，佢再贏25，佢25應該穩嘅啦。我估應該25。佢再和應該26，係咯，咁可能應該26分度應該就穩入 top cut。我估26分度應該入 top cut。26、27啦，係26、27度應該就有機會入 top cut。所以就睇你琴日有幾多勝，今日去配合翻。要贏幾多輪先入個 top cut。
I mean, great advice. It worked out. But hey, that was all just practice, right? You get the practice, you lose, get it out of the way, and then when you get here, you win when it counts.
Sure.
All right, well, whatever you're doing seems to be working so far. Are you just comfortable playing this deck? I mean, you said you played it a lot. You won a regional championship with Charizard EX. Is this just something you know how to play?
Yeah, it is pretty much. I have tested like after the Briar came out, like I have only been playing that, and then if I didn't feel comfortable enough, I changed the last night. But I only brought it. This is my 3rd tournament with it.
All right. You know, you're off to an excellent start. You have to start thinking about, you know, other decks that are at the top tables. Is there anything you are concerned about facing at this stage? Are there any matchups you maybe don't want to run into?
Dragapult. It's very bad matchup.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, I think there's a lot of Golding Go out there. Maybe you run into those a few more. What has been kind of your matchup so far? Have you been able to avoid Dragapult?
Yeah, I have avoided Ichipollen altogether. In this whole tournament, I have been Ichipollen once. only one time. And even then I had the 100 HP Charmeleon to KO it away. It was a Grimmsnarl.
Easy enough, okay. I mean, what is your goal at this point? I don't know what your expectations were coming into the tournament, but now obviously you're doing extremely well. Have you thought about it all? Like, what's your goal now?
It's the same that before the tournament. I decided to play this deck that even if it goes bad, I like to play it. It's fun. And I get to play 2 more rounds and have fun. And then in the end we see what's the score, and like man only can do his best.
Absolutely. All right. Well, you're doing your best so far. In fact, I believe you're doing the best out of
音
anybody. So,
係覺得呢個選手一邊講一邊擺下兩隻手臂，
are there any shout-outs
好有
you
喜感，
wanna say hi to? Any
佢
other
嗰種
closing thoughts you have?
好開心嘅感覺啫，好有喜感。
My fiance and my family back home.
All right. Well, congratulations once again. We're going to throw it back to the desk for more Pokemon TCG action here at the World Championships.
佢而家係22分，再贏一場25分，
What a
跟住應該咪
fantastic
輕鬆準備入
there
top
with
級。
Oiven.
我懷疑佢和多一場都得，不過應該唔會有人肯同佢和，因為得佢係最高分嘅，打其他人爭分都唔應該會同佢和，所以最後尾佢應該都要認真地打多輪。
Powerful Charizard EX would be a cute little Badoo.
or the power of Finland, yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently they've just got it figured out. So just don't play against any of the players from your region and you're all right.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, that's pretty cool. Having only hit or been Badoo locked one time though, this whole tournament.
That might be a record.
I know. It's absolutely incredible here with how popular, Dragapult is. It's so awesome to see. But speaking of our decks, we saw our meta share in day 1. I want to take a look at our meta share for day 2. What has converted over into day 2? What is seeing the most success?
Wow. Have we seen a 30%er in how long? Since what? Lugia Archeops? Like, this is unheard of territory, but the Gold Dangos have moved in and are showing that they are a force to be reckoned with here. Dragapult Dusknoir 16.5 and Raging Bolt 12.5 too. That's a little surprising there for me, Boo.
I know, yeah, Raging Bolts. I mean, sheesh. I mean, I guess I wasn't surprised. I figured Raging Bolts would kind of be a deck that was brought here, but to see it convert like this, I'm a bit surprised.
Are they hanging out at the bottom? Because I don't see a lot of them here.
You're like, where are they?
Top 10 tables are looking a little differently there. That's where the Charizard Pidgeots are hanging out. Although it's only 6 picks, many of them have shown that this might be the deck to be reckoned with. It is so consistent and certainly has shown that it can handle a lot of the meta with the lower hit points.
I know, that is awesome. Well, really the true question is which one of these decks is going to make it to the top here in our day 2 and following into tomorrow. That's our championship Sunday. One of these decks will be
Day2 都係最多財富見到入嚟啊！
After today, which 2 players and which 2 decks will that be in our finals tomorrow, in our junior division, our senior division, and of course our masters division? If you had to choose,
多
Kyle,
你連埋
what are you putting it on?
即兩款多龍，
I'm
呢
just
個
gonna
地都係多
for
龍
me,。I feel like
猛
it's gonna
雷
be
都係中游底處，咁
Charizard
龍反而係少量。
Wow, okay.
Yeah, let's go.
I see a trend here with all of these decks except for one, which is
Break
that
up,
they
break
have an
this.
inherent built-in consistency to them, with Golden Go drawing, Genesect helping find the evolutions, Cloak finding some additional resources, Recon Directive, Noctowls
希
included
望
in
唔
the
會
Raging.
踢緊 break 嘅時候
What do
瞓
we
着
not
咗。
see? Gardevoir has no help,
They
no
will take a
friends.
break
It's
here.
always counted out. It's still going to find its way into the final.
Oh,
Come on.
No.
Gardevoir Golden Go, I will
Please,
say.
no, please, no. I saw so many players online threatening that if we had a Gardevoir mirror in our finals or anything of the sort, that they would just not play anymore.
Well, they're not here, and they're not on my radar.
Let's go. I mean, we love to see Gardevoir EX as far as on the stream, because this is truly a deck that has so much potential for our players to make the coolest plays you've ever seen. It is the pesky deck to deal with because it has just every trick in the book, and I think it has been heavily countered here at the World Championships. And that's honestly sometimes even cooler to think about, because think about, okay, people are countering Gardevoir. How's Gardevoir going to respond to those counters, or is it just going to outpace it? And that is where the cool stuff happens between these pro players, the counter plays that we get to see. That's where the excitement is truly.
I mean, it just runs on the power of friendship. It has no reason to do as well as it does. Yes. We've just been feeding the beast, and it evolves and knocks out everything. Every turn, somehow, it has the supporter to keep on going, and it will not go away. I mean, we know this is something we've come to expect here at major events, and it's the World Championships. It doesn't get much bigger than this.
I mean, this is the major event for sure. The highest of the potential here from our players being played out in the field. As we speak, we saw our very first Swiss round, but now we're going to head into Swiss round 10 very soon. We've talked about what is on the line here and how epic these plays are going to be. You're not going to want to miss it, so stay tuned because we'll be back very soon with y'all.
How's everyone doing? Welcome back to the World Championships. Ethan Heggie here with
Freya Pierce. How y'all doing?
And we are here to do a little bit of Meet the Casters so you can get to know us a little bit better. We've got 4 questions plus a spin or 2 on the wild, so let's just go ahead and jump into things here. First question, Freya. What is your favorite Pokemon?
So there would have been a time where if you asked me this, I would have said it'd be one of 3. It would have been either Lugia or Natuozatu. Psychic Flyers, you know, I played a lot of Pokemon Silver growing up, so like that was like probably the game that I got most into Pokemon-wise. But now I've played Scarlet, I have absolutely fallen in love with Koraidon, so now it's got to be Koraidon. I love that bike lizard.
Koraidon's great. Speaking of bikes, electronics, close enough. Give me Rotom, that's my boy right there. Mo Rotom, the GOAT, absolute lawnmower of a guy. Anyways, World Championships. We're here in Anaheim. There have been World Championships now coming up on 20 plus years of Pokemon action. I haven't gone to 20 World Championships. I'm sure you haven't gone to 20 World Championships, but you've gone to a lot, Freya. What's your favorite memory here at Worlds?
As much as it was a bittersweet memory, probably the time I bobbled out of top 8 in 9th place at the 2016 World Championships. I remember like everyone was behind me. They were watching my game. I was like one of the last ones there because we went to overtime against Frank Diaz. I managed to win and I was so hyped I thought I made it, but then I saw the result sheet and I was unfortunately the one bubble, but everyone commiserated with me, and that was when I knew that I was at least good enough as a player to get that far, so I'll cherish that memory forever.
Yeah, similar moment at Worlds. On that winning it. It was just for day 2 though, but I was a wee senior in 2018. I was more than happy to win that match. It meant a lot, 100%. Question number 2. Question number 3. We're going to a third question. We've got lots of questions here. I don't know about you, but I've opened a lot of packs of Pokemon cards from all the years over. X and Y, Sun and Moon, Black and White, you name it. What's your most memorable pull out of a Pokemon TCG pack?
It's a relatively recent-ish, I'd say. So, Silver Tempest. In general, I've been okay with luck in pack pulls, but not crazy so. Silver Tempest, of course, on the big chase cards was that beautiful alternative full art Lugia V. I was opening a 3rd pack into a box of Silver Tempest. I pulled it. I was there with my husband Tyler, and I think I just stared at it like, you know, open my face for about 3 minutes, not believing that I'd actually just pulled that. You know, one of my favorite Pokemon, arguably the most chased after card in the set. So yeah, definitely that.
I didn't know what I pulled when I was young. I was very, very naive. Out of 5 random loose booster packs, I pulled the Rainbow Rare Charizard GX from Burning Shadows. If you guys watch any YouTube content, you guys will know this is not an easy card to pull. Some of your favorites, Leonhardt, all those players, they spent thousands of dollars trying to buy a bunch of Pokemon TCG booster packs and make stuff work. I was very privileged, and I did not realize what I had. One of my great colors in my collection.
You did it before it was cool, basically.
I'm a trendsetter. What can I say? I'm just built different. Yes. We've got some more questions coming up, but I think it's time to spin the wheel. Okay. Yeah. We got to spin this wheel here. Let's see what we got on this. Give me a good question here. You gotta leave things up to chance sometimes, and give this wheel a good spin.
Not leave things up to chance.
All right, this is a skill game, not a luck game. All right, let's see what we've got here. Are you an early Pidgey or a Noctowl? That's a great question, Freya. What do you got?
For me, it can vary. Sometimes it depends on. Yeah, no, that's a tough one for me. I'd say I'm probably more of a Noctowl overall, but I can be an early Pidgey if life necessitates. I'll put it that way.
I'm a Noctowl. No questions asked. Let's go for number 2 here. Give me a third one on the spin. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. There's some good questions on here, ladies and gentlemen. You know, our previous casters have hit a couple of these, but I'm hoping to get a new one right here. what type of gym leader would you be? What type of gym would you lead, Freya?
Easy, Psychic. I've always loved the Psychic type. You know, so many of my favorites are Psychic, like Lugia, also, you know, Gardevoir, Espeon's favorite EVE Evolution, so Psychic, easy peasy.
I would be an electric type trainer, I think. I'm back and forth about it, but there's a lot of chill electric type Pokemon, right? I think I'm rocking with that. All right, I think, yeah.
On that note, I meant to say earlier, Rotom, underrated choice, so good taste.
Again, I'm a trendsetter out here. You know, come back in like a year or two, everyone's gonna be like, oh, Rotom, that guy's so cool, right? That guy is the awesome. That guy's the GOAT. All right.
We go for free?
We're going one more here. We're going one more. We gotta hit it off on a good one. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. Oh. No. We can't have that. No duplicates out here. Okay, here we go. Pokemon Snap or Pokemon Stadium. This is gonna be a controversial one. I can already tell. Freya, what do you got?
I'd say Pokemon Snap, but purely because I played that one more growing up. I never had an N64 growing up, but I remember playing Pokemon Snap at a friend's place, and I always enjoyed that. And I've enjoyed the new one as well on the Switch, probably. So Pokemon Snap, I would say.
While I hate to admit that I was bored after both games, and they're a little bit past my time, I will say I have gone back on the Switch and played the Pokemon Stadium minigames, and they are peak. They are top tier. Speaking of top tier, we've got lots of trainers out in the field this weekend trying to prove themselves and immortalize themselves in Pokemon TCG history. Freya, to wrap it up, who you got winning Worlds? Who's taking it down?
I think Tord's time has finally come. He's gotten fourth for like, the top four. He's gotten second. Surely it's got to be now. Like, it's if not now, then when? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I'll put my money on Tord.
I think this is Ian's year. I think Ian's going all the way. I think it's a lock. I think nothing can stop him. This guy is going to have a final to his season. He is back with vengeance. Let's see what happens here at the World Championships. Hopefully, you learned a little bit from us and met the casters. Hopefully, we'll see you guys soon, and make sure you guys enjoy the rest of this World's action.
Welcome back in. We're here at Anaheim for our World Championships 2025. I think I saw a couple Psyducks surfing in the ocean there on the beaches. Now I'm seeing a lot of trainers get some epic swag. Whoa! There he was.
Wow.
It's like I knew that was going on. That's crazy. Welcome back to the caster desk, of course. I'm Shelby Boo here with Kyle Sablehouse. Kyle, have you ever gone by any other nicknames in this game?
Unfortunately, yeah. One or two. I was K-Psycho for a minute. That wasn't a good one. So I had people call me Nooble House for a while. That one wasn't fun either. And,
Gotcha.
Eventually, my last name just stuck. Thank goodness.
Thank goodness, indeed. Well, it's great to be back here with you. But right now, in our World Championships, it's crunch time for these players. It is so fierce out there with the competition, so much pressure, and I want to hear all about it. What are these players going through here at the Women and hear what's going on with these players?
Yeah, thanks, Boo, and thanks, K-Psycho.
I'm never telling you this ever again. You get nothing from me.
Thank
I
you,
do remember
Fuka.
that screen name, actually.
There we go. See, I made an impression.
There you go.
Not a good one, but an impression.
Yeah, it's, day number 2 here at the World Championships, and, players have to wake up bright and early. It's a new day, but you got to stay focused. Right now, as we just saw, Oyvind is leading the pack at 25 match points, but it's really not a safe lead. There's only a couple rounds left, and you really got to lock up those final match points to make it to that top cut. So, yeah, there's still pressure, even though he's gotten off to such a crazy start. He's probably still got to win one more, I would guess. But yeah, heading into it, we also have 2 players at 24 match points. We have Piper Lapine and Justin Newdorf. Piper making another great run after top 8 at NAIC. And Kyle and Boo, what can you say about Piper at this point?
I mean, there's not much else we can say. With the initial run that she had from the seniors into the Masters division, she was immediately on our radar. We knew that she was capable of some great things. Won 2 regionals, basically back-to-back while still working on school. And then anytime she has time for Pokemon, she just dominates. It's wild to see.
Yeah, I mean, she grew up in this game, and it shows the time, the dedication that she puts in. And I want to point out the uniqueness as well of her decks. She's not just picking up any deck and copying it from other players. She innovates her decks, and she brings those cool aspects into it and just meta games so well. What is she going to go against, and how can I counter that? And that is something she does flawlessly.
Yeah, I'm also curious on her deck list. She wrote "Time is money," and I have no idea what that really is referring to. So hopefully we get to talk to her at some point and figure out what that's all about.
Yeah, that's exciting.
I think I've got an idea. I'll elaborate. I'll probably be wrong, but we'll try.
Another player I think to keep an eye on is Riley McKay, who just got 2nd place at NAIC, making a good run here at the World Championships as well at 23 match points. There's a lot of players still in the running. And are either of you keeping your eye on any particular players, any decks or strategies at this point?
Well, I mean, that matchup in particular for Riley against John Ang was something I really wanted to watch. And taking down John after that great game 2 we saw from Isaiah that they had on stream earlier on. If you're going to work through that play group, you're probably going to have a pretty great World Championship. So Riley, I'm certainly looking out to see if you can run it all the way up to the top with Gardevoir.
Yeah, I mean, that's so exciting. Following these storylines is great. And I mean, so many of our incredible players we're not even converted into day 2. Like, it's going to be an epic finale here at the World Championships because maybe it gives us an opportunity to form some of those storylines we aren't so familiar with. And we've seen that time and time again at the World Championships, and potentially going to happen again here in 2025. It's just, who's it going to be that's going to take the crown here? Of course, Kyle, Puka, Sukovic, incredible job you're doing this weekend. Thank you so much for the updates, but I think we're going to take things back here on the desk. And we are back. We've been talking about these players, but let's take a hard look at the standings here, where they're standing right now so far in our Swiss rounds in day 2. And who you can still see that's churning through, trying to get these points. I think they're saying like around 27 is a safe point here. 26 is sort of a question mark for these points for our players. And now you're seeing where we're at currently heading into Swiss round 10. Of course, Oyvind, like Kyle said, being at the top here with 25, but not close behind is all these players on the left side.
Yeah, Yerko Valencia, Benny Billinger, Gabe
而家第8名係22分，第6名係21分，22分有好多個，有15個22分。佢哋對打就會得返15名都係22，先24嗰兩個對打就一個變咗27。咁應該就要28分先得啦，應該要28分先入到去。
They still get like so much for that as well. Of course, this is our World Championships. It's the culmination of the whole season. We have the highest rewards here because it is the highest skill of players that you have to get through the field. So you got to earn that.
應該係夠。
Top 8, top 4 it only gets bigger from there. So all these players, of
我估
course, should be going
應
for
該
that
最
number one
第
spot.
8名可能都係
They
27
want the
分，
Pikachu trophy. They want the crown. They want to write their names in the history books. This is our
28就應該係
20th
穩咯
World
，27分可能。
Championship. So, I mean, the amount of people that we
上年就
have
冇
that
bubble 嘅，
have
上年
that
係
title is
即係如果
so
第8名同
slim
第9
in
名同
comparison
分
to
咧，
other
佢兩個要打
players
附加賽去
in the
爭
trading card game.
最撚
And
嘅
to be
名額
able to
就
say
好
that
啲，
you
唔
are
使
a
upload
world
out。
champion is
唔知
truly
今年係咪都係
the
咁
most
樣？
prestigious title that you
紅
can
分
get.
嘅人就要爭最後一個名額，
These
打
are
多
the
場
players that we have as
附
far
加
as
賽
their
咁樣。
standings right now. I want to know who is facing off here in this round number 10. A big one at the World Championships to determine what you're playing for.
係暫時嘅排名啊，但係你會預計佢之後啲人都會有贏輸噶嘛，再加多兩，即係仲有2場啊嘛，再加多2場咁樣，所以我估計再加多2場都28、27先有機會咯。
No, I'm loving that. I am loving that. You know, it's the World Championships. You want to see all of the regions represented and, you know, their highest players too. So it's great to see that on this graph. I mean, even just looking at it, there's only what? 3 US on this graph?
Oh, hey, don't be talking down about my America now. But yeah, that's there's some work that needs to be done. But this just speaks to the global game that we have. So many amazing players. I mean, Canada's about to take us out here.
Yeah.
They're flexing right now.
They absolutely are. Well, right here at the top, you see it highlighted. Piper Lepine is going to be facing off against Daigo Yoshihara as well. And this is going to be incredible. A US player against a Japanese player, and they're going to bring the heat with their decks. And maybe we'll figure out what time is money means.
I 100% know what this means, but I don't want to
不過
spoil
會直
anything.
播
Looking at this matchup, it is
又係
going
直
to
播
be so
Yoshi
fun.
Take a guess.
Hyrule
You're following along
都
with
Hyrule
the
咪琴日
stream,
都
you're
上過直播台
participating in
啦
the fun. Yeah, money.
又再嚟啦。
What deck likes money?
I don't know. We'll have to see. Maybe it's time. You know, we don't have Dialga, you know, in the format anymore, manipulating time. But
Ooh,
who knows?
How could you make the game go faster?
I don't know. I'm not sure. Guess we'll have to figure it out.
I mean, she does play pretty quickly. We've seen that
That's
she's
true,
got
actually.
the fastest hands this side of the Mississippi, but she's I don't think she's talking about that.
I don't think so either, but we're going to have the spice for y'all, and it is going to be epic. We're talking about Piper Lepine bringing the heat here to our stream, and I'm excited to see it. I know that she has so many supporters behind her as well, and a fantastic testing group, too, of, you know, our younger players. Like, they're still barely out of the senior division, I swear. I mean, every year that goes by, of course, I still just view them almost as still, they're so young.
Honestly, yeah.
Yeah, but it's so weird because then they look so much older every time I see him, and I'm just like, whoa, that's wild. But of course, Daigo representing Japan. You know, Japanese players are some of the best here, and Daigo is going to bring that to our table here for our stream match. I'm excited, Kyle.
Yeah, no comments, no gimmicks. Daigo is here to win a World Championships, and we are here to watch what will happen at this main stage here. Round number 10 coming our way. This is going to be an excellent matchup between two great players.
I'm ready for the pop-off potential of this. 2 players, 2 different decks, 2 different strategies, 2 different skill sets, and it's all going to come down to this.
And we're not giving it away yet. Yes.
Well, we're not giving it away yet. We're going to give it away right when it happens here, Kyle, on the stream. But of course, we see Dragapult EX, piloted by Daigo here on the right side of your screen, a titan of this format, paired with Dusknoir that we just saw in our last Swiss Round 9, how powerful that card is and can be in these matchups, facing off against Golden Go EX. And we've been talking all weekend. Players are just throwing cards in there. It's going to be interesting what we see this time.
哦，翻嚟啦！啱啱去攞嘢飲。我睇翻選手，我認錯咗，琴日嗰個係另一位選手。我認錯個名係阿海個名。開副號打多龍啦。
Exactly. I mean, that Genesect EX on the board here as well for Piper Lepine. A new addition to this deck thanks to the Black Bolt White Flare expansion. I believe Genesect was from the Black Bolt one. It was like a split set, if you're not aware, Kyle. But yeah, it's come and it's bringing the consistency here for Golden Go with that ability that it has to seek out those evolution Pokemon. It has added so much to this deck because the faster you can get into coin bonus,
賽乎打多龍，琴日直播都有一場係咁，好似又係日本嘅選手最後尾1-1。大家點睇呢個咩級？撐邊邊？留言話我聽。撐邊邊？阿海收咗工啊！
Well, I'm just looking at these lists and seeing what Daigo has decided is most important. There are some very interesting lines that we see here. This is a nod to old school deck building with the pyramid lines of a 3-2-1 Dusclops.
呢張月月紅嘅樣喺邊度出嚟㗎？兩邊 prize 嘅嘢可能賽服嗰邊辛苦啲係 prize 咗張佛圖博士，即係如果佢個多龍係有拗腳嘅話，佢 prize 佛圖博士係好攰嘅狀態。支持 TC 對家，起對台，我撐賽貨，多龍撐多龍，我撐賽貨嗰邊。
It's pretty cool. Love to see that jumbo Blood Moon Ursaluna on the notebook there. I mean, that is just so cute. Both these players, they seem focused.
佢哋話蔡平佢邊話佢個 jumbo 卡喺個 notebook 度好 Q。
Round 10 here at the World Championships.
係大隻月月紅
versus Daigo Yoshihara, and it's going to be epic. Starting with that Gimme Ghoul, it's just going to be a Monkey Dory Dark Energy attached pass over to Daigo.
Time certainly is money for Piper. You see immediately eyeing up how much time you have here.
馬騮前一粒 N 就 pass，
This is not the greatest
唔係啊，鋪得好完美嘅 first round。當呢邊後宮我有補分。日本嘅選手好熟口面，有冇認識嘅觀眾？ 有呢個選手嘅背景。
This is Dragapult EX. You have lots of basics, especially in this deck too. I mean, you see the usual suspects here as I'm looking through the list. Is there anything in there that you see that is different, I guess, Kyle, from normal Dragapult builds, or that is a little spicy?
I don't know what to call normal anymore, as we've seen players really eyeing up a bunch of different cards that can slow down matchups. The Maractus, the Ethan
因為月月紅係太精興練啫，哦，呢個樣啊，太精興練太過留意佢 Rare 嗰張靚好多，都冇留意呢個樣嘅月月紅。
Yeah, I mean, that's truly all you need with Dragapult EX sometimes. Keeping it simple might be the key to unlock its full potential here. Dracloak, of course, a big part of that with its recon directive, that you can, you know, get these cards, supply them to your hands, and get rolling with your strategy as you try to kind of stall your opponent a little bit with some Badoo locking and setup, because Phantom Dive, like you said, Kyle, one of the most powerful moves in the game. Not only do you get to hit an incredible amount of damage, but you also get to spread that damage around onto your opponent's field too. And that could be pretty tricky for the Golden Go player, because a lot of Pokemon come out on that side of the field too. I mean, the Monkey Dory is already there with the Dark Energy attached on Piper's side.
好，再有呢個小江，就算冇能量撤退都唔緊要，小江揾到個飛機零費撤退啦。 咁可以 item 落你一下先，咁都係基本多龍嘅操作啦。因為 energy 會更加好嘅後日。OK， 有埋咁啊，都幾舒服嘅後日。item 落。
Yeah, huge inclusion for the Golden Go deck, allowing for that retreat. But on the other
排
side,
牌，即係攰咯，排牌咁就係。
allowing for the retreat of the basic Pokemon. I mean, it's kind of the opposite here. And Jamming Tower, I know, is one of your favorites as well, Kyle. Could definitely come into play. Over on the other side, the items are locked. Thanks to Itchy Pollen here from Badoo, and Piper is going to have to deal with that here.
排牌即係佢呢 round 其實都又要準備 pass 啦。
are going to be placed to the top of the deck. This is great for this deck when you get to draw into those cards off your coin bonus, either in the active position or on the bench. But right now, I haven't really seen the rest of the hand here for Piper.
You start to get a little nervous when you see the
係啊，就盡份面嘅一個
nothing else. If the
What
golden
happened?
go is not already there, this is just stacking and trying to move on to the next turn.
Well, I mean, I feel like I would assume golden goes in hand, right? And then we just draw into that, or you, yeah. I mean, you could.
Would really hope.
You just gear up for the next turn. Oh my gosh.
Boom.
Oh no.
Boom.
Oh no.
Yeah, this hand is not great. There's not much else happening here. It is a golden go to the top.
排咗一張面同埋一個十一塔，搬翻個能量過對面就卡時啦。
There's an attack on the other side. If you use your Dracloak and attack for 70 with the Dragon Headbutt, you're just knocking out the lone gimme goal in play. We see a Hilda for the energy. Oh boy, this is bad news. This is the one time you can just be aggressive.
I'm actually scared here. Yeah, you can go either way with this deck. It has the adaptability there. The Hilda has been a new supporter as well, added in from White Flare to seek out an evolution Pokemon and an energy card. That has actually unlocked a lot here. It's almost like a different version of Arven, but it gets you that energy needed, and that is a resource that is so crucial in Dragapult EX, specifically because it does require that fire energy and the psychic energy, or something like Luminous or whatever, but that is not a problem here with the supporter card supporting you, and that's the Dracloak coming out here, as well as that psychic
進咗條
energy
一
now
進，
into the Recon Direct.
會唔會直接用條一進打瓜佢一隻？一隻在扶底，用佢一進一拳打瓜你，對面又進入咗零賽符狀態啦。佢個 top deck 係排上去㗎，所以，唉，都尷尬啊！咁樣排即係等於。
Getting a luminous energy off of the prize cards too. I mean, that is huge there. But Piper Lapine trying to go in here with this Arven, search something out. And I mean, yeah, we were talking about the speediest hands here in the game. Piper's definitely one of those players. You could see how quickly she's playing. You still have to play clean and make sure you're carrying out your correct strategies, of course, but she's going to play strong and fast here. Where we can get with this game. Trying to restabilize these gimme ghoul on the field.
多龍邊考啦最變態係咪老帶出嚟，跟住一個鷹人，跟住又嗌死佢兩隻龜？咁啊誇張啦！
This is a powerful situation to be in with the lone buddy pop in here. You see the two gimme ghoul in play, but this leads to a situation. If you can use the Hawlucha, target down these two Pokemon, boss's orders bring this up. If there is a Dragapult, you are knocking out both of these cards right here.
一個老大家派上如果有鷹人或者係炸彈，咁啊好誇張。
ability to do. I mean, it's just an incredibly powerful card here. We're going to have to see where Daigo's able to go with this turn. Piper now ending the turn back over to Daigo. We're starting with that Recon Directive. This is where you draw these two. One goes to the bottom, one goes into your hand. So you do have to make some difficult decisions sometimes, but at least it's not like Lost Box was where you're discarding cards or anything like that. So one to the hand. Looked like it was a difficult decision, but we've netted a card.
The goal has to be the Dragapult in combination with Hawlucha. Boss's Orders is a nice addition. It basically closes the game out immediately if you have that. Monkey Dory, however, will do the job. With that 10 damage on the Badoo, you can move that over to the Gimme Ghoul, remove that from play. Boss's Orders won't happen because of this research. However, you're still removing two prominent targets here.
Exactly, and yeah, who even needs the Hawlucha at this point? You're taking two targets out, you're leaving Piper with just a difficult board, and you're taking those prize cards, which is how you play the game here. So you see,
咪可以 double 落歐啦，裏面個全得翻一隻財富嘅。
prize cards from Daigo in that last turn. That is what's unlocking that damage to be spread, and now we see the Phantom Dive here from the Dragapult EX, taking that knockout on the Monkey Dory and the knockout on the Gimme Ghoul as well, with the 60 from the Phantom Dive, that one extra for perfect math on that.
排一隻排唔排得死佢嘅多龍咧？咁啊有嗰個佢排呢個 N 鋪啦，可以攞好多 N 出嚟。 唔知夠唔夠秒殺隻多龍啦。
To search out a few more resources. Now you just have to make sure that the math all lines up as you find one of each copy of basic energy remaining in your deck.
哇！我爭啲瞓着。如果我 feel 到我今日可能有機會真係做下直播瞓着咗，因為大家瞓，如果我瞓着咗，大家叫我好耐冇講嘢咧，咁啊，大家可以繼續喺度睇佢嘅聊天室傾偈嘅，不過就叫我咁耐都唔講嘢，我就瞓着咗。啱啱我都真係合我合。
I mean, it's big.
And look, it requires not only an energy search pro,
我
but
排
also
完
an
牌，
energy
咁啊就升咗兩隻選手啦。咁啊，嗌你勇氣啦，跟住 M 鋪啦。
Yeah, which is, I mean, a little bit difficult. We're losing a rare candy to that, but you have to get this. You need to make this step to get all of these energy out to be able to take a big knockout. So we're seeing that happen here. Earthen Vessel discarding that rare candy, Energy Search Pro as the ace spec, only pretty much used in Golden Go at this point. It's got the rainbow of energy, the giant array here, and it is being used to take some massive knockouts here. I'm wondering what else, though, can we even do? Are we going to get some other Pokemon down? What's going on here, Kyle?
All right, stop being greedy, okay? We just knocked out a Dragapult on the other side in one fell swoop. You can't set up
咁一對 N， 終於救咗兩個 N 夾，幾舒服。
Another knockout of a major target is online for the following turn. Maybe Boss's Orders could take out a Latias or even target down a Pokemon like a Lone Dracloak here if you want to change the pace, go for the single prize.
真係好眼瞓，係啊，真係好眼瞓㗎。你都琴晚冇瞓過嗰陣時，真係好眼瞓。所以我 feel 係咁凍眼瞓。哎呀！特別係咧，我係手提電腦攤喺張床度做直播，好易瞓着。
A crazy turn potentially as well. Duskull is out. The Monkey Dory's already down for some damage too. But I mean, yeah, it's 3 prize cards for Daigo left to take.
太攰就真係唔好意思啊，大家。
What do you think about Mind Bend in a situation like this?
Yo, just some confusion.
lock out 到佢隻兩 N 嘅多龍，咁對面要重新再起翻好攰，因為其實佢都。即係佢都另外一隻冇進到一進啦，又冇能量啦，佢要即刻進翻出嚟進攻都唔係容易，要進翻做中間一進啊！對貨會唔會有佢一進再打死咁殘忍呢？
Yes, exactly.
好啊，美國時間真係好難頂㗎。27年可唔可以去一個近香港時區多啲嘅地方，例如香港？
A Dracloak as well as a counter catcher into this flip the script as well. Or we already flipped the script, but Ultra Ball bringing out this Dusclops onto the field too for Daigo.
好，進到中間。
And this helps lean more towards a Badoo play. It's safer to have an opportunity to slow down, even though you're not dealing the damage into the Golden Go due to the resistance. You have a Dusknoir to follow up. Dusknoir in combination with the Dragapult would be enough to remove this lone Pokemon. Without items, how do you find the additional help?
佢可唔可以捉到佢隻多龍出嚟打先，然後又鋪到新嘅財富底咁樣，因為佢都做到都幾勁。
There's a Togepi in hand.
Oh no！ 咁就應該準備玩完啦。係啊，對面炸開，然後一隻月月紅。Oh no！ 太差嘅，太差嘅起手啦！俾日本搞就最好，咁啊係啊，對我哋嚟講就最近啦，又冇乜時差，不過現場睇都舒服。香港又太近。同埋我都幾期望佢喺香港有機會搞，我都希望可以嚟到香港搞。係咯，香港場地都幾好啊，會展都唔錯啊。上海搞算啦，我覺得應該都真係有機會，可能再過耐啲，等內地營運呢隻卡 game 嘅時間再耐啲，真係有機會喺內地搞。
Like, look at this from the beginning. The Monkey Dory was kind of the lone monkey.
好卡嘅
just annihilating these
起手
gimmick
話
ghouls
俾多
off of the
鞭屍。
field. We barely got into Golden Go. It was epic to see all of this energy lined up with the Earthen Vessel, the Energy Search Pro to get that huge knockout on the 320 HP Dragapult EX. The reveal of the Togekiss right at the end, but Daigo just had it here with the Blood Moon Ursaluna, the energy attached here, the free retreat into that win, knocking out that Golden Goat EX on Piper's side, taking the win here in our first game in Swiss round 10. Now we're going to have to see how this second round goes between these players. I want to see a much
Game
stronger
2
setup for our Golden
有一
Goat
個魔力
player
人先。
Piper.
Well, that is the benefit of choosing who goes first and second after a loss. We saw that Daigo selected to go second, and that led to a phenomenal setup. That opening Itchy Pollen, accelerating those energies onto the board, having multiple Dreepy to work in combination with and draw more resources. For Piper, it was just attach pass, and you can't do much with that. So now fortunes will flip over. Piper could see those early resources, and if you have that opening Buddy Puffin, Golden Go just gets that much better.
We're talking about coin bonus, we're talking about fortunes, Kyle. What about the fortune of taking some extra prize cards, huh?
You know, that was the tricky thing. Time is money, and this is how you recoup in this situation.
Yes.
You can steal some additional prize cards if things work out. You know that's in the back of her mind. If you have a full setup, it's very easy to burn all of your resources. Well,
今日嘅直播都仲係大師組嘅，佢大師組嘅直播嚟嘅，跟住佢只有決賽嗰日，即係聽日啦，佢先會直播晒3個組別嘅決賽咯。因為佢都 keep 住就係大師組嘅直播。
If luck is on your side.
If luck is on your side, will the light shine down here on Piper in this match coming up? Or will Daigo be able to close things out with a 2-0 victory in our Swiss round 10? Get those championship points here and churn toward our top cut. That is going to be the question in this match going forward here between these players. Two young guns ready to face off once again. Two powerful decks, Golden Go, Dragapult EX. It's going to be epic. Don't go anywhere because we are starting right now. Swiss round 10, game 2 between these players. It's
Okay,
gonna start a little
game 2
differently this time. Over on Piper's side, Genesect
可唔可以追翻一場呢？
Daigo with a Duskull in the starting position, and Daigo's going to be going first this time. This is what you said. Piper opting to go second.
有氣球有。
Oh, yes, that's where you want to be. We saw Arvin in the opening hand, which is nice. Air Balloon, Buddy Puffin. You'll have some help, but when you top deck another Buddy, oh yeah, that is
Another
a
one.
full setup.
Oh my gosh.
Unless
Price 咗兩個都有起手嘅一個啊，
the odds
勁
of
啊！
finding the Buddy was
That's what I'm saying. Like,
ridiculous
what the,
there.
Well, I mean, I guess if we're talking about the
反而
light shining
係
down,
隻
so
吉
far it's
雞
working.
price 有少少
The odds
貴。
were slim with the Buddy Poffin, but at least we're going to get these two Gimme Cool out onto the
呢兩個
field.
唔講以為青年組嚟，
I mean, you know what that means. If Arvin did want to go
都
for
係嘅，
another
睇落
Buddy,
係比較
you can
young
see
啲。
Togepi early.
That's
And Togekiss is in hand. I mean, I'm just saying, we're not that far off.
I love it.
Okay.
We want this to happen so
Price.
much. We're trying to make fetch happen right
兩
now.
個唔緊要，
Where's our little buddy?
係起手
Where's our
first
buddy?
round
This is
都
gonna be
用到
some
嗰
Gimme
兩個
Cool。down. Right now, Air Balloon's going to aid in getting that free retreat for this Genesect EX to jump out of this position now, as this Gimme Cool is going to search out 2 energy from the deck with its minor errand running. It's just going on a little errand run.
Yeah, I must have broken a cardinal rule. I wore pink on Friday.
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunate.
That's tragic. Well, Piper here, that's going to end the turn after that minor errand running there for Piper. Daigo's going to start us off here after the quick shuffle.
最多兩個變咧。
This is what you need to see.
Give it.
Fire energy is not fun, but what it leads to is finding these additional energies, pulling energies you have multiple copies
陣
of. This
法
is very
有冇
important for
supporter
Piper. So-
展開啦？
So you see, could just be anything. The lightning energy, that is one that we see 2 copies of because there is that inclusion of the
小
Levincian.
光啊嗰啲有冇
Yeah,
啊？
love that stadium here. It's coming in clutch for more than just lightning decks there. That's great to see. Daigo going through this turn
我其
here.
實我冇一直讀
On
錯
the
嘅咩？
initial
佢係咪
turn,
讀
the Duskull
佢
was
讀
started.
陽
We
光
had
是
the
定讀
DP down with
陽
the
光
Psychic
是咧？
energy already attached. Now we have the evolution for it, for this Dracloak. We saw the recon directive already. Let's take a look at those prize cards for Daigo.
I mean, there's not a lot that you
Prize
play
叫
one
好
of in this list with all the
有用嘅
consistency.
卡，
Unluckily,
跟條鬼
found
條
the Blood Moon Ursa
條拉
Luna and the Dust
prize
Star
入
there.
去。
Suppose with the Blood Moon, the positioning of it could work out fairly well in the prize exchange. Find it at the last second when you need to remove that final golden go from play, but Dust Star
今次
could
冇
be a
咁
pretty
舒服
important
嘅
piece.
prize 啦。
Well, I mean, what I don't see in there, I guess, is these cards like Buddy Buddy Poffin to at least establish these initial turns here. Get your Badoo out, get your Pokemon out, and start going with that. Because as much as you can slow down a Golden Go, you want to do so. I mean, I guess this time is money thing. It's coming up in all sorts of ways, Kyle.
There's a lot of ways that we could see this. As this
Piper's writing the script for us, honestly.
Well, Togepi did not find its way onto the board, but you know, you don't need to show that off here. This is a spot where the consistency will probably get you far in taking these early knockouts, putting the pressure on Daigo that he did not feel previously. You have an answer to the Badoo. It's just that Metal Energy, discard the Lightning, and play down the Golden Go. From there, it's on Daigo to have response after response while still building up a board state.
What do you think about this Genesect EX being in play? You know, this is a card that aids Golden Go so much here, but it does also have the potential to be taken advantage of by Daigo. Wow, we see a lot of cards going down.
Well, this would have been a play that you need to lean on if you see aggression on the other side.
好 energy 撤退到，又多個部分都舒服。
With the jamming tower, lock this Pokemon out and hopefully buy yourself a little time. Piper does have some resources, the Artisan, Lavincia, even a copy of Pool Scrapper.
啱啱我都合作咗一下。
Some other things.
咁啊，有 Professor 展開，有 energy 撤退到，用 item lock。
Well, the answers are definitely here for Daigo. So many Pokemon hit the field here. We saw a huge Professor's research. A lot of resources went down, but it got us to this board now. We have 2 Duskull, 2 Dreepy, 1 Dracloak that was already out, and the Badoo is now Itchy Pollen into this item lock.
咁佢已經揾咗能量㗎啦，所以其實就
using that Genesect EX.
輕鬆揼一粒就 kill 對方。
With the metallic signal to metallic call out these metal Golden Go.
What do you think that sounds like?
Boing. I don't know. I don't know, bro. I was trying to think like, what else would it sound like?
I don't know. Toot, 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 toot. It could be anything.
Dong.
Sound the dong.
佢明講緊啲乜嘢嘅聲音？有咚有擠有啲啲啲掂。
I guess that's true. I don't know. I feel
Either way, it leads to a pretty great setup.
Oh my god! 有 boss order.
2 energies there to go.
Nice.
Wow.
Look at that. Oh my gosh, the tides have turned. I guess the metallic
god.
signal, it opened the fridge. It brought out the Swiss cheese here. The Golden Go EX are on the field. They're drawing cards and they're taking knockouts.
I don't know.
Cloak has gone down. That's a prize card there for Piper. Daigo re-promoting this Badoo now into an Iono. So adding some new cards to the hand after that shuffle up and put to the bottom of the last hand.
Yeah, Recon Directive found again. Is there a way to move this Pokemon? If you have the counter catcher, that would be a great way to bring up that Genesect, lock it out, and buy some more time. We don't see that.
而家呢個場，你講係咪捉到佢哋捉到佢氣球隻甲隻蟲蟲出嚟，跟住 item lock 鎖住一陣先，等自己多啲時間養成更加好咧。唔知佢養成嘅時候應該都有個。
Yeah, eventually you will clear out your allergies. This will go away. You'll be fine.
發瘋，
Yes.
發開後夢之後咁不咗，
The allergy
哇！
meds
真係太攰
to
太眼
kick
瞓，
in
啱啱應該發瘋。
But yeah, the Jammy Tower now in play here as well from Daigo's side. Recon Directive, our second one for the turn here off the second Dracloak. Drawn to some additional cards. And
好
that's gonna
抌
be it for the turn.
向前 item lock 啫。
Another 10 damage onto this Golden Go. Moving up.
No 10.
會唔會又有老大咁 strong 咧？
Yo, resisting the grass? That's wild. No 10 here, just coin bonus all day long for Piper.
喂，有場地喎，先 out 完之後都有場地。我仲話如果有得罰企捉佢隻 係咪又有波疏啦？又打死。咁我話如果有得捉佢隻從落彩突出嚟罰企，然後個場地卡住咗佢都幾好。咁我多啲時間去養食，但係都係擋唔住。就算捉個出嚟，佢都有場地截佢。
Because you have to still clear out Badoos, and if there's just 3 of these back to back with Night Stretchers, you may not have energies to attack for the remainder of the game. So Piper will consider that as we move forward.
Yeah, that's the question, and that's exactly what we're looking at here. Taking these Pokemon out, but also not sticking yourself in an unwinnable position. And Daigo also has to analyze that. Serendipity come down here, as well as the Dragapult EX, the Fire Energy attached, the Professor's Research first, discarding another Badoo into a fresh 7 cards.
有冇結晶啦？睇嚟係揾結晶的故事啊！定係佢係 Ace N 嘅咧？如果佢係 Ace N 嘅，佢會唔會？通常都係唔纏住。
It's not ready to give up on the attacking strategy just yet, as we see the Dragapult evolved this turn.
Yeah, can we have that aggression come back in here? So far only has that Fire Energy attached for Daigo. Had a fresh 7 cards to work with. So we're going back into this turn here.
Right,
another Dreepy coming down.
This has been the target from
就咁落隻 Ace， 但係佢 Ace 係行 energy 喎。所以佢填咗粒火 N， 其實已經轉型咗進攻唔到。
If you have a chance to bring back the Dreepy and establish Recon Directive for the remainder of the game, maybe you're not reliant on Pheasantipity over and over again to see a hand.
Gotcha, yeah. Yeah, you need some hit points on the board, just a single energy that can lead to something in the future. But yeah, there's just 1 Dreepy in the prize card still as well for Daigo. And this is kind of an intricate matchup that this has turned into, Kyle. The Itchy Pollen with the lockdown on the item cards, Piper taking those opportunities now. But where do you think she goes from here? We're seeing the Cypher Maniacs code breaking line up some additional cards in that stadium and another Cypher Maniacs. But what are we building up in the hands? Like, what's going to be the pivotal turn to kind of turn the tides here in Piper's favor?
This is my favorite part of the Cypher Maniacs code breaking is this specific situation.
領先3 prize 其實都俾咗好大壓力佢嘅鬼鬼嘅，其實，因為其實佢鬼鬼唔可以爆得咁輕鬆。佢一爆一隻鬼，其實就對面得翻2 prize， 直接轟你一隻多龍嘅完 game。所以變相佢嘅鬼唔係想象中爆得咁輕鬆。
I feel like when you're playing against Dragapult, the luminous energy coming down on the Dragapult EX. We see that Dusclops come into play. Flip the script into 3 additional cards. Recon Directive for another one here. Daigo's flying.
Iono 去干擾對方手牌啦。
Yeah, and that 10 damage that was onto the Gimme Ghoul actually paying off massive dividends here, as this could lead to a knockout on the active that has the only energies in play. However, we see the
佢卡住佢啲能量喺個，佢唔係佢揀咗隻呢個撤去嘅蟲蟲喎。輪流啦，一人飛翻場啦。啱啱海富嗰邊打完都要冇打咁嘅款，第一 game 1嘅時候，所以一人飛翻場啦 ，super。
That's why you think of everything.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, it's almost like they're pro players, pal. So wild here. Daigo, of course, analyzing all of this right now in his head as he goes through these turns. The Iono happened here. Dragapult EX, he's going to use this Phantom Dive. It's only 200 and then 6 damage to the field over on Piper's side as well.
跟住5-1。
Yep, wants to place 5 on the Pokemon that already has energy in play. Make sure that it is just 1 more Dragapult away from a KO there. And there's still chances for even a knockout on this turn. However, Daigo could run the table with that Neo Upper Energy on the next turn.
Yeah, that is what we need to see here. But Piper is going to draw into these cards now. Coin bonus for 2 after the top deck as well. We have Energy Search Pro, the A spec coming out.
多謝變月。
Grass Energy, Metal Energy. Looks like that's all that's left even in the deck.
Yeah, that's Energy Search mid.
啊，仲有一粒 N 起
Yeah, I mean,
身
it's so
又有
late in the
M
game now.
鋪。
So many of them are in the discard pile as we saw those knockouts back to back to back on those Dricloaks. Artisan as well. Being put out
奇書到出
here.
貨唔算太難嘅，都唔係嘅，始終都係有啲干擾嘅。同埋因為佢個 energy 個 gap 係需要手牌噶嘛，所以就算佢真係就算 draw 得翻個 gap 都好啦，我 left 咗佢個手牌
Oh, here
個
we
數量
go
都係緊
again.
要。
I mean, this card is so cool. Lining up once again with these cards.
Boo, she's just doing all the right things once more. The Cypher Maniac, but you do this combination specifically.
只係話佢出貨咗 draw engine 去累，但係始終都有個影響喺度。
This is the cleanest play, and it leads to a knockout, an Iono-proof setup, and you just need to find one remaining KO to move into game 3. This is everything you want.
I know, it's gorgeous. I mean, it's not only helping your top deck, you still have those coin bonus to be able to utilize on the same turn here, and it's playing well. As we see Piper carry out this turn, we see the damage moved over onto that Dragapult EX. Enough energy to take the knockout there on the
吊完
Dragapult.
EM 就碌 O 啊，好難搞。
For Piper to take to tie this up and go into a
啲
game
鬼鬼嘅起唔用得㗎啦，已經其實係咁啊，得翻一 price 一炸即刻就完咗。
I mean, this is just rough spot to be in. Look at the difference in the prize card.
You haven't solved the problem. There's not a knockout anymore because the Dark Energy, instead of using it to discard and deal more damage, it goes to Monkey Dory and heals you and brings this Pokemon down to 290, taking the KO with only the 6 energies. Daigo still trying to mount a comeback here. You still have 320 hit points. It seemingly would be hard to reach those numbers if it weren't for the top card waiting on the deck.
Yes, exactly. The superior energy retrieval to just get a bunch of energy back right when you need it and take big knockouts. That's how Golden Go works, you know? It takes down these big monster Pokemon like Dragapult EX. So Daigo trying everything, of course, possible to make this happen. You know, we're just under 20 minutes in our Swiss round 10 between these players. And truly, if this goes to game 3,
多龍去打一拳，
so
但對面
Daigo still churning through this turn. We're going to see an Iono here.
Iono 又干擾到一輕，對面可能係一個老大就已經可能有機會輕鬆，老大加個夾夾先炸開佢。剩低嘅 price 就算唔打前面隻多龍都唔太難，佢啲夾夾好似就用咗一個嘅。 仲有好多夾夾症啊！真係賽乎都好多方法完 game。龍打啦，你死佢隻好，唔派死佢隻，唔派死佢隻確彩特隊好，費事佢有可以用到吉隻雞嘅。 Okay, goodbye.
Cypher Maniac's code breaking. Here's the 2 cards
Hold on,
at the top, drawn into superior energy.
Yep.
Discarding these cards, getting these energy back out.
Time is money. Gotta move quick.
So yeah, make sure we do this all good and it's enough energy here.
Yep. And we see that there's 3 energy. That is enough with the Monkey Dory. Move the damage over down to 290. 300 for the KO. And Piper will see a game 3 here with a fair amount of time to get the job done.
Huge game win here for Piper Lepine, bringing us to a game 3
against
Daigo. Put it together there in the end. I mean, you can
不過我覺得多龍嗰邊唔算飛正常，我覺得係賽服嗰邊展開得太好 ，price 兩個部分都好輕鬆咁展開，就算啦，唉。 啱啱嗰個位啫，即上後河點仲有得打？Let's
take a look at that strategy right now. She was just removing those Dricloak back to back to back with these short-term energies, kind of just avoiding the fact that she's being locked by Badoo with these items the whole time, but didn't overextend it.
Yeah, spent a little time at math camp and it worked out. Take out multiple Dricloak, walk into the KO on the Badoo, and you're not worried about Itchy Pollen from that point forward. It's too slow for Daigo, has to start to move onto the aggressive spot and play into this. You take a risk. You try to find the jamming tower, slow down, force resources from Piper, attack into Genesect. it's weak to a Turo, it's weak to missing out on resources, but maybe you can incorporate a strategy that takes these 6 prizes off the board in a matter of 3 turns. If that's possible through those hit points, you're going to be up 2-0, moving on to round 11. Instead, Piper plays out of her mind flawlessly with the Cypher Maniacs code breaking, always making sure she had an answer.
搶翻後宮啦！
I mean, this is one of
係啊，
the
先
most
攻嘅賽富
difficult
豪。
decks to play as far as
好，
resource
賽
tracking,
富你嘅先
resource
攻
management,
睇下鋪得好唔
and
好啦。
sequencing. But she did it flawlessly.
咩事啊喂？
We're going into our next game between these players.
嚇死我！點解
Starting
停咗
off
個
with
畫
the
面？
Genesect
以為
EX
YouTube 又
once
大爆炸。
again for Piper. Gonna start using that ability. Nice and easy here.
咁
Look at the
還
prize
好
cards. I'll
，price
always
兩粒
search out
N
basic
兩個插
Pokemon.
波
The
兩
best
個部分。
opening hand, but that's not,
Yo, true.
not awesome prize cards. Pretty useless when you're drawing into what resources you need to continue to deal 320 damage over and over again. So, and also not seeing those cards in the opener would
已
be
經好
tough.
好啦，
However, we do
好
see
到3日
Buddy
底，
Buddy on turn 1.
下 round 好有可能
One
可以
thing
進化
that
晒
Tycho was hoping to avoid.
Yeah,
Tingin.
but we found it once again. The odds here were limited because of those basic searches, but Buddy Buddy is going to do just that for Piper.
好，氣球撤退冇問題啦。
Down here onto the bench, the air balloon once again applied to
到
that
到對
Genesect
方，
EX to allow it to pivot out of that active position, but continue to metallic signal for more golden go. And we're just a couple steps away now here for Piper, leading into those coin bonuses and that really dangerous board state that she kind of just mounts against Daigo. And then let's see on this side if Daigo even has a little bit of a falter in this initial setup. It could be truly kind of rough.
後指啊，佢 first round 要用，都幾慘喎，係咪用到鬥指喎？即係一隻進化 Pokémon 嘅喎。
With a Duskull in play.
哦
hand is so stacked.
阿氹落 price 咗，
I'm a little nervous. I don't
唔
think
知
it
佢
works
一
that
個
way
定
to
係
be
兩個嘅 item 落咗，第一個就
Usually I'm hoping for the best
冇啦，
here.
變咗
Looking
呢
at
粒
the
唔可以
prize
item
cards,
落
a
嘅。
lot of Pokemon stuck in there for Daigo, but yeah,
啊
I
綠
mean,
屎
this
用
evolution
鬥
Pokemon
指，
and an energy, and
會唔
Daigo
會
is
冇
looking
怪
for
嘅
the
咩
prize？ cards,
當？
or sorry, not the prize
而家都
cards,
係鬼鬼
the
企
deck
出嚟，之後佢有機會用鬥指都係冇
the
怪，
prize cards as well.
跟住翻嚟先二隻賽富行得出就一拳完 game。
The non-EX version of Golden Go. Strike it rich as long as you find a metal energy. Could knock out the lone basic Pokemon here without having to search out those additional resources. We didn't see, I think we only saw one basic energy in hand to work with, and it's not the metal yet. But just having an immediate response to a Badoo, or even knocking out the Duskull if it's that evolution, that turn would be great to see.
Yeah, that would be awesome for sure. Daigo's still working through this deck search here off of this Hilda, going through, and I mean, there's a lot of stakes on the line here for both of these players, so everything has to be thought about 10 times as much.
Searching out
太清面，咁但係佢啲都龍底咧，
Like, what is going on here? Dragapult EX and the Fire Energy
都龍底咧。
out of the deck from Daigo. It's any evolution Pokemon.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
does that mean we just are stacked with Jacloaks? Like,
揀咁
until
耐
I，see a Dreepy.
我估佢應該係
I'm
drop 碌屎嗰
very
啲，
nervous on this side.
所以
There
第一次
is
search
Ultra
dash
Ball
search
in
好
hand,
耐，
so maybe it's
情況唔樂觀。啊有 Ultra 噃
that's true.
，OK OK
Yeah,
OK
I guess
OK，
discarding those two evolutions. The Duskull
有
and
Ultra Ball
Dragapult
都
is
還好
going
啲啲，
down just to be able to Ultra Ball here.
我又冇 Ultra Ball，
That is rough, but you need
狂
it. You
嘅
need the
嘢，
Streepy out. It is so
直接
important.
俾
You
人當。
saw how Piper was able to just boss's orders, knockout, boss's orders, knockout, and then you're kind of stuck in this position where, well, what resources do I have left? Oh no.
Yep. Yeah, when
因為
when-
對面
when
有
your
冇 boss
early
order 啲
challenge and attacking line
古
is
仔啦，
being knocked
又
out
捉
in
佢
the
多龍俾佢
same
打死又好
exact
勁。
card of boss's orders.
And there's another GP in the prize cards and one of the Badoo as well, too, in the prizes for Daigo. So it's like just the same as it was before with one of those Dreepies stuck in the prizes. At least it's at the bottom now for Daigo, but I mean,
我拍低隻多龍底手田，搞咗一大輪嘢，終於有多龍底啦。而家又冇老底，一嘢懟冧佢啦。又清到佢冇晒多龍，就係好頭痕啊！對面呢，仲要已經用埋鬥志，其實即係佢個 hand 絕大部分都係行唔到落去嘅卡。
You have a few ways to draw into this. Use a coin bonus on the bench and try to find it, and then retreat into your other one. Find 2 more resources. Cypher Maniac's code breaking is going to be used to take this, so we won't see the knockout on the Dreepy this turn, but honestly, the pressure of taking out Duskull and taking prize cards should be enough when you only have 11 minutes remaining.
Exactly. The time is ticking down here. The Vessel to just throw away that little golden go there to get these energy out of the deck here now. And I mean, it's just, you kind of see how fun this deck is to play. Of course, Piper's so focused right now. It's so much is on the line, but it is truly fun. You know, you are, like you said, Kyle, legally stacking your deck here to draw into whatever cards you need. It's like kind of a quick search, but better in some ways, as you just draw into these cards and you're able to take the knockouts where you need. This time it is going to be on the dust.
我一進一進啦，希望呢兩張幫到佢，呢兩張行唔到玩完。OK， 不啲，有得繼續行落去先。OK， 冇咧又玩完。
Jamming Tower was the other option, but I think you need to set up at this point, Buddy, to see those Pokemon that were so sorely missed on the opening turn here for Daigo. Now they start to come up to the top. We see Badoo. That could buy you a little bit of time. We know there is a metal energy, but that's a precious resource. If that's discarded and the Badoo line stays doing its job with the Itchy Pollens, you could see Counter Catcher onto a Golden Go, and maybe it doesn't attack for a few turns.
I was just getting nervous, just relying that Badoo can hold. It is nerve-wracking here, but you got to do what you got to do.
呢邊個老大又變得緊要啦，因為其實個老大最緊要係個即係捉佢個 Joy Engine 出嚟啊！佢而家嘅 Joy Engine 就係嗰隻一進，所以要快啲捉到佢出嚟落勾。氣球加老大加 energy， 但係應該冇啦，佢所以直接係派咯。
Whatever basic energy is your flavor of the week, and then the other one is your Cypher Maniac for the following turn. You take the knockout along with the energy attachment of the metal, and you clean up this Badoo, put a lot of pressure on. And it looks like you could even do that with the air balloon if you want to keep some energies out of play.
Yeah, exactly. And then you also are able to pivot in the future as well with this air balloon as the tool card. We see that energy discarded, taking out that
有氣球就得甩，然後向前打。
Down here for Piper, the first 2, and Daigo is put in this position again, just having to
喐到未？每 round 就係靠偵察指令嘅兩張卡，有冇得喐？冇得喐就慘啦，情況好唔樂觀啊！
Likely knock you out if you don't have any item locking in
多龍連飛兩場，先贏
Oh no! The pass over back to Piper. Piper loves it. Here we see the hands flying, the cards flying, the coin bonus once again here. And that's, I mean, look at this. Superior energy retrieval, discarding these Buddy Poffin, getting this energy back out. And this is all you need. Take these knockouts. Boss's orders now to down that Dracloak as well. That's putting even more resistance in the way for Daigo to have those answers to be able to even get into any
應該冇乜機，完啦，連隻一進都掛埋，又 the hand ready 啦。
3 prize cards left to take for Piper Lapine.
佢本身都每 round 扣隻一進嘅特性喺前行，而家真係 GG。大家就擁有體育精神，繼續打落去。
Half of your deck is based around giving prize cards to your opponents to make the math work out perfectly in your favor. Dealing these curse blasts, using Iono, slowing them down, and you can't do any of that here. She's got a perfect engine to draw out of any of those situations, and you can't give up those prize cards. And even if you do deal a relevant amount of damage, Monkey Dory is a dark energy away from pushing that back over to the other side.
Yeah, that's the other scary part too. There's like every trick in the book here and all the access given to Piper. We haven't even seen the Token Kiss either. Like no need for it, at least at this point, with the dominance Piper is showing us so far here. We are going to see the Iono from Daigo. That's an option here to try to limit as much as possible. Also get some fresh cards to the hand too. Of course, sitting still at full prize cards.
Oh, I mean, 7 minutes, season night stretcher. Is there time for Badu? You also would need an energy to move this Pokemon from the active spot. There's
係咪一再捉出嚟啊？又係不能撤退 item lock。
Pollen back in place. It's got to be some incredible draws here from Daigo over the next few turns.
Incredible indeed. That's what's needed.
多龍選手真係好黑仔。
See the Itchy Pollen locking item cards, the coin bonus already utilized. Another metallic
其實
signal.
都唔黑㗎啦，你諗下佢都7勝2和啊，其實成績都好好，已經唔算黑，真係黑仔嘅人。今日已經唔需要嚟現場啦。
But Piper still has so much to do here with these coin bonus
特勝抽二，特勝，特勝，又有老大家 energy 咁扯火咧？我係冇嘅。
The perfect one, the chain of the Cypher Maniacs. It's like there's more than 4 of them in the deck, I swear. But no, they're just coming back and back again to line up these cards for Piper. Exactly what you need every turn. Doesn't that sound great?
開庫又再一個能量又打死隻含手包，其實爭2 price 對面嗰隻唔知唔追，佢一出多龍，咁佢只需要秒一隻多龍就足夠。
Which may be one, as we see Duskull promoted, and this is the risk you have to take. Bring this Pokemon into the mix, use a Curse Blast, try to sneak in something like Blood Moon Ursaluna in this spot, and just clear this Pokemon and hope to not see anything else soon.
Yeah, hope that your opponent hasn't managed things well enough, that maybe they slipped up here, and you can somehow capitalize on that, make a comeback. Daigo's going to do everything possible, starting off with these recon directives to get some cards into the hand.
Force a 7 prize game, put a massive Pokemon in the active spot. If the cards are there, surely you have to try something at this point. Genesect, Jamming Tower, Air Balloon. You see what we're going for as Daigo.
Yeah, I mean, the Jamming Tower shutting off that Air Balloon, allowing for the Genesect EX to usually retreat, but nope, not this time around, unless that stadium, of course, could be bumped.
起啦，係咪要之後慢慢起翻？
From Daigo, drawn to these fresh 7 cards, discarding a couple Pokemon there.
For Piper, you see immediately as soon as a supporter's played that isn't named Iono, you take a look at your hand and go, "Oh, I get to keep all of these resources. Are they enough?"
Yes, exactly. Are they enough? And can I get there? That is the question. But Daigo also trying to just hold on here as well.
呢邊睇下會唔會有翻剷開佢個場地嘅卡啦。
That's a resource gone for Daigo too. There's a big discard pile over there.
時間仲有4分鐘，但係應該夠時間，因為其實鋼蟲嗰邊打2拳就都完 game 㗎啦，所以雖然時間就仲有3分零鐘，但係應該都夠嘅。
But now Daigo's put into this position. We do now have 2 Cloak here. We have the Luminous Energy. You can see what's going on, trying to hold on to this match here. But Piper Lapine once again slamming down the Cypher Maniacs. Fresh 2 cards here for her. Whatever she wants out of the deck.
Yeah, the pressure is on as far as the clock in Piper's mind. She knows she's only 2 prize cards away, but you'd love to be down to just 1 prize remaining before time is called. Gives you a little more wiggle room if you aren't able to establish that big knockout.
N 手填定俾隻馬騮。
Understandably flying through here. We see the Lavencia, see the energies flying into the hand here too now.
Yeah, that's it. That's what we need to see. The stadium bump, the air balloon unlocked once again. The Golden Go promoted into the active. Energy discarded to take the knockout on that Duskull. We're in that position now, Kyle. 1 prize card left to take here for Piper Lapine. To take the win in Swiss round 10. And Daigo, unfortunately, is just left with these 2 Cloak one luminous energy on the board.
呢個夜晚呢場9勝咯喎，9勝係咪就已經安全達陣？
The promotion
入到 top cut 咧
plenty of time. 2.5 minutes here, so Piper likely will still see a few more turns to take that single prize.
政策指令，但係我覺得反魂乏術啦，個節奏完全追唔上㗎啦，其實都已經係。
The math is in your favor if you don't have to deal with Monkey Dory dealing 200 damage and then 60 to a Golden Go, Boss's Orders or Counter Catcher, and remove both those Pokemon at the same time. If you target down where both of the metal energies are, then maybe there's a situation where Piper doesn't have all of the resources, but you think under item lock, it would be pretty hard to stop her.
Yes, exactly. I mean, that's what this deck is built for, just pulling out all the stops right at the correct moments, and that's a tough position to be when you're facing off against it in this late game. So, yeah, I mean, Daigo's going to do everything here, you know, trying to think through all the possibilities, taking a look through the discard pile. Dragapult EX being tied up in there, already been discarded before.
日本嘅朋友係飲恨啊！如果佢呢個 game 輸咗，咁啊大分嘅話都係7勝1敗2和，再贏埋下一場都係26分，唔知仲有冇top cut。
Or if you have another jamming tower, you can try again on the Genesect. It's just when is enough enough? When do you have to just start attacking through?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough here. The Night Stretcher bringing back that Dragapult EX. We saw the Ace energy come onto that active. Now Dragapult EX after that evolution from it coming back, and that's the hit points.
I don't know， 期望對面一張 hand 玩唔到啲咩
as much as possible. You see Daigo's logic here. Let's just hope for the best and see if Piper's able to come up with the answers, or if we're able to buy enough time, enough turns to maybe make a comeback here.
I mean, the attack has to happen right now at this point. 25 seconds remaining.
又有
need to attack in, deal the
咁多呢個場嘅又有。
Then take both those Pokemon out at the same time.
如果唔係有呢個場地，免費執2粒 N 出嚟打100嘅對面，其實一個老大嘅 game。
Right now, though, you need to see Piper drawing that remaining card. But that's all for naught if she has the resources to close things out.
Exactly. I mean, that's where we need it to be, but now it's on Piper to see what we have here.
Energy Search Pro, searching out the remaining energies. Just a Boss's Orders away from closing things out, or if you can find enough energies to actually knock out the Dragapult, that will do it here too.
佢一個夾翻晒啲 energy 就完 game 啦。
battled through to take it down and take a win here for Piper. Can we get there, Kyle?
I mean, the math says you can use the dark energy on the Monkey Dory, protect the hit points of the Golden Go. It won't matter. It's all about the top decks from here on out. Coin bonus for 2, along with 2 more coin bonuses. At any point, if you see the Superior, a way to search it out, or the Boss's Orders, you get there. And there's the Arvin for the Superior Energy Retrieval. That will do just fine.
Arvin, Superior Energy Retrieval. Discard these 2. Get these energy back out of the discard. That's enough for the match.
恭喜蔡富豪輸 Game 1啊，都追翻晒上嚟。9勝佢應該入到 top cut 啦。恭喜晒，恭喜晒！同啱啱 Game 1個樣爭幾遠，啱啱 Game 1個樣憂心忡忡，而家算啦。佢笑容都唔錯喎，恭喜對手啊 ！Thank you 裁判。
At the North American International Championships with Marnie's Grimmsnarl of all decks.
好彩
her way into the top 8, and she may have just done it again at the World Championships.
Yeah, I mean.
唔知香港幾時有女仔入到 top cut 㗎嘛？有女 player 嘅 top cut 比賽睇下。
Here and to do it again right after NAIC into the World Championships proves what an incredible player Piper Lepine is.
好咁啊，陣間仲有最後一輪瑞士輪嘅，唞一唞先。我 feel 到係咁恰着係嘛？已經恰着咗好幾輪，要唞一唞先。陣間仲有最後一輪。
This is when she really got to show what she's made of. Oh, so many plays back to back, finding the results that you need, and just being preventative is the greatest way to combat what the Dragapult player can do to you. Is they have ways to slow things down, buy additional time, You just don't let that happen. With a top deck of Cypher Maniac over and over and over again, it's just waiting for you as we moved into this game 3, where cards were flying, and rightfully so.
Yeah, I mean, this really has shown the power behind Golden Go facing off against Dragapult EX. It's one of the best decks in our format, and it is just being taken out here. Daigo could not find a way in this third game between these players to just stabilize the board. I mean, he was always working on the back foot here, just trying to get something out. Threw up a bunch of hit points, tried his best here when he could, but Piper was able to put everything together with those energy retrieval cards and, of course, that beautiful ace spec. And that's going to get enough damage to knock out one of the best decks in the format.
Yeah, I mean, when you're playing as fast as she had to, given what happened in the opening game, and to still line up the plays as perfectly as they were, it's just something to watch. Go back and see at every point she found the right line, even with the potential for Daigo to switch over to a final Badoo lock. She, on that turn, sneaks in Lavencia with the lightning, so that she has that backup plan too. Just everything culminated into perfect play to have an answer and force more responses out of a guy who has no recon directive.
Exactly. What do you do at that point? Yeah, so many intricate decisions, and one of the best players in the Pokemon TCG making those decisions, piloting that deck to expert level completion there, taking the win in Swiss Round 10, potentially locking up into the top cut after NAC into the World Championship. I want to hear from her, and Chip is down at the stage. Piper, how you feeling?
Thanks, Boo and Kyle. That's right, I'm here with our newest member of the World Championships top cut, Piper Lapine. Let's hear it for her, folks. Piper, as long as we've been standing up here, you have not been able to wipe the smile off your face. Talk to me about what you're feeling right now in this moment.
Yeah, this is my 10th World, so I'm really excited to be in top cut. This is my 3rd cut in a row, so that all feels really good. Yeah, really making up for a kind of lackluster season otherwise, but yeah, feels amazing.
Finishing strong for sure. Let's talk about that set real quick. You know, you get to this point, 8-1, an incredible start at the World Championships. You get called up to the stream stage. You sit down, game 1, things are very slow for you. It doesn't go very well. You lose pretty handily. As you're sitting there shuffling up for the second game, what's in your head?
I really don't know. I was feeling pretty bad about game 1. I mean, I drew pretty unfortunately. Prize like my Call for Family Gimme Goal, which really limited like the plays I could make. So I just had a really weak board. Yeah, that all felt pretty bad, but I'm like, you know, my luck's got to even out. So then it did in the next 2 sets or next 2 games, and yeah, here we are.
Here we are indeed. Yeah, so those 2 games went much better into your favor. I actually want to talk to you about your deck list a little bit and just kind of Golden Go in general. Most popular deck in the room, Day 1 and Day 2, but it seems like everyone's got a little bit of flair in there. We've seen the Chansey, we've seen the Ceruledge EX be played by some players. You've gone a different route. We didn't see it in that game, Togekiss. Tell me about it.
Yeah, I mean, Togekiss is amazing. It's won me so many games against like Crustle, the Mirror Match, like so many random games. It just wins me Armor Rouge box yesterday. It's like you never set it up against Poltnor pretty intuitively. Like they're itchy pawning you, so you don't get a candy it. So yeah, you can't really set up against Poltnor, but it's a fun card, and yeah, kind of like in a field of like all really good players, you can't count on them misplaying, so better to be lucky than good.
Sometimes those coin flips have to go in your favor, and it sounds like it's paid off for you thus far.
Yeah.
Great run, 9-1 right now, should be locked in for top cut like we mentioned. What is going to prevent you from becoming the world champion?
I don't know, I'm feeling great. The list is broken, thanks to Bodhi for building it, and yeah, I'm really excited for cut.
You mentioned Bodhi. I know there's many other people out here supporting you. Anyone you want to say thanks to?
Shout out Julian for also playing the 60 and Guinea, I guess. I mean, he's 404 into Day 2, which is a little, but yeah, also my family and friends and everyone else who's supporting me. It's been an amazing run the last few months, and yeah.
Congratulations again, Piper. Let's hear it for her one more time, folks. Piper Lapine making it into World's Top Cut. We're going to take a quick little break, but we'll be back very soon with our final Swiss round. Don't go anywhere. Chipper here, and I'm extremely excited to get to talk now to Wancho, Ira, and Aiden. A full family of competitors this weekend at the Pokemon World Championships. Wancho, tell us about this experience. Your whole family has qualified for Worlds. What did that take?
It hurts 3 times as much in the Pokemon Center, that's for sure. But no, it's 3 times more exciting. I'm 3 times more nervous. There's so many emotions all together. But the fact that I get to experience the World Championships here in Anaheim with my family, I don't know. I can't explain this feeling, Chip. I'm over the moon.
A special moment for sure. So you and Ira will both be competing in Masters, and Aiden here will be competing in Juniors. Aiden, talk to us about what you have done to prepare for the World Championships this year.
Lots of very fun training. It has been a great way to... It has all led up here.
A lot of practice.
A lot of practice.
a lot of practice. And a lot of excitement as well because the tournament is about to get underway. Ira, tell us about the journey this year. What have been some of your favorite moments traveling to tournaments as a family?
It's been, it's been fun because it's our family bonding. League cups and tournaments are usually in the weekend, so we spend our weekends together. Sometimes we even stay in a hotel overnight because it's a 2-day tournament. So it's vacation and also competition. But it's fun. It's fun. It's a good way to spend family time for sure.
And I have to ask, I'll start here with you, Aiden. Who do you think of the 3 of you is going to have the higher finish this weekend?
My dad.
Dad, what do you think?
Aiden, 100%.
Yeah, Wancho.
A lot of support here for the father figure in the family. Well, congratulations to all of you. I mean, it's such a cool story. I'm very much looking forward to following your journey throughout the tournament weekend. Aiden, I hear you have some friends you want to say hello to?
Yes, my classmates.
Classmates from who?
From the Philippines.
A long journey to get here, and hopefully it will all pay off for all of you, and I hope you enjoy your tournament weekend. Let's get back to the Pokemon TCG action.
My name is Vance Kelly. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri.
Vance is playing quickly. Does he have the pieces? Switch card, moving the Mew VMAX into the active spot, and Boss's orders brings up the Zacian V. Vance Kelly, the 2023 Pokemon TCG World Champion!
It still hasn't really set in that it's real, but it's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time. My strategy throughout the tournament was just to use the deck that I'm comfortable with. My favorite card is Mew VMAX. It's a really versatile card. It can use a lot of different attacks, and games unfold in a lot of different ways. I definitely had my moment of doubt between the 2 days of the tournament when you're allowed to switch decks. I thought maybe I'll switch, but my friends told me to just stick with it, and I did, and it paid off. Going into the match, I did realize that the first 2 games went really long. You know, maybe like game 3, I could kind of eke out a win on prizes or something like that. I would have loved to play the full game out against Tord, but that's just kind of how it goes sometimes. Next year, I'd definitely be worried to play Tord again. I think he's the best of all time. I played against people from like 3 or 4 different continents this weekend. It's a lot of fun to play against people from different countries, and it's really cool to kind of have something in common with people around the world that you can talk about. My advice to anybody who's playing is find a good group of people to bounce ideas off of and play games with and just practice a lot and go from there. Winning Worlds still feels just absolutely unreal. It's something that I aspired to, but it's like really a dream.
Chip Ritchie here, and I've got a chance to catch up with none other than Gabriel Fernandez, the 2023 Senior Division World Champion, a 5-time Senior Division International Champion, and now you're competing at your final event as a seniors player. Gabriel, how are you feeling this weekend?
Feeling good. Hopefully I'll get to win my last tournament as a senior, and just good luck to every player out there, but I'm coming for the win.
I wouldn't expect anything less. And I do feel like most of the time when we get to talk to you, it's after you've won a big tournament. You've done plenty of that throughout your career. Let's just have a chance now to get to know you a little better. For the people out there, talk to us a little bit about kind of your background in the Pokemon trading card game. How long have you been playing, and what do you think has led to all this success you've had the last couple of seasons?
So I think the biggest part of my success is my brother, just having a person like that in the family when you're just like at home doing nothing, and then let's play a game of Pokemon. And I started doing that 8 years ago when he went to a local store, and it's always those locals, right, where we get to first play Pokemon and the journey begins. So he really liked the game and then started to teaching me, and it just went from there.
Really cool to be able to share a hobby like that with your brother. And you guys have both had your fair share of success. You know, Vinny as well has won tons of tournaments, you know, won the Charlotte Regional Championships in America last season. Do you guys feel like you've prepared well for this event?
I think we have done a good job on preparing ourselves for the deck. We practiced a lot, wasted a lot of our times. So I think we will have our success we're hoping for.
This season, you have compiled what many would call the perfect season. 5 best finish limit. You were able to win 3 internationals and 2 regionals. You were able to complete all of your locals, getting the maximum amount of championship points. You have already won the World Championships, but winning it this year would mean you truly completed the perfect Pokemon season. What would that mean to you?
I would have no words, to be honest. It's just probably the best feeling ever, just winning the 3 international championships and then winning Worlds just to close the season like that. I don't know really how to express it.
One of the things that I admire about you as well is that you seem to bounce around with what deck you play. You've played some Terapagos this season, you've played some Dragapult, but you won 2 ICs and a regionals with Charizard EX. What do you think it is that kept drawing you back to that card?
To be honest, I just really liked how the engine of Charizard works, and I'm not really a person who usually sticks to a deck. I rather play the best deck than the one I feel most comfortable or the one I really like playing. I want to play the best deck at the tournament and try to win with it. So I think the Charizard was the best deck for most of the tournaments I played, so that's what kept me with it. And maybe at Worlds too, you know.
We'll have to see what you end up going with this tournament weekend. Now, this is your last tournament as a senior, as we've mentioned. You've already played your first tournament as a master. You know, I saw you posting online that you've played in a couple of League Cups. Talk to us about that experience playing against some of the older players.
It's really fun after some time, like 3 or 4 years just playing in the seniors, and there's always people talking how you're gonna age up to masters and then you get to play in those events. So I also really enjoy playing Pokemon, so it's pretty fun. I really like playing against every player.
Absolutely. I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. Obviously, you've got your tournament weekend to come here this weekend at Worlds. But what are you looking forward to about next season? Next season competing for Worlds as a master. What do you think we could expect from you?
So my brother won a regional in his first season, and I definitely want to win one too, so I can tie at least him. Yeah, I think I'm just looking for the one major win and maybe in the future more too.
Congratulations on all your success, Gabriel. We'll be rooting for you throughout the entire weekend. Best of luck this weekend at Worlds.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Pokemon World Championships. We are here in beautiful Anaheim, California, in the Convention Center, and it's crunch time. It is the last Swiss round here for the TCG competition before we move on to the Top Cut phase. Things are heating up for sure. I am Kyle Pukasukovic, and what an event it has been so far, but there's still so much left to play. As we head into this final Swiss round, we have 2 players who are locked in. We just saw Piper Lapine win on stream and make it to the Top Cut. We also have Justin Newdorf at 27 match points. Will be safe for the Top Cut as well. We are projecting a 27 point is safe and 26 match points also probably safe, but uncertain. We'll have to see how the matches play out. Riley McKay is currently at 26 match points and might be in the Top Cut as well. For a lot of other players, this is a big round. Let's bring in our casters for this round. Ethan and Freya, how you two doing?
Thanks so much, Kyle. We're doing great. I'm sure we're as excited as you are to see how things are going to transpire in this last match. And as you said, it's crunch time. You know, a lot of solid players on this win-and-in match. This is a World Championships. This is world-level talent. What are some names that have stuck out to you? Some players, you know, maybe at that 24, 25 match point records where they have a chance to make Top Cut here.
Yeah, obviously we have Oyvind, who started out 8-0-1. is stuck at 25 match points. May be able to intentional draw into the top cut. Maybe we'll see him. That'll be a name to follow. But there's a lot of great names still out there. One I want to call out is Marco Cifuentes at 23 match points, the brother of Fernando Cifuentes, who won last year at the World Championships. Could we see brothers win back-to-back World Championships?
That would be absolutely incredible to see. Fernando is also in the field in day 2, as far as I recall. How is he doing, as a matter of fact?
I think he's at 22 match points, so he would just be one short even if he won this round. So unfortunately, doesn't look like he'll be able to reach it back to the top cut here. But hey, there's still lots of great players out here, and what a great run still. It's difficult to make it to the second day of competition, phase 2 of the event, and he's shown that last year was no fluke. He's a great player, and you love to see a great follow-up from a world champion.
Yeah, absolutely no shame in winning Worlds and then having a deep run at the Worlds afterwards. Yeah, absolutely proving it wasn't a fluke.
Last question for you, Kyle. We're getting towards the end game, getting down to, as many as a large asymmetric cut. We're starting to see those names of players who are in the running to become a world champion. It's a little early. You got any favorites to take down this event this time?
It's so hard to pick at this point. We don't even know who's all going to make it. I mean, if you asked me last year, I don't think Fernando was on the top of everybody's list of players who are going to win the event. That's what's so exciting about the World Championships. You have excellent pro players who you know the name of, they have great name recognition, but you also have players who are excellent but haven't had their breakout moment yet. So we'll see.
Thanks so much, Kyle. We'll be hearing from you the rest of the day as we get into the end game of this event at the World Championships. Anaheim is our home for the next day and a half, all building up tomorrow to Championship Sunday, where we will be crowning a world champion.
Crowning a world champion, of course, crowning it in our very own arena. We've talked about it a few times already. We can't show too much about how that's going to go yet, but honestly, I am so excited. You are not going to want to miss Championship Sunday, I'm telling you, folks.
So as Kyle mentioned, this is it. The last Swiss round, round number 11. Players getting those last match points they can to lock up their top 32, get some cash, and for the players at the top echelon of performance here, secure themselves a spot into that asymmetric top cut. 27 match points, 100% safe, 26. Looks like it will be on that asymmetric bubble. So you gotta lock in for this last round, but pending on how high up you are on those standings, could determine how much more Pokemon is needed to be played today.
And speaking of making the top cut, Kyle did mention it briefly, of course. The option of maybe taking an intentional draw just to lock up that one extra match point to guarantee your slot. As far as we're aware, only Table 1 has taken that intentional draw option this round.
Yeah, it makes sense. They're both locked. Putting themselves to 28 match points means that it's a little bit more likely that they could potentially dodge that asymmetrical top cut match. But it really just depends on how many players are in. If there's, 10, 12 players in there, yeah, absolutely, taking an intentional draw is good. However, if it becomes a huge asymmetric top cut, everybody most likely is going to have to play, and it's treated a bit more like a top 16. Let's take a look at our standings and see how everything is shaped out so far here in terms of placement. So you're really looking at these players at 24, 25 match points, still in the running, still in the potential to make this top cut. While Piper and Justin have intentionally drawn, putting themselves to 28. They can take a bit of a sigh of relief this round, grab some food, get ready for that top cut. Not so much of the same can be said for a lot of these other competitors.
Yeah, I mean, Kyle already mentioned Oyvind, of course. It's got to feel so rough knowing you went 7-0-1 on day 1. You've only taken your first loss now, but you're still having to have this debate in your mind as to whether you want to play or to take the intentional tie, because if you take the intentional tie, chances are you will make the top cut, but it might be in the asymmetrical bracket. And so it sounds like, from what we can tell at least, Oyvind is deciding to play it out. But then if you lose, after that insane run, you might not make top cut, depending on how the numbers play out.
And I wonder, if these players at this point know their field, know what the matchups look like at this point. That has to always be a consideration. Do you, if you believe you have a better matchup in the field, play it out compared to, if Oyvind finally starts hitting decks like Dragon Ball, are you okay to take your chance and take a draw? I feel like that has to be a consideration for these players when the stakes are just so tremendously high.
Yeah, they are. And a lot of other names to mention as well. Benny Billinger, who we've seen so many times on stream before, one of those aged-up seniors that started doing very well in the Masters division. That comes to mind. Kian Amini, who I know for a fact got top 16 at the last World Championships here in Anaheim because I was sat across from him waiting to pick up my prizes at that same table last time. So another great performance from him.
Kian, a longtime player, 3-time regional champion in the Pokemon TCG, and a California native, so a little bit close to home, made the trek out, and he had quite a big match ahead of him last round. Gardevoir mirror match versus Henry Chow. Ooh. Many would consider the best Gardevoir player in the entire world. Kian was able to best it with the help of some of his conclusions, or rather inclusions, in his deck. He's now on that win and in. He'll be playing up against a lot of other players, and that's going to be great matches we have to feature. We'll get into those feature matches as well. What matches are taking out in the place again? Very curious to see what those down pairs look like. It looks like it is actually going to be clean in terms of how the pairings have worked out this round. So there are no 24-point players being paired up against 23-point players, meaning that if all these rounds play out, we'll be in a very interesting situation on what that point bubble looks like.
Yeah, because the difference between a small asymmetrical cut and a big one is whether just one person sneaks in the 8th place on 25 match points. If we get that, then as you mentioned, we can have a huge asymmetrical top cut, and all of a sudden, like, everything changes up drastically.
Just so many talented names. As we were kind of talking about this before, the shift has began to start. At the end of day one, a lot of this top leaderboard filled with players from the US and Europe. It seems that Japan has slowly started to sneak their way into the top standings. We'll have to see if they can clutch up in these win-and-ins and how diverse this top cut will look like.
Yeah, we have Shizuki and Junya and Shoichi from Japan coming in, and also a little bit of Latin American representation. Aaron from Mexico and Andres from Peru as well coming in, perhaps trying to usurp Fabrizio as like the best Peruvian player. That's cool to see as well.
Truly a world championship diversity roster here. So many top-level players, all different ages as well. The youngest players on this list, Benny Billinger, first-year master this time around, having a, really solid season. Didn't get to make it into any of the top cuts, but a lot of solid top 32 placements. A little bit reminiscent of somebody like Michael Davidson the previous year. Had a good first-year's Masters season, qualified for Worlds. No outstanding finishes, but had a breakthrough performance at last year's World Championships. Benny could very likely follow in that footstep.
Yeah, and we're talking about Canadian players. We have to, of course, mention, Kieran Farrer, a very decorated player, no stranger to the top tables in any way. No surprise to see him in 14th. And Riley McKay passed to win against Tord Reklev in the top 4 of NAIC, looking in very, very good contention to make top cut here as well. So Riley on an absolute tear right now.
It kind of proved himself to the world with that high-level pass instead of taking a knockout in that top 4 match at NAIC. Coming off a second-place finish, a top cut at Worlds or even more would be a really good way to continue show people this was not a fluke. I didn't just get second because I was lucky. I deserve to be here at the top tables. Wants to make that known this weekend. All of these players, cannot put it into words. This is every Pokemon player's dream, to be in this exact spot, playing on a win-and-in to top cut of Worlds, where you get that chance to cement yourself in history, that Pikachu card, the Pikachu trophy, and now for the first time ever, the chance to play on a live stage in an arena. So much on the line for these players.
So much on the line, but to get there, they're going to have to play through one last round of Swiss, and I don't know about you, Ethan, I would like to have a look and see what some of the most notable matches are going to be from this last round of Swiss as we approach the conclusion of our Swiss round. So we do see that, again, no surprise to see that it's going to be a lot of Titan against Titan matches as we scroll down this list of notables here.
Battle of Canada, I believe both players actually close to local with each other. Trevor Reed and Landon Kettler, champion in Landon. Trevor having a very solid finish so far, top 8 in Vancouver earlier on this year, and there is just so much star-studded talent. That is going to be our feature match for today. This Swiss Round 11, Kieran Farrer up against Kian Amini. Both of these players have had really solid seasons. Kieran started things off with a bang. It feels like so long ago, but it was that Baltimore Regional Championships. Started the season out with a second place. Really rode on the back of Lugia. Lugia, unfortunately, set off into the sunset, but has now found new friends and new decks to keep himself at the top of the leaderboards.
Yeah, and Kian, on the other hand, maybe with that big, big hunger, wanting to do that one better. Top 16 the last time we were here in Anaheim, wanting to go that one step further and get himself in contention for that top cut. The fire's got to be in him.
And you can, feel the anticipation building at this point. This is a huge match for both of these players. There is so much on the line. The winner of this match has a chance to go to top cut battle for that Pikachu trophy and everything that comes with it. And the loser of this match possibly walks home with nothing. No prize money, no glory, and just the dreams and shattered hope of being one match away from being into a chance to win a world champion. That's not a feeling anyone wants to have. They're going to put their all on display for us today, ladies and gentlemen.
So if someone finishes with a 24 match point record, that could put them at a low enough ranking to miss out completely on all prizing. Oh, that is everything on the line here. Goodness me, it is really for all the marbles here at the Pokemon World Championships.
So much is on the line. Big match for both of these players. They want this. Kieran started off strong, towards the taper end of the season, really started to fade out a bit. You know, it's really hard to keep up with a solid second place finish at a regional. Keon had sort of the opposite effect. A really slow start to the season, wasn't really getting points from majors, and then it was that back half. He had multiple win-ins to top cut, top 32s at the last couple of events of the season, and he's sort of riding that wave up. So how will these two sort of opposite trends of these players' stories through the season collide in this final Swiss round?
I mean, we're not psychic types here. We can't predict the future, but I am very much looking forward to seeing how the match plays out so we can see for ourselves who is going to make it. I mean, between these two, who's your metaphorical money on? Or is it too early to say?
You know, I got to give it to Keon. He's got the lore, he's got the experience. He's a 3-time regional champion. You got to give Kieran some credit as well. Rather than give our opinions, let's have these players showcase what they have in store for us, throw it down to the table, and get into this big-time match. Everything on the line, the anticipation building, but there can only be one winner and one player moving on to make their story in the Pokemon TCG.
Absolutely. Our main man, Pram, once again, our featured stream judge, going to be taking through both our players to make sure everything goes as smooth and solid as possible. And here are our two feature match players for the last round of Swiss here at the 2025 Pokemon Trading Card Game World Championships. For all the marbles, for the glory, for the chance to win that coveted championship title, it all comes down to this.
We've hyped these players up so much. They have had excellent seasons, stating from different eras. Kieran pivoting off of this Lugia deck without the choice. It's gone, as we mentioned, replacing it with Goldengo EX. This Pokemon has been assisted thanks to the help of Genesect. He's trying to ride the waves into this top cut. Has top 8s at international championships, both in Sao Paulo. Very, very solid last couple of seasons. However, he's still missing that place at a world championship. Keon has also been extremely close, but has won multiple regionals. A little bit more accomplished and decorated, but it doesn't mean that Kieran doesn't have as good of a shot, especially in a close matchup, Gardevoir versus Goldengo.
Yeah, it's a very interesting matchup, one that we have seen a lot over the course of this tournament. Of course, Gardevoir and Goldengo, two of the most popular picks for the World Championships this year. And it's a very interesting interplay with how this match can go. Of course, generally speaking, with the Gardevoir deck, you're taking a lot of knockouts with smaller things, so you can't necessarily do the price traders favorably. You can, of course, can make use of that fearsome Jellicent EX as well to completely shut down Kieran's items, which are vital to get back to the energy you need to take these big knockouts. So there's a lot to consider for both players here.
You know, this Jellicent is kind of in the deck for this purpose. Oceanic Curse shuts off your opponent for blank item cards as long as it's active. So,
and tools.
And tool cards. Let's not forget Air Balloon, very powerful for this Goldengo deck. So that dynamic of how often Kieran is able to move Pokemon in and out of the active spot on Keon's side is going to be a very big factor in this match as our players set up, draw their cards. Looks like the coin flip one here for Kieran will be starting things off going second. I have to assume in this matchup, just being able to play those item cards could be a solid factor. However, as we've mentioned before, Goldengo is such a flexible deck that it really is okay with either option when it comes to setting up.
Yeah, it really is. So it's just going to be a matter of deciding what gives Gardevoir the best chance to have a good setup. And of course, if you're going second with Gardevoir, it feels a little bit counterintuitive at first, you might think, because it is a stage 2 deck. You want to get your evolutions out early on, but there's so many different things that the Gardevoir deck can make use of to make going second really good. You can play your supporter, so especially something like Arvin or Demon Research or Ino to find your technical machine evolution to get your stuff set up really nicely. There's a lot of reasons why going second in Gardevoir isn't as bad as you might think for a stage 2 deck.
Let's take a look at these prize cards, see what's unavailable. Let's Scream Tail in the prize cards. And Urban Vessel City, there is something brewing, and that's not a good potion at all. Kian has gotten no way to search these energy cards out of the deck with this powerful item card, and that lack of energy discarding and search could come back to bite him if that Gardevoir isn't able to put in work at accelerating energy cards.
Yeah, and just to confirm for everyone at home, that is all 3 copies of Earthen Vessel that the deck plays. There aren't 4, so there's even one little vessel that can go for all 3 of them. The prices, that is absolutely brutal. And of course the one-off Screen Tail Attacker as well. Those are some nasty prizes.
Kieran does have both of those lightning energy prize, so something like Levincia, that stadium card to help retrieve energy cards and provide some consistent fodder for Goldango. It will not be accessed, but this is going to be it. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get into this final Swiss round. Kian Amini up against Kieran Farah. How will things play out? Is Kieran actually deciding to go first in this spot? You see that purple A-Spec, that's a great card to play in the future, but at least having Buddy Buddy Poffin means Gimme Ghouls can come down and pressure will be on the following turn.
And I don't know if my eyes deceive me, Ethan, but I think we're starting with a little bit of monkey business here as we see a Monkey Dory versus Monkey Dory start. Of course, one of the most sort of low-key powerful Pokemon, maybe in the whole standard meta game, of course, with that Adrenabrain ability. If it has a Dark Energy attached once per turn, you can take 3 damage counters on one of your Pokemon and move it to one of your opponent's Pokemon. It's been pretty much something that you want to try and include in your deck ever since it's been released because that ability is so powerful.
This card has warped the standard format as we've known it from its release, but it feels like as time passes, the card just gets better and better and better. Just an insanely powerful card. Buddy Buddy Poffin will go ahead and search out these Gimme Ghoul, deciding to just get the 50 HP Gimme Ghoul early on. Call for Family is always a nice attack to have access to, but more so, you've got to just go ahead and evolve that Pokemon up, because if you leave it in play for too much time, Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain abilities, since Kian plays multiple of the Kieran's only got the 1 copy of it, could be a factor in just allowing you to take easy prize cards that just don't need to be taken if you take the right precautions.
Yeah, and Kieran's going to be feeling pretty happy about those prize cards here. As you already mentioned, the 2 Lightning Energy prize isn't great because it means you don't have a flexibility with Levincia to get those energies back, but otherwise you're feeling pretty good about that. So 1 Buddy Buddy Poffin, a fire attachment to the active for retreating purposes, and then a pass. Let's see how Kian responds.
Kian's got a great hand to work with. Some of those Psychic Energy, which remind you cannot be searched out of the deck, that's in hand, as well as Arven. Kian is leaning towards this Technical Machine Evolution build of Gardevoir, playing 2 copies of that card, wanting to just do exactly this on the first turn. Play Arven, grab a way to search these Pokemon out, Buddy Buddy Poffin, Nest Ball, however you want to get things out. Just go ahead and evolve into Kirlia. Not rely off of Rare Candy, not rely off of these combinations of cards, and even potentially trying to establish the Jellicent Freya. That's going to be a big card in this matchup.
Yeah, it really is. Now, an interesting thing that we see here in Kian's list, with the release of Jellicent EX, one of the big debates around the way the Gardevoir lists have been built is, what's the correct amount of Jellicent to play? Some people actually have decided, you know what, Jellicent overall isn't worth it. It does give some strength, but it's too much of a liability in other ways. I don't want to run it. Some people are actually opting just to play the Frillish, essentially as a higher HP Budu that does a bit more damage. But it looks like Kian is kind of splitting the difference here a little bit in the middle. 2 Frillish and 1 Jellicent EX for Kian. He's decided that's the correct amount, and that amount seems to have been serving him very well so far.
Tried and true start. We've seen this time and time again. Arven for Technical Machine Evolution and Secret Box just allows you to get everything your deck wants up and running, the gears turning, cogs turning as well, as it just grabs every trainer card available. Supporter card, item, tool card, and a stadium card. And that just means tons of Pokemon will hit the board, evolution pieces will be put into place. As long as Kian can continuously find energy cards to play down and discard, his strategy will be executed flawlessly in no time.
Yeah, and I'm sure in an ideal world, probably the item he would like to get would be that Earthen Vessel, just to really start the chain of getting a bunch of energy in the discard pile. Not going to be an option here, but as you already mentioned, thankfully did open with 2 Psychic Energy in the discard pile, so can at least get a couple there going. Of course, going to keep 1 in hand to make sure you can fulfill the attack cost of that TM evolution. That's very important.
Yeah, and grabbing the Technical Machine Evolution, making sure the other copy is not prized, and can just kind of use that as discard fodder. No need to find any other tool cards. The only other one in the deck is the Technical Machine Devolution. We'll see how important that is later on the strategy. And because Kian can lean into this TM Evolution, is going to discard the Rare Candy item from the hand and just value getting a ton of basic Pokemon down and into play thanks to this Nest Ball and Artisan of 2 of these grabs from the Secret Box.
Yeah, got to give an art choice shout out here for Kian playing that Plasma Blast gold rare candy. Like it was really the first ever gold or really high rarity print of that card, and I don't know, for me, absolutely gorgeous. I love that. It's the one gold card I have a playset of it myself. Don't think I'm ever going to get rid of it. Love the gold candy, the old one.
A little bit of style on display, all those play Pokemon stamped cards from the prize packs. Kian, he's got a good chance of arts. I hope you at home agree as well. Nest Ball will grab this Ralts, and now the question is, what was the other Pokemon going to be grabbed? And this was going to be my question. Do we value just getting Jellicent out and into play? And it seems like that will be the choice. Can just use this Technical Machine evolution. The Ralts will get evolved to Kirlia. Frillish will be evolved into Jellicent EX. And now Kieran is sort of essentially expecting this Jellicent to start to get powered up and ready to swing as early as next turn.
Yeah, and I think that there's a kind of a very fair risk evaluation in the sense that Kian is happy to only have one Ralts out, knowing that the way the Goldengo deck plays, it's unlikely that you would find all the pieces to get enough energy in hand, plus some kind of like boss's orders to bring up the Kirlia for a KO. So I think in balance, it makes sense to go for it this way, especially because, as we've already discussed, getting the Jellicent out early can shut down the Goldengo deck really hard.
Two sides of the story. It looks like everything perfect for Kian to start, and anything but that for Kieran. I don't think there's any way to search out Goldengo EX at all. No supporter cards that can have effect. There is a Cypher Maniac's code breaking in hand, but with no way to draw cards from the top of the deck. You can prepare to have good top decks the next turn, but in terms of attacking pressure here, we may have to see Kieran lean into that Strike It Rich Goldengo. It's not typically solid in this matchup, sort of as a way to get through some of these wall Pokemon, the Safeguard Pokemon, Cornerstone. It's good in the mirror match, but you really want to have these Gimmigholes evolved into Goldengo EX just to draw you a ton of cards. And yeah, that's what Kieran's debating here. May have to actually burn this Energy Surge Pro early.
No.
And we saw Kian grab Iono as the supporter for next turn, so you know all those energies you're going to grab are going to go to the bottom. Instead, is just going to play the Cypher Maniac and potentially take this turn off, not taking prize cards, and you really do not want to be doing that against any deck, especially Gardevoir EX.
No, you're really not, but unfortunately the position that you're being forced into just by virtue of what you have, and yeah, it never feels good to play a Cypher Maniac's code breaking just to set up your draw for next turn. You really want to be proactively using it in combination with the Goldengo EX's coin bonus to get those cards immediately. Not an option that Kieran has afforded to him right now, unfortunately for him.
I wonder what that top card will be. We saw Turo as the second card on top of the deck.
It was a Turo and a Genesect EX.
Yeah, and smart choice, not grabbing Nest Ball. You never know if that Jellicent's going to come up into the active spot next turn. Want to make sure, no matter what, nothing's going to stop Genesect EX from being benched and using that ability. No Klefki or weird tech cards for Kian in that sense. We've seen some Gardevoir players go about, adding some disruptive pressure in that sense, but it seems to me that Kieran's just going to take this turn, pass, and just give Kian the ability to strike first in this matchup. Huge door opened for Kian here.
Huge door opened for Kian. I think Kieran has prepared himself as best he can, given the circumstance was as awkward as it was. And especially now knowing with you playing the Cypher Maniac's code breaking, you know that Kian had the Ino in hand, so you essentially force Kian to make you draw two cards that you want if this Ino gets played.
And this is an instance here where Kian having that Screamtail prize is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, it is.
One of these Gimmighoul on the bench would be an excellent target to knock out now that you're going to have 2 energy in the discard pile at minimum. You can use with that Psychic Embrace plus the energy retreated off this Monkey Dory. So Freya, from here, without having Screamtail as an option, is it just Jelly time, or is there another Pokemon we can possibly go into before we start to lean into this Jellicent EX strategy?
Yeah, no, I think it's still Jelly time, and the reason why I think it still works well is because you know that even though there's not any energy to get back from the discard pile with items that Kieran usually would, there aren't that many ways to search the energy either. So if you send Jellicent into the active, even though you know Kieran has 2 Goldengo guaranteed, it's going to be a big effort to get the amount of energy you need in your hand to get the knockout regardless. So the item shuts off both the energy search and the energy recovery in a way where I think just, leaning into the Jellicent is completely fine.
And who needs Earthen Vessel? Just draw into those energies naturally. Ultra Ball, double Psychic Energy discarded. Kian is not letting these prize cards hold him back in any capacity. Preemptively grabbing that Kirlia for next turn, wants to just make sure if Gardevoir goes down for some reason, can start to build that second one up. Rare Candy was already gone, and here we go. Jellicent comes active, and now the question is, how many Psychic Embrace abilities? Are we just going to see all 4 energy put onto this Jellicent? We are leaning into this heavily. That Power Press attack now doing another boosted 80 damage, thanks to this Pokemon having an additional 2 energy attached. Monkey Gory goes down, and something we don't commonly say in this matchup, Gardevoir taking the first prize cards against Goldengo.
Yeah, that's not usually how it works, and I think it was possible, of course, because Kian was able to just find those extra 2 energies and the Ultra Ball to discard them. So, yeah, who needs Earthen Vessel? Where do you just have it all there? And it turns from maybe sending Jellicent active and passing, just not because you obviously don't want to put damage Monkey Dory to move, to actually being able to take the first prize of the game.
And now with this Jellicent active, once again, Oceanic Curse is available and online, meaning Kieran, as long as this Pokemon is in the active spot, cannot play item cards. So though this Jellicent does only have 190 HP left, meaning you would need 4 energy to discard from Make It Rain, getting those energy cards really not going to be easy since that Energy Surge Pro cannot be played, Earthen Vessel cannot be played, and I don't even know if there's a way to use a supporter card best under item block like the Cypher Maniac or the boss at this point. And if you do play this boss, what does your follow-up look like for the rest of the turn?
Yeah, not great, really. We do see that, of course, last time we mentioned the other card that Kieran put on top of the deck was that Professor Tura scenario, probably to give himself the option of either picking up a Goldengo active to draw an extra 2 cards by using another active coin bonus, or to, in case the Monkey Dory didn't get knocked out, being able to pick it up so you can send a Gimme Goal active.
Kieran is debating benching Pheasantipity EX, but that's a really big liability in this matchup, even against a variant like the Jellicent is going to put it down to play. And those are great 3 cards to find. Boss's Orders could break the item lock. Another Goldengo is just an extra card to be evolved. Now the question comes down to, if you can play Boss's Orders, there of course was still one already in the hand, so it's just an extra card. If you even can play Boss, after this coin bonus, how many energy cards are available to be discarded with Make It Rain from that position? Oh, looks like we're just confirming everything is okay.
Oh, right, you've got the air balloon. You can't attach the air balloon because of the Jellicent.
Oh, wow, yeah. Let's not forget the tool cards have been discarded, or rather not discarded, they cannot be played down because of the Jellicent's ability. We're going to see Boss's Orders get played. It looks like everything's okay. So the boss was going to be played regardless onto the Ralts, but it's sort of a weird spot since you saw the top 2 cards of your deck and are then playing Boss's Orders. I guess we're just going to kind of let everything slide and go through. I feel like that information was pretty valuable there for Kieran. He's going to just roll with it. We'll see Earthen Vessel get played, and Ralts will go down, but yeah, you always kind of forget those tools and item cards now under different branches, but Jellicent still blocks both of them.
Yeah. So apparently he only saw the top 1 of the draw, and I guess maybe if you're going to like commit to doing that move anyway, regardless of the information, maybe, you know, in sort of some it works out, I guess. But
for sure.
But either way, we managed to get it sorted before anything got too messy. So now you can fire off these Earthen Vessels, and yeah, with that Boss's Orders find, as you said, suddenly this turn turns from potentially very dicey into very, very, very good.
We'll be able to respond in kind with a knockout, but that Jellicent has yet to be contested at this point. It's still got all 4 of those energy cards on it. This Ralts will be KO'd, meaning, you know, another Gardevoir is going to have to be built up at some point. Does have that 3rd Goldengo EX to evolve. That last Gimme Goal did hit the board this turn, so we'll need to wait. But look at this. Kieran, after being Iono'd away, being put under item lock, finding a really solid combination of cards, responding in kind with Make It Rain, and now Keon can attack with Jellicent, but this board is so developed compared to the previous turn. There's just so many opportunities for Kieran to respond to Jellicent, whether it's dealing with it head on or going after another Pokemon on the bench. It's going to make it a little bit more difficult with Iono being played.
Yeah, this is something very important to mention, actually, specifically. Kieran's list plays the full 4 copies of Boss's Orders, so to play around something like Jellicent specifically, you do have a lot of outs to it, which is why it makes sense that Kieran was able to find it that turn when it was needed most.
It is a key piece to note, these resources for both players. Keon does find Pheasantipity. It's going to play this Artisan first, just search another Pokemon. It will be that 3rd copy of Ralts coming down, so slowly but surely looking to get another Pokemon EX, Gardevoir EX established, is now kind of maybe second-guessing what this bench spot could look like. There is always the potential to just put more Monkey Dory into play. I feel like that's got to be, you know, your 2 best options of Pokemon to have down here.
Yeah, I feel like in an ideal world here, you would maybe like to get down Screentail just as, you know, that threatening option on the bench. But of course, it is in the prize card, so that's not something that you can do even if you would want to.
We'll be Frillish instead, so preparing to have another Jellicent EX online in the following turns, potentially. You know, if Gardevoir EX stays active or, you know, stays not KO'd, you can easily power up another one, and if the Jellicent goes down, then Psychic Embrace will still be an option either way. And now the choice for Keon is it worth putting a Pokemon like Pheasantipity down to just draw some more cards with Flip the Script? It's always a little bit of a liability, and, you know, using it, or rather holding onto it, can kind of make your hand look a little bit weaker than it is. It's just going to use this Power Press, hit for 160 damage, and with there being no Monkey Dory on Kieran's bench, Keon could just be okay maybe dancing around a little bit and putting damage on these Pokemon since they cannot be healed at this current time.
I feel like in an ideal world, you would really like to find a Dark Energy that turn, right? You want to get some of this damage moved off of this Jellicent EX to sort of make it a little bit healthier and make it a little bit less vulnerable to an attack with the Goldengo EX, but just not able to find the Dark Energy was a bit unfortunate, and that maybe could have swung the debate one way or the other in terms of Legend of Serendipity, but Kian deciding, because it is such a liability, not worth the risk at this moment in time.
Yeah, Monkey Dory just so strong in this Gardevoir deck, and every turn you miss out using Adrenabrain, especially when you have damage on your board like this for the Jellicent, using just one Adrenabrain would require Kieran to have one more energy card to discard. Regardless, item cards currently shut off. Goldengo's active will use coin bonus, and there are still 3 coin bonus abilities yet to be used. Big question, however, is there a boss's orders? Is there enough energy cards, if not to KO this Pokemon? That superior energy retrieval is great, but as it stands right now, it's not going to be enough to KO. That is going to change with this Cypher Maniac's code breaking. Why use these item cards to search energies out when, if that's not an option, you can just put them to the top of the deck and draw into them thanks to that coin bonus ability.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of the few times you will see Cypher Maniac's code breaking being used to stack 2 just physical energy cards specifically onto the top of the deck, knowing that you can't search out them with your Earthen Vessels or any of your items. So there it is, 2 energies to the top, coin bonus 2 times to draw them, and with the 2 energy already in hand, that is 4 energy in hand total, and that will be enough of the Make It Rain to KO this Jellicent EX.
So Kieran, prioritizing saving the boss's orders until you can use something like those superior energy retrievals to get a lot of value, especially with the item lock not being case. And yeah, you just see right there, missing the energy card, or rather missing the dark energy on Keon's side, making it possible for Kieran to use all the energy cards remaining in the hand to take this KO. Keon's been drawing well, but sometimes those small misses can really shift the pace of a match. We'll see if he's able to get another one on, and that's the top deck for turn, the Dark Energy. Look, better late than never, but it's one piece again. That would have been super helpful the previous turn to just put more damage on Kieran's side.
Yeah, definitely. So I think the play for Kian this turn has to be get the Jellicent back if you can, evolve the Phyllis and the Active into it, power it up, attach this Dark Energy to the Monkey Dory so you can go ahead and move some of the Psychic Embrace damage off and fire off an Iono to really disrupt Kieran's hand. That's got to be what you'd be aiming for. And yeah, Serendipity Flip the Script is going to try and dig for that. There's the Iono. But is there a way to get back the Jellicent?
So it looks like we'll see Flip the Script
there it is.
used, and yeah, there it is. Night Stretcher grabbing the Jellicent EX, putting it into play and evolving it. I'm going to have to see if we can see the Iono be played. We're going to play Nest Ball as well, just to grab another Pokemon out of the deck. Is there another Monkey Dory down potentially? All the other options really don't seem great. It seems like we're just going to see the Nest Ball fail, not grab anything, and then that third Iono. So only 1 remaining left for Keon after this is played. We'll just go ahead and get get the 5 cards from that Iono. We'll have to see how the rest of this game plays out.
So there is the Iono now. So this is about as ideal a turn as Kian could have asked for. Kieran's going to take a very good look at what was in the hand just to make sure that he knows what's being stuck there on the bottom. 3 cards for Kieran, 3 for Kieran, 5 for Kian. It's a little bit easy to mix up those 2 names sometimes. And then, a bunch of Dark Energy found for Kian as well. Going to be able to set up some Monkey Dory nicely over the next turn or 2 to really start to get some of this damage off of this Jellicent before it becomes a problem. Psychic Embrace 4 energy on, 80 damage across. We'll be able to take a knockout on this Goldengo in the active, as well as move free damage with the Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain on something else. Oh, and a counter catcher for good measure onto the Genesect EX.
Yeah, so it looks like Keon is kind of just committed to this devolution strategy potentially. He's going to just go ahead and put pressure onto Genesect, try and buy himself a turn, and then let's have to see where these Psychic Embrace, or rather Monkey Dories, go. It looks like we're actually just going to see it hit the active, go to 190, and hope that putting damage on this Genesect stays. If Kieran doesn't have a card like Professor Turo's Scenario, will only be drawing 1 card from each of these Goldengo EX, thanks to them being on the bench, and Keynote not taking a knockout, meaning that Serendipity cannot use Flip the Script this turn.
This is something that we see Gardevoir players do so often, just manipulating the damage in a way where you're making them just short of a knockout, but not triggering the knockout so that you can't, but you force your opponent to have less outs to what they need because they can't use Serendipity EX's Flip the Script. Super heads up from Keon.
Keon's just giving himself a bunch of options. We'll have to see how he navigates the end game of here. He's just not taking knockouts, putting damage on these Pokemon, and looking to just close things out potentially in a big 4 to 6 prize turn. Excited to see how our first game is going to conclude. These players are doing their best, putting it all on the battlefield for us. As Genesect will start the turn off, Keynote shuffling the deck, so those cards on the bottom, there was Boss's Orders, Professor Turo, those cards are going to now be shuffled and randomized in the deck, no longer on the bottom. I have to assume something like that Professor Turo has got to be a card that Kieran is looking to find off these coin bonuses. Let's see what he can get.
Yeah, so there's one. Was that it already? Is that why you're stopping? No, thinking about it?
I mean, it's important to think about every card, every ability that you use. We're going to just see, at minimum, 2 of these coin bonuses used.
That was a Narvin.
Use the Turo to go into this air balloon to Goldango to then get essentially 2 bonus coin bonus abilities for 4 cards instead of 2 generally. But it looks like there may not be Turo in the hand just yet. Is going to
so far.
Use this last Goldango or one more, just
another Arven.
Or Arven. There is a Boss's Orders in the hand. However, there's no copies of something like Superior Energy Retrieval. So Freya, the question now becomes, do you play Boss onto another 1-prize Pokemon and KO that? With there being still the 2 Lightning Energy, only 1 in the discard pile, 1 is still unavailable. That Lavincia is only getting 1 energy back, meaning you would still need to find another card. We're going to see no coin bonus used at this point, and let's not forget Kieran still missing a way to move this Genesect out of the active spot. I'm not sure there's any potential for the Goldango to come up and attack this turn. You can find the air balloon off the Arven, but then the question is, what else are you doing during your turn?
Oh, yeah, I mean, finding that Professor Turo scenario that turn was absolutely vital. That was essentially the enabler that could let you have a really good comeback turn, but Kieran, even after 4 coin bonus, was not able to find it.
And he is just going to have to do what he did on the first turn of the game. Use Cypher Maniac, preemptively stack the deck with some solid cards on the following turn, and you see that Turo get put to the front and then realize it's best turn to be played. This turn has passed. Now there may just be better cards to put on top, but how do you route this last game? Keon's still got to take these 5 prize cards. As it stands, Genesect can easily be knocked out thanks to an Adrenabrain, but how will Keon go about taking these last prize cards? He's got a lot of disposals thanks to how his deck is built.
Yeah, he absolutely does, and I'm sure he'll be bearing that in mind as he takes these last turns of the game very, very seriously. Of course, we've discussed it already with so much on the line. Every single move has to be so meticulously and carefully thought out. If you just joined us, by the way, we are currently at Swiss Round 11, the last Swiss round of the Pokemon World Championships here in Anaheim. These 2 players are playing it out for a chance to win and make their way into the top cut, the last phase of the tournament, to play for the win of the whole thing. So there is a heck of a lot on the line for these 2 right now.
And this is exactly what you want to see if you're Keon. The Jellicent doing its job, shutting those item and tool cards off. You can't even use the Arven. I keep forgetting at this point, the Genesect is still just locked in the active spot. Turn is the only way to move that out. So just having to go for the way to pass things over. Jellicent doing exactly what it wants. Monkey Dory, Adrenabrain to start the turn off Keon. Evening things up at 3 prize cards. How will he go about the rest of this turn? Is there another Monkey Dory available to be benched at this spot? The Dark is in hand, the Ultra Ball is there too, and even just has Artisan. Even better, get rid of that Lavincia. It's no longer going to be able to get energy cards out of the discard pile and can grab another basic Pokemon if there is something like another monkey in the deck.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't see one though. Unless, oh no, there it is. Okay, I'll just flick you through quickly. So yeah, with the amount of Dark Energy in Keon's hand, getting down another Monkey Dory with one of those other Dark Energy in the hand feels pretty good, because then you essentially make this Jellicent completely fresh damage-wise, and it's going to be so hard for Kieran to find a knockout, especially with the amount of energy resources that have already been expended.
It's just a bit of a debate, because you really want 2 Pokemon down in that spot. The Monkey Dory is great, but another Frillish in play would also be very solid. However, there is one in the discard pile, so it's going to be a little bit harder to get that into play. Keon may not have the resources to make that happen. It's just going to take maybe a bit more of a conservative approach. Bench this Monkey Dory, attach a Dark Energy to it. Big other thing to note as well, there's no more Psychic Energy in the discard pile, so you're still only really getting to move 2 damage counters off one of your Pokemon this turn, since you can't afford to retreat this Jellicent because you've got really no better attacker to use in this spot.
Yeah, I think the only time now really where you retreat Jellicent is if you're doing it for the win. Say, you know, you get those energy off, bring up a Gardevoir to do 190 damage or something, load up the Gardevoir with energy, move the damage across with Adrenabrain, and finish things off with an attack from the Gardevoir to win. I think that's the only situation you do that here.
And now with there being just 3 prizes for Keon, is this where you start to just go for something like a Devolution line, where you can hit this active with Power Press, put damage counters on the bench Goldango? We're going to just go ahead and see sort of the damage split between both of these Goldengo EX. Another power press for 160. Balloon was put to the top of the deck the previous turn, but now with that Genesect being KO'd, you have to wonder how much usage is that Air Balloon getting, especially since you committed your supporter card the previous turn to putting that on top of the deck.
Yeah, because you'd have to boss's orders to shut off the Jellicent so you can attach that Air Balloon in the first place, and the Jellicent is really the thing you want to be dealing with. So, like, no matter what you're targeting, it just doesn't feel great if you're Kieran here.
We'll just check through the deck with this Night Stretcher. We've already expended half of our time in this round. We are 25 minutes through playing a long and potentially decisive game one. You've got to be feel in a great spot when half the time off the clock is burnt and you won a long game number one. Both players still feel like they have a chance, and I'd have to agree, this is still anyone's game.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Although I got to say, in the overall balance of things, I think I've got to give it to Kian here. I think Kian has set up a very good board state to really deal with any... It's to shut off the options that Kieran has to deal with Kian's options. And this is a Jellicent EX doing exactly what it does in terms of shutting this matchup down. But there we see the boss's orders going to bring in that Pesadipity EX. So now Kieran will be able to start playing some of these items. He's going to need to consider things very carefully to make sure that all the items that he plays this turn set up the win for next turn if possible.
Yeah, and this is really a big thing as well, since Keon's energies are all stuck onto this Jellicent EX, meaning there's really going to be, again, no potential to maximize usage from these Monkidori, since you just cannot afford to retreat the energies off and go into another Pokemon. There's just not a better attacker, it seems. Kieran setting himself up to go to just one prize card remaining and potentially be just a prize card away from being up 1 game to nothing if there's a boss's orders of or something of that nature.
Yeah, and so Kieran's going to take through this turn now. Some more coin bonus going to be fired off to get some more of these cards out of the deck. I do believe, especially having drawn that superior energy retrieval, you do have enough energy now to take the knockout onto this Pheasantipity EX, but then you have to consider what the follow-up is. And I think if you're Kian, you're going to be wanting to send this Gelatin up to the active, you're going to want to fire off an INO, maybe bring it up, if you can get a counter catcher maybe, that could be great to bring up a Goldengo with no energy on it, do the attack, and then finish things off with a Devolution, devolving all 3 of these, or all 4 of them.
Let's not forget, we've yet to see a supporter card be played for Kieran. Is this a spot where Turo can just make it so that play is not possible for Devolution?
Oh, true,
just remove
yeah.
one of these Goldengo EX. I feel like this is probably the best opportunity to make that happen.
Yeah, because then if, at that point, if you do that, you would then force Kian to be able to...
Of course, boss's orders has been played. So we're looking a little bit ahead, but even Turo, another previous turn later down the line, it's going to be a big card for Kieran to look out for at this point.
Yeah, there's the Superior Energy Retrieval, getting back a bunch of energy from the discard pile, going to pick specifically the Dark, the Fire, the Fighting, and the Psychic. That's 4 energies in hand. We know that there's another one in hand from the Lavincia, and a Metal to power up the attack cost of this Goldengo, and just preemptively playing the Night Stretcher as well, just to get back that Monkey Dory onto the bench as well, to move maybe some of this damage across. Really, really smart.
And now with Monkey Dory being online, Adrenabrain is essentially getting the most use possible. It's just 1 monkey against 2. When you've got all this damage left over on your board, it's just going to become absolutely crucial to use Adrenabrain and put things potentially out of range down the line. So every turn, Monkey Dory can just move those 3 damage counters off, and I expect to see Kieran just place it on the active, make it a little bit easier to KO, and importantly, not give that damage to Keon to throw back into the board on Kieran's side. So Kieran's, after a couple of slow turns, right, really slow turn 2, really slow turn the previous turn, has fought his way back into this game despite the pressure of disruption that Jellicent has put on, and again is 1 prize card away from closing out this long first game.
So Adrenabrain now coming in. I wonder if there's a world here in which you take this free damage, move it onto the Pheasantipity EX, so that way the maths works out. You now need to discard 1 less energy to take the knockout here. That's really cool.
Yeah, he's just going to put 1 damage counter on. Moving 3 or moving 1, really not a big difference, and by keeping more damage on your board, you make it so that you're almost always going to have access to Adrenabrain on the following turn. So Kieran just maximizing the potential, taking this knockout with Make It Rain. Now it is on Keon. So as things stand right now, you know, unironically, if one of these Goldengo that were damaged was the non-50 HP Gimme Ghoul, then Keon could actually use this Devolution play. But it is key to note that one of the Goldengo that has damage on it is that Call for Family Gimme Ghoul. Having 50 HP means that if there is just only 2 Psychic Embrace or 2 Adrenabrains used, it's not going to take a KO. But interestingly enough, Keon's actually going to send this Gardevoir EX into the active spot to try and capitalize off some Psychic Embrace power.
I think as long as Kian can find this TM Devolution, he has game, because he can go ahead and use Psychic Embrace to move a bunch of damage onto the Gardevoir, and then do Adrenabrain 3 times with the remaining Monkey Dory and Dark Energy in hand, and then that you can do TM Devolution, move 90 across, and then you can KO free Gimmighoul that way. I think the one bit that's missing, though, is that TM Devolution. We don't see it in the hand.
Well, yeah, the energy would not be an issue since you could just promote the Jealousy.
Yeah, exactly.
But the Gardevoir being promoted makes me think that's not as much of a possibility. If there's only 2 Psychic Energy, it may just have to be another hit with Jealousy. Disrupt, big find there for Keon. 1 Iono left in the deck, needed to find it this turn, and an absolutely clutch draw. Keon has found Iono at every important moment throughout this first game.
Yeah, and gonna put a Dark Energy onto the Pheasantipity as well, just to prevent it from being stuck in the active, and after that, a big Iono for Keon.
Cannot stress that enough. This essentially keeps Keon in the game. If there was no disruptive pressure, Kieran has built up an absolutely massive hand. Almost 12 or so cards would easily be able to close the game out on the following turn. Now will be put to just 1 card in hand. Keon drawing into 3 does find the Technical Machine Devolution, but nothing like a counter catcher, Frey. I have to imagine something like counter catcher into TM Devolution next turn, not triggering that Pheasantipity's Flip the Script ability could have just been a little bit more solid. Now the question is going to be, do you attack here with this Jellicent? And honestly, it is an interesting debate. Turo could mess up your plans greatly, but not giving your opponent an extra 3 cards to draw could also be a huge difference maker.
Yeah, it is marginal. I think if I'm Kian in this situation, I am just passing, but it is very tough, because you know that it's, I mean, you're right at the edge. This is the last Swiss round of the World Championships. You have to think things through. I think you can literally see Kian doing the maths on his hand, like thinking about the probabilities. What is the best way for me to guarantee that I can still do this play next turn to win the game? As we do see they're debating on the Monkey Dory, the Adrenabrain, where to move this damage to, because yeah, 1 Turo scenario could absolutely wreck things here, so you have to be mindful of that and play around it.
There is no more hand disruption for Keon. Any cards that Kieran builds up in his hand will stay there. They will not be shuffled back in. There is nothing that will stop this Goldango deck from amassing massive hand size. So here it goes for Keon. He's got to decide how he wants to go about spreading damage, and it looks like it's just going to be putting pressure on this bench Goldango EX, which at least to me, Freya, signals that he's looking to take this KO on the active, and thus make sure the Goldango EX on the bench can possibly fall on the following turn.
Yeah, I guess the other option you could go for is just maybe Adrenabrain to take the knockout next turn, and then just Power Press for knockout as well, or maybe something else. You can go for this Monkey Dory with the Power Press to take a knockout as well. So there are a few different ways you could go about it, but no, actually just going to go for it now. KO onto the active Goldango. What does Kieran draw?
How many bosses' orders have been expanded? That's really the big question, and I think what he's looking through, I think we've just seen 1 boss's orders, maybe 2. Like you mentioned, Freya, there are 4 in the deck and plenty of ways to draw cards. Flip the Script will start the turn off. So 3 cards here for Kieran. Can he find the boss? Does not, but that Turo was there, so good news for Keon to go for this line. There is the counter catcher, can't be played. We'll see the coin bonus on the active. Big finds here. Does find Superior Energy Retrieval. Is there a boss in the hand? No, still missing boss, but we can still draw an additional 3 cards this turn. Retreating into 1 Goldango to use its coin bonus, and then the last one being in the active spot. Big card draws here. Just needs to find boss's orders, and this game is over. Finds the boss's orders! Huge time find for Kieran in a 35-minute game 1. Closes things out after disruptive effect and disruptive effect from Keon. Kieran Farah going up 1-0.
The top deck of Kieran's life as he finds the boss's orders off of the coin bonus and is able to take the last knockout and seal up game 1 of this round 11 of Swiss, and is just 1 game closer to punching his ticket into the top cut of Worlds.
That is as stressful as it gets. You've got so much draw. You draw into so many cards you don't want to see, and off of your last 3 card draw, need to find one of those 2 or 3 boss remaining in the deck, and hits it. Finds the boss, closes the game out. what a game number 1 that was, Freya.
Yeah, absolutely. What a game number 1, and what a sort of credit to Kieran's deck building decisions as well to play 4 copies of Boss's Orders. We have not seen a high count of Boss's Orders very frequently in Goldengo. This is a more recent innovation, and my goodness, it's paying off as Kieran just demonstrated so beautifully in that game.
Sometimes the best answer to item lock is to just completely ignore it. Play around the Jellicent. It really was that lack of darkness energy, I have to say, early on for Keon that allowed it to be just so much easier to KO that first Jellicent. Pheasantipity proved to be a little bit too much of a liability, though it did come in clutch and draw Keon that last Iono from the Flip the Script ability. 1 turn away. It was 1 turn from closing things out. Kieran, even after just having a 1-card hand, drew so many cards. Can't even count it. What, 3 Flip the Script, 2, 2, 1. You know, math is hard sometimes, but the important thing is Kieran found that, and you see him just take a sigh of relief, knows that after that long game 1, at minimum at this point, he is almost locked for that top 32. He's looking for more than that, though. I know Kieran wants to close out and get himself into this top cut.
Yeah. Now, hold on a second, Ethan. Whilst we're shuffling up in between games 1 and 2, I do believe we have some updates from the floor. So Daigo Yoshihara has defeated Vianney Leroy and moves on to 26 match points, which should be, it's the zone of uncertainty. It's that zone where maybe make asymmetric cut. It's not quite a lock for top cut yet, but still, Daigo's got to be feeling pretty good at having a chance of making top cut there.
Yeah, once you're in that spot where the match is over, all you can do is just hope and pray. You've done the hard work. We see Oyvind, he's got it. He had a little bit of a rough second game so far. Ended up taking the loss, but has taken down Gabriel Smart with the Charizard deck. Moving into our top cut at 28 points. Could potentially be dodging that ASIM. This is a big day for Charizard fans, as Keon will be opting to go first in this game number 2. Price cards don't look too terrible. Those Earthen Vessel no longer hide it out. Replaced by those 2 Psychic Energy. This is all you really need as a Gardevoir player on turn 1. Frillish active means Jellicent's threatened for some item lock. You can even, of course, attack with the Frillish itself and getting Ralts down. Very, very standard stuff for this Gardevoir deck.
Absolutely.
First couple turns.
Absolutely, it is. Although I've got to mention here, unless Kieran has a very good top deck here, that hand is looking pretty... Oh, okay, I completely missed the Buddy Puff, and never mind. I thought the hand was looking really bad, but no, it's completely fine.
A little snack goes a long way in the Pokemon TCG.
Sure does.
Buddy Poffin, the staple card of a lot of these standard decks, just getting these 70 HP Pokemon into play. Prize cards, not looking too bad. I think time pending, we are going to have a great second game. Just checking through the deck, wants to see what Pokemon are available. And it looks like with the cards being queued to the top, Arvin may be very near in Kieran's future as our supporter choice.
Yeah, I think that was the other thing I just didn't quite see as well, as that completely turns the hand into potentially really scary and bad to really, really good, as Nesple's going to find that Genesect EX, can go ahead and fire off that Metallic Signal, really the difference maker in Goldengo being as good as it is to get 2 Metal Evolution Pokemon out the deck. Really, really strong. And with that Air Balloon as well, the other piece that we've talked about a few times already that really turned Goldengo into the tier 1 monster that it is, taking that flexibility with retreating.
Can just grab the Genesect EX out of play, use that ability, start to grab the Goldengo EX, and get the pieces rolling. Will be expected to go under item lock, and the one piece missing at this point is a Metal Energy. However, is just going to commit the fire to this Gimmighoul to use that minor errand running. Every turn is important to use Iono. This is definitely one of the more important ones, as you'll be able to take this Metal Energy in Kieran's hand and put it to the bottom of the deck. We'll see if Keon's got that, or even just another way to get this board set up. It looks like it's Jellicent time super early on. Who needs Psychic Embrace if there's just another Psychic Energy? Jellicent can start to get in there and attack into these Gimmighoul.
Yeah, it's really this Gimmighoul that came out in the Surging Spark set. It's kind of a small difference maker, but it really was, it very quickly became the optimal Gimmighoul to get, of course. Just, I mean, what does Goldengo want? Energy in the hand. What does that Gimmighoul do? Get the energy to the hand. So it's a pretty good early attack.
To be fair, there have been so many Gimmighoul cards printed. It's kind of ridiculous in a sense. I expected, you know, 1 or 2. I think there's like 4 or 5 Gimmighoul cards that exist. So trainers really having to choose which cards they use. There's nothing going on for Keon in this hand. He is really relying off the back of this Jellicent to carry him through. However, Kieran's already got that Genesect down. The Goldengo are in the hand. If this Jellicent somehow goes down this turn, this could definitely spell disaster for Keon. There's going to be a pretty sizable amount of card draw for Kieran at this point.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few energy in the hand already, so just searching a few more and be able to get there. I was here saying, oh, worried about Kieran having a bad hand, but Kieran's hand is absolutely horrendous. Just evolve, attach, attack, and at least take a KO, but the KO didn't really help with the prize either. It's just an Ultra Ball, a Night Stretcher, and a Psychic Energy.
And just one Ralts on the bench, meaning that if Kieran wants to give himself items, he would do so and knock out the only option for Gardevoir EX to come into play next turn. Essentially the best Pokemon you want to knock out. 2-in-1 sounds like a good deal to me. Kieran's yet to really have those solid pieces, right? Still missing something like the boss's orders. Does at minimum have the Metal Energy, but we're going to have to see some good cards off coin bonus if Kieran wants to make his dreams come true.
Yeah, so first two, oh, those are 2 more energy. That's pretty good.
I think we're now just 1 energy card away from having the KO.
Yeah, you're right. So what's this? Is 1 coin bonus fine to find 1 more energy?
What do we see?
I think that was a Superior Energy Retrieval.
Superior Energy Retrieval does not do much. So we see Metal Energy active, and I think we're probably just going to see the pass of the turn over. No real reason to dump these energy cards. I guess with the Levincia, this is actually okay. Yeah, having a Stadium card, very good to recover energies.
Okay, what does he can draw for turn? Is it helpful? It's a Monkey Dory.
That might not be cutting it. Yeah, this is not what you want to see. Final game of your World Championship run. Does have the Ultra Ball. I think we may have to see a desperation play as Mew EX will be the grab to use Restart to just try and draw into something, because if Keon can't get these Pokemon down into play from here, it's going to spell disaster very quickly.
Yeah, but this is really not something you want to bench. We're talking about how Fezandipity EX is a liability with 210 HP on a 2-prizer. Mew is 180. All it needs is 4 energy on a Goldengo EX with a Make It Rain, and you take the knockout on it. It's really not what you want to be putting down, but Kian not really having much of a choice. Night Stretcher, get back to Monkey Dory, restart for 3 cards. What does he find?
Okay, does find the Technical Machine Evolution and a Dark Energy for the Monkey, but I feel like you have to just continue to attack at this point. You know, you can go and get this Ralts evolved, but at least putting some pressure on this Goldengo means next turn with a Power Press, you can just at least apply pressure and take a knockout. It's just going to really prioritize this Ralts, not dealing damage to the active, and just using this Technical Machine Evolution to get Kirlia into play, since there is a very realistic threat that this Jellicent EX does go down this turn.
Yeah, and I think Kian just accepting and acknowledging that, just prioritizing this Kirlia. But now this means if Kieran is able to, after this deck fin for the Metallic Signal, if he's able to find that boss's orders, he can bring up that Kirlia, take a very meaningful knockout, and Kian is just going to be stuck even more.
Yeah, I wonder, you know, if it's even worth playing the boss next turn if there's just 1 more energy being found. What is Keon's best attacker on the following turn if Jellicent goes down?
Yeah, I guess
is it a Snipe from the Screen Tail? Is it a KO with, you know, or is it a Mind Bend with the Monkey Dory? I think Kieran, if he can, would be more than okay to just knock this Jellicent out. It took damage last turn, so as long as there's 4 energy cards, which there's 3 there, and if there's a Levincia, which there is, this Pokemon could go down. We'll have to see which choice Kieran wants to make between playing boss's orders or just taking this KO.
Yeah, I guess to be fair as well, if you KO this Jellicent, you keep yourself very nicely on the 2-2-2 prize map, which is really where you want to be if you're playing Goldengo. Take out the Jellicent, maybe take out the Gardevoir and a Mew EX. That seems like a pretty good 2-2-2 map to me.
There are pros and cons for this play. I don't think it's super, you know, clear cut, but it's never a bad idea to just go after the Gardevoir line and shut options down, since it puts Keon again on a pressure clock to get a Ralts down at minimum, but then again use a rare candy to evolve. So I think I like this play here from Kieran. He's going to now use that Levincia to get those 2 lightning energy back. If that stays in play, the cycle can continue, and even under item lock, these energies can be recovered. Not something you want to see as a Gardevoir player.
Yeah, and you can go ahead and use, now that you have access to items again, go ahead and use that Night Stretcher to recover that Gimme Ghoul that was knocked out with the Power Press early on. You do have the Energy Search Pro in hand as well. You could maybe consider firing that off now if you think it's worthwhile. There's also an Earthen Vessel to search a few more energy, but looks like Kieran's going to be pretty content to just go ahead and discard those 2 lightning energy that were found from the Levincia to take the KO on this Kirlia and take his first prize card of this game.
And looks like we're going to have to rely off these support Pokemon. Mew for 2 doesn't find any supporter cards. It's going to be flip to script. Keon, you got to find something here if you want to stay in this game.
There's a research.
Does find Professor's Research. Arven as well in the hand. Is there really a choice, I feel like? You got to, I think, just play this research and dump and draw. Now the question becomes, are you just going to be attacking with this Jellicent? Your opponent has yet to really discard any energy cards. The Levincia's in play, and there's only 1 energy besides those lightning in the discard pile. you've almost got to expect this Jellicent to most likely get knocked out on the following turn.
Yeah, it can't be a good feeling, especially knowing that even if you send up this Jellicent, it's so easy for Kieran to get more energy back into the hand because you have Levincia that can get it back without making use of any items. It's interesting to see how this has kind of started to creep its way into the Goldengo deck as a way of, getting back energies under item lock. It's always like this mini package, just 2 lightning energy and Levincia. It's super, super strong though.
Interestingly enough, we're actually going to see this last spot be used for the Frillish, so preparing for another potential Jellicent EX as Keon's main attackers in this matchup, drawing through the deck, and does find Secret Box. Not sure we'll see that get used this turn, but it's more than happy to be played in the following turns. And with the way this hand is shaped out, even if Jellicent goes down, Keon's going to have the resources to get another Gardevoir set up. Let's not forget, this Goldengo deck is not playing any way to disrupt the opponent's hand, so Keon is pretty confident he's going to be able to easily execute his strategies if he's sitting on a powerful hand, since there's no disruption.
Yeah, so it's always a nice feeling when you know your opponent isn't playing any hand disruption cards, so you can plan so many more turns ahead without worrying that your card's going to go away. It's a very, very good feeling indeed. It is debating maybe playing the Secret Box now, but thinking about it, I think they're going to be discarding these Nest Ball, of course, not very useful right now given that the bench is full.
Yeah, and the big problem is this Levincia. It's just going to get so much value for Kieran next turn that Keon is considering just using this to bump the stadium, but no, is going to let Kieran have another turn with Levincia, and with the way this board is shaped, Goldengo can get evolved. That's another Gimme Ghoul protected, and with there being 3 energy in hand, at minimum, Jellicent will be going down this turn. Even find another boss's orders for good measure. This is just high counts of boss, really coming in clutch, and I'm sure has been super strong for Kieran all weekend long.
Yeah, and honestly, if I'm Kieran, I'm thinking, again, maybe I just target down the rolls one more time. I can get back 2 energy to KO without making use of any items. I deny Kian the possibility of making any kind of comeback by parrying something up with the Gardevoir EX, and it puts me back on that 2 prize knockout prize map to win the game. So maybe just go for the rolls again.
He's even thinking about using Turo potentially as the supporter for turn. You could pick up the Genesect realistically. It's only really just a liability. You really don't need to find any more of these evolution Pokemon. Just keep that like away as an option. However, having Turo, we saw multiple opportunities where it could have been solid last turn. So I think this is fine from Kieran. Hold on to that resource. You know it could be powerful later on. And instead just play the Arven to grab some more of these cards out of hand, even potentially some non-useful cards like Buddy Buddy Poffin, just so that you don't draw into them if something like Iono comes down on the following turn, and that's exactly what Kieran's going to do here.
Yeah, just make sure that all of the useless cards are in your hand, which is normally not something you want, but if you know your opponent is like to Iono you would much rather your useless cards be at the bottom of the deck, so very smart and heads up from Kieran there.
Already sitting on just so much, he would prefer to not get Iono'd, but if he does, he'd rather take some of these bad cards and make it so that they aren't drawn into the hand. So with Levincia, 5 energies, exactly enough to take the KO onto Jellicent EX, and Kieran is yet again running away early with this game when it comes to the pressure. We'll go down to just 3 prize cards remaining and potentially 2 knockouts away from getting himself into the top cut at the World Championships.
So over to Kian rather now, as he has to think about how best to approach this. Draws a Psychic Energy for a turn, which is really great because that means there's some very nice and easy discard options there that he knows he's not going to need. And now Secret Box is going to find all sorts of good stuff. There's a rare candy to get the Gardevoir out straight away.
Yeah, that's piece number 1, rare candy. We'll see the Artisan for sure, and you have to imagine Iono from here on out.
There it is.
Gotta be the optimal supporter. Will be the choice, and even grabs the one of Bravery Charm. Can use that to maybe beef up some of these Pokemon just a little bit more to make them more difficult to be KO'd. At minimum, it's never a bad card to have. Have to imagine at this point, it's not really going to be a big make or break card. Kian will just be able to get down another Monkey Dory. The Night Stretcher can grab back the 1 Jellicent EX. Kian will essentially be set up at this point. Decided to actually, looks like not use the Artisan, so may not have a Dark Energy in hand just yet. Just going to put that hand to the bottom, shuffle those into the bottom, draw into 5 cards. He's yet to use Artisan again, does find the counter catcher, so is this now an option where, unlike in the first game, it's best to just go for a Devolution line? You can go after the other Goldengo, use the Psychic Embrace. This could actually be what Kian wants to do, and it's exactly going to be his line. I think this is looking a lot better in terms of mapping out prizes and rather board control in this game.
Yeah, and especially now that you've put Kieran onto a low hand size, it's much less likely that Kieran will be able to find Professor Turo's scenario to be able to, you know, disrupt this line of play from happening. Monkey Dory comes in with the Adrenabrain to move some damage onto the bench Goldengo EX, and then it's just going to be that power press for 160.
Well, the math is perfect here. No matter what, even if an Adrenabrain comes out on Kieran's side, Keon just needs one Adrenabrain to make sure all these Pokemon are in devolution range, and he's also, once again, under item lock. Gonna shuffle the deck, knows a lot of those solid cards were at the bottom, can thin out this Goldengo and the Goldengo EX. Kieran, it just feels like, has come up clutch in these moments, finding the pieces, but if there is just one turn of miss, especially this turn, if a Gimme Ghoul at minimum does not come down, Kieran will lose all of his attackers in play, can, however, get it with the Artisan, so that is an option. However, if the devolution strategy works, and more importantly, Kieran does not take a prize card this turn, the tempo will swing widely into Keon's favor.
Yeah, absolutely will. So this is going to be the crucial turn for Kieran here. What can he find off of these coin bonuses to try and stop this devastating TM devolution play from being as impactful as it could be? That's
2 items.
No good.
Losses orders. There's just Pokemon items and energy. It's only down to, it looks like this one last coin bonus, another item. There is nothing going on here in this hand for Kieran. Can essentially make it rain for no damage. You need a miracle here. One more card off the coin bonus.
What does he find? It's an air balloon.
It's an air balloon. There is just nothing going on. And that means if Keon can play a Technical Machine Devolution next turn, he could just swing this game that seemed to be oh so in favor of Kieran for Kieran's favor after such a slow start, and it's just going to be a pass. All Keon needs is just to find that Technical Machine Devolution. Just going to slam the Iono immediately, draw 5 cards. Do we see it? And finds the TM Devo. Keon ripping the exact card he needs will knock out all of these Goldango after they're de-evolved into the smaller Pokemon, the Gimme Ghoul, taking 3 prize cards and putting Kieran in an absolutely awful spot with time winding down. Right now, we're going to be in turns of time, especially since we'll get confirmation. Keon is turn 0, so he'll only have one more turn to win this game, Freya, but just needs to take that last prize card, or rather last 2 prize cards, and he's all set.
So, I mean, let's see what Kieran can do here, if anything. Kieran will have 2 turns to take 3 prizes himself to try and cement the win and actually win the match. Kian is just playing for the tie here. That's the tricky thing. Like, Kian knows he's in a position where he can't really get the win to win the match and make it to the top of the world, but
I think if Kieran plays this correctly, he actually can't lose this game. Because Keon will get confirmation here, Keon should be turn 0. So, Keon with being turn 0, it's turn 1 number right now. Keon only has one more turn to play this game, Freya. Okay. If Kieran leaves, Keon cannot play any Gusting cards. There's no counter catcher available since Kieran is behind on prizes.
Right, of course,
yes. If you just decide to leave your board as Gimme Ghoul Genesect, how does Keon take 2 prize cards next turn? You can't put enough damage onto this Gimme Ghoul and knock it out. The only way that's possible would actually be with that one Bravery Charm using the Roaring Scream to take a KO. So if Kieran could actually find Professor Turo, pick up the Genesect this turn, that would mean there's essentially no way for Keon to take a one-hit KO on this Goldango EX, but I'm not sure he found that, and if he has to bench another Pokemon like Pheasantipity, that won't be an option, so Kieran is really going to open the doors up for Roaring Scream to possibly close this game out.
I mean, Roaring Scream, it was prized in the last game, of course, but not the case here, so we know it is something that Keon has access to. It's something that I'm sure Kieran will be thinking about as well, but Kieran is also thinking, I have 2 turns here, I need to, if I really want to cement this game, I need to take 3 more prizes here. I need to either do that or, like you said, just make sure that I stop Kian from taking 2 prizes of his own.
It has to be the latter. There is really no incentive for Kieran to make plays towards winning the game. It changes nothing.
Yeah.
If he wins this game or if the game doesn't finish, it's the same.
And that's a Turo!
Yeah, has the Turo, but had to bench Pheasantipity.
Oh,
That's the issue, right? If it was just the Genesect in play, then this Turo would essentially lock the game up. There would really be no way. Yep, it's just going to pass, and now it's on Keon. If Keon can find that Bravery Charm and the Scream Tail with the Monkey Dory, if there is a way to just put 10 more damage, rather, onto this Jellicent EX, then it does become possible to use Roaring Scream. However, if there's just a way to knock out the Genesect instead, that's it. So we're going to have to see how many energy Keon has. Is going to need a total of 6 energy cards. There's 3 here, and we're going to see Research. So there's the Bravery Charm, and has the Artisan. plus the nest. I think that's going to be it. Yes, Keon has the resources to win this game. Bravery Charm Screamtail on the final turn. Keon will use a powerful Roaring Scream to knock out Genesect, and with this being in turns of time, it seems that this match, back and forth, will be a draw.
And you can tell like both players feeling like a little bit almost like deflated afterwards because I mean, it was an incredible match, but of course with this tie, both players are going to be out of contention for that top cut of this World Championships. It's got to feel, you know, you played your heart out on stream. You played so well, so to end on this, it's got to feel a bit deflating, but huge commiserations to both these players all the same.
Yeah, you know, if Kieran had found that Turo just without having to put Pheasantipity down, then there's really no way for Keon to realistically win. He would need to have the 6 energy in the discard pile, plus another energy to embrace onto the Jellicent, but then it also needs to retreat off the energy, so it would be a lot tougher, but because there was no Turo, Keon able to close the game out, draws through the entire deck, and wins the game number 2. It will be a tie, but man, that was an absolute display of class and excellence from both of these players.
Yeah, let's take a look back at this match and review some of the key moments. We saw there in game 1, Kieran was able to get some really early knockouts going. Kian was able to load up the Jellicent pretty early on to really try and disrupt Kieran as best he can, but Kieran over and over again, even through the lock on this Jellicent, was able to find the means to take the knockouts through the Slavincias, through boss's orders to play around the Jellicent and its Oceanic Curse. He was just able to find the pieces again and again.
This game 1 was so back and forth. Did not lean into that devolution, just decided to attack into these Bodengo, and off of one of those last 2 coin bonus, Kieran won that long game number 1. Feeling safe, and Kieran can feel nothing but safe. After losing a long game 1, super slow start, Kieran just goes after Kirlia, puts himself to 3 prize cards, taking this big KO onto the Jellicent EX, even though it was under item lock. Keon from here was able to just buy himself that crucial turn, hit into another Goldengo EX, use the Technical Machine Devolution to take 3 prizes, and that Genesect EX, though it's so powerful at setting up and supporting your deck, it can sometimes be a liability. Roaring Scream with the 1 Bravery Charm. It does not expect it in this deck, but Bravery Charm, ever since the rotation for the Pokemon TCG, it has been a life-saving card for Gardevoir in so many different scenarios, even without the Drifloon.
Yeah, even without the Drifloon, just the fact that you can just buff up the HP, even if you see sometimes a Bravery Charm on a Rolts, just to prevent it from being knocked out before you evolve it up. That's something we've seen before as well. It wasn't too long ago that we were seeing really high counts of Bravery Charm in the Gardevoir deck, but now it tends to be either 1 or 0 that is played, and that 1 Bravery Charm saving Keon right there at the end, and being able to snatch a tie, at least, from the jaws of defeat.
Both players, you know, they've got to be feeling mixed feelings at this point, right? You're 1 win away. If you just win that match, you're in top cut, you get to fight for a trophy. But with a tie, you know, most likely these players are going to be locked up for a top 32, maybe a top 16 spot. They'll get, of course, those stamped promo cards, the Paradise Resort, some cash money to go along with it, and add that finish to their resume. So, you know, they've got to have mixed feelings, but it is everyone's goal at the end of the day to be in that spot, clutch out, and win to give yourself a shot at Worlds.
Yeah, especially for Keon, right? Knowing that this is kind of, in a way, it's a mirror of your finish from the last time you were at this very venue at the World Championship. So Keon especially has got to be thinking, again, just like history mirroring itself and just wishing that could have been a little bit further, but still not a result to sniff at all.
Yeah, and getting updates from out in the field, you know, the tie obviously very important to both of their players and their stories in the Pokemon TCG, but this now opens up the floodgates. We're getting reports here from our person out in the field, of course, the lovely Kyle Sukovic, that before this could have been actually a clean cut or close to a clean cut at 27 points. Now it seems that all players at 26 match points are going to advance in. Before this situation, it looks like there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people right now were confirmed at 27 match points or more for cut. So if there was a winner in this match, that would make it actually a clean top 8 cut. Now with this match being a tie, I could keep scrolling here for days and days. Tons of 26-pointers are going to make it, and we're going to have a large asymmetrical cut, it seems.
Oh my, I just got word in. Marco Cifuentes has made it into the asymmetrical top cut. The sibling story revenge. Is it going to be a back-to-back for Fernando and Marco here at the World Championships?
A chance to pass the torch. What a story that would be. From World Champion, watching your brother, rooting him on, seeing the love and support of the entire Chilean community. now having the chance to bring glory back to Chile for a second year. And he is going to do everything he can to make his name known again. 26 match points locked in. We are going to have 11 players in our top cut. So big advantage, right, to top players that ID'd. We saw Piper Lapine take an intentional draw last round up against the other 27-pointer, Justin Newdorf. So 2 U.S. players locked at 28 points. There's actually 5 players at that record of 28 match points. So with how that works, 11 players, that means 3 from outside of the normal cut, plus the 3 players inside of cut, right? So 9th, 10th, and 11th will play against 8th, 7th, and 6th seeds. So the way it actually works out, there's no bubble in terms of the match points having to go ahead and play an extra match. So all players, it seems, at 28 match points get a round 1 bye, essentially in our top 16 cut, and are locked for top 8. That's got to be a great feeling to have, especially for those players that decided to play it out at 25 match points and decided to do what they could to win their last match.
And I'm sure for Oivin specifically, that was one of the reasons behind that. And having taken that win now, he's got to be feeling very happy about his decision, because he is now, he gets to, like you said, he gets to skip around a top cut. You are guaranteed at least a top 8 placement, and that's got to be a great feeling.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of mixed. If all players knew they would maybe guaranteed make cut, I expected a large amount of them to intentionally draw,
possibly,
but they saw the math. They saw there was a world where they would miss if they took an intentional draw, and everyone maybe played it out, decided to just all play out the matches, and it works out excellently in the favor of those players who did win. They're already, you know, seeing the vision. The top 8 playmat is theirs. They're looking for more, though. You are just 3 matches away. These players have played thousands of matches in their Pokemon TCG career, but these last 3 matches of this tournament are the biggest matches in their Pokemon careers. 3 wins separates you from, you know, being in the history books, sure, as a top 8, placing finisher, but in glory, cemented in legacy for Pokemon if you can make it to the finals and win a world championship.
Yeah, and of course, not just glory, of course, the plethora of prizes that are available for all of our top 8 contestants and our winner. Let's take a quick reminder for the folks at home as to what exactly is on stake and at stake and what's on offer for our winners. Just we saw last year, Fernando Fuentes was the first one to win this since the bumped up pricing, $50,000 for the winner.
Yeah, just a cool 50 grand, nothing too special, right?
No big deal.
In terms of Pokemon TCG. If you follow the Pokemon trading card game for, at least a decade or, for even more time, it just continues to grow and grow. And it's awesome that players who have been competing for years and years, getting themselves to exactly this spot, can just compete for large amounts of prizing. And even for our players in the top 32, right? Players like Kieran and Keon, it is a tie. It is, of course, sad to not be at that top cut place, but walking home with the cool $5,000, not too bad at all either.
Well, I mean, especially considering back when Kian and I got top 16 here the last time, for top 16, it was $2,500. So it's a bit of a big bump up. Yeah.
Yeah, with the way it works, there's going to be a pretty sizable bubble on the X2-1 players, since, X1 to 11 players at that record or greater. So this is going to be an interesting spot to see how the standings play out, of course, for the players looking to make it in the top 32, but we're going to really be focused on these 11 names in our top cut bracket, right? So the 5 players getting an automatic bye, it's going to be Justin, Piper, Mateus, who we featured with the N Toolbox deck, Shizuki Nakagawa, playing a different deck as well, Oyvind, and Landon, and Oyvind. So those are our 5 players here.
Yes.
Landon did make the top cut. We'll, of course, get that bracket when we have it for you to showcase what's happening, but while you're waiting for everything to get finalized, of course, we have the deck checks, players getting ready, the administrative stuff. We have some stuff for you guys for tuning into the stream, some drops and distros. Let's take a look and see how the TCG is being supported throughout this weekend. Of course, following along with the Twitch stream, there are drops going on for the Pokemon trading card game live. I'm a Hydreigon fan. I've got to be honest. That is a cool looking artwork. I'm going to admire that later in TCG Live. Make sure to watch and get your deck boxes as well. Oh, those 2. Why am I here at the booth? I should be playing TCG Live right now.
I was gonna say, like, I mean, we got phones, right? We can go ahead and make sure we get our drops as well, and you guys at home should be doing the same. So go ahead and tune it as you're tuning into the stream. You can get that World's Deck Box sleeve and coin, 2,000 trade credits and 2,000 trainer points. Great to craft extra cards, and yeah, absolutely, that gorgeous Hydreigon line. It's even if you're not the biggest fan of Hydreigon, or even if there's certain Pokemon line that's not your favorite, I think you got to say all the artworks, especially in this black bottom white flyer set, are so stunning.
Yeah, and remember with the special art rares, you can't craft them anymore, right? So you have to pull them out of packs. So Yeah, look, this is your opportunity to get yourself some nice looking cards, and who knows, with the way the Pokemon trading card game is shaping up, that could be a popular card, a solid card later on. I'm really looking at those deck boxes and sleeves, and hey, some credits to make some new cards from that Black Bolt and White Flare expansion. Pretty solid as well. Make sure you guys stay tuned. Stay in the Twitch chat. We appreciate you all for staying with us and watching through. This is really where the tournament is going to get as exciting as possible. We've also got, of course, some more stuff for the Pokemon trading card game live.
But wait, there's more!
Of course there's more. We always got to give back. What's better than 1, 2, or so I've heard? You can receive in-game special illustration rares using this code WCS25TCGL. Dynamotor line, I'm liking that, and that Hilda, very, very solid cards and competitive. The Dynamotor's got a little bit of work to do. I think it's got to find a bit of a better lightning partner, but having it on standby for when it does come, that's pretty solid to have. Make sure you guys use that code and receive it this weekend.
Yeah, WCS25TCGL. Go ahead and redeem that either in the app itself, or you can go onto the redeem.pokemon.com, I believe, to redeem them on the website as well if you prefer, and you can get those lovely cards to build out. I mean, Hilda, great generic card for evolution decks. Of course, searches out for an energy and an evolution Pokemon. And yeah, that Dynamotor line, I'm sure it'll find its home eventually.
Of course, there are multiple games going on this weekend, one of which the Pokemon Go. They're having some drops over on the Pokemon Go Twitch channel. So, you know, if you've got that multi-tab stream set up, you want to check out some of the Pokemon Go action, feel free and be rewarded for watching what's happening through the Pokemon Go. We've got drops going on all weekend. We'll be able to take a look and see what you can receive from watching the Pokemon Go stream. Hopefully we'll have that to showcase for you all.
Yeah, Pokemon Go, it is amazing to see just how much has come in its stride ever since all the way back in 2016. It feels like that one moment where everyone's coming together enjoying it, and now it's part of our competitive circuit as well. And there you go, you can watch time research for Great League team building via Twitch drops. So you see the Lilip, the Squirtle, and the Sentret. So you can choose your path as you celebrate the 2025 Pokemon World Championship. So go ahead and watch on Twitch, watch with the Pokemon Go channel. Our friends over there, Pokemon Go, we love those guys.
We absolutely do. These are 3 very interesting paths. I don't really know how to break this down. I guess there's the Squirtle path, the plant path, and the furry friend path. So, you know, whatever suits your boat. Yeah, personally, I'm taking the Squirtle path. I love that guy. He's got the shades on sometimes, too. You know, they're always doing fun stuff over at Pokemon Go as well.
No Lily Bluff in the house.
You know, I've never been a Credelli fan, unfortunately. I'm always, you know, I always make sure to evolve my Pokemon up to their final form. I've never used the Everstone. You know, I don't even know why the Everstone is there. You've always got to make your Pokemon as strong as possible. That's my MO at least.
Yeah, so perhaps for me, controversial opinion, I'm more of a Raichu fan than a Pikachu fan. I know mascot of the whole franchise, but I love me some Raichu. I think Raichu is absolutely precious and adorable. So yeah, I guess I'm kind of with you there in that sense.
Well, almost 10 years ago, Raichu had a showing at the World Championships for the video game. It's not really in the format anymore, but the video game has changed tons and is still here on the largest stage. There's some drops and giveaways going on over on the Pokemon VGC streams. Make sure to check out the video game drops that are happening right now. You can go ahead and use some of the things that are provided. To get yourself some in-game rewards as we get close.
Will help you. You actually can't enter, and it's gonna be hard to mess up. Although from what Kyle said yesterday, he said he was still gonna find a way to. So don't be like Kyle. Make sure you enter a code in correctly, and you can get your Farigiraf from Luca Ceribelli's World Championship winning team.
So lots going on here this weekend for the Pokemon games all across. We've also got Unite happening. Make sure you guys are checking out all of the streams that are happening. Freya, we are getting so close. We have 11 players left in this tournament. We've got an asymmetrical top cut match, top 8, top 4, and then tomorrow we're going to have ourselves a finals in an arena match. How excited are we for that?
Could not be more excited if I tried, and I know all you folks at home are going to be feeling exactly the same. But from us, I think we're going to, after that, we need a little bit of a come down. We need a little bit of a break, so we're going to go ahead and toss to a break, but don't go anywhere. Masters Top Cut is coming up very, very soon, and you're not going to want to miss that.
Chip Ritchie here on the tournament stage, joined now by Disguised Toast. Welcome. How have you been enjoying the World's experience so far?
It's been amazing. The set, the design, the players, everything has been so incredible.
Well, I've got a little game I'd like to play with you today if you're down. I know you have played lots of different games over the years, lots of different strategy games, different card games, and even the Pokemon trading card game. So I've got a handful of cards here I'm going to read to you, and I'd like for you to determine if you think this card is a World Champion card. Has this card been featured in a World Champion winning deck? Does that sound good?
That sounds good. Let's do it.
All right, we're going to start off here with a favorite for everyone who's playing even today, Gardevoir EX. It's got the ability Psychic Embrace. As often as you like during your turn, you can attach a basic Psychic Energy card from your discard pile to one of your Psychic Pokemon in play. If you do, you put 2 damage counters on it, and its Miracle Force attack, 190 damage for 3 energy. It recovers from all special conditions. Is this a card that you think has been a World Champion before? And we're counting all 3 age divisions, Masters, Juniors, or Seniors over the years.
I'm going to say no. I think I've definitely seen Gardevoir decks with what's the card, Monkey Dory, and you just damage your own minions, but then you move it around, and then some of your Pokemons benefit from being damaged. But I've never seen it like at the tippy top, so I'm gonna say no.
So Gardevoir EX currently is one of the better decks in the game. It's been legal for 2 previous World Championships, but it has never won.
It has not won.
It has not won. Tord Reklev got 2nd place in 2023 with it, but I think a lot of players may think this card could take it home this weekend. All right, we'll move on to the next one. This is going to be Lugia V-Star. So Lugia V-Star has the Tempest Dive attack, 220 damage for 4 energy. You may discard a stadium and play. And then it's V-Star power, the ability Summoning Star. During your turn, you may put up to 2 colorless Pokemon that don't have a rule box from your discard pile onto your bench.
Yes, I believe they use this to summon Archeops,
right?
Yeah. And then accelerate like 20 colorless energy. I think this one has been a World Champion deck. I know they're not as popular recently, but for the longest time, all I've heard is people talk about Lugia V-Star. So I'm going to say yes, champion.
Yes, and Lugia V-Star has, in fact, been featured in a World Champion winning deck. Gabriel Fernandez won the 2023 World Championships in the Seniors Division with a very unique Lugia V-Star deck, and it was a very good deck for a long time when it was legal in Standard. We got another one here, another Gardevoir card, Gardevoir GX. There have been a lot of very good Gardevoirs over the years. This is a Fairy type. It's got the ability Secret Spring. Once during your turn, you may attach a Fairy Energy card from your hand to one of your Pokemon. Infinite Force 30 times. This attack does 30 damage times the amount of energy attached to both active Pokemon. And then Twilight GX. Similar to V-Star Power's GX attacks were once per game effects. You shuffle 10 cards from your discard pile back into your deck.
Oh, wow. We're entering an era of Pokemon that I was not a part of. So once per energy, you may attach an energy card. I'm going to say yes, because any Pokemon that can attach energy as part of the power has always been super strong. So I'm going to say yes.
You are correct. You are 3 for 3. You are doing great here. Gardevoir GX was actually used in the World Champion winning deck by Diego Casiraga, who won the Anaheim World Championships in 2017. The last time we were here in Anaheim, it was used in the Champion deck. We got another one here. Vile Plume. Many trainers out there who played during this time frame do not like to see this card. It's a Stage 2 Pokemon, 130 HP, with the ability Irritating Pollen. Each player can't play any item cards from his or her hand. Solar Beam, 3 energy for 70. What do you think?
Oh man, there's a card recently released. It's this small green Pokemon that has a similar effect. What is it? Badoo, yeah. Because I remember I opened a Prismatic Massive Ball Badoo and everyone's freaking out. I'm like, why? And this Vile Plume seems like it's that, but even worse.
It's an ability. You don't even have to attack with it. You can attack with something that's more powerful than this Vileplume.
Player can't play any item cards from his or her hand. I'm gonna say not a championship winning deck or champion winning card because I think the champion would be able to play around a card like this, not play with a card like this.
And you would be correct once again. Vileplume, while it was one of the least enjoyable cards to play against for a long time in the Pokemon TCG, and it was very, very good, never won a World Championships. All right, here we go. We got 3 more cards here. We're going to go with this Wailord EX. This is an iconic Pokemon TCG card. It has 250 HP. It has the ability Water Veil. When you attach an energy from your hand to this Pokemon, you remove all special conditions from it. And then its attack, High Breaching. 5 energy, 120 damage. This Pokemon is now asleep. What do you think of Wailord EX?
5 energy and makes itself asleep, but you can then attach an energy card to this Pokemon to remove the condition. But 120 doesn't seem like that high of a number.
Now, you are going back to a time where, this was the highest HP any Pokemon had in the game at the time was 250. So, we've scaled things up just a little bit over the last few years. This card came out, I believe, in 2015. So it is a little older. Take that into mind here when you're making your call.
Ooh, I just don't think a card like this can win a championship. 5 energy cost with a drawback. You probably have to run a lot of energy accelerants to be able to attack with it. I'm going to say not a championship winning card.
And this is going to be your first error.
Oh, wow.
And it's a little bit of a trick question here. So this Wailord was used to get 2nd place at US Nationals, most famously in a stall strategy. It didn't attack. You just tanked hits, 250 HP, and made it so your opponent couldn't knock it out and eventually won the game by deck out. Similar to Snorlax stall, which is a more recent strategy. But it was also featured as a singular copy in Jacob Van Wagner's Archie's Blastoise winning deck in 2015. For a very specific matchup, a Pokemon couldn't one-hit KO it, and you could one-hit KO the Pokemon in return, so you would help you prize trade favorably. And the reason it was good is because Blastoise let you accelerate a bunch of energy into play at once.
Okay, got it. I didn't know stall back then was just a really big Pokemon.
Sometimes that's all it takes. All right, and just 2 more cards here, and we're going way far back here. This is back to 2009 and 2010. Luxray GL Level X. It's a level up Pokemon, similar to Evolution, but you can only level up a Pokemon when it's in the active spot. And Luxray levels up from Luxray levels up into Luxray GL Level X. So it's Luxray to Luxray, but the Luxray is a basic. Okay. Bright Look as the Poke Power, a precursor to abilities. When you level up Luxray, you get to bring up one of your opponent's bench Pokemon to the active spot, and then Flash Impact, 60 damage, 30 damage to one of your benched Pokemon.
Interesting. So you can make them swap.
Yes. Kind of like a boss's orders on an ability.
That's always good. I'm gonna say, yeah, this is a championship winning card because it's like a boss's order attached to it, and you don't even have to use a trainer card for it.
You would be very correct. This card was extremely good. It actually won the World Championships in 2009 in all 3 age divisions. It won in 2010 in the Juniors and Masters division and got 2nd in the Seniors division. One of the best World Champion cards of all time, Luxray GL Level X. And then we're going to kick it all the way back to a card that was legal at the very first World Championships in 2004, Blaziken, with its Fire Starter Poke Power. Once during your turn, you may attach a Fire Energy from your discard pile to one of your benched Pokemon. And then its Fire Stream attack, 50 damage. You discard a Fire Energy attached to it, and then you deal 10 to all of your opponent's benched Pokemon.
From your discard pile as well, huh? That's good. Well, one has 100 HP.
Well, let's think of the time. Yeah, back then this is a stage 2 Pokemon. 100 HP, this was as much HP as big Pokemon had.
I'm gonna say yes, championship card, because I think anything involving attaching energy from a discard pile just has to be good, especially back then where I assume that's not a very readily available move.
So you have great line of thinking here because it was very, very good but it did not win the World Championships. 2004 is a famous Worlds in Pokemon TCG lore because the Japanese players came over and surprised the entire world with a Team Magma deck that was able to defeat Blaziken in the finals. So this card was very, very good. It had strong finishes at the US National Championships prior to Worlds, but did not win. But you did really, really well here, I would say. You missed on 2, but you got 5 correct for a lot of cards that you'd never seen before.
I've only seen Gardevoir and Lugia, so the other 5 were just complete brand new, but I kind of try and base it off what's popular now, so the Vileplume and the Baldoo were very similar. But I've seen popular decks don't run Baldoo, because if you're expecting it, you can kind of play around it as well, and Vileplume just seems like a card like that. So, no, but this was really fun to see the meta, the card power evolve over time.
Well, I appreciate your time, Toast, and hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend here at the World Championships.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the 2025 Pokemon World Championships here in Anaheim. I am Kyle Pukasukovic, and we have a quick report as the Swiss rounds have ended, and that means we are moving on to the top cut portion of this tournament, the single elimination bracket. It's time to whittle this field down even further. This is where moments are made, where legacies are born. And by the end of today, we will be down to just 2 players. That last round, that crazy finish that ended in a tie, really jumbled up the standings heading into the top cut. It was gonna be a clean top 8 cut, and now we have 11 players who are still in the running here at the World Championships. We have our bracket ready to go. We can take a look at that right now to see what we're working with. So all of these players fought hard throughout this tournament to get to this point. We have some people who need to play in that asymmetrical cut round. You see them all the way on the left. If they have someone paired against them, they're going to have to play in this first round. Some players already advance straight to the top 8. You can see those such as Oyvind, who was on the stream earlier, Piper, and some other players up here. We have one name I want to call attention to on the left side near the bottom of the bracket. That is Marco Cifuentes, the brother of Fernando Cifuentes, who won the World Championships just 1 year ago. So we could see something unprecedented where siblings are able to take down the World Championships in back-to-back years. It's an exciting story. Let's bring in our casters to go over this bracket even further and talk about the excitement that's yet to come.
Thanks so much, Kyle. And yeah, what an exciting bracket this is. Top 16 playoff, and then those players in the top 8 will be breaking it down. We've got an extremely wide variety of decks, as well as, important to note, an extremely wide variety of regions competing in this World Championship top cut.
Yeah, we sure do. We already talked about Oyvind, of course, representing Finland. Been on an absolute tear for the back half of the season and continuing that tear into the World Championships, not even needing to play that top 16 asymmetrical cut round, is straight through to top 8. Riley McKay, who we talked about, so really proved himself on the stage at NAIC, will have to face off against Daigo Yoshihara to lock up his spot in top 8, so we'll have to play in that asymmetrical cut. I mean, who else stands out to you, Ethan?
Yeah, like you said, the Marco Cifuentes versus Landon Kettler. Landon's had a great season, you know, won that regional championships and then just took time off before playing in Worlds. Had rest and recovery seemed to have worked well. He's going to have a hard opponent up against him. Marco Cifuentes is out for victory to essentially follow up what his brother took care of. We've got the Battle of Tanaka in Japan, top 16. It's going to be Junya up against Yota. That's going to be a very, very interesting matchup, as well as, you know, the biggest thing in terms of deck surprises. I don't know if many people could confidently have said that there would be 2 Zoroark EX decks in this top cut. No, in terms of the Zoroark deck, it is an off-meta deck. And the big thing to note is, you know, it kind of has a pretty solid and expected meta game in terms of the top 16 decks that exist. The 11 players here, you know, it's got a mix of Goldengo, it's got some Gardevoir, it's got, you know, some interesting things like Raging Bolt and Dragapult. These are things that you'd expect. The big outlier from this as well, another deck there are 2 copies of in this top cut, is Charizard EX, a deck that has fallen out of favor thanks to the rise of Dragapult. And now I have to wonder, you know, with these 2 outlier decks, of course they're going to have, you know, an expected metagame field to tackle in this top cut bracket. But if they go head-to-head against each other, how is that matchup dynamic going to work? We saw earlier on Mateus sort of struggling against the Charizard when it's properly teched out. Is that what to expect in that matchup? Or could things change from what we saw earlier on today?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. I guess we'll have to see. Of course, another one name we haven't talked about yet, Piper Lapine, representing that Goldengo deck, of course, and had a very, very impressive win on stream just earlier today. Also won't have to play that top 16 asymmetrical cut, as she is already locked into top 8 cut, and I believe like the first woman to make top cut in Masters at TCG for I think 15 years, something like that.
It's been something like that. Piper is an absolutely outstanding player and an inspiration for people playing all over the world, showcasing anybody can do it, and she is no exception. Still on the up and coming, you know, has been a first master for just a few years at this point, and had a really solid season. You know, last year doing the 2-time regional champion wins, has now, you know, gotten close to making top cut off of a top 8 at NAIC, and now top 8ing Worlds. An excellent season for Piper, but I know she's still hungry for that international title. World Championship would be a great place to cement herself in the legacy. She already knows her matchup she's playing. The rest of our players in top 8 already, Justin, Mateus, and Oyvind, they've got to wait to see what happens in their top 16 matches. Piper could already start preparing, knows that Shizuki Nakagawa is on the horizon for a big match where the winner not only advances to top 4 and tries to continue on, but top 4 is where all of that extra glory comes in. The Pikachu trophy card, the trophy itself, and being one of those players that gets an automatic invitation to the World Championships next year.
So what is Shizuki on, actually? I didn't quite catch that before.
So we've got a big mix of decks in this top cut. Shizuki is one of the players playing that Raging Bolt EX deck. So typically a very close matchup up against Goldengo. As I've been watching the field, a big key card in that match has definitely been the Togekiss. That 101 Togekiss line in the deck, being able to just flip a coin, flip heads, completely changes the dynamic when things like the baby Raging Bolt with Thunderburst Storm can just kind of provide a little bit of a dent normally in the prize mapping for Goldengo, right? Since if you take a KO on that one prizer, you still got to take 3 more KOs to win, and when Raging Bolt is striking first, they're usually the first ones to go to 4 prizes when you're still at 5. Normally that messes things up, but one flip, right, from that Togekiss means the entire shift just changes and it goes right back into your favor, or you just get to close the game out a turn early.
Yeah, or even as well, to be fair, the Goldengo player can play a little bit smart. I mean, I've played, I think I talked about it a fair bit already, but Raging Bolt was kind of the deck I'm playing a lot right now. I was just at a League Cup not too long ago, and I played against Goldengo in its like kind of new iteration, And as ever, what they can do is they can be clever with Tourist Scenario and essentially force the Raging Bolt player to take the first single prize KO and like make it so that they can't take 2 prizes for the first knockout. So if you can do that, Goldengo is pretty favored as well. So there's definitely tricks that Goldengo player can do. And now even more so if Piper's playing this Togekiss line, that's just another trick that you have that can maybe swing that matchup a bit more.
So it seems that a lot of these decks are coming in pairs. We talked about Charizard. That's got 2 representatives. There are 2 Poltnor in the top cut, 2 of the Zoroark decks. We've got the most popular deck in this top cut, 3 copies of it, Goldengo. So, right, that's a majority of the decks. Then there's a few outliers. We talked about the Raging Bolt, but the big story for the Gardevoir fans out here is, of course, Riley McKay, coming off of a final placement at the North America International Championships, running Gardevoir back, is in top cut, and is looking to, again, continue his story, showing people that that was not a one-time fluke. He's a solid player. He's at minimum proved that here. We'll see how much he can prove it on a grand scale by traversing through this difficult top cut bracket here in Anaheim.
Yeah, you've got to believe in him, right? I think that anyone who is in this top cut, they are here for a reason. Whether you know them or whether you don't, whether they've had like a breadth of experience or whether they've had the moments prove themselves on stage like Riley or not, any one of these players has fought so hard to get here, and any one of them could become world champion. It's just a matter of finding out who it's going to be.
This is really, where the factors outside of your control just become extremely important. There's no room for error. It's a single elimination bracket. If you lose a match, best 2 out of 3, 75 plus minutes, you're out of the tournament. You walk away with what you've got, you go home and you dream about that Pikachu trophy and how close you were. You are not going to get many opportunities like this. The best of the best players always talk about how important this tournament is. Tord even, says that as well. This is sometimes you've only got, 1 or 2 chances for a lot of players in their Pokemon career to make it even into the top cut of the tournament. Every win is so important, and every loss just hurts so much more.
Yeah, I know Tord was talking a little bit about, I know on socials, about how this one particularly stung for him, the fact that he wasn't even able to make it through to day 2, that he felt so prepared for this tournament and it didn't go his way. I know he's going to be reeling a bit about this one for a while, I think. But Tord's a strong player. He's not here this time, but we know he's going to pick himself up, regroup, and come back even stronger next season, as he always tends to do.
The main focus on these 11 players. As you're kind of looking through, I love to do a little bit of early predictions, because, if you get it right, it's bonus points. If not, no harm, no foul. Do you have a name or two that you're watching on this list that you think could go all the way and maybe get a world championship title under their belt?
So for me, there's like a kind of 2 different personal biases and then a kind of a non-personal bias. So we'll start with Piper, right? So Piper, being the first woman in so long to make top cut and doing it so well, and knowing that she's been pining for such a big result for so long, I'm really, really rooting for her a lot to go all the way. I think that would be really, really great to see. From a caster prediction perspective, though, and this is perhaps some kind of advantage or not, because no matter what, I get a win. Shizuki, the last Raging Bolt in the field for my caster prediction, so like maybe there. And then for Oyvind as well, I spent a lot of time with the Finnish guys. They're a really, really great community there. I love all those guys to bits. I'll be rooting for Oyvind for sure, and I really, really hope he goes far, because he's been a player on the cusp of greatness for a long, long time. He had this breakout back half of this season right now, and now he's sitting at the top 8 cut of world. I know he'll be doing himself and the whole community in Finland so proud.
Yeah, talking about Oyvind for a minute, he's got pretty polarizing matchups in this top cut. You heard him say earlier, he just wants to kind of avoid the Dragapult Dusknoir. There's 3 of them, there are 2 of them in top cut. Now, one of them is on the other side. That is Justin, already there in top 8. So, Oyvind could dodge that all the way till finals, potentially. However, the other Dragapult Dusknoir will be this first match, the winner of which he will play in this top 8. Riley McKay playing the Gardevoir, and then Daigo Yoshihara playing that Dragapult Dusknoir deck. And that is really essentially a big polarizing matchup for Oyvind, right? As a Charizard player, you're either going to play against your worst matchup in the Dragapult Dusknoir deck, or one of your best matchups in the Gardevoir deck. These are the moments, right, as a Pokemon player, you're kind of just crossing your fingers and hoping, a certain player maybe dead draws or makes a mistake, and that you could have a little bit of an easier bracket, especially when if Piper does win that top 8 match, that is your essentially most favored matchup in the bracket as a Charizard player, Goldengo EX, where that Chi-Yu really shines.
Yeah, and to be fair as well, Oyvind's got to be feeling, if you're weighing up the odds one way or the other, we have seen Riley McKay as Gardevoir taking down Tord Reklev, one of the best players in the world. And what was Tord playing that NAIC? It was Dragapult. So there's no reason why he can't. There's no reason why Riley can't do it again. And if Oyvind's thinking like that, then he's got to be thinking, my odds are good here.
It's going to be a mixture for sure. You know, some of these players, again, can rest and relax. For a lot of these other players, this match is an extremely important one. There are so many storylines to be said. So many players really want this tournament. I'm super, interested to see how Japan is going to traverse through this bracket. They've got a wide variety of decks and a wide variety of players. None of them just in the top 8 yet, but they're looking to get there as soon as possible. Speaking of wide field, we had a wide variety of caster predictions for this event. We'll see how they're shaping out, right? We started with just over 700 players at this tournament. We're now down to just 11, and I mean, Mike's definitely got the short end of the stick.
Oh,
Joe
no.
as well, so EU's definitely taken a little bit of a loss. There's no Flareon, and there's no Picnic Basket in this top cut. No Grimmsnarl or Genesect either, but this does prove the metagame going to this weekend very wide with a lot of deck choices for our competitors to contemplate and think about what they want to pilot.
Yeah, I think out of all the European casters, my caster prediction, or at least one of mine, is still the only one left in contention, and even then, there's only one representative of it left. So yeah, not looking great, but for you even, my goodness, you nailed it with Goldengo, I think. Maybe not so much with the Crustal, it did make some appearances, didn't quite make it all the way, but there were a few in day 2, weren't there?
My boy got to shine. He got to show some of his some action, what he's got. But yeah, Goldengo, as I think nobody was surprised to see, a little bit more of a basic pick, but hey, 23% of the field in day 1, the #1 most played deck in day 2, and having the most representatives in this top cut at 3. So we'll have to see if it can go all the way, or if somebody will be able to take it down.
Yeah. Okay, this is a bit of a reach, but can I reframe me predicting Iron Thorns as me predicting one of the Cifuentes brothers are going to win?
Is this the Cifuentes legacy?
Yes.
Iron Thorns promised this to them.
That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
I can get behind it. Pokemon is about interpretation sometimes.
It is.
Look, Iron Thorns, no longer at the forefront of the meta game, but it is, a Pokemon with, not the same style. It's a little bit of disruptive sometimes. Being the Zoroark deck, it can do a lot of different things. So if anything, probably the most opposite deck change. The Iron Thorns deck was the most straightforward, simple deck. You just stick your guys in the active spot, you disrupt your opponent, and you attack. While the Zoroark deck that Marco Cifuentes is playing is just the most opposite deck of that. You're drawing a bunch of cards from your deck, you're using a bunch of abilities, mixing things up, spreading damage all over the place. So, this worked really well last year.
It did.
They've adapted, and we'll see if the Zoroark is the key to win Worlds this year.
I'm going to reinforce my reach, as it were, by saying the amount of the fans in the Chilean community who said after the win last year, Iron Thorns is Chilean. That's where the story is going. I'm sticking with it. I'm listening to the Chilean community. Much love to everyone in Latin America. Being Brazilian myself, I have so much love for everyone down there. So mucho amor para la comunidad de Chile, as well as everyone in Brazil.
I see you.
Yep. Yo hablo un poco de portuñol.
We're getting international on this broadcast.
Yes.
You love to see it. Yeah, what a mix of top cut this is. We've got essentially most of the regions. Outside of Asia, Japan is the only region, right, to have this. We had lots of players from a lot of different, countries within the APAC region. None of them outside of, the Japanese representatives making it into top cut. So in terms of performance this year from, outside of the TPCI region, it seems, at least from these results, Japan did their homework. They put their practice in. They, of course, have had more time to work with these cards since they're already ahead. They've already got, Mega Symphony as their expansions. We really sometimes see at the World Championships that extra preparation, having their nationals be in the same format as this, can really be a big advantage.
Yeah. Now, I don't know about you, I would love to kind of do a little refresher / get to know better, at least, some of our players in this top cut. I believe we do have a player profile on Piper Lapine ready to show you guys home. So let's get to know Piper a little bit better.
If you've been watching the Pokemon trading card game broadcasts through at any portion of the stream, there's a good chance you've seen Piper, whether it's at the top of the standings or in terms of accomplishments. This is a long-time player. Played through the juniors and seniors divisions, had tons of success, and just kept that momentum rolling. Coming off, like we mentioned, a top 8 at NAIC, a top 8 at the last regional of the year, Portland. So look at that. Regional top 8 into next event top 8 into next event top 8. You've got to imagine, you've been cut short at top 8. Is this the time where you finally break through? If there's any tournament to do that at, Worlds has definitely got to be one that you're okay, you know, going a little bit further than being held up at top 8 for these events.
Yeah, absolutely. Piper's got to be absolutely beaming right now with 2 regionals already under her belt, but now with a chance to make a really, really big name for herself, as if she needed to. Already such a star-studded player, but now a chance to be world champion here in Anaheim. She's got to be feeling absolutely chuffed with herself, but also laser focused to make sure that she does not lose sight of the end goal.
It's all thanks to Goldengo EX with that Genesect. Make it rain, a very common attack, and I'm sure we'll be seeing it rain gold coins throughout the rest of this top 8 bracket. 2-time regional champion as well. Let's not forget that incredible season in the front half of the 2023 season. Won the first regionals with that Radiant Charizard Inteleon deck, and then brought a completely different deck, a Mewtwo V Union stall deck to win a different regional. And the whole segment is Piper, no matter what the time period is, doesn't really, you know, stay complacent with the same deck. Takes a very similar approach as a lot of these top players do, especially from North America, where they just play what they think is the best deck. They practice it a lot and a lot and a lot in a short time span, sort of, you know, condensed, intensive prep. A lot of people would call that, you know, a boot camp sort of esque style. Brings it to a tournament, and that recipe for success, it's worked a lot this year.
Yeah, I feel like when you're a player at Piper's skill level and you've been playing for so long, that's something you can kind of like get away with. I mean, get away with sounds a little bit harsh. It's a good strategy to go for, rather. What I tend to say when people ask me, okay, Freya, I'm getting into the game right now. I know you've been playing for a little bit. What would you recommend as a sort of a formula to success when I'm just starting out? And what I tend to say to people is when you're just starting out, what the best thing to do is pick one of the decks that can do well in the tournament. It doesn't have to necessarily be the top tier, but just a deck that can win, that you enjoy playing, and play that a lot to iron out your fundamentals. Make sure that your sequencing is good. Make sure that in general you're approaching with the right mindset when it comes to how to sequence out a turn basically, and how to respond to what your opponent does. When you get to that point where that's ironed out and you've played with one deck enough that you're misplaying with it less and less, then you get to the point where you think to yourself, I can apply this same skill set that I developed to another deck, and I have that flexibility to adapt what I play into a tournament to take for account what else might be going on. So I think, for me at least personally, that's what I'd recommend to anyone. I mean, some free advice for you watching at home. If you want to make a start into trying getting to these upper echelons of competitive play, that's the advice I'd give.
And while it won't be till a little bit later, of course, we still have our top 16 to play out. Piper's opponent, Shizuki Nakagawa, coming all the way from Japan, will be her opponent come that top 8 bracket. We've also got a player profile on this competitor from Japan, the lone Raging Bolt in our top cut. This is a deck that's gone through a lot of changes, right? Before, this was the, you know, first deck to, you know, use the Pokestop in a super aggressive way. It had, you know, the Radiant Greninja, a lot of pieces, and now it's completely shifted over to this Knock Towel engine, using the Teal Mask Ogerpon, flooding the board with energies, and using that, you know, huge attack from the Raging Bolt Bellowing Thunder to deal big damage.
Yeah, and sort of focusing on Shizuki as a player, bit of a breakout result. Has had a couple of, you know, City League wins, but no major big tournament win results in Japan, it seems like. So this is going to be a very, very big breakout performance for Shizuki. Got to be feeling very happy with himself right now.
Yeah, as a quick reminder, players from Japan can qualify in 3 different ways for the World Championships. Either A, through the 4 city leagues through the year. Think of them as league cups, but there's only 4 you can go to. So winning 2 of these, you know, city leagues are an important cornerstone if you want to qualify. Only 40 players from the region get to qualify from the city leagues. You can win or get top 4 to Champions League, or you can get top 16 at the Nationals. So Shizuki, sort of a local master here, very, very solid on the local scene, has now gone to a large tournament, showcase that those, you know, that skill level isn't just capped to local tournaments, is now looking to make a name for himself in Japan, not only back home there, but here in America as potentially a World's finalist or World Champion this year.
Yeah, I didn't realize that. So if you win a City League in Japan, that gets you a Worlds invite. Is that what you're saying, or did I misunderstand?
No, so at this point, you can win through 3 different ways, right?
Yeah.
You can get through the City Leagues, you can go through the Champions Leagues for replacement.
Yeah, yes.
But the points don't accumulate like they do in NA.
Yes, that was it.
The points are always separate, so that's really the system.
Yeah, and of course you would know. You've been there. You've played in that system. It's really glad to have you on the desk to explain that for us and everyone at home who might not be aware of how it goes otherwise. But that's in the past. We're looking towards the now, and I do believe our players are pretty much at the table and ready to go for our asymmetrical top cut feature match.
Say less, Freya. Let's get down into it. We're actually skipping right into top 8. So
okay.
Asymmetrical top cut is going to play a little bit on the side right now, but the bracket has already been set. Nothing was going to change this matchup. This was already set in stone, bound to happen, so why wait, Freya? The best things are not worth waiting for sometimes if you can just do it right away. There's some exceptions, but these players just want to get the nerves over with, get on the stage and play what is probably the biggest match of both of these players' careers. Winner of this gets so much glory, so much, pride, and one step closer to becoming a world champion. It's going to be Piper Lapine up against Suzuki Nakagawa. We'll see how this matchup plays out.
Yeah, we absolutely will. Both of these players, I imagine, the nerves will be high, but also the focus and the concentration will be high as well, as they both... We keep talking about it, right? It almost feels like we're a broken record, but it is so true. Every stage of the tournament that you advance further, the stakes get higher and higher. Now, we're looking at potential top 4 spots, and as you were talking about before, Ethan, 3 matches between you and that world champion title.
So we're just making sure everything is being taken care of at this point. Of course, these players setting up. Looks like a mulligan or 2 specifically for Piper. This will again be Raging Bolt EX paired with the Noctowl up against Goldango EX with Genesect and the cute little inclusion of that 101 using the rare candy to evolve Togekiss line. Is that potentially going to be what's required for Piper to win this? A little bit of luck, a little bit of coin flip action, or is that really just a cherry on top in a matchup like this?
I guess we'll have to wait and see. Now, I know there's one person who was playing in the World Championships who, although didn't have the best day themselves, Antoine Boulet has got to be feeling pretty chuffed seeing the Togekiss special. A card they did very well with playing it in Goldango at some regionals in Europe this year, so I imagine that Antoine feels like a little piece of them is in the top cut at least, even if their Worlds run didn't go so great.
There's the Togekiss fans out there happy to see that Togekiss is finally on the world stage. It really hasn't had a shining card or an archetype in a while, especially for a tournament like this. It's finally getting here right now. Players are setting up. Let's take a look at these prize cards. Oh no, here. Double Genesect EX prize for Piper. This is a nightmare situation.
Only 2 Genesect in the deck, so with both of them prized, no way to get it out and no way to use that metallic signal ability and search your metal type evolutions. That's horrendous.
Not what you want to see. There is a single copy of Ultra Ball, so that can at least search one of these Goldango out of the deck, but is really going to have to rely off of potentially some strong coin bonus abilities or even Cypher Maniac's code breaking to get that into play. Not having access to those pieces, especially in a huge match like this, already before the first turn has even started, a crushing blow for Piper in terms of setup.
Yeah, really not where you want to be, but Piper is a strong player. We've seen her play a way out of many tricky situations like this one. If anyone can try and make it work with this, it's got to be her. But here, we see the fist bump. We are kicking off our first top 8 match here at the Pokemon Trading Card Game 2025 World Championships, and it looks like Shizuki will be going first.
Exactly what you want to see. Nest Ball turn 1, and this is the Rotom show. Fan Rotom, we really haven't showcased him that much on the stream. Raging Bolt's been pretty absent from our coverage, but here it is now for you Raging Bolt fans. On that first turn, Fan Rotom has one of the best setup abilities, allowing you to search your deck for 3 colorless Pokemon with 100 HP or less. Important to note, these could be basic or evolution Pokemon. The Noctowl only has 100 HP. Hoot Hoot with less, you can search those out and get ready for a powerful turn on turn number 2.
Yeah, it's interesting to see this version of the deck is the one that made it to top 8, of course. We did see, it was Kabufukaze, right, who just won the Japan National Championships with the birdless version, the no Fan Rotom version of this deck. But Shizuki opting to put the Noctowls and the Fan Rotom back in, and it's obviously paid off very well for him.
So we will see the Hoot Hoot. I assume one more, definitely the choice. And now it just comes down to how many Noctowl Shizuki has access to. If there is a Noctowl in hand, a lot of the times you'll just want to get these Hoot Hoot down and have access to that. Is still just going to go for the mix. 2 Hoot Hoot, 1 Noctowl. And now the question really becomes, is there an energy drop available, especially if it can go onto the baby Raging Bolt, which can be so powerful in this matchup. even more so that finding Goldengo EX is going to be just a little bit more difficult not having Genesect EX.
Yeah, very much so. It's pretty much that single prize Raging Bolt EX, one of the best attackers you have against Gardevoir. You can really control the board pretty well, but looks like wasn't able to find it, so still an energy drop onto the Raging Bolt EX at least, so then it's just a pass, and Piper fires back with an Arven of her own.
And Piper's going to get the bad news very quickly.
Oh,
there
yes.
are no Genesect in play, so what would probably be normally a Nest Ball grabbed off of this Arven may actually have to be that one copy of Ultra Ball. There's already a Buddy Buddy Poffin in the hand for Piper, so getting the Gimme Ghouls down is already taken care of. The question now becomes, by grabbing Ultra Ball, you do kind of telegraph to your opponent what you have in hand, and may make Shizuki even more keen towards targeting down these Gimme Ghouls in the bench if it means burning resources like a Prime Catcher or Boss's Orders.
Yeah, I've got to say though, Piper going through the deck very confidently and already slamming down the two choices from the Arven. Poker Face of Steel right here, very appropriate for a Goldengo deck. It's very impressive to see Piper just, so laser focused and not giving away what we know is a horrendous news for her.
So we'll take note that those two Genesect EX are unavailable. It looks like it will be the Buddy Buddy Poffin, as well as another tool card. The Air Balloon, it looks like, is considered. Actually, may not have an Air Balloon to grab in this hand, deciding to actually just grab Buddy Buddy Poffin, it seems. So we'll see the two Gimme Ghoul come down into play. One of those will be the Call for Family, so that can search out an extra Pokemon. And it seems like that will be the choice. Air Balloon Monkey Dory, retreat into the Gimme Ghoul, and Call for Family will grab yet another Gimme Ghoul into play. And you did actually make an interesting point earlier on in the game. Sometimes it's actually better to not bench the Genesect early on. It is sort of a nice byproduct, unfortunately, of prizing those Genesect. You have no choice, and the single prize early strategy has to be what you go for.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's getting out more Gimme Ghoul, got to be a pretty good feeling. But now it's up to Shizuki. How does Shizuki respond to this? Since he wasn't able to get an energy onto the single prize Raging Bolt, there won't be any option for a 90 damage Thunderburst Storm to take a KO on these Gimme Ghoul. But could still maybe go ahead and KO this active Gimme Ghoul. That's not going to be like the worst feeling in the world. Teal Dance comes in for the first time. One grass energy attached to that Teal Mask Ogerpon. Going to draw a card afterwards. Pretty big hand to work with, as we do see, now the Jewel Seeker coming in.
Jewel Seeker now online thanks to that Teal Mask Ogerpon, that Terrastal Pokemon hitting the board. Go ahead and just search out any two trainer cards from the deck. The Earthen Vessel, being able to discard some energy and grab some, and would not be surprised to see something like Professor Sada as the other card.
It is.
It will be the exact two choices, and now is the question, what attacker do you go for? Are you confident attacking with this Raging Bolt EX, or is something like the Thunderburst Storm Raging Bolt non-EX a better choice in the spot?
Yeah. Quick fire quiz for you, Ethan. Do you remember Sada's Japanese name?
It is, oh my gosh, you're going to put me on. It's actually Sada. I believe it's the same thing.
No, it's Orim.
Oh, it's Orim. Yeah, of course.
Orim Sensei.
You're putting me on the spot here. Come on, it's been like 2 years.
You're our local rep there.
I was thinking of Futu, which is the other guy.
Oh,
it's the Turo. So I was getting a little bit mixed up, but it is Orim no Hakase. So a little bit of Japanese knowledge for our viewers, but we'll keep things comprehensible for those viewing internationally, rather in the States and abroad. It will be that Raging Bolt EX. How are you thinking about the Japanese Pokemon names? Come on, let's lock back into the English and get here. We are going to see potentially a Thunderburst Storm online as an option. And this is where that 50 HP Gimme Ghoul, while it's great at using Call for Family to grab Pokemon, it now means it's very reasonable for it to be one of the KO targets from that Thunderburst Storm, since the 2 energy means it will be knocked out from the 60 damage snipe, rather than the 60 not being enough to knock out those 70 HP benched Gimme Ghouls.
Yeah, but the only bit missing, I think, for Shizuki is a way to get this Raging Bolt into the active. He's considering burning the Prime Catcher, and actually just going to go ahead and go for it.
Yeah, it's just going to play the Prime Catcher, valuing taking this first KO with a 1-prize Pokemon. Since Piper is actively attacking with 2-prize Pokemon, the Gust is not as important as it is in other matchups. You can knock out this bench Gimme Ghoul, keep this Raging Bolt in the active spot, and from there, force Piper to have a Gust plus something like this Energy Search Pro. This is piece number 1, but again, without the help of Genesect's Metallic Signal, it's going to be pretty difficult for Piper to get this board set up, pending there's not a Goldengo EX in the hand right now.
Yeah, at the very least, a full complement of the 8 energy from that Energy Search Pro, so that's going to be a good feeling, if nothing else. And yeah, that is, of course, a disadvantage of playing that Call for Family Gimmighoul. It is a great attack to get a bench Pokemon out, but it does, unlike the other Gimmighoul that you play, have enough, or like little enough HP for 60 damage to be enough with the Thunderburst Storm for a knockout. So Shizuki recognizing that and capitalizing on that very, very well.
Does have one Goldengo EX, and Big Find finds the other Goldengo EX. Genesect not even needed in this spot, and also has another copy of Air Balloon, so can get the maximum 4 cards from these coin bonus abilities, and has Cypher Maniac. This is the perfect turn. Can search out the counter catcher from the deck to allow Piper to take the first 2 prize cards potentially, if it is in the deck.
There's no counter catcher in the list, Ethan.
Not playing counter catcher. It feels like that card is almost a staple in this Goldengo deck, but instead, not playing that card is going to have to settle for a 1 prize knockout in response.
Ooh,
and there's already so many energy on Shizuki's board that it's almost inevitable something like Goldengo EX will be knocked out in the following turn.
Yeah, this would have been an absolutely ideal situation to go for the counter catcher, but Piper does have, of course, that Togekiss ready to go, and this goes back to something you were saying at the beginning. You take out a 1 prize knockout, it doesn't feel great, but maybe the Togekiss can be the difference maker that makes that okay.
And now with that Pokemon being in play, I have to wonder if, Shizuki's plan this turn changes a little bit. It feels like target number 1 on the board, the Togekiss, just sort of adds this level of variance to the deck that is not really expected out of Goldengo. And honestly, as Shizuki, you're still going to need 3 turns to win this game. Would it really be so terrible to try and recover this Raging Bolt, put 2 energies onto it, and then use another Thunderburst Storm on the Togepi, followed by 2 2-price KOs? That seems very reasonable, and I feel like maybe even desired here from Shizuki.
I was going to say, not only does that not sound terrible, I think that actually sounds pretty optimal here, because you're putting up another 1 prizer, your map is still pretty good, yeah, I think that could be a really good thing to go for, and it denies Piper a potential comeback option to put the prize map back in her favor. Unfortunately, I don't think there's a way for Shizuki to get it here, and that's kind of acknowledged by the manual attachment of the Lightning Energy and then an Iono for Shizuki.
So usually this 1 hand disruption card in these Raging Bolt decks being used early on, Iono shuffling all those energies for Piper from Energy Surge Pro to the bottom of the deck. And it's going to be really hard, again, to find those Goldengo EX with those Genesects being prized. No Teal Dance being used yet. We also do have a Pheasantipity available. That will be benched, flip the script used, 3 additional cards drawn. And there's still a Hoot Hoot down in play, so at any point during the game, as long as that Hoot Hoot is not KO'd, there's just the easy ability to search out more trainer cards. And what an excellent few cards. Another Teal Mask Ogrepon, Grass Energy to go ahead and accelerate. And it seems like, yeah, there it is. Another Grass Energy off of the Teal Dance. So just plenty of energy on board, meaning that Raging Bolt's Thunderburst Storm attack, or rather the Bellowing Thunder attack on the EX, will be easy to use with there being plenty of those energies available.
Yeah, and look at that as well. Getting another Hoot Hoot down for good measure, so going to be plenty of access to Jewel Seeker. Bellowing Thunder comes in, all the grass, and then 1 energy off the active being discarded. Going to go for the Lightning instead, just kind of split the difference a little bit with the energies on the board. I like that a lot. 2 prizes taken, a great turn for Shizuki.
Suzuki now having a 2-prize lead, and importantly does draw into Latias EX off the prizes. That's a great card to allow these basic Pokemon to maneuver in and out of the active spot. Again, Piper only having access to 1 coin bonus ability, no easy way to search out the other Goldengo, and 1 has just fallen. So we'll grab these energies out of the deck with the Earthen Vessel. Metal Important allows this active Pokemon to attack. The question now becomes, can Piper find a KO onto this Raging Bolt? And as a bonus, can she do it while also putting Togekiss into play to try and swing the prize trade back over either this turn or the following turn with 1 heads coin flip from that Wonder Kiss ability?
So yeah, Pokegear now comes in. What does Piper find off of this? There's a Cypher Maniacs.
Huge find. Cypher Maniac essentially allowing Piper to draw into any 2 cards she pleases to off of this coin bonus. And grabbing the Togekiss means there might already be the rare candy in hand for Piper, meaning that you can just kind of grab an extra card, even something like Goldengo EX, with there being no Genesect available to grab that out of the deck.
Yeah, and I like this a lot. You not only, it's kind of a double advantage, right? Because not only does this mean you're taking free prize cards if you flip aheads, but that means you're that much more likely to get one of those prize Genesect EXs out of the prizes. So there's a lot of good reasons to go for this here. There's the coin bonus, going to go ahead and draw those 2 cards that were put to the top. Now retreating into the other Gimmighoul, evolved to Goldengo, coin bonus for 2 again. There's a good 2 spots for next turn, a Boss's Orders and an Arvin. Rare candy into the Togekiss. and then the Superior Energy Retrieval and the Metal Energy. She's got it all.
Yeah, the exact amount of energies to take this KO, right? 4 back from the Superior Energy Retrieval, the 1 attachment for turn, and the 2 in hand. So you've got 5 energy to discard and can leave herself with Arven as the last card in hand. Make it rain, and here we go. It's Wonder Kiss time, baby. What's the flip?
What's it's
Tails.
Brutal.
So it's, you know, one of 2 flips. This first flip, very important. But now, Shizuki has the potential to take a KO on Togekiss this turn to put himself down to 2 prizes and shut that Wonder Kiss ability off, meaning that Piper will not have the potential to win if she can take another 2-prize KO with that Togekiss in play.
Yeah, and it was very smart that Shizuki did leave 1 energy each on each Raging Bolt to make sure that he didn't force himself into needing a Posada's Vitality to get enough energy onto the Raging Bolt to attack. So now you can go ahead and Earthen Vessel for some energy, get some onto the field with the Teal Mask Ogerpon, and then attach manually to the Raging Bolt EX, and you can use a Boss's Orders to bring up that Togekiss.
Yeah, it is in the hand already. Interesting to point out, there are 2 Boss's Orders in Shizuki's deck. So 1 is in the prize cards, 1 is in the hand. So a lot of these lists sometimes will only play the 1 copy of Boss. So having 2 is a big advantage here for Shizuki. So the big question now, can you get enough energy cards in play? And I think with this Earthen Vessel, it's going to be pretty simple, right? You can find a Fighting Energy if that's in the deck, plus a Grass Energy. I actually think there's only 1 energy card in the deck. It may just be the Grass Energy.
There's 2 of them at least.
Oh, there is a Fighting. Okay, so they're at the back of the deck. So now the question is, do you grab another Grass to get another Teal Dance hit? I think it's better to be safe than sorry.
I think so too.
The Fighting Energy, which means at minimum, with a 2 energy discard from Bellowing Thunder, Togekiss will go down, and Piper will still be 2 KOs away from closing this game out.
Yeah, so this Teal Dance is going to be very, very important here. We have the Fighting ready to the attack. We need 2 more energy as well as the Fighting onto the field to do enough damage for the KO onto the Goldengo. But of course, you do already have enough on the field to take the KO on that Togekiss, which is big.
Yeah, and you still haven't used Flip the Script. You've got plenty of Hoot Hoots on the bench. And let's not forget, there's no hand disruption from Piper. So I hate to say this, but this game is essentially almost locked up at this point. Because what do you do here if you're Piper? I think the only option would be something like using the 1 prize Gimme Ghoul or Goldengo with Strike It Rich to then take 1 prize and put yourself in 2, but there's no Gimme Ghoul on the bench. So what is your choice? Is it just to pass with a 1-prizer? Then that gets KO'd and you're in the same spot you were the previous turn. You've got to expect with your opponent having a Jewel Seeker ability this turn and a Jewel Seeker ability next turn, that things are not going to end well for you.
Yeah, basically no matter which way you square it, nothing feels great. And here's a very interesting tech card coming in, the Energy Switch. This is something that we do see in some of the Japanese Raging Bolt lists especially, giving you a little bit more flexibility with powering up your attackers. And yeah, very cool little tech card that this Raging Bolt list is playing.
We'll get rid of that Professor Turo along with the Crispin. See what Pokemon is really valued, and it is going to potentially be that Chien Pal, a card that has seen a little bit more inclusion after, like you mentioned, the Japan Championships. Being able to, once your turn, benching it, it sort of acts like a resetting hole if you remember cards like Marshadow from back in the day.
Absolutely.
Snow Sync lets you discard that stadium in play, and importantly, get rid of a lot of these liabilities like those Noctowl. So we'll go ahead and bump the Area 0, discarding down the Noctowl, other Noctowl, I assume, and then we'll see if that Chien Pal leaves play, or if it will be that Fan Rotom instead.
It could be Fan Rotom, or even the Pheasantipity if you're worried about 2-prize liability, but at the same time, I think you want the extra draw from that, so I think the Fan Rotom makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, makes no difference. Again, there's no hand disruption, so just going to get rid of those Pokemon and play, make space for the Latias so nothing can get trapped, and even has Nest Ball to find another Raging Bolt EX, or even something like Koraidon just as a way to accelerate energies out of the deck.
Yeah, the Koraidon really, really great. Sort of gives you a little bit of type coverage, of course. If another ancient Pokemon attacked last turn, which Raging Bolt EX is, then it does do an extra, 150 more damage with that Unrelenting Onslaught attack. So 180 for 2 colorless, really, really strong.
So the big question is, after this Raging Bolt potentially goes down next turn, is there a way to use 1 more Bellowing Thunder to win the game? Since the Koraidon does solid damage, but it's really not enough to close things out. Still plenty of cards to be drawn. We haven't seen any of these Teal Dance abilities be used yet. We know there's a Grass Energy.
No, still 1, right?
So we've seen, it looks like, no, I think we've still got access to a couple. Then it looks like actually one has been used. Yeah. There we go. So our players indicating what has been used. So grabbing the other Grass Energy, Fighting Energy is going to be put on for turn. So actually, it looks like we're not going for boss's orders this turn. It's actually going to be, oh, never mind. We can do something here. Everything's moving around. It's going to actually go in with the Koraidon to take the KO on Togekiss. This is sort of the best of both worlds. You preserve your Raging Bolt EX, keep energies onto it, and then use that Unrelenting Onslaught to take a KO on this Togekiss, leave a 1 prizer active, and put yourself in an excellent spot to win next turn.
Koraidon proving it's worth its weight in gold right now. What a phenomenal heads-up play from Shizuki. Absolutely, like you were saying, Ethan, the best of both worlds, KOing the thing that Piper can use to take a comeback with your own single prizer. I mean, you can't ask for much better than that.
Yeah, no, plenty of options that turn, but Shizuki understanding I can do essentially everything I want, right? Still wants to take out the Togekiss, but do it with the least liable Pokemon because, you know, Piper can play a Gusting card. It is possible to go after the Raging Bolt, but if you're doing that, can you really reach enough energy cards to take the KO as well? There is a chance you can't play that supporter and get away with a KO without using something like Arven or Cypher Maniac. Still, plenty of cards to draw, and Piper actually having to bench Fezandipity is just another liability, since it means if Koraidon were to stay alive and not be KO'd, it would be able to knock out Fezandipity. As we know, though, there's no counter catcher in this deck, so the Koraidon will be the Pokemon being knocked out. Piper's just going to make sure this KO is online and hope that Shizuki does not have 4 energy cards to discard next turn with that Bellowing Thunder.
Yeah, it really is just going to ultimately come down to that, although we know Shizuki's hand's pretty big. There is a Hoot Hoot ready to evolve into Noctowl for Jewel Seeker for Asada, but I think we're going to see it here. KO onto this Koraidon with Make It Rain. Raging Bolt goes into the active. Does Shizuki just have all the pieces already?
It's already in there, right?
Yeah.
Just needs a Fighting Energy in hand and needs a single energy card from Professor Sada's Vitality, and everything will be wrapped up.
Yeah.
Make sure he just goes through the steps, make sure everything is okay. Nothing has been discarded at this point. We've got 2 more bench slots, and Shizuki's going to go through the motions, but as we mentioned, this game is all but wrapped up. Fighting Energy in hand, another ancient Pokemon, doesn't even need it. Professor Sada's Vitality, Piper sees the writing on the wall. Shizuki Nakagawa taking game number 1 in decisive fashion.
Yeah, absolutely. A ferocious display from Raging Bolt. Raging Bolt doing really what it does best. That is exactly why this deck, no matter how long it's around for, it can always just deal with almost everything that's in front of it. It is you have to add to this deck. It's like the Night Marches and the Mega Rays of the past. Definitely not bringing those two up for any reasons, but it is very much that deck of the format, and it's proving its strength time and time again, and now one more time here at the World Championship stage.
You gotta feel for Piper, you know, was potentially a coin flip away from winning that game.
Yeah.
You flip heads on that coin flip, you go down to 2 prize cards, and if you can find boss's orders that turn, Make It Rain could just take a KO on one of those Pokemon on the bench. But this is where Togekiss can be strong, but also it's just a lot of work to put this Pokemon in play, and then you flip tails, and it essentially does nothing.
Yeah, you ride or die by the coin flip. Let's go over that game again just to remind ourselves of how it played out. So early on, we saw Shizuki was able to take that really, really great knockout with the single prize Raging Bolt, and then follow it up with a big 2 prize knockout with the EX, cleverly leaving 1 energy on each of the Raging Bolts so that next turn you can go ahead and deal with this Togekiss with this Koraidon play, the boss's orders, bringing it up, preserving the energy so nicely. Shizuki really showing how important it is to seek as well in the Raging Bolt deck for the maximum results.
Yeah, and you really have to think about how differently this game plays out if Piper has a card like Counter Catcher in her deck.
Absolutely.
Just take a 2 prize KO, take the lead, and then later on in the game, you know, Togekiss can be an option to take out a 1 prize Pokemon, or you at least give yourself an option for boss's orders in consecutive turns to win as well. But there's no changing. This list has been locked in for Piper. It's got to play with the 60 cards that are available to her. So yet again, continuing to see these players set up. Shizuki more than ready, already starting things off. We'll see what Piper decides to do. He's going to go ahead and go first with this deck. We've talked about Goldengo being flexible, but how is choosing to go first somewhat disruptive to Raging Bolt in terms of its powerful setup?
Well, it mainly, especially against this version of the deck with the Noctowls, you really want to be going first with it because you want to be able to get that Fan Rotom down turn 1 and set up your Hoot Hoot. So I think that's really the big reason why you want to go first with if you're playing against this deck, because you just want to get a turn where you can get everything down before this Fan Rotom shenanigans can happen.
So that Genesect that was all missing in game number 1 is here to start things off in the active spot. You know, it's an okay spot to be. Air Balloon can easily move that out of the active, as Piper will be going searching through the deck, sees that one Goldengo EX is prized, but outside of that, these prizes more than navigable. We'll be playing a, somewhat standard strategy in this second game.
It always feels good when you look at your prizes and you think, oh, there's just one copy prized of these things I play multiples of that I'm not really too fussed about. I mean, the one exception being the regular Goldengo, the single prize one, but not really something you use in this matchup, so I think it's going to feel pretty fine about that as well.
Let's just go ahead and grab double Gimme Ghoul, using this Genesect's ability preemptively to take these Goldengo out of the deck so they aren't potentially drawn into on the next turn, optimizing every small factor to give themselves the best edge in this matchup. So there's the 2 Goldengo, last one in the deck, so none in the hand, and that's honestly okay when you have Genesect because, once again, they can just easily be grabbed out at any time thanks to that powerful signal.
So whilst this deck search is going on, I have to draw attention to Piper's comment on her deck list, and I quote, "Time is money." That's the name that she has given to her Goldengo list.
It's factual. Time is money, and Goldengo is really the true spokesperson of that slogan. So shout out Goldengo for preaching what is true. Time is money, and time is hopefully on Piper's side. It was not a super long game 1. Plenty of time for game 2 and 3, so we'll see how much time is needed for Piper to hopefully get herself closer to that huge money, $50,000.
Absolutely. So Shizuki starting off with an Ultra Ball, it looks like. Plenty of options to choose in terms of discard. Is he going to just go ahead and get these 2 energies in the discard straight away?
It's an interesting choice, is sitting on Squawkabilly EX, a Noctowl, Night Stretcher, and Crispin already, so the Crispin can accelerate an energy into play. There is always a world where you can take a turn 1 KO onto something like Genesect EX if you get a Sada's Vitality and the Latias to move the Pokemon and then the Teal Dance and Attachment. Like, it is possible. There is a world. However, with 2 Sada being prized, that acceleration is going to be a lot more difficult. And let's not forget, a key card in that first game, that Baby Raging Bolt with Thunderburst Storm, it is in the prize cards. We'll have to see how Shizuki navigates or rather changes his strategy because that piece is unavailable.
Yeah, and I think Suzuki is going to be doing the maths right now to decide what is the best way to go about this. Do I want to, commit to using a Crispin onto a Raging Bolt EX maybe? But nope, just going to go ahead and make sure that the sort of Terra Pokemon is in play with the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX so that next turn you can go ahead and make use of that Noctowl's Jewel Seeker. So very good for setting up your consistency enabler straight away.
So it looks like this is, Shizuki essentially committing to using Squawkabilly EX this turn, not using the fan call on the Rotom. We're just going to see it. Squawk and Seize, discards the hand, and a couple of powerful resources, the Crispin, but also 2 ways to recover energy cards from the discard pile, as well as one of those Noctowls. So losing resources always can be a little bit of a pain. Let's find a solid group of Pokemon in the hand. There is an energy card, which we haven't seen an attachment down yet, as well as the Latias. So,
and both Boss's Orders, too.
Both Boss's Orders, and this Fan Rotom means that while there aren't any supporter cards in the hand now, like Professor Sada, guaranteeing a Noctowl as well as 2 Hoot Hoot will make sure that since there is a Terra Pokemon down, trainer cards can start to be searched out of the deck next turn with that Jewel Seeker ability.
One unfortunate piece missing there. If Shizuki was able to find one of his copies of Area Zero on the depths, you could go ahead and attach a energy to this Fan Rotom, use Boss's Orders, and bring it up and KO on the Gimme Ghoul. That could be really good.
Yeah, of course, cannot use that Assault Landing attack if there is not a Stadium card in play. So a little bit of a small card that you wouldn't think too much about offensively, but it makes all the difference in matchups like these. Just going to be the attachment preemptively onto the Raging Bolt EX, passing the turn over, no prizes taken from Suzuki. There's always a possibility going second with this Raging Bolt deck, but most of the time, over 50%, you're usually expecting with a 2-prizer active, and this board setup, prizes aren't going to be taken. Piper is more than happy with how things are going that way with how things went in the first game of the set.
Yeah, and especially with the specific variant of the deck as well, because, generally speaking, if you are doing an attack turn 1 going second, it is with the Fan Rotom. This isn't like the turbo version of the deck, which is kind of almost aiming to get a bigger turn 1 knockout going second with turbo through the deck with the multiple copies of Squawkabilly and all that. They're a little bit more of a slower approach here with this build, and still able to get a pretty decent turn 1 setup. I don't think Shizuki's going to be too upset about the board he's been able to establish.
Coin bonus number 1 being used, and Arvin, very clear supporter of choice, means the Air Balloon will be a guarantee to move Genesect out of the active spot, and another item card can be taken. I wonder if we'll see Earthen Vessel, and that is the choice. Don't need a lot of energy to KO this Fan Rotom. Is that the option here? Do you really want to put up this 2-prize Pokemon preemptively to take this KO? It feels like it's more than likely you'll just get responded to in kind, lose the prize trade, your opponent's going to take the first 2 prizes, and from there, it feels tough, especially if you're unable to get Togepi down this turn and threaten that Wonder Kiss ability next turn.
Yeah, that doesn't really feel great. I mean, usually the whole advantage as Goldengo is that you force your opponent to be the first one to take a one-prize knockout, and then you can go 2-2-2 from there. If you're the one taking a one-prizer instead, I mean, you're not really getting that much further to your game plan, unless, of course, you're again relying on that Wonder Kiss heads from the Togekiss.
Yeah, it's tough because if you decide to not play down or not attack this turn with Noctowl at Shizuki's disposal, it's very likely you will just lose a 2-prize Pokemon and then wonder, why did I not just at least take a prize to give myself a chance with Togekiss later in the game? And this seems to be the game plan for Piper. Take a 1-prize knockout this turn and then take 2 2-prize knockouts and hope that one of these Wonder Kiss abilities flip heads and allow me to get off the odd prizes and put myself back on a track to win with 3 KOs.
And you have to think about, this must have been one of the things that Piper was thinking about in her reasoning for why to include Togekiss in the deck. I mean, sure, last time it was a Tails with the Wonder Kiss ability, but if Togekiss wasn't in the deck, then it wouldn't have even been an option at all. So I think Piper is put this in the deck to account for this potentiality, and it's been kind of, it didn't pay off in the game 1, but it could pay off in game 2.
Action back on Shizuki starts things off with a Teal Dance, another Noctowl drawn, so at most, you've always got to be conservative with how you use these Jewel Seeker abilities. They're very powerful, but you're limited in how many you can use throughout the game. Spacing them out is usually a key choice for a lot of these players. We'll just go ahead and put a second Ancient Pokemon down, meaning that Professor Sada's Vitality will be able to accelerate more energy into play, thus meaning we could be on somewhat of a similar game plan for Shizuki. It does become a little bit more difficult since there wasn't a prize card taken last turn, meaning it doesn't line up very, very well with your, go 6-4-2 or from 5-4-2 to win. It makes things essentially forcing you to play a 7-prize game.
Yeah, once again, Sada search for the deck one more time, and with the Koraidon and the Raging Bolt out, both, it's kind of double benefit, right? Not only are you getting to accelerate 2 energies off of the Sada instead of just the 1, but you're also setting up that Koraidon, which we saw was a very powerful attacker to deal that Togekiss in game 1.
Yeah, Koraidon getting into play thanks to that Artisan for Piper, so usually you wouldn't expect Raging Bolt to get a lot of benefit out of a stadium like Artisan, but Shizuki's showing us why he's in the top 4 of the World Championships with this Raging Bolt deck, using every resource at his disposal to accelerate energy.
Hold on, he's not in the top 4 yet. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves. This is still top 8 going ahead.
Okay, we've got plenty of Pokemon to play.
Yes.
Everything is happening so fast at this tournament that sometimes it's a little bit hard to lose track of what's happening. These players, however, absolutely focused. The bench now extended thanks to Area 0. With this Latias coming down, it means all these basic Pokemon would be able to retreat. However, there's only 2 empty bench spots, so as a Raging Bolt player, you've always got to be conservative and really think towards the end of the game if you're going to need those bench slots for later. Thinks that there maybe could be a better Pokemon to put into play down the line. We'll just go ahead and get rid of 4 energy off this Pokemon, leaving just the fighting onto the Koraidon and taking the first 2 prizes of this game.
Yeah, I think acknowledging that it is more than likely that Piper is going to be able to find enough energy to KO this Raging Bolt in the active, so might as well preserve at least 1 energy onto the Koraidon, just that there's 1 more in play to discard off of her Bellowing Thunder later.
And immediately, Cypher Maniac's code breaking, grabbing the rare candy and the Energy Surge Pro. It may once again seems like come down to an important Wonder Kiss flip for Piper, especially if this one does not flip heads. Shizuki could potentially threaten KOs on Togekiss later down the line. It's going to be a little bit more difficult to justify because, again, being at 4 prizes right now, you could just win the game in 2 turns if you ignore the Togekiss and just try and knock out 2 Goldengo EX.
Yeah, it's so tricky, right? It's a big difference from game 1 in the sense that the prize map doesn't allow Shizuki to safely go for this Togekiss like he would have done in game 1. So there's going to be potentially 2 chances for Piper to flip this heads to steal this win from Shizuki. So it's going to be coming down to some Wonder Kiss flips, folks.
Yeah, it feels like Shizuki, in terms of his game plan, I'm not sure he can validate going after Togekiss.
No.
It just makes the game plan so much easier for Piper. Here we go. We're going things fast. Big Wonder Kiss flip. It's heads this time. Piper getting a big-time reward, putting that Togekiss into play, and getting to take an extra prize card from this knockout, meaning she is now in complete control of the second game.
Yeah, and I think Shizuki is kind of doing the maths in his head. He's thinking about the turns passing back and forth. Is he maybe considering if it's worth going to game 3 and there's no way of carrying on? No, he's still going to try and play it out here.
He's still got much of a chance. If you maybe play one of those Iono from your deck, you can power up Raging Bolt thanks to that 1 copy of Energy Switch in the deck. there's still plenty of possibilities thanks to there being a Jewel Seeker ability online and a substantially large hand size. Let's see what Shizuki's able to put together this turn.
So was the energy switch discarded for that Squawk ability during the first turn?
It was not. It was an energy retrieval.
Yes, that was it.
So a lot of energy manipulation cards or recovery cards in this Raging Bolt deck, but that energy switch is still a potential possibility. Now, there is a couple of Professor Sada in the discard pile, so those resources being unavailable could definitely impact some things later down the line. As we'll see Ultra Ball get played, does get rid of the Area Zero, maybe expecting just no more stadiums out of Piper, has already played that Artisan down. And now deciding if this is the time to start using these Jewel Seeker abilities to put together a large combination. There is already Noctowl in the hand, so we'll have to see if it's another Pokemon like that Raging Bolt EX instead.
Yeah, I mean, you want to get at least one Raging Bolt down, right? Because you want to make sure that you can at least KO this Goldengo in the active. Doing it in combination with an Ino could be very, very good. That might be a good way for Shizuki to try and come back here. And as you already mentioned, you can do that because you have the energy switch and you cleverly preserve that one energy onto the bench Koraidon. You can power up the Bellowing Thunder's attack cost while still disrupting, which is very, very good for Shizuki.
That Latias could be beneficial to have on the bench now, since you would preserve discarding an energy from retreating. That gets you a little bit closer. Still got access to another Teal Dance as well. So if all the pieces are there, there will actually be exactly enough energies to KO. One more Teal Dance, a manual attachment, and a pivot.
And not only that, great find here from the Nest Ball. Finds the lightning energy, so you can go ahead and Nest Ball for the Raging Bolt, attach that, and then now all you need to do is find that energy switch to go ahead and get that powered up.
You have to imagine this is what Shizuki needs to go for. Piper just has an absolutely massive hand right now, 10 or so cards at minimum. Seems like there's no better option. You can go ahead and already have all the pieces here. You can just use this Jewel Seeker, find Iono, energy switch. Instead, it's actually going to be the Earthen Vessel, so maybe already has the energy switch in the hand. You have to assume that's at least got to be the piece right now. And yes,
there it is.
It is that Diamond and Pearl energy switch.
It's the Chimchar.
Yeah, that's my boy right there. He's going to get a little bit of time in the limelight, getting rid of that baby Raging Bolt. Its time has passed. It's really not going to have a lot of impact. You can just grab a Grass Energy out of the deck, use one more of these Teal Dance, bench the Latias, and off of this disruption, Shizuki, being in a tight situation, because of that Wonder Flip, Heads Flip, is just going to give himself the best possible shot at winning this game and essentially leave it on Piper to see if she can make it rain one more time in this game too.
Yeah, Shizuki doing absolutely the best he can to secure his future. I've been really impressed in general with this game as how he's clearly streamlined his sequencing with this Raging Bolt deck so much. Every single time, I feel like he's made the exact correct decision to give himself the best chance of winning. And it's, well, I mean, it's paid off already with a top 8 at Worlds, but he, of course, he wants to go one further, and this I know is going to be his chance to do it in this game against Piper.
Yeah, so one more bench space left. Is going to have to use that for the Latias. Teal Dance number 2, drawing an additional card. The fighting energy, or rather the lightning energy in hand comes down. Energy switch, exactly enough energy in play. Smart choice again on the previous turn to leave that energy on the Koraidon. None of this would be possible if there wasn't the exact number of energy in play that there is now. It's going to go through the motions. Energy switch. Latias down. Skyliner in play, meaning this Ogre Pond does not need to discard any energy. And a big Iono. Piper shuffling the large hand to the bottom of the deck and drawing just 2 cards. Only going to have access to a single coin bonus ability next turn, while Shizuki will get the 4 cards in hand, plus the 2 prize cards, and potentially more cards thanks to things like Teal Dance the following turn. Bellowing Thunder will put him just 1 more attack potentially away from winning and advancing into the top 4.
Bellowing Thunder, 4 energies discarded, 280 damage, 2 more prize cards taken, one of which is one of those prize Sada's Vitalities. Let's see, what does Piper draw? It's going to be Metallic Signal to fin the deck of 2 cards.
Just going to get that. That's not how the card works. Can't grab the Genesect. Make sure you just go and check through everything. I don't think there's any targets to be grabbed out of the deck, so it's just going to shuffle the deck up, change the order. Cypher Maniac's code breaking would guarantee the game as long as there are 2 superior energy retrievals. You can discard 2 of those cards, grab back 4 energy, discard 1 to 2 of them, and then grab back the last energy cards you need. Let's see if Piper can figure this out. Just going to go ahead and use the coin bonus. It's not over just yet. There's a Pheasantipity, but there's not much else happening in this hand. I think a pair of Boss's Orders. You can thin out this Gimme Ghoul. And if there's nothing like an air balloon, then that means Shizuki's not even going to need a card like Prime Catcher to take a KO on a 2-prize Pokemon. It may seriously come down to this flip the script ability, finding something like Arven in combination with more ways to recover energy cards. Let's see what Piper can find.
If there was ever a more fitting name to flip the scripts, to flip this game, and to take us to a game 3, what does Piper find?
Oh,
double superior
energy superior. That is the exact cards Piper needs. Come on, Piper. The plot armor coming in clutch can just grab the rest of the energy cards out. 2 from the superior energy retrieval, 4 cards from the second one. With her back against the wall, she flips the script and brings us to a game number 3.
If the script has never been more flipped than it has just now, double superior energy retrieval off of the Fezandipity EX. Unbelievable stuff here at the top 8 of the World Championships.
Back against the wall, the biggest draw potentially of your Pokemon career, and Fezandipity provides you exactly what you need. 2 superior energy retrievals, recovers all those energies, and ladies and gentlemen, we are going to a game number 3 with everything on the line.
Everything on the line, 1 game apiece and 1 more game to decide who makes it into the top 4. But before we do that, let's look over that amazing game 2 one more time.
Absolutely, Freya, completely back and forth. It's a little bit of a slower start on Piper's side, just able to take the 1-prize KO, but Shizuki had everything in response. Took the first 2, Piper was slow to get the Togepi down, didn't get it down until the second KO, but that's usually reasonable, and it was this right here that kept her in the game. The flip off the Wonder Kiss ability puts her to 2 prize cards, Bellowing Thunder, plus Iono, thanks to the energy switch, and it's off this last draw ability. Flip the script,
there it is.
Double superior energy retrieval. If it was not close to that exact combination of 2 ways to get superior energy retrieval, this game ends and Shizuki goes on to top 4. Instead, we're going to a game 3 with 35 minutes on the clock.
Wow, what a game. What a match it's been so far. And with plenty of time left on the clock, I don't think we're going to have to be worried about any kind of overtime shenanigans going on. We're going to see a full game 3. We're in Top Cut anyway, so there's always going to be a winner, but 1 more game to decide who gets that 1 step closer to the champion title.
And the pressure has got to be on for these players. This is just such a big game. You're praying and hoping your deck does exactly what you want it to do, that the prize cards are generous. There are so many things in and out of these players' controls, but they've got to do whatever they can to give themselves the best shot. We'll see exactly what's happening here in terms of the prizes, what everybody has. Oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take you down to the match, and I think we're going to get a look very quickly on what cards are prized. Because if there's ever a game to have these prizes in the Pokemon TCG, it is not this game, ladies and gentlemen.
It's not any game.
It's not any game of the Pokemon TCG. Can we see the prize cards, please? Can we just take a moment? This is unbelievable. Triple Gimme Ghoul prized. You are having access to 1 Goldango. They're not even at the bottom of the prizes. You are not even going to take any off of the first KO. This is the most unbelievable prizing we have seen in a match of this high stakes. This, is only rivaled by very few moments in the Pokemon TCG. And over on Shizuki's side, you prize the Squawkabilly, you prize the Fez, but you, for the first time this set, start the Transformative Start Ditto, meaning your setup is going to be almost close to flawless, pending you have even the bare minimum to work with at this turn.
I've got to say, I'm sorry, is John Kettler in the room? The free Rowlet's call? I think they want their feature moment
That's
back.
some elite ball knowledge right there, to be honest. If you know, you know. There have been some bad prizes, but this is absolutely nightmare scenario for Piper. Is going to get the bad news immediately. The Fan Rotom, the choice from that Transformative Start Ditto, doing what it does best, transforming into any Pokemon you'd like. Fan Call can be used, and Shizuki having an excellent start, going first, getting these Pokemon into play, and Piper is going to have to see what she can work with. But at the end of the day, Fred, if there's anybody who can make a comeback, or rather deal with these tough circumstances, it's going to be someone as seasoned as Piper Luppi.
It absolutely is. And to a similar note, we saw John Eng take down a regional, or take down a match after prizing what I think it was all of the Giratinas or something along those lines, where I think it was John who prized so many of the same copy or something and was still able to take it. So Piper, just as experienced as that. If anyone can do it, it's her.
So we'll see what else is available for Shizuki on this first turn. Interestingly enough, is actually going to get down another Fan Rotom just to put it into the hand, potentially signaling there's some sort of Otter maybe later on. Actually, wow, not much happening there. I don't think there's any way so far to get down a Terra Pokemon, and Piper is immediately going to get the bad news that there is one Gimme Ghoul in this deck, meaning you've maybe got to start pulling some tricks out of the bag. I need to remind everybody here that Togekiss can attack. It is a potential option. You can swing with the Togekiss. At the end of the day, you've got to pull out whatever bag of tricks you have in a scenario as dire as this one.
I am once again...
You can't even use the Togekiss. The Candy's prize, too. You can't even get that into play. This is unbelievable. I am at a loss for words. With the circumstances involved, this is absolutely worst case scenario. This is not how you want to see things go.
Yeah, and also, like, 2 more one-ups as well, just an insult to injury. The Pheasantipity, which is always good, and Tool Scrapper, just to get rid of random stuff. I don't know if, I don't remember if Suzuki plays any tools. I don't think I've seen any so far. I think all I've got to say, other than that, is considering the circumstances, Piper's holding a pretty impressive poker face. I don't think I'd be able to, like, emote that little.
I was going to say, I would probably break in this spot. Maybe start crying, who knows. This is not what you want to see on that first deck search, and you can immediately see the gears
the little grimace. Yeah.
Bit of a grimace. I mean, but it's hard to not show emotion in this spot.
Of course.
Biggest game of your Pokemon career, and everything that you want to happen does not happen.
Yeah.
Does find Arvin off of the Pokegear. I'm not sure there was actually another supporter, so at least a solid start, but are you just... You can Buddy Poffin for a single Pokemon. You can get the Togepi down if you'd like.
I think you may as well, right? I mean,
yeah, I mean, there's no rare candy. It is always an easy Pokemon to be knocked out with something like Thunderburst Storm. That is something to consider. It does have just 50 HP, but, you know, you've got no better option. Togepi's going to come down, and...
It's a bait, right?
It's going to support, you know, it's going to support everybody on the sidelines. Piper's just really got to hope that this first Goldengo EX can just steamroll the way through this match, because if it gets KO'd, it's essentially almost game over because you have no way to set things back up, and every time your Gimme Ghoul is going to come down, it's just going to get targeted by Boss or a snipe from Thunderburst Storm.
Also, hold on a second. There is a Nest Ball in Shizuki's hand. He's got it all. He's going to be firing on all cylinders this turn. He can go ahead and grab that Teal Mask Ogerpon, and there is nothing holding him back.
So now that Jewel Seeker ability is online, I wonder if there's the potential ability to... I think, actually, the Thunderburst Storm can take a KO on the only Gimme Ghoul in play, right? If you use a Teal Dance ability, Latios to retreat, and then use the Crispin from the deck, you get the manual attachment, the effective Crispin, and the energy switch effect. That 3 energy could allow you to snipe the Gimme Ghoul, and then every single turn a Gimme Ghoul comes down into play, you just continuously use Thunderburst Storm over and over again. You could do all of that, or make a play as simple as this, where you just use Boss's orders, put a Stadium in play, target the Gimme Ghoul down, and just keep yourself an extra Jewel Seeker. This is a lot more conservative and gets to a very similar outcome, I feel.
I like this. I mean, obviously, powering up the Raging Bolts, the single prizer, is pretty good as well. But, I mean, yeah, 70 damage KOs a Gimme Ghoul. Why not, right? Just Boss's orders, bring it up. But it's simplicity at its beautiful best.
Playing fast and with intention. KO takes the Pheasantipity out of the prize cards. Still has access to Jewel Seeker. The Fan Rotom is powered up. This guy can spin, but this guy can also hit Assault Landing KOs. And now Piper only has one way to recover something like Gimme Ghoul out of the discard pile. Is going to use the Cypher Maniac, but that means there's no way to draw cards this turn because the Pheasantipity is still prized. You can stack the deck to the top, but it's going to be just another bonus turn for Suzuki to build up energy on the board, start powering up Pokemon, and meaning that when that Gimme Ghoul does get rebenched again, it's just going to be prime for the taking.
What a heartbreaker for Piper Lapine, doing her absolute best given the circumstances, but yeah, you can, honestly, I'm with you. If that was me in that situation, I'm not sure if I'd be able to hold it together, but and like, who can blame her at this point? I mean, the biggest match of your life, and then just to have like variance thrown so cruelly in your face this way, it's a part of the game. We know it happens. We try to play around as best we can, but sometimes you just can't avoid the way the cards land.
And just a pass, and if Shizuki can find enough energy cards here, I think it is just possible that he can knock out Genesect EX, right?
Yeah.
Use a Crispin, retreat with the Latios, Teal Dance, and if you can do all of that, 4 energy, discarded, using something like that to just KO, and it looks like that is going to be somewhat similar to the line Shizuki wants to go for. Even just attacking now with something like the Baby Raging Bolt would be more than enough. You can KO the Togepi and then guarantee a KO. So I'm not sure Shizuki had a way to search out that Baby Raging Bolt, but it feels like it's just a little bit better of a target to have powered up, since KOing the Genesect doesn't really provide you much value. You're in no rush to take that Pokemon out.
No, I guess not, but at the same time, you're stopping Piper from putting more cards in the deck, right? You're getting closer to winning. Your opponent is in such a bad position, it might honestly just not even matter at this point as kind of defeatist as that is to say.
Absolutely. It's always important, though, even with a lead like this, comebacks are possible.
That's
so making sure you make the optimal plays every turn can be difficult when you just tunnel into this fact of, oh, I'm going to win this game, my opponent is doing nothing. We've seen comebacks like this before in the Pokemon TCG. You still can't fault Shizuki for taking this line. It's still going to be able to take a 2-prize KO, leave Piper with just a Togepi in hand, and most likely a top deck that at most gets a Gimme Ghoul into play. And from there, what can Piper do if that Gimme Ghoul is KO'd again?
Yeah, it's just not a good feeling no matter which way you square it. There's the Latias EX coming down, Skyliner giving everything free retreat, well, at least all the basics on Shizuki's field, and then the big KO onto the Genesect EX, and then Piper, we know it's the draw, it's the Night Stretcher, gonna play that, grab back that Gimme Ghoul, and then what, it's just going to be a pass afterwards. Oh, okay, boss's orders bring up the Noctowl. Okay, maybe this will be something.
Yeah, this is why I would have really liked to just see the Baby Raging Bolt get powered up, because you just commit all these resources and it doesn't really change anything, right? You're still just having to go ahead and power all these Pokemon up again. Now, you know, there's a chance, a very likely chance actually, that Shizuki is unable to KO this bench Gimme Ghoul, right? Would need the Sada plus the attachment plus the energy switch, and you can't search out these specific cards anymore. Does have the Turo, and it looks like it's just going to be content taking a 1-prize KO onto the Togepi. Is that more than enough a lead being at 4 prizes, and knows that Piper cannot disrupt the hand, so building up a large hand size and a board is optimal in a spot like this to allow yourself to just make a pop-off combo on the following turn.
Yeah, I think that although, like you were saying, you don't want to potentially leave a gap for a comeback, so you want to account for every single scenario, but even with all that, I think Shizuki is doing absolutely fine here. Only 2 prize cards away from winning. You know that your opponent has had some really rough prizing. I mean, there will be, I guess, an option for a KO here. We do see the Energy Search Pro, and the Goldengo's already in hand, so maybe Piper can like start to think of doing something here, but it's just such a rough situation.
Again, you know, Piper would have to find boss's orders without really much card draw at this point. You know, some cards have naturally built up in the hand. You're going to thin those energies out with Energy Search Pro. But assuming you take a KO on this Fan Rotom, you have to assume Shizuki's just got the game guaranteed, right? The Noctowl is already in the hand, thanks to that Professor Turo picking it back up and re-benching the Hoot Hoot. So it seems like, you know, Piper, while the finally Goldengo EX comes into play, it's got to be accompanied by a boss's orders. If there's not a boss's orders coming down, it seems like it's just Sparks game over. See what you can do.
No, there it is.
The boss orders, and is just going to go after the Hoot Hoot, make it as hard as possible for these trainers to be searched out of the deck. But I think Shizuki might have the pieces here. Just needs to find either a Lightning or a Fighting Energy, as the Sada's already there. Let's see what can be found. There's Flip the Script. Nestball can search things out. I think he is very, very close from winning this game.
Yeah, Nestball's going to go ahead. Oh, no, wait, the Pheasantipity is it still prized? No, he got it out of the prizes.
So can leave one bench space open for Pheasantipity. This also means now benching another ancient Pokemon. Energy Switch is also an out for you to be able to take a KO on this Goldango. So here we go for Shizuki. Big turn. Shuffles the deck up. He's going to get to draw 3 cards from this Flip the Script ability, and then another 3 cards from the Professor Sada. Just needs to find an energy card. What does he find? Top 3 cards of the deck. Do we see it? No. Ultra Ball. No other Pokemon can play this Ultra Ball first. Thin a Pokemon out of the deck. Give yourself better outs. It's just going to play the Sada right away. And one more time. 3 cards. Just needs to find a Fighting Energy. What do we see off of the 3? It's a Night Stretcher. If there's a Fighting Energy in the discard pile, which there is, Shizuki Nakagawa can get this Bellowing Thunder online and advance into the World Championship top 4.
Huge congratulations to Shizuki Nakagawa, just not letting up, knowing that the opponent, knowing that Piper was in such a disadvantaged position, but not losing sight of what was important, taking the KOs and just capitalizing on that disadvantage. Huge commiserations to Piper. Your heart has got to break for her after playing your heart out in all 3 of those games, but just the free Gimme Ghoul prize and the Pheasantipity for good measure. Probably some of the worst prizes you could ask for in any game, let alone at top 8 of the World Championships. What a heartbreaker.
Yeah, absolutely, Harper. You have to feel for her. The biggest match of her career as a Pokemon player, and you do everything right, and you see her shrug. What is she supposed to do in that spot? You got bodied by your prize cards. Bite again on the chin, Piper. There's, again, not much you can do. And that set was back and forth. In this first game, as we look back on this set, Piper was realistically 1 coin flip away from winning, right?
Yeah.
The start was solid. The Genesex being prized definitely played a factor, but she was able to navigate through the board fairly well considering the circumstances. Had this KO on the one prizer, Shizuki responded. If you just flip heads in that Wonder Kiss, it's a completely different game.
The Wonder Kiss that could be. We saw that was a difference maker, right? In game 2, the heads sealed the game, but here the tails made it so that you just couldn't really get that prize map back in your favor, and then Shizuki capitalizing on that, just dealt with that Togekiss straight away. There was nothing that Piper could do, and that was all she wrote. And then moving on to game 2, we just saw how powerful that Togekiss was.
You just need one. It's that
there
simple.
it is.
Usually you're going to get 1 to 2 opportunities. Had the one opportunity, went down to 2 prize cards, and this flip the script was clutch. This is one of, up there this season for one of the most clutch flip the script abilities we've seen on stream. Double superior energy retrieval, 7 energy, more than enough to knock out Raging Bolt EX, and jeez. This
What can you
last
say about
game,
this one, right?
yeah, you can't really say much. You know, Piper did all she could, but at the end of the day, when Raging Bolt has no pressure on its back, and when you draw at the level that Shizuki did, which is, you know, average or above average,
yeah,
it's really hard to win.
It wasn't even like he drew insane, right? He just drew normally. yeah.
Yeah, nothing too crazy, but you don't need crazy when Goldengo EX can barely get into play, and found the Night Stretcher off on that final turn, taking the win, and you could see the relief on Shizuki's face is now a top 4 contender at the World Championships. At minimum, going home with a trophy, a Pikachu card, but I know he's hungry for more than just that.
Yeah, going to be hungry for more than just that. Not just for himself as well, but for Japan as a whole. Japan has been starving for a Worlds win, gotten so close a lot of times. You had to go, it's all the way back to 2016, right? Shintaro Ito, that was the last Japanese win in Masters.
It has been. Daichi got close in 2022.
Absolutely.
Did get 2nd place, but it has been a few years since a Japanese player won the World Championships. Will this be the time? Naoto Suzuki got oh so close in 2017, 2nd place. Is Anaheim gonna go ahead and repeat history?
And then Shintaro again, 2nd in 2019 to Henry Brand. There's been a lot of 2nd places for Japan over the past 10 years or so.
Always the bridesmaid, never the bride, it seems, in the last decade or so. There's still plenty of Pokemon happening out in the field and this tournament, but again, big congratulations here to Shizuki. Wow, what a set that was. You gotta again feel bad for Piper. She's had top 8, couldn't break through. Another top 8, couldn't break through. And then, you know, Worlds thinking maybe this is the chance, right? I make a deeper run through top 8. Unfortunately, cut short, stopped short of the thing that a lot of Pokemon players dread in the TCG, the prize cards.
It wasn't just the fact that it was the free Gimme Ghoul, right? It was, I mean, that was bad enough, but also the Pheasantipity, which maybe you could have used to draw some more cards to come back, and the rare candy as well, so you couldn't even try and do a clutch attack with the Togekiss. That game was just not meant to be won by Piper. Like, Arceus decided, nope, sorry Piper, today is not your time.
So we just finished a top 8 match. Of course, we've also had matches going out in the field that are part of our asymmetric cut and more. We've got an updated bracket, so let's showcase how the field is shaping out in our top cut. 11 players, yet again, making it into this situation. Marco Cifuentes,
my goodness!
2-0. He is in top 8 of Worlds with Zoroark, let alone end Zoroark GX, looking to avenge his brother, or not even avenge, just repeat what his brother did last year and bring glory home to Chile yet again this year.
Keep it in the family and keep it in Chile. That is what Marco was going for, and he is one step closer to doing it. What a story that would be.
It would absolutely be a story, and he's going to have a bit of a tough matchup ahead of him. It's going to be against Justin playing Polt Nor. This is what many people would consider a close matchup. Dragapult Dusknoir up against Zoroark. I'm going to be super interested to see how that matchup plays as well. And that's actually going to be the next match that comes up in our stream. We're going to be featuring a huge match between 2 competitors looking to make history. As we see the other matches still going out in the field, we'll have our updated brackets, of course, and see who is meeting Shizuki in our semifinals matchup. Wow, wow, wow. Things are shaping up to be excellent here in this tournament.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but I think after that matchup, I think I need a bit of a wind down. I'm not sure if you're in the same boat as me, but my goodness, that was a heck of a match to behold, rather. So, yeah, wow. Top 8 coming up soon, though. Marco against Justin to see who will be advancing into top 4. So, I guess from us, we're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere and stay tuned. We'll be back with your next top 8 match very, very soon. Marco to see if he can keep it for Chile, or will it be Justin?
Chip Ritchie here, and I was able to find a bunch of former world champions here at Worlds this weekend. They're very excited to be here. I hope everyone watching is as well. I wanted to take a moment to ask each of them what their number one tip is for the World Championships. Let's find out.
My name is Liam Halliburton. I won Worlds in 2022 in the seniors division. And the one tip I would have for you to prepare is to treat your practice with the same intensity as your play.
Hi, I'm Robin. I'm the 2018 champion. And my number one tip is to don't be afraid to think outside of the box. If you think you found a way to make a deck better, just trust in yourself and go with it.
Mi nombre es Fernando Cifuentes y soy el campeón mundial del año 2024. Mi consejo para ganar el mundial es divertirse.
Mi nombre es Diego Casiraga, soy el campeón mundial de 2017 en Anaheim y mi consejo para todos es que jueguen mucho, practiquen y que se diviertan con amigos, que es lo más importante. Saludos.
My name is Jesper Eriksson. I'm the 2016 Pokémon TCG Senior Division World Champion, and my best advice for players wanting to play the Pokémon TCG would be to practice your deck. Regardless of what deck it is, just feel comfortable with it. Comfortability comes from practice, and therefore you will also get better results.
My name's Henry Brand. I won the World Championships in 2019, and my biggest tip is to be confident. The World Championships is, funnily enough, not won in the finals. It's actually won in the 6, 12 months, 2 years leading up to it. It's all the hard work.
My name is Rowan Stavino. I won the 2015 World Championships in the junior division. My number one tip is to play whatever deck you're most comfortable with, even if everyone else says it's bad.
Hello, my name is Andrzej Kubal. I won in 2022 in Masters in London. And my tip is what ultimately matters is your own preparation.
My name is Magnus Petersen. I won the World Championship in 2018 in the seniors. And my number one tip for the World Championship is to have a great group of friends to test with and bounce ideas off of.
Hi, I'm Evan Pavelski. I won in 2024 Honolulu Worlds last year. And my tip is to practice the deck that you want to play and just play whatever you're comfortable with.
You heard it here from all of our former world champions competing this weekend. Follow these tips, and maybe one day you too could be a Pokemon trading card game world champion.
Hey there, trainers. Jim Lawson here at the Anaheim Convention Center. We're here for Pokemon Worlds 2025. As you can see, there are tons of great events here at the venue, and our goal, we want to bring you, the viewing audience, as close as possible to all the great events. Where are we now? We are at the Toyota Engineering Society Miraidon project, and as you can see, we have a life-size Miraidon currently in dry form. Pokemon actually teamed up with Toyota to demonstrate to the children of today that the power of imagination can influence the world of tomorrow. We have trainers lined up all over here to maybe see, will this Miraidon change forms? We'll have to make sure that we check back later to see, but for now, let's get back to the battles.
Chip Ritchie back here in the hall at Pokemon Worlds 2025 here in Anaheim. So many exciting things to do here this weekend, and one of the many exciting things is the opportunity to meet Pikachu and tons of other Pokemon friends. I've seen Gengar out taking pictures. I've seen Snorlax. Looks like Pikachu's out there right now, and I think we actually have a special guest, someone who is excited to meet Pikachu. This is Samuel. Samuel, are you excited to meet Pikachu? What are you going to say? It sounds like he's excited. Let's get him to meet Pikachu and see what he says. Well, that was so much fun. Samuel, did you have a good time meeting Pikachu?
Yes!
Oh, I'm so happy to hear that. You too can have a great time at any of these Pokemon events. Come out and check it out. Let's get back to the Pokemon Worlds action.
Well, how about it? We have just seen one of our top 8 games and we have more to come your way. We're entering into the final stages here in Anaheim at the World Championship. And it is a chance for the best of the Pokemon TCG to prove why they should be taking the title of World Champion. And this is going to be those final few games, top 8 coming up in just a moment. We'll have another one of those two and we'll be rounding out the rest of the top 4 games today. And then the final, which will be in the arena. Very exciting time ahead. My name is Mike and I'm joined by the masterful mind, Joe Bernard, who will be giving you all that insight you need to know about these decks and how they work. We've been seeing a whole variety of decks throughout the tournament, but give us a little bit of insight as to how the whole tournament has progressed in terms of the archetypes.
Well, it feels like Golden Go has been the big story of the entire weekend, coming in over 20% in that day 1 field, almost reaching that 30% coming into our day number 2, and also a number of them in that top 8 contention as well, still in the mix, which is really interesting to see. We just saw Piper with Heartbreak, unfortunately, in that game number 3. I know there's a ton of fans out there rooting for Piper. Unfortunate scenes, but hey, that is Pokemon at the end of the day, and sometimes your Gimmighoul just aren't cooperating. But there's still some good amount of variety up at the top, and I think that's still been a story of this format, with Black Bolt and White Flare creating the introduction of Golden Go to jump up that tier list a little bit, but the same old story of the best decks throughout the entire season are still up there, so we still have plenty of archetypes in that mix.
No Gardevoir though. Gardevoir has struggled to make it into the top cut here, and a few unexpected archetypes with Charizard EX and Enzoroark making their way into the top. And I guess for you, coming into these tournaments, these players are going to be choosing archetypes that are known to be good and trying to make them that bit better, or choosing archetypes that are less known that can beat the best decks around. Are we seeing a good combination of that in the top cut?
I think certainly a good combination of that. That Enzoroark deck did have a good showing at the NAIC, still not being that popular of a choice, but it comes with its risks. You're having to run into certain matchups and then some others that you sort of have to shrug at and say, I have really low percentages here. But it's worked out for a handful of players, and Marco Cifuentes is one of those players who's been operating that Enzoroark archetype, and hey, his brother did pretty well last season playing an off-the-wall pick as well. So if you hear that Cifuentes, yeah, that's Fernando from last year, by the way, with that Iron Thorns deck. So clearly those testing partners, those brothers, they're having a good showing of things and can pinpoint a metagame.
Yeah, our 2024 World Champion's brother is trying to make it a back-to-back, a historic moment that would be if he is able to make it all the way. Has overcome his asymmetrical top 16 match to make it into the top 8. And we also have other asymmetrical top 16 matches going on to try and see who's going to be progressing to face either Irvind or Mateusz, who've been sitting at the top of the Swiss all tournament long. And so we're rewarded with that top 8 seeding. So we'll be keeping you up to date with everything that's going on throughout the tournament. And from your point of view, which of these players is kind of standing out in terms of that unexpected result? You've got these journeys that you expect. The players like Irvind, we've seen him be a regional champion, a regional runner-up this season, and many of these top players have had multiple wins at the highest level. But at Worlds, we always see these unknown stories of players coming through without much previous results to show.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those where everyone who's made it this far is clearly a really skilled, talented player, and everyone's had their breakout here or there, and it feels like we still have some really talented top 8 contestants. I think Mateusz is the one that stands out to me as a player you see who thinks about the game a little bit differently to most, definitely in their deck building, construction, and how they think about the game and where they gain their advantages. Winning a regionals with a Palkia Vikavolt deck, and then also being one of the key minds behind a Bennett EX Gardevoir deck as well, clearly means that they look at the game a little bit differently. And even though they're playing an Enzoroark deck, which we sort of know as an archetype, they've also made a very different build to most. So I think that player stands out as someone who thinks about the game so differently, which is somewhat surprising to see them making it into that top cut. But hey, they've got the pedigree there as well.
100%. I think one of those players where if you play against him regularly at regional events, you'll be very aware of him because you're always worried as to what he's playing. But on the big stage, maybe some of you at home might not be as familiar, definitely earn a position here. But for the more common decks, let's see how that has changed throughout the days. We look at the meta share, which is a key pillar to how these players have selected their decks and why they've chosen certain decks over others. But it was Golden Go that came through as being the most popular deck in day 1 and has even converted well too.
Yep, starting off that day number 1. And as you said, Mike, picking the right deck coming into a tournament like this when there's those little bits of variance throughout the day, but also knowing that you're up against the very best in the world means this can give you your best chance, even before you've started to shuffle your own deck up. What 60 cards you pick, whether it's the archetype itself or those texts within your list, can change your fortunes throughout the weekend. And a lot of players backed the new Golden Go EX with the inclusion of Genesect, and so frequently that deck just gets into games. At the very least, with those 4 Nest Ball, 4 Buddy Buddy Pop-In, easy access to your stage 1 now via the Genesect EX, it's so likely to just get into games and finish best of 3s. That's why it's such a popular pick.
And let's see how they changed into day 2, and I think it's fair to say the best stayed at the top and even converted well. That Golden Go went higher, but Dragapult EX and Dust Noir, I think it's important to note Phantom Dive, an attack we saw a lot previously at the World Championship through Regidrago V-Star, and is now more seen on its own. And it's one of those attacks we've been aware of for the last year and a half because of how powerful it is and adapting and overcoming throughout the season.
Yep, and also seeing that 4.7% of the Dragapult just on its own with some basic pals as well, showing that there is that tug of war going on with different builds of Dragapult. Right now, looking towards that cut though, it's still that Dust Noir on top.
And I think we are almost ready now for our top 8 match. We've alluded to some of these decks you're going to be seeing. We've alluded to the storyline of those players, but I think you guys are not ready to see what history might be made right here. Exciting times ahead. They're placing their actives out, and I can promise you now, this is going to be one you want to watch. An amazing matchup, an unexpected deck against one of the top decks in day 2. It's going to be Justin Neudorf versus Marco Cifuentes. And I can see them right now on the stage, prepping in those final moments. This is a huge moment for both these players. A lot of prize money on the line, but it is that world champion title they'll both be thinking about. At this stage, they're settling in to the stage. I think both of them their first time on the stage of this tournament, looking to try and make history.
Both players looking very relaxed though, as we start to see these players' accomplishments. Marco Cifuentes on the right with the End Zoroark archetype. A couple of great regional top 32 placements, a regional top 8s, as well as a regional champion in 2024, and tests with a world champion on a near daily basis with his brother Fernando Cifuentes, who shocked the world with Iron Thorns EX last year. Now Marco is trying to do the same thing.
You can see on the other side, Justin Neudorf, a fairly new master back in 2024 in Honolulu, was a senior and made top 8 there, and looking to try and show why the young guns are so good here in Pokemon TCG. It's been a storyline a lot of us have been looking at recently, how these senior players are doing as they age up. Justin had a pretty solid 2025 season, but this is definitely the highlight. Just making top 8, an incredible performance, but we'll be thinking about that title at the end of the line. Both players doing well in Swiss, earned their spot here, and it was Marco who, through that asymmetrical top cut, will now be facing Justin, who's been waiting in top 8.
I think it's a pretty balanced matchup as well, to be honest with you, Mike. Looking at things, you start to see some prize cards coming out. Too dangerous so far. The Toad School, more like the attack card for other matchups, I would imagine. Sometimes denying Night Stretcher, which is a 4 of in Justin's deck, can be useful, but not necessarily a priority that you have to grab early. A couple research for Justin as well. Oftentimes the Dragapult Dust Noir build is more high maintenance, so you rely on these research to see a whole heap of cards, but not necessarily anything devastating just yet.
And you might not be able to tell from Marco's prize cards there, but he is playing End Zoroark, the sort of breakout deck at this event, one that many weren't talking about. Has been able to have 2 now in top 8, so if either of those win the tournament, it would be a very similar story to last year of an unknown archetype winning, as they're just finalizing our top 8 match here. Marco versus Justin to make it into the semi-finals.
And it's going to be Marco kicking us off here with the opening Buddy Buddy Pop-In, the perfect start. You've already got an Ends Zorua in your active position, and now we can also grab a couple additional basic Pokemon of 70 hit points or less. It's a very simple case with the Ends Zoroark EX deck, where the more of your stage 1 Pokemon you can get into play, the more draw power you have via your trade ability, allowing you to discard 1 card from your hand and draw 2. That's constantly going to be used throughout the game from Marco. It's also your draw engine, so seeing this early item card is going to really unlock the possibilities on future turns for Marco here. A great start.
Well, we just saw in the last top 8 game, Piper very unfortunate with the prize cards.
Yes.
How important is it, this prize checking moment at the beginning of the game? We see all of our top players being so thorough. How much does that change the game for them?
Well, you've got to keep an eye on all sorts of resources. You never really want to be caught short wherever you're using these trading mechanics specifically as well, discarding resources as you go. Your decision has to be as informed as possible to be correct the entire time, naturally. So being able to look through your deck and knowing what you don't have access to or could potentially take from those prizes midway through the game is going to change every one of those micro decisions with your trade.
And as we take a moment here to appreciate Marco playing Enzarok, it will be going straight back over to the other side. A deck we are very familiar with and one that has been teched out a lot across the tournament. We've seen many players opting to include things to beat Golden Go, but on this occasion, it seems like Justin has gone fairly vanilla with the list, playing it safe, keeping the counts as high as possible and as consistent as possible.
And we see an early Professor's research, discarding a couple of Drakloak. Normally that looks pretty devastating, but with the quad Night Stretcher, that still could be pretty reasonable. So a good, well, just the one Dreepy so far. It's going to be the Itchy Pollen, and hoping that this item lock is going to slow down Marco.
And that Grass Weakness on Enzarua will mean it's 20 damage from the Itchy Pollen, which could become very relevant later on, as the Enzarok has 280 hit points, which is often quite high for a Dragapult to take out, but every little bit of damage will matter here, especially when you're doubling it up from the Itchy Pollen.
Yep, and also the option of those Cursed Blasters as well in the deck. The Arven is going to find a TM Evolution, in addition to an Earthen Vessel, but no energy in the hand. The item lock is making life much more awkward for Marco here. A real opening for Justin, who begins straight away by getting their Drakloak.
There's that Night Stretcher you alluded to, a Recon Directive to kick things off.
Ooh, another research. Already plenty of supporters in the hand. Might be beneficial to just take the other option here. One of those moments where you know that Itchy Pollen has worked, so perhaps you're less likely to use the Iono in your hand. You'd rather stick your opponent on this dodgy start. That's why the research is taken here. There's also the option for the Hilda, but it could just be all going to find more basics. That's the one thing we're lacking for Justin right now.
Yeah, the debate of energy over getting more Dreepy, both of them key to those early turns. The Hilda, great for the ability to find evolution Pokemon, but research, a lot of resources away there. As you mentioned, 4 Night Stretcher in the deck, so great at returning the energy in Pokemon, but that hand was full of trainer cards that are oh so important.
Finally, a Buddy Boffin comes to the top, and that's exactly what Justin was hoping to find from the Professor's research. We can look to get additional Dreepy down at last. This is a really decent opener, knowing that the Itchy Pollen is still likely to work because Marco is working from top decks.
And even just now, appreciate the fact that this is the first deck check, so that research was done without prize checking. A really tough decision in this high-pressure moment. You know, looking to find more Dreepy. Who knows if they're in the deck? You know, that's a tough decision. But you can see there the supporter count is the biggest factor. With a deck that relies on a lot of resources, you want to be seeing as many cards as possible. So researchers and Ionos are key. But as the game goes on, it's sometimes quite nice to be taking those supports off the prize card as you continually play through the game.
And the second copy of Duskull also in the prizes, so it will likely just be double Dreepy here. It's a 2-2-1 line of the Dusknoir. But just having access to one of your Curse Blast early on in the game. Justin already taking note of those Night Stretcher, knowing that there are more Drakloak in the discard pile already from early research. We have energy to attach here. It would just be the Neo Upper Energy. You do always want to upkeep your attachments. This is one of the matchups where Zoroark naturally can't one-hit KO you too easily unless you're attacking into the Zoroark and walking into a powerful Rage attack.
So with Enzarok, there's two main attackers, because they both have great attacks, would be the Enz Reshiram, but also the Enz Darmanitan, which we have traditionally seen in Enzarok. But both of our top 8 lists are not playing that Enz Darmanitan. Is this something these players will be familiar with going into the top 8, or do you think that's something they're still worried about in the back of their mind?
It's got to be something that they're aware of, but at this stage in the tournament, they may have sat next to these players enough times or heard from opponents in those Swiss rounds of what sort of build they're playing. And at the NAIC, there was also a Darmanitan Lus build that made all the way to top 8. So I think you can also anticipate that you don't always have to be aware of it. It is just going to be another Itchy Pollen to end the turn here after the commitment of the A-Spec Neo Upper Energy to a Dreepy. We're passing back over to Marco. Let's see the top deck.
Ooh, just the boss's orders going to be onto that Neo Upper Energy. This could be key here. If there's more resources found, it's not. Just trying to force that Neo Upper Energy as the resource to be discarded on retreat. But This just means more turns available for Justin to try and get ahead.
We have a couple recon directive now. Already one Dracloak in the hand. Even just attaching a basic energy to the active Dreepy to retreat into a Budgie would be fantastic here. Also, any access to the Latias EX could be very handy. It would be putting a vulnerable multi-prize Pokemon that's weak to dark in play. But for the trade-off of keeping your Neo up energy, that seems like it's a valuable option.
Well, we've seen 3 decks just in the top 8 so far. The Dragapult, the Enzorock, and the Golden Go. All of them have stage 1s with amazing draw potential. How key is it to start those draw engines going like you see here for the Dracloak?
Oh, it's everything. This deck really is a high-maintenance deck. You need to constantly have a flow of energy attachments, constantly look towards, well, look at this action happening already. Cursed Blasting into one of the Zorua to unlock your counter catcher, giving Marco the first prize card. You're going to evolve into another Dracloak on the bench, as well as Dragapult EX. And then we're going to fire off an Iono here in the hopes to find, again, a means towards Latias EX or an energy attachment to free up this active.
Well, if you get the attack off here, that will take away all of the Enzoroa in play. Just an energy required, and this could be the turn. There it is, the energy off the recon directive, a psychic energy down, and you can see the flurry of actions from Justin as he's going to be able to take out all 3 Enzoroa on this turn.
This is going to be devastating for Marco. The Ultra Ball as well, we can make this board even more robust. There's already the Latias in the hand, but it's going to be discarded because Justin knows that by taking out all 3 of these Pokemon in one turn, it's going to give him so much license over the rest of the game here.
Wow, what a setup there. And we mentioned about how important the Itchy Pollen hitting for 20 damage is. You can see now just 2 turns of Itchy Pollen, and you're already set up for the full board wipe.
Getting a Dracloak as well, not only taking 3 Pokemon off the board, 3 prize cards, getting you halfway through the game, but also having a draw engine established. This is everything you could ask for as Justin. And you know that there's nothing coming back your way next turn, no matter what.
Yeah, the Ends Reshiram, despite being on the board and having an amazing attack, it can only be utilized through copying on the Enzorock itself. So it will just be sat in the active, unable to do anything. And this is why Dragapult has been such a powerful force across the last year and a half. Such an amazing attacker, taking out both of those bench Enzoroa with the second effect of the Phantom Dive. 200 to the active, 6 damage counters on board, and not even leaving any spare damage counters for potential Monkey Dory. Just a complete 3 prize turn for Justin in exchange for just the Dragapult in the active and the discard of the Neo Upper Energy. This is going to be a tough old comeback for Marco.
Yeah, you're telling me, Mike. That is tough. There you go, Professor Torres scenario. The only way to go out on your own terms. Marco is going to give himself 66 minutes to make the comeback in our best of 3 here in the top 8. A phenomenal turn from Justin, completely wiping the board thanks to a Curse Blast counter-catcher combination.
Oh, the confidence that must be giving our recently turned master, Justin. Was at the World Championship last year in Honolulu, had a great performance in the senior division, now looking to try and make a statement in their first season of Masters. A Game 1 win in the top 8 here does put them in a commanding position, but you know, that item lock from Budu isn't going to work every single game, as Enzorock, one of those that has some super consistency with trade.
And we'll see in the replay here that if you gain an inch from Budu, Dragapult can take a mile. Just getting those little prods in early. Opened the door for this phenomenal turn. Counter catch up, a couple of damage Zorua, then thrown to the bench. From the draw, we were able to find energy, and it just completely wiped the board clean. And Marco knew that his best chance of success at this stage was to give himself as much time as possible in games 2 and 3, because there really wasn't much in any way of a comeback from that stage.
Well, for many people, they won't really know what Enzorock's game plan is, because you didn't get to see much of it there. The main game plan involves that Enzorock being able to copy Reshiram, and it's got 2 great attacks, but it is that unusual attack that people won't often see, the Outrage, to be able to get so much damage on board. And I think we'll hopefully get to see that next game, but it looks to be game 2, kicking straight off with a buddy-buddy poppin from Justin, who I assume here will be going first.
Yeah, he's been forced first in this instance because, as we saw from Marco, one of his few actions in that game number 1 was using Arven for TM Evolution. So we have a look at some of the prize cards here. Justin's doing the same thing with this opening search. A couple of those buddy-buddy popping, not a problem when you have one in your opening hand anyway. A couple of your Dragapult pieces, of course, but fortunately Justin is playing the thickest line that you really expect, a 4-4-3 line, the Dragapult EX. So I think on balance you take these prize cards. They're pretty decent for you, and whenever you go first and see that natural buddy-buddy popping in the hand, you've got to be pretty happy about that. So Justin, just like in game number 1, has to be happy with this opener.
I believe he has the other buddy-buddy poppin. Wow. That wasn't prized in the hand, if I got a glimpse correctly here. But yeah, that prize check now. Oh no, there it is in the deck. I must have been mistaken. But you have a great option with 3 Dreepy down. As we mentioned before, the stage 1 of both these archetypes has a great draw engine built in with the Drakloak with the Recon Directive, allowing you to see so many cards whilst also picking one of them. Look at the top 2 cards and put one of them in your hand, the other on the bottom of your deck. A little bit different for Enzorok, where it uses trade, where you discard a card to draw 2. So a little bit more thinning involved and a few more cards seen.
Yeah, both phenomenal abilities that has got them to this far in the tournament. Top 8 of the Masters division right now is what we're watching. One of these players may end up in our final tomorrow. They've had such a great run throughout the weekend. And we also have a Nestball here in addition to the buddy-buddy Poffin, so we can even find a Duskull here. An excellent turn from Justin. Getting really nicely set up. Marco sat right now with just the Pheasantid Petit EX in the active position. We noticed that under item lock there was no access in that game number 1 to the Arven combination to get a TM Evolution off. But that's something Marco has to try and hope to get on his turn number 1.
Yeah, we see a lot of these archetypes looking to go second out of choice.
Right.
Why is it so important to force your opponent to go first normally?
Normally, forcing your opponent first just limits their outs to play in the game. A lot of these decks play 12+ supporter cards that can allow them to see more cards or search their deck for specific item cards that can get them into the game. And so many of our best decks in the game right now rely on certain Pokemon that we call engine Pokemon. They allow you to see more cards via the Recon Directive or the trade in this instance. Then just allows your deck to flow that much more. Oftentimes these Pokemon are not just going to be drawing cards, but also part of the attack in sort of how you evolve up. And that's the case with the 2 decks that we're looking at here. So if you can limit your opponent's outs, there's a chance that they just don't get many Pokemon down. Obviously, in this case, Justin has. So they still sort of don't have to worry about that. But it also means that Marco has additional outs to play the game. And when you're a game down, you just got to get yourself in the game to have any chance to win it.
Exactly. Justin with the 4 buddy-buddy Poffin and 1 Nestball in deck, as well as the 4 Ultra Ball, typically not wanted to be used early on this occasion. A Nestball and a buddy-buddy set up completely. And the other side, a buddy-buddy Poffin too. Always fair to see those opening cards seen by both players. It looks like we're going to have a good old game here from both players, but it really was that evolution that differentiated the 2 of them. Justin able to evolve into the Drakloak in early turns, and meanwhile Marco was not. And there's the Ace Spec in Marco's prize cards.
Couple of awkward prizes there. The Unfair Stamp is the Ace Spec of choice in Marco's list. Of course, going the heavy Arven route here, not having anything like the Cyrano in the list, just relying on this TM Evolution. Good news is Marco is clutching an Arven right now, so will be able to end his turn on double End Zoroark. But also that Janine's Secret Art in one of the prize cards. Not something you always see within the list, but there is a Binding Mochi within the deck. So low-key, this Janine's Secret Art can be a means of accelerating energy, even under an item lock, but also sometimes that poison that you would often associate as a downside can be an upside here to allow the End Zoroark to reach on unsuspecting Pokemon.
Yeah, especially the big basics in the format, the basic EXs, Binding Mochi, taking it over to that 220 number, and with the poison could put the Zoroark down a little bit, but when you're against those aggressive decks, it tends to be fine to do so. And that's the interpretation of End Zoroark Marco has taken. We see a completely different style with our other End Zoroark in the top 8. So great to see different players concluding the same deck, but with completely different styles. And that TM Evolution will come through this time and allow those End Zoroarks into play. So Marco very much alive and will be going into that draw engine motion, as we mentioned before, through the trade.
Yeah, but Itchy Pollen was so devastating in that game number 1 because Marco was just relying on top decks and was hindered with their outs massively. But now at least Marco has already established some much bulkier 280 hit point Pokemon and has access to trade, so we'll see so many more cards. It feels like in this instance he won't be completely stonewalled by the disruption of an Itchy Pollen, especially with the Janine's Secret Arts within the list as well.
For sure, and the first Drakloak on board for Justin, so those engine Pokemon we alluded to are now in play. And the Budu in the active, ready to try and disrupt for a little bit, as Dragapult can take a few turns to get going, especially as we need some energy attachments and evolutions to happen. Speaking of evolutions, that Hilda card, a very useful card, introduced in the Black Bolt and White Flare era.
And it feels like it was a card printed for this archetype, because it can search your deck for an evolution and an energy card. And in this case, we're going to be searching the Neo Upper Energy, the A-Spec from Justin, coming out straight away here. The more the merrier with Dracloak, the more of these evolution Pokemon you find, the more you can access throughout the game in terms of cards that you see, and that just means options for all sorts. But also the Hilda can help grabbing part of your Cursed Blast package as well. Let's see a second Recon Directive here. But always good to have access to that Neo Upper Energy throughout the game.
Yeah, Neo Upper Energy typically was a hard card to find. You relied on seeing lots of cards to find it. Now Hilda almost guarantees it in some turns, which is amazing. And now we see another Duskull going down. How key will it be to have those on board, ready to pop at any moment with that Curse Blast? But for now, it will just be time that Justin needs to set up. So the Itchy Pollen into the Pheasantipity, just 10 damage there, putting it conveniently at 200 HP remaining, which could be very useful in the future. And now we see Marco going. That draw engine on board, the trades are happening as the resources are thinned and cards acquired.
Looks like we can't get too aggressive this turn thanks to the Itchy Pollen. There's no action with any Ends PP up or anything like that. But we can just use another TM Evolution here and get another End Zoroark out of the deck. Marco picking up the Pheasantipity. That 10 damage prod was actually very relevant. It sets up a Phantom Dive to KO the Pheasantipity EX, so you may as well get that out of play when you have the opportunity. And End Zoroark is one of these terrifying Pokemon when it sits in the active position, because it forces Justin into this strange spot of never wanting to attack into this Pokemon unless they're taking a knockout, because there's always the Ends Reshiram waiting in the wings with powerful Rage.
Yeah, we're about to see some high-level decisions that will be hard to follow, so make sure you're looking closely, as these players will have to decide where they put damage and whether they take those knockouts, and especially with the Dusklops and the Dusk Noir involved, you're also going to be giving away prize cards. So Justin will have to navigate this one, and also a matchup he might be less familiar with, as it is a less common archetype. So we'll now just be trying to set up that board more. We'll be able to swing with Dragapult this turn, but as mentioned, leaving 200 damage on End Zoroark would open up the ability to use the Ends Reshiram first attack, Powerful Rage, which is so good at returning damage back at double the amount, does 20 times the amount of damage on your Pokemon. So if you put 200 on it, they can swing back for 400, which is conveniently the perfect amount to take a knockout.
That's why we're going slow. We've used Ultra Ball to search out Dusklops. We're holding our actions and using the Itchy Pollen, trying to make it more difficult for Marco to string together any gusting play here on any of these Dracloak on the bench. But there is Boss's Orders in the hand, and there's also Darkness Energy found. So we should have action here from Marco, as long as we have access to one of these Ends Reshiram. That's the only missing piece right now. No, it doesn't look like we have access to a Pokemon, so we're just going to bring up the Dusklops and pass here. The Itchy Pollen denying the use of Nest Ball means there's nothing that we can copy with the Night Joker attack. And Marco not able to string together the best turn possible. The use of Boss's Orders on Dusklops forces Justin to find a means of using this ability to its best effect, or to try and find a Dusk Noir in addition to a Dragapult EX here.
Yeah, we looked at those prize cards, and there was one Ends Reshiram prize, but you're thinking, hang on a minute, you've got another one, you only need the one.
Right.
But in the case where you can't use those item cards to find the single Ends Reshiram you have, naturally drawing into your singular out is quite tricky, and we saw exactly that in the last turn. But gusting up the Dusklops, it's an interesting play, as it can find itself out of the active with its ability. Why do you think he's forced it into the active?
I think the hope is that Justin hasn't really fired off many supporters over the last couple of turns, and you're just trying to think that maybe they're limited to just their Recon Directive and trying to force them to find multiple Stage 2 Pokemon all next turn. Because the 5 counters isn't doing much. It really has to be, as the Recon Directives, I believe, finds a Dragapult EX. That gets us one step closer from Justin launching a big Phantom Dive attack here. But it's only going to happen if it can come alongside a Curse Blast here. It really doesn't make any sense to hit into this End Zoroark. I feel like you have to be knocking these Zoroark out cleanly. But wait a minute.
But can use a Night Stretcher to get back the Dusklops and go again. But that's giving away 2 prize cards, which would be a lot of resources from Justin. So the guaranteed knockout with 2 prizes given up is not as valuable as the single prize card given up with a Dust Noir that is not guaranteed right here.
We could go back into Budju as well, don't forget, if we want to try and play around both of these Zorak at the same time. We don't have to Phantom Dive here. Ooh, that's the unfair stamp coming off the prize cards as well.
Wow.
Justin, there's not going to be a knockout this turn. It looks like we are just going to be, well, yeah, Night Stretching back the Dustclops. Night Stretching back the Dust Skull as well. There's no secret that these Curse Blasters are the key to the matchup. We're going to capture up the only Zorak without energy, and that's one other way that you can try and play around the Ends Reshiram, but we know that Marco does play the Janine's Secret Art. So even an active position, Ends Zoroark can attack all in one turn with no energy attached to it. Here's the Iono though. Any other option for Justin? The final Recon Directive as well. Does have access to another Dragapult EX. Again, could be a means of protecting your energy if you pick that Pokemon.
Yeah, and gusting up one of your opponent's Pokemon can gain back turns for Dragapult EX. But that Ends Castle, the stadium of choice for Ends Zoroark, does allow free retreat of your Ends Pokemon. So not as effective at stopping them from retreating, but you still have to find the card to make it possible. So Marco will be somewhat comfortable knowing there's lots of different options, as you mentioned, to be able to get an attacker on board, but does need to find both the Ends Reshiram as well as the energy to attack here on this turn.
This is where it gets really interesting, because I think the setup from Justin on this board position, trying to Phantom Dive to put these other Zoroark in range of a knockout, as we see the 8 counters going on to one of those Zoroark at the very least, means that Marco... Ooh, there's the Ends Reshiram already picking up. We have a couple of trades. I think the big punishes here are a Professor Toro's Scenario or a Janine's Secret Art. That's what we're looking here for, Mike. The last trade, do we see it?
Is it there? Was the Nest Ball, which would have been nice earlier on, but you do have the Petrant EX as well to switch out the active, so a manual attachment plus the Petrant EX would be possible. There's the Ends Castle as well, so an energy here would be ideal, and the board is starting to look strong here for Marco. We've got an attacker, we have an energy, and we will be swinging back, but the energy needs to go on the active to be able to get a return knockout.
That's the thing, I don't think we can string it together at this stage. There are energy switches in the deck as well, however. We could attach to the active, play Iono, and hope that from our next 5 cards we see it. It would be a big risk, but the payoff would be massive. Attaching to Monkey Dory still gives us some outs. It is going to be an Iono here. Marco going to only see 5 cards. Justin has to be sighing relief here that didn't see the Janine or the Professor Toro's Scenario on this turn. Do we have access to Energy Switch here from the 5? If not, we could just be going into another Ends Zoroark and passing for another turn here.
Yeah, so many amazing options in the deck. Marco just unable to find them. And for Justin, he asked so many questions of the deck with that gust up of the energyless
We do
Ends
have an
Zoroark.
Energy Switch. Here we go. That at least allows us to start launching an attack at last. Marco can deal the 170 damage with Virtuous Flame here, in addition to the 3 damage counters from Adrenabrain. Chose to take the damage off the active, so that it's more than a Dustclops required to KO the Ends Zoroark. It would force a Dust Noir. Action back over to Justin, though, who's just dodged a potentially really dangerous turn.
100%. As we mentioned, the Ends Zoroark has 2 amazing attacks. This time it was the second attack of Virtuous Flame. But the Powerful Rage is really the one many of these Ends Zoroark believers have lent into, because many of our strongest decks in the format right now tend to leave damage on board. And that's a prime example of it with the Dragapult. 200 into the active would have been able to get the return knockout. And now for Justin, game 1, and is now looking to close out his top 8 match in a 2-0 fashion. Having options on board, whether it's the Dragapult, the Dust Noir, will be looking to try and create a solution here, whether it's this turn or setting up for the next. It's really tough for Ends Zoroark to build up lots of attacks. It's a slower deck. And on this occasion, Dragapult has the options to really get going.
There is Boss's Orders currently in the hand. I see a benched Ends Zoroark with exactly 200 hit points remaining. I also see a Zoroark on the bench with exactly 80 hit points remaining. That could easily be a means of us taking 4 prize cards this turn. There's an Ultra Ball pickup as well. That grants us access to a Dust Noir. That means we could take out the active Pokemon as well without having to use a Boss's Orders. It means it opens up Hilda as a potential option to evolve up into another Dragapult EX here. A few great options for Justin. Now, some easy discards from this Ultra Ball as well. Let me get rid of a Buddy Buddy Poffin in addition to a Dreepy here. I feel like we have to start seeing the Dust Noir come into the mix now.
It's important to note no rare candy in Justin's deck, so we'll not be able to suddenly get a Dust Noir out of nowhere. We'll always need to evolve up through the stages of Dusclops, then Dust Noir. Plays those Night Stretchers to be able to keep recycling the Dusclops and keep evolving, but you do have to be aware that sitting Duskull can only do 50 damage on the next turn, and this occasion we'll be going for that Dust Noir, it seems. A tough decision, a lot of pressure on the line.
We could still get both. We could Hilda for the Dusclops as well if we would like, or we could Hilda for a Dragapult EX, as long as that's still in the deck, because the deck's already really thin here. Justin, with a couple research and so many recon directive, has been able to filter down pretty quickly through the deck, just eyeballing it. Probably less than 20 cards remain. I think with the... Well, we also see an energy drop onto a Dust Noir. We don't have to use Boss's Orders, but we can also just sit with Dust Noir in play and not even use it. Just set up more damage.
Yeah, we're seeing that more and more with the way Dragapult plays. Less explosive turns and more of this posing options on board. And in this occasion, that Enzarok with exactly 80 damage on works out the perfect numbers for the Phantom Dive. 200 into the active. And now for those 6 damage counters, where are they going to go? I feel like that Enzarok with just 20 damage on seems like a nice target.
Puts you into that 200 range, which is exactly what you're trying to do here. You know your opponent has access to Monkey Dory, but you've got to force their attachments in that direction. 2 prizes now for Justin, who picks up a Dragapult as well from the prizes, which is pretty handy. I see Marco now beginning to use Trade. Janine Secret Art looking a little bit late to the party. Been fantastic on that previous turn with the heavily damaged Zoroark when it was in the active position.
I love that there. Justin just checking what that card was. A card that you do not see that often in our current
Alarm
format.
bells ringing, yeah.
Yeah, what else have you got in that deck, Marco, that I don't know about?
Another situation where Marco wants to try and use Professor Turo scenario if he can, but with so much damage around the board, it's starting to get risky. If you pick up any Zoroark, there's no guarantee that a Zorua would be safe from this stage.
Yeah, and one Professor Turo scenario used at the beginning. If you use the second one, you're then out of options when it comes to recovering damage. The Monkey Dory is a great way to move damage around, but it's only 30, where the Dust Noir and the Dusclops on the other side can bring so much more into play. And with Marco being so far behind on prize cards, Justin has a bit of wiggle room when it comes to using those Dust Noirs.
I feel like the Adrenaline Brain should be off the active position here. Definitely makes the most sense. You can always take a free Budgie whenever you would like, but it's not the situation to do it just yet. It's going to be the Professor Turo scenario. It's actually going to pick up the Monkey Dory here and replay it.
Oh, I do like that.
Onto Monkey Dory, going down and taking out a Duskull. Taking a prize card as we go.
That's really smart there. I love the way the Professor Turo scenario was used to reset that Monkey Dory. You don't see that very often. And we'll just be retreating here into the damaged Enzarok. And that's the downside of energy switching off, is it now means the access to an attacker has been removed. And so the damaged Enzarok will be promoted. And I'm sure Justin's thinking, hang on a minute, what do you see that I don't? This is scary to be looking down at a board where you feel like you're so far ahead. What's next?
It feels unintuitive, but I think what Marco's trying to do is weave in his Blood Moon Ursaluna as his other attacking option later on in the game. If you can maintain this Monkey Dory and keep your Zoroark around, staying on level prize cards or even going behind this turn, that would allow you to weave in a big basic attacking option. It's hard to deal with for a Dragapult, and also you're trying to force them into a situation to use their Curse Blast here.
Yeah, that Budu on the bench with just 30 HP would be a target for a Monkey Dory, doing similar to what it did to the Duskull just there, but with just the singular use of Adrenabrain. And now Marco is really thinking about that end game, opening up the Blood Moon Ursaluna, which is the highest damage output at any given moment possible for his deck. But this is so scary with a Dust Noir ready to go and a Dragapult ready to attack and 2 Draklooks on board that could easily evolve and be attackers too.
There's a lot of temptation on this board for Justin as well. So many great choices for whether or not to use this Curse Blast. You could take out the Monkey Dory and just go for 1-for-1 and still just take out the active because it's heavily damaged. As we're Night Stretchering back our own Monkey Dory here by the looks of things, and the Hilda going to grab the Luminous Energy straight away. Looks like Justin's eyeing up a strong line of play here. Yep, Curse Blasting, putting damage into the Zoroark, and that's going to be a 4-prize swing. Justin is going to be 2-0ing, putting himself into the top 4.
Justin navigating the final moments there, a combination of Adrenabrain and the Dust Noir's Curse Blast to set up damage on the bench, and the Phantom Dive knocking out the active, finishing off the bench Pokemon. We mentioned Justin was here before at Worlds last year as a senior and has now shown exactly why in Masters he's a name to watch out for. We'll be progressing to our top 4 and a chance to make it to the World Finals.
Such impressive stuff from Justin, who was looking at laser focus, and you can see why. It was a strange matchup. There were strange tech cards to be aware of, but Justin was careful throughout the game, allowed that damage to rack up, and made the most out of every single Curse Blast there. In addition to Monkey Dory, phenomenal stuff for a very, very dangerous archetype. There's no surprise to see why Justin's made it into the top 4 of the World Championships.
Commiserations to Marco Cifuentes, the brother of our 2024 World Champion, looking to try and make history. And it was just too much. The power of Dragapult, the power of Budu, to be honest, in that first game, completely shutting down the evolution of Marco's deck, and then a full Enzora wipe from that Phantom Dive, completely putting Marco out of the game, and he quickly decided, let's try another one.
Marco in this second, well, that's how the first game ended.
Is that the first time we've ever seen that? Surely not happening very often, seeing a Professor Turos to give away the game, but a little bit of fun from Marco.
Yeah, in this second game, Marco definitely had an opportunity or two, just wasn't able to find the key supporters to punish Justin's line of play. And as soon as that happened, Marco was having to do some strange gymnastics to try and make anything more awkward. But this was a great late game sequence. Hilda to find the Luminous, Curse Blast the bench Zoroark, so then you can counter catch it up into the active. Then the Monkey Dory heals your Dragapult EX to put the other Zoroark that's been pushed to the bench from 80 down to the 50, so Phantom Dive can take the 4-prize swing. So much intricate math going on there, and trying to keep track of the prize card situation and whatnot. But Justin, even in that high-pressure situation, was able to make it look so elegant.
Never got to see the powerful rage of the End's Reshiram attack. That is such a great way to counter these Stage 2 decks, doing damage to the active, sprinkling damage about. You're able to return the knockout, but on this occasion, we didn't get to see it. And so it shows you the power of Dragapult, really, the ability to control the game, whether it's the item lock early on with the Budu, or whether it is those Curse Blasts of the Dust Noir, putting damage exactly where you want it and finishing off all those targets. And you can choose when to knock out or choose when not to knock out, which is a great decision-making process, especially with disruption all around the field.
But Justin booking their spot in top 4. Let's see how the rest of the bracket is shaping up right now in the World Championships. We're getting down to just a few players left, Mike. And we see Justin booking their spot. Shizuyuki, we also saw on the other side of the bracket, getting a 2-1 victory against Piper, which means we have a couple more players waiting in the wings for their top 8 match. Oivan has been such a story of the tournament, with Charizard EX being the top of our standings throughout the entirety of the day and much of yesterday as well. Riley is going to be the player standing up against them. Phenomenal to see them back in a top cut, of course, just coming off the back of a finals finish with Gardevoir EX at the NAIC. Riley making an amazing name for themselves and clearly is an expert with that archetype.
We've also got to have a look at Irvin playing Charizard EX. You know, the archetype he's taken to 2 events so far this season. One of them he came second at, one of them he came first at, so he's averaged a 1.5 position in tournaments. So anything outside of winning this event with Charizard would lower his positioning.
I can't believe he risked it.
Yeah. Clearly the deck that vibes the best with Irvin, that historical Pokestop for Charizard EX played at Birmingham. We love the innovation of many of these players in the top here. Mateusz, another Enzorok player, the last remaining one now that Marco is out. And some great Japanese players showing up in the top 8 here now. And some already in the semi-finals. So we're going to be looking to see how our rest of our top 8s go. And I'm sure we'll be taking some action later on. But of course, the finals is a big thing we're all looking forward to. We've got a few more games before we get there, but we're in the arena at this event, a first time at the World Championship. So even more pressure on the line for these players to decide who's going to be going home with that coveted World Champion title.
Yeah, a perfect place for us to crown a champion. And it's going to be loud in that arena. No, make no mistake about it. There's going to be so many great names in our top cut already that you're always going to have someone to cheer for. And if you're an N Zoroark fan as well, you've just seen Marco unfortunately losing, but there's still another shot for the N Zoroark to be a world champion this weekend in the hands of Mateusz. who might be coming up very soon.
100%. Strong player, innovative in deck building, and that's something as well we've noticed throughout the tournament. Many of our best have come up with interesting inclusions in their deck, but there is nothing more interesting in the Pokemon TCG than someone choosing a whole archetype to bring to a tournament that is unusual and unexpected. From your point of view, how much does it take to test out the cards to find that solution rather than just adding a few tech cards? You've got to come up with a whole new archetype.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it really proves the time commitment these players have to the game, because it's enough to sort of test a theory for a couple of nights and be like, yeah, this was okay, not as good as possibly I thought, but then having the fortitude to then stick with that and really try and push it to as much as you can do through creativity, coming up with new tech inclusions, and just the willingness to try all sorts of things to see if your plan really could come to life and become a great choice for a tournament. Because every time you're testing one thing, you're not testing another. You know, committing down one avenue, suddenly you're 2 weeks out from Worlds and you're almost thinking of abandoning ship from some of the ideas you had earlier on. It's very easy to stick with something you know and just commit more and more time and gain that wealth of knowledge, knowing that all your testing previously sets you up for Worlds so nicely, and that you have hundreds of games under your belt rather than sometimes like tens of games, because you've just come across a new interesting idea that's taken your eye.
Well, we mentioned how comfortable Irvind was with Charizard EX being the deck he piloted to 2 previous finals across the season. But let's see how all the other decks have shaped up in the top 8. Many of these players choosing what we knew was going to be good at this event, but also some unexpected decks making their way to this stage. I think it really stands out, those 4 decks that weren't even in our top 6 of the meta share. The Charizard and the Enzarok, the dark type attackers, definitely focused on that Gardevoir for sure as a good matchup. Riley has got it in with the Gardevoir taking on all of these decks here.
Yeah, Riley has a tough time looking at this cut, unfortunately, but that's part of the reason why the Charizards and the Zoroarks have done so well, trying to target that Gardevoir that's been ever present in our last few formats, making it into so many finals, taking so many trophies itself. It's inevitable for some of these players to have made that meta call. Junior, Takana as well, or Tanaka I should say, having a great time with that Charizard Pidgeot archetype as well. It's not only been Oyvind who's taken that risk with the archetype, we know it has the pedigree behind it, and all it took was a little shift in the metagame. Turns out 30% Golden Go coming into the equation really makes Charizard a much more appealing choice.
Yeah, it may be a dark type attacker, but that's its Terra type. It does have those fire energy to power it up, and that allows you to include attackers like Chi-Yu and even the Charmeleon in the evolution line to help you into those metal types, as well as Crustle, which we saw on stream before. And Shizuki.
I laugh, but yeah, it's actually very relevant.
The Shizuki win earlier on against Piper was definitely a tough one when it came to the prize cards of Piper, but really for Shizuki, a great opportunity to show why they're such a good player. Some amazing lines taken there, and with that Raging Bolt archetype.
Yeah, Raging Bolt, very popular out in Japan. Let's not forget it won the Japan Championships. Certainly an archetype that's been very respected out there, and Shizuki is proving just why that is the case. Of all the archetypes here, it's the only basic attacking archetype. It does rely, of course, on the Noctowl as the main crucial engine, and it can cherry-pick cards throughout the entire game, which makes it such an appealing option.
Yeah, and we just watched Justin with Dragapult Dusknoir, a great deck, one that was second most popular in the meta share, and we could see exactly why. Those turns where the Dusknoir's Curse Blast is activated in combination with Phantom Dive, sometimes even in combination with the Adrenabrain of Monkey Dory, some of the most damage you can see put on board in one turn of any deck in the tournament. And it means your bench has to be that bit more stable as you face off against it. And speaking of face off, I know that our next top 8 is just shuffling up and getting ready, so we'll be quickly getting into it as we make our way through those final stages of the single elimination bracket. We had 11 rounds of Swiss and the best rose to the top, and now they're trying to find their way to that final.
Really exciting things happening at this point, Mike. Every game is a nail-biter. There's so much on the line here. Win your top 8 game and suddenly you're walking away with a Pikachu card and you're going to be shaking hands with some Pokemon royalty on that stage, and then you're just one game away from being in the arena in a finals. There is so much on the line here. This is going to be another massive match.
Well, I can tell you now, our next top 8 is ready. We'll be heading to the stage to find out who will be making their way into that top 4 and that bit closer to the World Champion final. we're going to be seeing an experienced player in the European region, Mateusz Waszkiewicz, versus an interesting opponent, one he will have never seen before outside of the World Championship event, and that's Junyo Tanaka from Japan. These players, incredibly smart to pick these archetypes for the tournament, but maybe not prepared for their opposition, as this is not what they were expecting to see at the World Championship. Who will be the one to come out on top?
Mateusz is the master of the unexpected, Mike, but now having to come up against Junya, who is playing a Charizard EX that also has a Dusknoir package in there as well. We've just seen how Dusknoir can be used to help get in range of these End Zoroark. It's another situation where we're going to be mentioning Powerful Rage a lot, but Junya, if he's playing correctly, is going to be foregoing that and denying the use of Powerful Rage throughout the entire game if he can help it.
Well, we've mentioned those consistency cards in Stage 1. The End Zoroark, one of the best with trade, discard a card and draw 2. But on the other side, the consistency is in the form of a Stage 2, that Pidgeot EX with the quick search, allowing you to tutor any card out of your deck so you can string together the ultimate plays as you go along. But it will be the intricacies of both of these archetypes not being prepared for the opposition. You have to find those routes as you go. And so we'll be seeing their prize cards go out now. And already a card you might be asking questions about in Mateusz's prize cards. On the other side, a few of those evolving Pokemon
Quite
in
a lot
the
of
prizes.
Pokemon there.
Yeah.
We have thin lines of a lot of these evolution pieces. There are 4 Charmander, 3 Charizard EX, 2 Charmeleon, so Junya will still have access to the likes of TM Evolution, which is in the deck. It's a 2-1-2 Pidgeot line, a 2-1-1 Dusknoir line. Nothing too devastating in that instance. The Fighting Energy for Mateusz there is just a one-of in the deck. And Cornerstone Ogerpon is actually an option that you can look towards in this matchup at times. Because, of course, the Terrestrial Charizard EX does have an ability. That could be a walling option that Mateusz looks to utilize, but in this game number 1 may not be able to attack with it until they're able to access some prize cards.
Well, the players flip over their actives. Junya going first here in our top 8, as these players will be anticipating a tough game ahead, but that does not look like the start you want, as Junya with the Cleffer in the active, attaching a Fire Energy. It's now for Mateusz, a Duskull in the active. I apologize, now for Mateusz to try and set up as best possible.
Mateusz does not play anything like Budju in the deck, so can't try and launch an annoying disruption attack straight away. That's something you always try and pounce on when your opponent has that weak turn 1, doesn't have access to basics. Try and shut them down with item lock is normally one thing you look to prioritize. So instead, Mateusz can focus on his own board here. With that turn 1 Arven, is likely going to try and find access to that Buddy Poffin. Does have access to Secret Box in this list as well, so it's not going to be the unfair stamp we saw in the previous top 8 match. Does have Turbo Energize in addition to TM Evolution, so has a couple avenues available to themselves based on what their hand's looking like. Let's have a first peek here. I saw Professor's research for next turn. I saw Nest Ball. So I feel like the Secret Box is a possibility to go for early if you're eyeing up a turn 2 research anyway. And it means you have access to not only Buddy Poffin, but also access to more options on the next turn.
Yeah, just prize checking here, making sure everything is available, all the options are there. But in this situation, you have a bit more time than you might think. You might take a different line based off of your opponent having a slower start. We mentioned in the previous game about players forcing their opponents to go first and allowing you to set up where they might have a slower start. Is that exactly the moment right now that we're witnessing? Is this going to be a tough one for Junyo to come back with this slow start?
I love this opening from Mateusz. Opting not to go for Secret Box, not putting an Artisan down. You don't want to give your opponent any help because they've had a weak start. So let's just evolve up into double End Zoroark and put ourselves in the best case scenario. Asking Junyo, do they have access to any supporter cards? It does look like they're holding on to Ino. They also have Chi-Yu as the only other basic they have in the hand right now. Chi-Yu hitting the board will be, by the looks of things, a fresh 6 cards from Ino. Junyo looking for a lot of help here. Needs to start finding some Buddy Poffin.
We've seen the TM Evolution, something we're all very familiar with across many archetypes in the format right now. But TM Energize, when might Mateusz use that over the TM Evolution?
Sometimes trying to get the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon in the mix earlier is something you look to do, to be fair, because it will be a go-to option in a number of matchups. Equally, we know how powerful Monkey Dory is, and there's 3 copies of Monkey Dory in Mateusz's list, so sometimes getting an energy attachment onto a Zoroark, as well as one onto a Monkey Dory, can be a big deal, especially because it's another means at which you can play around Budgie.
And Junior just getting the buddy pop in there, able to set up this turn. Will be going onto his second turn now, so not able to get into any attackers at this stage, but does allow the stability to begin happening. On the other side, Mateusz will be happy with the sight of the first turn going so well for him. But one question here I've got for you is there's no Darmanitan in this Enzorok list. We mentioned it before. The Enzoroks at this event have been successful opting to remove it. This moment now is one of those moments where it would have been a little bit more effective. Why do you think players have cut it out of their deck?
It's a strange one, really. The Darmanitan's hard to find. You almost need to draw excellently to weave it in very quickly. You're going to have to try and copy it with an Enzorok, so you have to get multiple Stage 1 Pokemon online. The Darumaka has 80 hit points as well, so it doesn't weave in so nicely with the Buddy Poppin. You need a lot to go right to make it happen. Junior going to get one Charmander developed, one Pidgey developed, and is also going to retreat into the Grasping draw from Cleffa here. So he's hoping to dodge some early gusting effects. But like you said, Mike, with Darmanitan in the list, you can capitalize on weaker starts from your opponent. But in this case, Mateusz is just trying to have some different tech Pokemon and be more streamlined, I think.
Well, the secret box drawn there, that could be a useful asset for a powerful turn. Wanting to try and get as much energy in play as possible to allow sustained pressure throughout the game. And that singular Charmander right now will definitely be part of Mateusz's thinking for the turn. How possible is it for it to be this turn? We'll have to see, as there is acceleration quite conveniently in Enzorok through that Ends PP up.
One copy in the list as well, but that could be found with a secret box. You could secret box for Boss's Orders and Ends PP up here. We've just traded away a Darkness Energy. It might all be coming together here, Mike, for an early gusting approach. There's a strange back and forth that Mateusz has to dance around with in this matchup, because of course he needs to start taking these prize cards, but there's a point in which the Charizard becomes very problematic in that you can't knock it out cleanly, and they can easily knock out your Enzorok back to back to back, especially when there's the likes of Dusknoir and Maximum Belt in the list, that you're going to have to try and stay out of range of a Charizard, or at least set up a number of knockouts so that Zoroark doesn't really allow the Charizard player to get carried away with the game and just sort of take a full prize sweep unchallenged.
There we go, the energy onto that Enzorok. The Boss's Order's actually on the Pidgey this time.
Yeah.
Take away the consistency and not the attackers, and that's going to be copying the Ends Reshiram on the bench, using that Virtuous Flame to get a knockout Pidgeygone and just a single Charmander in play. It's going to be hard to set that one up in the next turn.
Junior's prized his second Pidgey as well, so that's going to be locking the option of Pidgeot for a long time in this game. The Pidgey chilling out in the top of those prize cards. Mateusz really taking the opportunity to slow down the Charizard deck, knowing it's so vital to have the access to quick search turn by turn. You can already tell that Mateusz has thought through the matchup and how he can navigate it, because it's putting Junior right on the back foot here.
Quite a simple game plan for Enzorok a lot of the time. Just swing with 170 damage. It's that consistency of the trade that allows you to set it up so often. And I think Mateusz has always been a huge fan of, yes, I play these unusual archetypes, but typically opting for so much consistency among them. A huge fan of trekking shoes back in the day and those kinds of cards that allowed you to play your game as often as possible. And Enzorok, definitely one of the best in the format right now to keep playing the game.
It feels like every deck in the format has to justify why they're not playing Secret Box, because it's such a versatile ace-spec card that can give you additional outs just to play the game, but also can construct your deck in a completely different way and have lots of these one-offs, which Mateusz is choosing to do, knowing that Arven can find the box that can find all of these one-offs as and when you need it. And in that case, piecing together PP up plus Boss's Orders was a huge combo.
Well, we have got another top 8 going on at the same time as this right now. Irvind versus Riley. Riley won game 1, but Irvind tied it up in game 2. So we'll see how that concludes and let you know as the result comes through. But for now, Mateusz and Junior, our last streamed top 8 game to see who makes it through to top 4. And it will be the unusual archetypes, the breakthrough archetypes of the event. Charizard EX versus Enzorok, trying to decide which of them has earned their spot in that top 8.
Junior's doing his best to reduce his hand size here, has got a Charmeleon, also attaching to a Charmander on the bench, just so they can grasp up a few more cards here. It's a strange situation with Charizard where, low-key, you're quite happy to just allow the Zoroark to take a few prize cards. It sets up the Charizard to just be an absolute ridiculous beat stick. So even though you're just taking it slow, this could still be your best way to win, and just allowing Mateusz to just churn through some prizes.
that ends Reshiram with a 2 retreat crossed in the active. Something we see often in the format now, gusting up 2 retreat cost Pokemon. But thankfully, there's an air balloon in the format, but not thankfully. Mateusz has attached that already to the Monkey Dory, so unable to get a hold of that. And I believe the switch was in the prize cards earlier on. So the options limited for Mateusz and may need to attach some energy here and manually retreat.
Yeah, there's just the one copy of the Professor Turris scenario as well, and that's not ideal. You don't really want to punch into this Cleffer too much. Again, it's this sort of ticking clock that Charizard's putting you on. It feels unintuitive to go too far ahead in prizes, but it's so easy for Charizard to swing a board state when the end Zoroark is only hitting 170 a turn. Mateusz may even look to use the likes of Scratch on an Enzarur at some point, you know, trying to at least force more outs from Junior. As it is, has evolved up into another Enzarur into Zoroark. We'll be constantly thinning the deck. That's one of the benefits of trade, is that not only are you getting to see more cards, you're also throwing away cards that have sort of lost their usefulness, as we do see the Professor Turo here, picking up the Ends Reshiram, moving out of the active. We've gone into the Air Balloon Monkey Dory, immediately then retreating into End Zoroark. We're re-establishing the Ends Reshiram. Taking 2 prizes, yeah, it's just going to be the pass. I think pass is definitely correct here. If you take a knockout, it puts Charizard into 240 damage range, which is a max belt away from just churning through prize cards. Mateusz has identified that beautifully here and forcing Junior to find a stage 2 in addition to some of these Curse Blasters.
Well, we alluded to this match being a fascinating one at the start and how they'd have to navigate it.
Yeah.
It's exactly that. How often do we see a powered-up attacker in the active spot ready to swing? In this case, Mateusz opting to pass, a rare sight, but one that has been thoroughly thought out. A player who is very familiar with taking the long route, as previously an item lock connoisseur would take many turns before finally securing the victory at the end. And that Charizard EX coming into play is now able to attack. But as you mentioned, do you want to be attacking into these ends Zoroark without them returning a huge attack back? And that's why that Charizard Burning Darkness is so powerful. It gets more strong as the game goes on. But on this occasion, will only be able to knock out the ends Reshiram.
Honestly, I would have preferred Junior to just keep sitting back and grasping drawing until they were able to find Dusclops, Dusknoir, second Charmeleon, like these sorts of things. You can just, or I guess hold rare candy pieces and whatnot. Just knowing that you're both happy to pass into each other, and Charizard's actually better off for it, I think, a lot of the time. Because Mateusz can weave in Ionos, and with no engine Pokemon to speak of, you're going to be in this strange situation where you don't always have it all. And then now the Enzoroark can punch into the Charizard, and that's actually really effective.
Yeah, and that's where you look back at the Pidgeot not being available and how important that quick search is to allow Charizard EX to work. Mateusz recognizing that early on. Both of them with 5 prize cards remaining, so things like Counter Catcher are not available. But it will be that swing into the active Charizard that opens up a route for Mateusz at this moment.
Because you knew Mateusz wasn't going to take a single prize knockout, but now he can get relevant damage into play. So Junior, by going down this route with Counter Catchers, actually helped out a lot. I would prefer to kept grasping if it was me.
Well, that's part of the challenge of this matchup for both these players. A lot of pressure on the line because of the fact we're in our top 8 of the World Championship, but also a lack of familiarity with the matchup. Both of these guys will have tested against the top decks, but neither of them really testing against each other, as Enzoroark does 170 damage into that active Charizard EX, which is now wondering if it's safe going into the next turn.
One thing is, when your Charizard's damaged, you can just swing in. It doesn't matter that Powerful Rage can take a huge knockout. You're already in 2-shot range. So you can try and look to 2-shot the first end Zoroark, then you're still forcing Mateusz into this. Well, no, instead we're going to take another single prize knockout. This gets you back onto the even prize map, knowing that you can still win in 2 Zoroark knockouts. Junior's still really laying this trap, to be fair. Mateusz in this strange spot of like, if I take out this Charizard, doesn't take much for Junior, who hasn't played any rare candy yet, plays 3 in the deck. Just build up 1 Charizard EX and can just sweep the board against me.
Well, now you've got the question of, can you get back the Ends Reshiram?
Yeah,
you know,
another question.
Ends Zoroark can't attack without an attacker on the bench to copy, and Ends Reshiram is that attacker in this matchup. With it being taken out twice in a row, you're forcing Mateusz to use all of those recovery resources, of which there is a Super Rod and a Night Stretcher, but only in a single count.
Yeah.
So to be able to recover that over and over again will be difficult. as there's only 2 Ends Reshiram in the deck.
We'll see more trading from Mateusz, discarding their Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX with one of those trades. Not looking like that's going to be a great option. We're going to start recovering some cards here with the Super Rod, Mike, as you mentioned, and a couple of those Reshiram coming back. And actually, the Wellspring might be recycled in the end here. No, it's going to be the Pheasantipity EX as an option. I think Mateusz trying to combine an INO with a KO is reasonable. There can be a situation where somehow Junior, from just the 4 cards, can't find Rare Candy Charizard, and then you can take out the lone Charmander in play. That's the best case scenario for Mateusz.
I think we can also just look at how thin that deck is for Mateusz. So early in the game, but thanks to that trade, thinning out resources you don't want, and that's why you play the recovery cards in the deck, like Power Pad, like Super Rod, as you can put them back in your deck and quite easily get back to them through a few draws. And it's going to be the INO and Boss going back in for Mateusz.
Makes a lot of sense, especially if we're going to be playing an INO this turn. I didn't see if it was in the hand, because Mateusz is just holding on to so many right now. You have to feel like they have access to it. If we can make that INO come together, then we have better access to see a Boss's orders from the INO. We still have 1 trade remaining, of course. So we can still try and dig towards INO if it's not in the hand just yet. There's Countercatcher, bringing up the Charmander. So in this case, we're just going to take the guaranteed single prize knockout, using the INO to make it difficult for Junior to find a Dusclops or a Maximum Belt to still try and stay out of range of this Burning Darkness.
With that early Pidgey knockout, every INO is going to get even more effective as Junior not able to reset it and put it back into play. And also another thing to look at here, something to note, is a lot of energy in play for Mateusz.
Yeah.
So a tough position without the Turo anymore. Things could get stuck in the active, the Ends Reshiram, potential target there for that. So lots of avenues to worry about for both players. And that's where we expect to see these high-level players recognize unusual routes to victory. This has not gone the way any of us would have expected, watching along, both of them having to navigate different decisions because neither of them falling for the trap that the deck often poses in front of them. That Charizard EX now in play has damage on it. None of the Enzorok have been damaged, so Junior recognizing not to give away that powerful Rage attack return.
Arven found, Mike, and I think that means if we're not pulling from the deck, it means it's already in the hand, the Maximum Belt. So we can grab Buddy Buddy Poffin. That means we get a backup Charmander here, knowing that your heavily damaged Charizard is likely going to be knocked out. It sets you up still pretty nicely. Maximum Belt taking 2. You get a Charmander down. You're a bit at risk at a big Ino. You have no board space for a Pheasantipity EX or anything like that. You're really just hoping that you have to expect Mateusz to take the response KO, go down to 2 prize cards themselves, throw an Ino in the mix. That's the best play they have. And then Junior's just hoping that from a 2-card hand, he'll be able to find a Charizard that would win him the game.
Fascinating how this is playing out right now, Joe.
It feels like it's favored for Mateusz, but there's always a means that Junior can get there. Going to throw the TM Evolution away, essentially. Also do the same for the Air Balloon. We're just going to be grasping up here. Junior not happy with that state of affairs, not saying that they're going to be in a good spot after that approach. Instead allowing Mateusz into this spot where there's a potential to gust, but then you'd be in charge of the INO, really. That's what Junior's trying to do here. Not falling for the trap of Mateusz, having access to INO. It's too risky to try and look for a candy combination. There's Boss's orders on Charmander. And
wow.
Taking the single prize knockout, instantly knowing what he wants to do here.
Well, neither player looking to rush ahead at this point. The damage output now for the Charizard EX is more than enough to get the Enzorok with the Maximum Belt. Just one more knockout would allow for a Charizard EX to take a knockout, but without the ability to reset up another Charizard EX, Junior just not comfortable putting that damaged one in the active spot. And this is great recognition from Mateusz. The board is locked by having so many Pokemon in play, and it does just mean the constant replacement of Charmander can be taken away.
And now Junior has to do the thing he didn't want to last turn. He grasped because he didn't want to put himself in this spot, but now it feels like he'll be using a Super Rod, reloading a Charmander, taking a knockout with Charizard because he's running out of turns to avoid it at this stage, and then he'll be looking to try and find Rare Candy Charizard. But he knows that Mateusz is so likely to use Ino against him that he'd only be looking at 2 cards here.
And even having to use that grasping draw because you don't have the Pidgeot EX to be able to find the cards you want. So you have to keep that hand size as big as possible. And you see how thin the deck is for Mateusz now. All of the resources he doesn't want to see are gone. And everything he wants to see is in play. Everything powered up and ready to go. And it is the question of what route do you take at this stage? The Charizard EX has a lot to ask. And the Dust Noirs are not even that viable because if you give away prize cards, you're putting Mateusz one knockout away from winning the game.
Yeah, they're a complete non-factor at this stage. Mateusz with triple Zoroark developed is looking pretty good. And look how thick the deck is still for Junior. If you get Ionode, it's so unlikely that you find Rare Candy Charizard. It's really, really unlikely.
Getting that Buddy Buddy Poffin off the Arven. All the tools have been taken from the deck.
The last thing we could attempt is just re-establish another Charmander and Grasp one more time, knowing that you can Rare Candy into the other Charizard next turn, even if there is a boss's orders. Because there's 3 prize cards still from Mateusz, that if they spend the boss now, a Charizard could still run over the board and take the final 4.
I mean, this is the point where you wonder, what's the counts in your opponent's deck? When you're playing something you're familiar with, you can often guess, they must play 3 boss, they must play 2. On this occasion, you see Mateusz play a boss and a power pad, and you're starting to question, what is the count? How would I know? And we're quite lucky we get to sit here knowing the answer.
We can tell you.
But for Junior at this moment, he's looking across and going, can't have much more gust, can you? Surely not.
I feel like Junior will continue to grasp here. It feels just too risky to attempt to find a Rare Candy combo. I think it might just be another grasp, honestly. There's the maximum belt in the hand. There's always the opportunity here to take the KO, but you're just in the helter-skelter of Ionode then. Like, sure, you could hit it, but you're not very likely to. There's maximum belt committed, though.
I mean, everyone at home is very familiar with Charizard EX's ability to take knockouts. We've seen it so strong throughout the last year and a half. Came out in Obsidian Flames, and early on was one of the leading archetypes, partly due to its ability to win against Gardevoir, that type advantage, very useful. But the combination with Pidgeot EX allowed it to be so consistent. Without the Pidgeot EX, there is no safety going forward, and that knockout may put him in a tough position. A swing into the end Zoroark opens up the trap for Mateusz.
Mateusz has a very simple goal. Find Ino. Play Ino. Hope that Junior can't find Rare Candy Charizard. It's that simple. Mateusz has the knockout on board already developed. His Charizard has been heavily damaged. Can be finished off. We're going to look at the bottom of our deck.
The boss in there.
There's a boss's orders, there's a Night Stretcher and an Energy Switch, the final few cards. We're committing a Turbo Energize. We're attaching to our backup and Zoroark. And there it is. The Ino has been held in the hand for a number of turns. Mateusz has to be feeling good about this situation, but there's no guarantees that he's safe here, Mike. There's still some dangerous draws from Junior. The only hope is that it's a combo draw that needs to be found. We're retreating into end Zoroark. Mateusz will be copying, once again, that Virtuous Flame. Also just going to make sure there's no liabilities of high retreat cost here. He's putting himself in this fantastic position. Junior, what's in that hand?
Do you have it? Is the Rare Candy Charizard there? Are you able to get it? There's an Artisan. I don't think that's it. And that's going to be game. Mateusz taking game 1 here of our top 8 match at the Anaheim World Championship. Looking to put their spot in the history books with an innovative archetype. Zoroark, the unknown factor in the top 8 here. One already out, but Mateusz looking to carry it all the way to the final.
A remarkable cat and mouse there from Mateusz. Using boss again, making sure that you're not letting a single Charizard run over the board. It's so easy for that to happen. Junior getting very quick to weave in those Duskull, filling up those board slots. Ended up coming back to be a real nuisance for him, because as Mateusz was looking to take these individual one-prize knockouts, it made those Duskull sort of rot in play. They weren't really getting much done. And if Junior was sat there with a Pheasantipity EX on the board, he'd have been feeling pretty good about finding a Rare Candy combo.
Exactly, and here's the moments we saw. It was that navigation around the Charizard EX that allowed Mateusz to take the victory, getting rid of the Pidgey early on, and it was never able to return for Junior. But those knockouts on the end, Reshiram, tested Mateusz's ability to set up. But when you're trading so many cards into your hand, you're always able to find the solution, and it was the combination of two of our most powerful supporters, Ino and Boss, that kept Mateusz completing the game plan from start to finish.
And it was excellent execution in this game number 1 to play around that Charizard for so long. Junior also knew the assignment, trying to force the most out of Mateusz, but it just felt like the the way he went about those opening turns with the double Duskull was a bit problematic. Also bear in mind that the prizes weren't helping. There was one of those Charmeleon in the prize cards, also one of those Pidgey. So as soon as Mateusz took out one of them, there was never another opportunity to grab a Pidgeot EX, and that also played a massive factor in that game.
I imagine many of you at home counted out Enzorok. I certainly did. I've never actually built the deck because I didn't think it was good enough. But on this occasion, you can see why these top players have decided to play it, and I've got some insight for you. He's not the only one. We've seen another one in top 8 and across other age divisions, some Enzorok doing very well in the top 8, and it is that navigation through the matchup that makes it so special. It's really difficult for you as a player to recognize these lines when you can't see the way it breaks down the board, and that's something Mateusz has always factored into every deck he's built. How can I completely break down the board to put me in a winning position in those final turns?
Especially when you can thin that deck down to a point of confidence, knowing that you have access to your entire deck, essentially. It means you have complete control of that end game in how you weave in those supporter cards. There was a very genuine risk that Junior would have been 1-0 up here if he had just found the right combination of cards, but Mateusz gave himself the best opportunity in game number 1 in a very difficult matchup. And here we are getting into game number 2 of our top 8. Mateusz kicking things off with an Enzorua and also has a Buddy Poffin to boot. Not too shabby.
Yeah, the perfect card you want to see when you're going first in these evolving decks. Allows you to set up so much of what you need. And the first prize check here will pose some issues. You know, the Super Rod and the Ends PP up, one-ofs in the deck. So if they are a vital part of the game plan at any moment, could be a factor. But otherwise, the other cards in the prizes are in plentiful counts and should be a non-issue for Mateusz at this point. Only 3 Enzorok were put into play last game, and I assume that will be the general strategy in most matchups.
Yeah, you got to think that's the usual route. You need to have space for that Ends Reshiram. Trying to move in Monkey Dory, Pheasantipity, these are all decent cards for you. One interesting adaptation was that in game number 1, Mateusz didn't have access to that fighting energy, so it became a bit of a non-factor, that Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX, but it could be a Pokemon that he looks to weave in, especially because he's playing those Turbo Energize in his list.
And with the knowledge of what his opponent's deck contains, a card that completely walls out many archetypes, but only if you're aware of what's available, and throughout that game would have been taking notes on what was there. And just the 3 Enzorua coming out in this first turn. Junior opting to go second, what we often see in many of these evolving decks, just to try and set up as best possible and utilize those supporters. An energy attachment to finish off, and it will be over to Junior to set up strong.
Well, there's good news and bad news here for Junior. The good news is there's a Buddy Poffin. But the bad news is he's about to realize that he's prized his A-Spec, the Maximum Belt, which is going to be a really crucial damage modifying card. We saw that Mateusz wants to get a little bit quirky with how he takes his prizes. He doesn't want to walk into a big burning darkness, and Maximum Belt is a great means of Junior just forcing his way through the Zoroark EX and ignoring the powerful rage from Ends Reshiram. So that's another really awkward prize card. We also saw the Pidgey again in the very same spot. That top right of the prize is going to be the same situation where Mateusz might look to take out the only Pidgey that he has access to.
2 Charmander down, a Duskull in the active again, and the attachment to the Duskull to allow for that retreat. We do see the Rare Candy, the Artisan, some useful cards there, but is that a lack of supporter in the first hand there?
Could well be. Oh, there isn't Ino as well, so we can see a fresh 6 here before committing to our Artisan. Feels like we want to try and get a Pidgey developed, no doubt, but keeping it from the other side of these 6 cards definitely makes sense. Also, the energy attachment on Duskull does give us the opportunity to draw into TM Evolution. Doesn't look like we got that just yet. It also gives us the option to retreat into Cleffa, which has been found from the new hand. Also an Ultra Ball as well, I believe, so we could go low and then grasp up a bunch of cards. Here comes the Artisan now, looking for a Pidgey, no doubt.
That Artisan, a key card in many decks, but one that also gives your opponent access to their non-rulebooks Pokemon. Artisan allowing you to get a Pokemon with no rulebox on it into play, onto the bench directly. And many decks, not only will they have their main attackers and support Pokemon that can be got out with Artisan, but even things like Monkey Dory, knowing that that's in play, you can avoid putting them into play until the exact moment. So it can be a nice little bit of utility as Cleffa does go to the active, and that grasping draw attack, which was so key in the last game for Junior to stay in it, has kicked things off for him in this one.
it's a great Pokemon to end your turn on. Trying to find that rare candy plus Ultra Ball combination for the following turn is always handy. There's the first evolution into N Zoroark EX in the active position. Going to be throwing away one of those Monkey Dory. Access to the Turbo Energize is kind of intriguing here as an option. There's also an Ultra Ball, so we can continue to use trade this turn if we would like.
Wonder if that Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon's going to be coming into play here. You can see lining it up a completely different strategy for this matchup. Going to be taken on by Mateusz. Just getting the energy out from the TM Energize and going to be setting it up, ready to swing for the rest of the game. The only attacker on the other side that will be able to attack into that is that Chi Yu, but you do have to think about the Dust Noir too.
Yeah, it's an interesting option in the deck in that it's not a checkmate, that it can be in other situations and other matchups. But like you said, it forces Junior down this strange situation of being forced to put Chi Yu into play, being forced to Curse Blast a bunch, and that's going to completely change the dynamic of this game.
Also using just that Charmeleon too. Not just there to evolve into the Charizard, can be used to attack, but it's forcing resources out of the opponent, and that is exactly why it is featured in this deck. Well, more so for the Golden Go. I'm sure it was a great card to allow Mateusz to get to this stage and beat all the Golden Goes along the way. But Charizard notably has a lot of abilities. But the Dust Noir, as it's an ability itself that is putting the damage into play, is not damage from an attack, so we'll be able to get through the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon's Cornerstone stance. And the other side, Junior now having to step up stably. And because of the way this matchup goes, a bit of cat and mouse back and forth, there is the ability to go a bit slower compared to other matchups.
Yeah, and I think slow actually helps both decks out a little bit, to be fair. They both get to initiate their strategy. They both get to try and work towards key pieces, whether it's quick search, accumulating crucial one-of cards, or trade, just allowing you to have this huge hand size. So I think both players are quite happy to try and go slow because they still have so many options. I think Junior's still the most happy in this case because they can get through the Cornerstone if they have to. And also, if Mateusz is going to get attacking with Demolish at any time, he can then take advantage of the prize cards taken and the Charizard can still run away with the game. Junior has a few puzzles to go through here. Mateusz, it's so interesting going a game up and then starting the second game with a completely different strategy. This is another concern for Junior. Unfamiliar territory once again, even though he's just faced this deck for 45 minutes, for half an hour or so.
Yeah, and I think that's the beauty here of our top cut. You get to have that 75 minutes to really navigate through the matchup. You can play those slower game plans, knowing you're still going to get to a result and absorb all this information. And now you get to apply it in game two. Mateusz has changed the strategy here. And on the other side, Junior has got the Pidgeot EX in place, so the strategy completely changes for him too.
Charizard goes from a scary deck that can sometimes miss to an absolute threat as soon as the quick search comes online. Once during a turn, being able to search for any card and put it directly into your hand is so flexible that it allows Charizard to string together all sorts of combinations. Most of the time when you hear 3 stage 2s, you'd laugh at that concept. You think that's not going to be very competitive, but quick search makes it all come together.
Yeah, the original Pidgeot with quick search was played during the 2006 Worlds here in Anaheim, the first Worlds at Anaheim. So great to see that coming back and showing exactly why that quick search ability is so powerful. And it will be a TM evolution onto the Charmander and the Duskull. Must say, I like the way he's gestured them forward on the bench. Not seen that before. That's a nice bit of communication.
We love to see it.
And now the other way. We were interested through that first game of how the strategy was going to go. And it's going to be completely different here as it looks like another TM evolution back the other side. A slow setup style from both players.
Technical machine into technical machine into technical machine. Players have utilized these tool cards excellently throughout their run into this top cut in the Masters Division. Mateusz is putting 6 prize cards worth of Pokemon that aren't Cornerstone into play, which is worth noting. So Junior might now try to ignore the Cornerstone. But of course, Mateusz does have means of picking up Pokemon out of play. So it might put Junior in this strange situation of going down one direction, and then Mateusz can sort of take that option away later on in the game.
This is where we look back at that A-Spec, the maximum belt being prized. Junior would be able to use 2 Curse Blasts to put himself in range of knockouts with the A-Spec, but cannot do that now. So cannot rely on getting the prize cards in his favor under his terms will rely on Mateusz to take knockouts at this stage to one-hit knockout and end Zoroark with the Charizard.
Here comes the first Infernal Rain then. Charizard EX coming into play. As soon as it does, you can search your deck for up to 3 Fire Energy and attach them. Such a flexible option, and it means that as soon as you find the Pokemon, the energy come running, powers itself up, of course, most crucially. That's a fantastic option. Junior's board is already substantially better than it was in that first game. Finally access to Quick Search. Now not only has a Charizard, but also some great stage 1s in the back. We can start seeing some fireworks, of course, Mike, with Curse Blast as well. Finding a Dusknoir this turn would give us an easy way to knock out the active end Zoroark. Got to feel like that's decent for Junior, who's going to use an Iono here before opting to Quick Search. Want to see the outs here. Whatever he sees from these 6 cards could end up being pieces towards Dusknoir anyway, so keeping the option for Quick Search open.
Yeah, and the 3 bosses orders in Junior's deck, a typical target for that Quick Search to be able to find a way to get around the active Pokemon, especially when you've got a walling Pokemon like that Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon EX with the Cornerstone Stance. So this game looking way more in favor of Junior than last time, just thanks to that setup.
Yeah.
It just shows you how pivotal that Pidgeot EX really was
100%.
in game 1. When that Pidgey was taken down by Mateusz, it completely slowed down the ability for Junior to set up. Every turn he's getting a card he absolutely wants, and consequently he can synergize that with the other cards in hand to set up completely.
We have so many options now. We have access to Quick Search. If there's a Night Stretcher in the hand, we could even be Curse Blasting twice into the Cornerstone and just dealing with it and then grasping up again. Like, you're happy with that situation as well. Junior doesn't even have to take out the active. You could still look to deal with the Cornerstone and then just progress from there.
There's that Dusknoir.
Feels like it's definitely part of the strategy. It could go into the active, and then you have an easy Burning Darkness KO. If we're trying to respect the Cornerstone, we could also blast into that. Now it's Quick Search. There's Rare Candy in the hand. I do love the option of double Curse Blast. Or if there's the Night Stretcher, you could do a similar thing. The Super Rod is showing to me that he is going to try and reload these Ghost-type Pokemon. You get multiple pops in a couple of turns.
At what point do the Curse Blast need to be saved for that Ogerpon versus being used to take out the end Zoroark? That's the question.
Well, this will be, so this is a big sign that we're just happy to take out the Zoroark, but with the Super Rod, we're still trying to keep enough of them in the back so we can deal with the Cornerstone if need be.
100%. Typically, the Charizard EX deck likes to go behind throughout its time, but with the Dusknoir, it allows you to initiate. And you can see exactly that happening right here. Using that Artisan put in play earlier on to reset the Duskull onto the bench and continue that pressure that they provide. One of the only ways to deal with the Cornerstone Ogerpon. And on this occasion, we'll be sitting there looking to come up next turn. But the end Zoroark in the active will be taken out through a Charizard EX. We are finally seeing the Charizard EX put the aggression on. No trap in place here for Mateusz, and it will just be now asking the questions. What can you do in this scenario after I take out your main attacker?
Mateusz is asking some questions himself, though, because this Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon is a real nuisance to deal with for Junior. It does force more and more of these Dusknoir to be pushed through. Charmeleon has 3 energy in the attack cost, so can't really be powered up anytime soon. The Chi-Yu is only really effective when Mateusz opts to take knockouts, and that's not looking likely over the next couple of turns. Mateusz does have a lot of options, though. He has Secret Box available in this hand. Does have access already to the ends PP up. There's no Darkness Energy in the discard pile just yet, but that's easily done, especially after a couple trade. That's where we're starting this turn. Gonna see some more options before committing down any individual avenue here.
Those Buddy Poffin, so good in the early turns, and in this deck, they don't clog up your deck at the end because you get rid of them with every discard. And now we're going to be asking the question of what is the attacking option here? That Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon is great at walling, but Demolish just not doing enough damage. 140 is very limited when it comes to a big Stage 2 deck like Charizard EX.
Yeah. It's this really awkward situation where you know that the 2 Duskull are so threatening to you, but you can't just chase them with the Cornerstone because it's then easy for Junior to Artisan out Chi-Yu, Quick Search for Charizard, still find a means towards the other Curse Blast into the Chi-Yu response. So Mateusz is in this weird position where no play feels amazing. It is going to be Arven for Countercatcher, though. perhaps trying to slowly attack into a Pidgeot could be an option, knowing that Quick Search is just so devastating. Trying to demolish it over a couple of turns. Taking out Charmeleon is interesting. It still helps you play around Chi-Yu, because it can't be powered up all in one turn. Again, limit on how many Charizard your opponent has access to is one line of play that allowed Mateus into the game in that game number 1.
Okay, so we have the counter catcher now, that Pidgeot. A prime target here, the air balloon allowing the free retreat. And 140 damage is exactly half of Pidgeot EX. Ignores the resistance as well, thanks to the secondary effect of Demolish. And it will be Mateus just setting up Enzarorox on the bench with a bit of energy.
Yeah, I prefer... it looked like Mateus was going to commit Turbo Energize, but I think holding it for trade fodder is always the best approach. And putting this at Pidgeot EX in range definitely makes a lot of sense. Junior, what's the pickup? Was that Dusknoir? Was it Dusklops? Looks like it's just the Clops here. If we can string together Dusknoir, it's obviously going to be devastating. It would be the game. So...
Yeah, that would be a crazy turn if possible. Actually, in the last game, missing the double Dusknoir to win the game was available there, but just didn't quite see it.
I don't think it was in the hand. I think, you know, it would have required 3 Red Candies, I think, and a Night Stretcher and a Dusknoir. Like, so
without the
pieces.
Pidgeot,
exactly,
it's so hard to do that. But that is the key to this matchup, is a double Dusknoir would be the way to win a lot of the time, as putting 130 damage per Curse Blast on the board is frequently putting you into a strong position.
Even Dusklops into boss here is really, really good. Sets up a Zoroark KO, and you can still look to Curse Blast later. Here is the boss's orders. Bringing up the Zoroark. There is Dusklops. You know you can slowly deal with this Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon with the help of Chi-Yu and still a Duskull on the bench. Junior going down to just 2 prize cards, and also putting Mateus in this strange spot where they have to take their own Zoroark out of play next turn.
And taking away the draw engine was exactly what Mateus would not want to happen, losing the ability to find every card you need at every turn. But it is a liability in play, as we see the maximum belt has been taken, can be utilized to take more damage onto the Cornerstone Ogerpon by another attacker, but on this occasion it would be a tough ask. There's a lot to do this turn, especially if that Pidgeot EX gets targeted down this turn.
Mateus has to ask himself, can lone Cornerstone just close the game here? If you use a Professor Turo scenario and pick up this Enzarorock, can it be done? Enzarua coming onto this bench is absolutely safe. The single prize knockout really doesn't help Junior much. It is going to be the secret box. This will be the indication of what the supporter choice is. Boss's orders appealing to take out the Pidgeot or the Duskull, both really appealing options. But also that Professor Turo scenario is the safest way for you to not lose next turn.
I mean, even a Gust onto the Pidgeot EX plus an Iono might get you a few turns, as you've really asked a lot of questions last game off those few cards, and it looks like the counter catcher, the Artisan coming down mostly just because you want to get it out of the deck, and it's going to be an Arven there, so perhaps a supporter for turn in hand. And
well, there's the answer. Definitely not the Turo scenario then. You would be really vulnerable to the maximum belt, of course, but not much else you can do here. Maximum belt was taken from the prizes of Junior as well, let's not forget. Nestball for Pheasantipity EX means Mateus is looking for a lot of combo pieces here. And just saying that Gust is going to be a huge problem. I can take away Quick Search and Iono and hope for the best.
Yeah, and then this is what we mentioned before. You can go down the lone Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon route into lots of different decks, but this is not that deck. Too many options to worry about, so we'll instead be using it to take away options after a disruption. The Iono was in hand, and the counter catcher has been played onto that Pidgeot. We know how key that was last time. If you get rid of this Pidgeot EX with a 2-card hand, Junior is going to struggle to get going.
Dodge and Weave worked in game number 1. Mateus is trying to do the same thing again. Mateus set to this damage on the previous turn, knowing that he was going to be going down even more prize cards. Here comes the flip the script. A bunch of supporters in Mateus' hand for next turn.
Options.
Certainly options. And still the trade as well, don't forget. So a couple more cards coming in. Option of Sob. Still open to Mateus here. Interesting, thinking about discarding an Iono. Wow. Discarding the Iono, opting to hold multiple boss's orders as superior supporters for later. Actually drew into another Iono anyway, so still has access to that. And we're going to be knocking out this Pidgeot EX. Mateusz goes down to 2 prize cards remaining. Junior easily can close this game. Can find a means to knock out this Zoroark with a Gustit. There it is, Boss's orders, bringing up the end Zoroark off the top. And we're going to a game number 3, Mike. Burning Darkness pushing its way through an end Zoroark very cleanly.
Don't need to worry about your quick search if it's in that hand. And it wasn't possible in game 1 to find the combo pieces, and it was a lot more combo required. But when it's just a singular card you need to win, it's definitely more viable. And we did just get a little glimpse of another little inclusion from Mateusz's deck, that Wellspring Mask Ogerpon in the deck with no water energy, so could be an option in the next game. And it's certainly fair to say the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon was not enough of an answer this time to take down Junior, who played a remarkable game, using that Pidgeot EX to perfection throughout the game.
Let's have a little replay of how that game 2 panned out then. And as you said, Mike, the setup was just a stark contrast in that we got that really early quick search online into the TM evolution, getting us multiple stage 1 Pokemon developed. That gave us easy access towards the Charizard, combining it early on with a Dusk Noir to take out the first Zoroark, then into the Dusclops to take out the Zoroark. And at that point in the game, you've been feeding your opponent prizes. Mateusz had to take quick search off the board. It was too dangerous to be kept around, meaning that Charizard is well in range to close out the game. And all it took was a Boss's Orders top deck. How many times have we said that, Mike?
That Boss's Orders top deck, yeah, the ramp up of the Burning Darkness, something you always have to think about with every deck, especially those with that higher HP range like Enzorock has. 280 HP early on is just enough to get away with a Charizard attack, but towards the end, 300 and 330 damage with those final 2 prize cards will always knock out an Enzorock, whether you got the maximum belt or not. So going into game 3 now of our top 8, we are looking to see which of these players make it to the semi-finals of the Anaheim World Championship. The 3rd time we've returned to this city to compete at the World Championship, and it will be one of these players trying to create history.
It's already been a phenomenal demonstration of both these players' prowess with their archetypes. It's been a cat and mouse game throughout, and now just one more game to complete. It's going to be Junior kicking things off, has the Cleffa opener straight into the Buddy Buddy Poffin. Has to be smiling at that one, as he will now have access to a couple of his lower hit point evolving Pokemon. Already looks like they're spying the Pidgey, in addition to a Charmander here. Looking at the prize cards, one of those 2 copies of Super Rod. We know how vital the Dusk Noir package is. And that's a bit of a shame for him, as well as one of those Boss's Orders. A crucial card that allowed him to close out that game number 2. Ultimately not too painful, though.
Yeah, the Mist Energy, interestingly, the only out against the corner of Mateusz's Wellspring Mask Ogerpon. A definite inclusion for Charizard these days, especially with how much TM devolution is out and about. Frequently put onto the Pidgeot EX to keep that quick search online, but can also be used on a Charizard EX if it is already ready to go and going to close out the game for you. But the Cleffa start, I mean, it has been the MVP really for Junior, the grasping draw in all the games. But as this is Junior's first turn, we'll just be passing over to Mateusz, who also has the Buddy Buddy Poffin.
I'm rubbing my hands, Mike, because we get to see a real game 3. Both players getting access to that Buddy Buddy Poffin means they're both likely to get a really decent setup. And we're going to see both players navigate the game as best as possible, but already catastrophe for Mateusz with the secret box A-spec in the prize cards. It's usually such a vital piece, turning that Arven into all sorts of different avenues and trees and how you can get into things. That's going to be a bit of a problem for you. If Mateusz does still have access to Arven here, even just getting a TM evolution should end up allowing him to draw a bunch of cards. So it's not going to be so devastating, but it does hurt a lot of his avenues of play.
Yeah, we noticed actually in the first game opting to not take it early on.
Right.
As this is one of the few decks that draws enough cards that later on in the game, Secret Box is viable. Many of the decks that play Secret Box have such small hand sizes in the late game, it's not really a viable option. So Mateusz will be sad to see it if it's required to set up fully, as it's such a key component of many of our top decks in the format. But the Zoruas are back out and about, as we saw in all 3 games.
We do have Arven, in addition to that Artisan, like you mentioned. I think in this case it has to be the Earthen Vessel, because we're lacking energy. So the classic Earthen Vessel TM Evolution combination will get access to a couple of early End Zoroark EX.
I love the contingency in this deck. You've got an item to find energy, an item to find Pokemon, and you also have a TM to find Pokemon and a TM to find energy. On this occasion, it will be the item for the energy and the TM for the evolutions as 2 End Zoroark in play on that first turn for Mateusz. A solid start and one that will be key to drawing cards next turn. Both players in a strong position now to follow their game plans.
Yeah, for Junior, the first question is, can we get Rare Candy into the Pidgeot? It was so vital in that game number 2. The deck is just completely different. When you have access to Quick Search, it becomes so consistent and ruthless at what it wants to do. I see access to Iono, but not Arven.
Dusclops?
We do see a Dusclops. We do see energy onto Cleffa, as well as the TM Technical Machine Evolution, and it is going to be an Iono here. So Junior keeping the option open to evolve up into Pidgeotto and Charmeleon, but there's still the possibility that we find Rare Candy from these fresh 6.
I mean, whenever you have a turn where you've got a solid turn pre-Iono, and then you play the Iono and see more cards, it's definitely a great position to be in. And, you know, with the modern Charizard decks, you're less reliant on Rare Candy thanks to this TM evolution. Knowing that Budu is all around the format, you have to be able to get around it, and Rare Candy being a crutch is a surefire way to not see your stage 2. So Pidgeotto in the deck too, and there is also those 2 Charmanders there, and it will be that TM evolution evolving a Pidgey and a Charmander, nicely gestured by Junyo's shove of the 2 evolving Pokemon.
Junior gripping onto an Ultra Ball for next turn as well, which can unlock the Pidgeot. So the TM evolution has been really handy for both players in this final game here. See the first trade from Mateusz. He has this window of opportunity to maybe find a gusting effect to deal with a Pidgeotto. Just one more trade to help him get there.
Oh, wow.
Here comes the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon, though. So Turbo Energize could be the option instead here. Yeah, we're using Iono. We get a fresh 6 cards, but not going down the aggressive route, not trying to hunt down boss's orders plus End Zoroark as any sort of play. Instead, going to try and just power up this Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon, still backing this as the best way to win.
Yeah, it's interesting if you've watched these first 2 games here and you're trying to work out the matchup, as we all are, a very unfamiliar matchup. You might be thinking, hang on a minute, that Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon didn't work.
Yeah.
The game where you didn't play it, you won, but that was purely due to that ability to lock out the Pidgey. And without access to that option, Mateusz is opting to try and play it safer here and go for a strategy which tends to work into Charizard, which is walling it out with the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon. And just a singular Dusclops in play might have encouraged that decision.
Is it a tough choice whether or not we evolve this active End Zoroark? It would give you access to another trade and more draw, but it does open up Junior to have a nice Curse Blast knockout into a 2-prizer. Yeah, just going to stick with a Zorua and power up this Cornerstone instead, forcing possibly an extra piece out of Junior with potential counter catchers.
Well, I asked you at the beginning of this game, Joe, why is that Technical Machine Turbo Energize in the deck? And you mentioned the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon, and we've seen it be such a key part here, as that fighting energy is just a single copy in the deck, so hard to find unless you get it out with the Turbo Energize. On this occasion will be set up once again very similar to last game, but with a different board facing him down. And thanks to that TM evolution previously from Junior, able to just evolve straight into that Charizard and get swinging.
Yep, also the backup Charmeleon naturally coming into the hand from the fresh 6, given to him by Mateusz's Iono. Very handy. The Infernal Rain will be plucking a couple more Fire Energy out of the deck for free. Part of the reason why Charizard has been such a mainstay in our metagame since it was released. Not sure if we had any access to Pidgeot EX just yet. That's one of the final things Junior will still be hunting for this turn. Possibly has access to a supporter card to help him get there. Yeah, it does have Iono, so no guarantees just yet, but a reasonable shot. Let's see if we can try and find the stage 2 Pokemon again. The possibilities open up so much as soon as we access this stage 2 Pokemon. Also the possibility of Fireworks with Curse Blast. There is the Pidgeot EX pickup, Mike. And you've got to be pleased with that one. I think there's also Ultra Ball in the hand as well, so there's a possibility of Cursed Blast. We could quick search for Counter Catcher. We could Curse Blast into an End Zoroark and do the same thing again. Just set that up, knock it out with the Burning Darkness.
In our previous top 8, we saw how powerful the Dusknoir was in combination with Dragapult. Not the same way it's utilized here, but the fact that it increases the damage output of the Charizard EX is such a powerful tool. Being able to knock your own Pokemon out, something we've seen throughout the history of Pokemon, seen in so many powerful archetypes. Something that's not intuitive to most is giving away prize cards is not normally the strategy. Here it will be as
Super Rod taken as the quick search option. Looks like we're content just taking the single prize KO.
Okay.
Going to hold off on our Curse Blasters again. This now threatens the Cornerstone Ogerpon very effectively with the Dusclops and Duskull combination. Also with the Charmeleon on the bench, that if Mateusz tries to target one, there's always the option to steal Curse Blast and Chi-Yu. That could be brought out all in one turn via Infernal Rain. So again, Junior creating this board position where he's not that afraid of the Cornerstone Ogerpon. He's threatening it on 2 counts, whether or not Mateusz tries to target down your ghost types or not. So just like he did in game number 2, put himself in this great position, and already it's head in hands for Mateusz. How can he get out of this position? The board state is just looking so strong for Junior here.
We promised an interesting match, and you can see exactly why. These two decks have been brought in to counter the meta, but not to counter each other. They are trying to find a way to navigate the unusual circumstances of their opposition. And it is that ability to boss around targets, take out the Pidgeot, and that 140 damage into the Pidgeot EX seemed to be so perfect last game. But on this occasion, you're going to be worried about the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon being the target of a future knockout.
Yeah, Mateusz kind of just has to go through this. It was painful in that second game. Didn't work out the way he wanted, but at the end of the day, it was an 9-0. It could easily have paid off, and we could be saying it was a 2-0 victory. So you still got to execute the plan you attempt. Set up and deal with this Pidgeot slowly over a couple of turns. Force Junior into this situation where they're using multiple Curse Blast. Try and find a way through this last Charizard. I think Junior, with the correct quick searching here, could be putting himself into a great position, though.
One of the beauties of decks like this, with that quick search, you can tutor out any card you want. So it is really in control of the user how these turns pan out. We see a similar thing with Jewel Seeker and Noctowl. The best of our players able to create these high power turns, as now the quick search to be taking out a rare candy. There is an Ultra Ball in hand too, so maybe the double Dust Noir might be coming off here.
Wouldn't surprise me. Here we go. Looks like a couple Buddy Poffin is the discard from this Ultra Ball. You have to feel like Curse Blast is going to be looking devastating on this board. And there it is. Dust Noir coming into the hand. Mateusz not going to be happy about this situation right now. If there's access to double Dust Noir, Junior's running away with this game. There we go. It's going to be the first Curse Blast here. You can then use Super Rod and Arven to recover and get access back to this Dust Noir. Really brilliantly executed from Junior this turn. Great sequencing all round.
Yeah, that Curse Blast, 130 damage to any of your opponent's Pokemon, but you do give them a prize card, as we just saw Mateusz taking the Turbo Energize technical machine. And now that Dusclops on the bench will be available to evolve this turn, as Junior has the ability to do so. It's really then, what is the turn after that? But with giving these prize cards away, you know, Junior's in a great position to be also able to knock out an Enzoroc with a maximum belt on the Charizard EX. So could be having a 4 prize turn right here.
Yeah, it's absolutely terrifying. The Arven's a huge play. Making so much happen here.
And the Charizard, you know, it's undamaged. What can Mateusz do to it?
Not much. I mean,
not much. Like, try and recover the Cornerstone and shove that again.
And once the Enzoroc is in range of knockouts, you're really in a tough spot, because you can't rely on getting damage on board and getting return knockouts with En's Reshiram's attack of Powerful Rage. And you can really see here, Mateusz in a tough old spot. I guess he could find a way to wall out with the Ogerpon again in the future. But there we go, there's another knockout, the Curse Blast from Dust Noir. 2 of them back-to-back to knock out the walling Pokemon of Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon. And the Enzoroc must be promoted, as they are the only Pokemon in play. Now a Charizard EX doing 240 damage plus 50 from that maximum belt A-Spec. A card we often don't see in many archetypes, but Charizard, the perfect user of it, and you can see exactly why. 4 prize turn for Junior, putting him 1 step away from top 4 here at the World Championship.
Mateusz going to take a look at those discarded cards to see if there's any ray of hope left. It was like Cornerstone and just hope that Junior can't find another way to get through it would be your only play. Mateusz was debating whether or not to look to use the Night Stretcher on that previous turn. I think did end up playing it for a Darkness Energy. So doesn't have easy access to that Pokemon again. Does have the Super Rod though.
Well, there we go. That Wellspring Mask Ogerpon hasn't seen any cards yet in this match from Junior that can deal with it. We know there is one solution, and that's that Mist Energy. But once that's committed to a Pokemon, another one can be brought up. So an interesting scenario. Is Deck Out even viable with how many cards have been drawn with Enzarok? Or is that just creating the time needed? There's so many things now to navigate, and we know Mateusz is a superb player at navigating these unusual wind conditions. Will it be possible this turn?
There is Nest Ball, so it does have access to the Pokemon just shuffled in. It's going to be the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX. That corner, sorry, that Sob attack, I should say. Locking a Pokemon into place, denying that retreat. Maybe Arven as well. Junior has access to Quick Search next turn and the hand that he's holding on to. Not much in the way of disruption from Mateusz here. Will retreat into the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon. And has Counter Catcher onto Pidgeot EX. Turn attachment of Darkness Energy. Also the Ends PP up coming down onto the Enzoroark on the bench. This is the only defense Mateusz has access to right now. Trying to buy time, just a little prod of 20. Coming over to Junior. Wow. Is there a way that we can close the game here, or is it just going to be Mist Energy Pass? Already that puts a huge headache and huge pressure on Mateusz.
Well, the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX featuring in many decks in the current format. We've seen it included in Flareon EX at this event, as well as many of those Terra archetypes utilizing the Sparkling Crystal, but never have we really seen it included in a deck without the ability to use Torrential Pump. We often see the Maractus using Corner in many of those situations, but Mateusz recognizing the Wellspring as a good option. Maybe that added HP, the 210 HP, a great way to do so. And now has that Pidgeot EX locked in the active spot. We mentioned the only way to get around this is to use the Mist Energy, which would deny the secondary effect of Sob.
It's a really important inclusion in the deck. You're not necessarily thinking about the corner or the Sob. Sometimes that comes into your thinking, but a lot of the reason why this card shows up is to protect yourself against Devolution and some Phantom Dive damage counter placement. Those are the core reasons why the card's in the deck, but in this case, Junior's got to be happy that he's got access to it. It's also changing how this game is going to end up playing out here. Who is so close. He can taste top 4. Still 14 minutes on the clock. Just one attack will win him the game at any point with this Charizard EX on the bench. Mateusz has no way of dealing with it. He has to try and just play around it for as long as possible. But didn't you take... Yeah, go on.
The confidence to just go for a Sob, knowing that that is the only out in this scenario. When you haven't seen a lot of Junior's deck, he could play a Professor Turo scenario, he could play a Switch card. There's so many cards that are available in many Charizard EX builds that could get you out of the scenario, but the Mist Energy on this occasion will be that option. It doesn't take effect right now, but next turn, if Mateusz were to attack into that Pidgeot EX, it would be able to retreat.
Mateusz, again, head in hands. He knows that his back is against the wall right now. Junior is inching closer to top 4. And is there anything in the deck that can change the fortunes? Buddy Buddy Poffin, first of all. Let's have a look at the entire deck. Is there anything left? Such a ruthless competitor is going to think of every tiny avenue at this stage to keep in the game. But is the Mist Energy one card too much here?
There is so many things to think about in this moment, and so many of them hard to think of when you're under this kind of pressure, unfamiliar with the scenario, having to navigate it, check all those options, and I do feel like Junior has presented too much for Mateusz at this stage. Bossing up that Charmeleon is great and all, but as soon as it evolves, it loses that secondary effect of the corner and would be able to retreat, or maybe even just attack itself, and the energy going to be coming down, and Mateusz presents the fist. Junior will be going through to the top 4 here in Anaheim at the World Championship, one step closer becoming the world champion.
Phenomenal patient play from Junior in games 2 and 3. Had to overcome some awkward prize cards in game number 1 and game number 2, let's not forget, with that maximum belt being in the prize cards. But this combination of 3 stage 2 Pokemon was too much for Mateusz's rogue build of Enzarwak to handle.
An innovator in the game. Many of us in the European region are very familiar with Mateusz, not only for winning a regional, but for his innovation around decks like Banette EX and that Vikavolt Palkia back in the day. Always one to watch out for, and on this occasion will have a top 8 worlds finish to his name. But Junior looking to try and increase that number, go all the way to the final with Charizard EX, another archetype we were not expecting to see do as well as it has here at the World Championship. Irvind has shown why it's so good throughout the tournament, and now another competitor taking it all the way.
This game number 1, Mateusz was strutting his stuff. He was given that window of opportunity with the lone Pidgey knockout and was so careful and decisive of where he was targeting down the board, locking up the space for Junior, who had to commit to a Charizard knockout a couple times over and was given nothing from Ino. Going into that game number 2 was a different situation though. Junior able to not only grab Pidgeot but also TM evolution to multiple stage 1s. Mateusz had to do a panic Ino and hope for the best, but it was a boss's orders top deck that kept Junior in the race into this game 3.
And it was that Enzarwak at 280 HP, which was able to survive the early turns of a Charizard EX, but as soon as the Dusknoirs are online for Junior, he was able to control that damage output of Burning Darkness alongside that maximum belt, and that 4 prize turn in game 3 put him 1 step away from winning, and there was no way Mateusz could sob his way to victory as the Charizard EX evolving and taking the final knockout.
Incredible scenes there. Charizard EX, what a pick it's been for this tournament. We knew that at the NAIC, some players gained encouragement from Fernandez getting that victory in the seniors division. And now, seems like those who were already competent with the deck, like Oyvind and Junior, picking up a list, shoving in an extra stage 2 line, mind you, into the deck, are having a phenomenal run this tournament, Mike. Quick search, phenomenal ability. Charizard has inevitability into the late game, and Dusknoir can help you get there a little bit faster.
Yeah, we've got such a powerful format where so many cards can be utilized to consistently fulfill your goal. We have 3 stage 2s in that deck with
I still
Dusknoir,
find that
Pidgeot
crazy,
EX,
by the
and
way.
Charizard EX. The fact that they all work so well together, and typically not through rare candies. We're using TM evolutions and evolutions throughout the game. It just shows you how powerful something like Pidgeot EX is. Once it's online, you can tutor out exactly what you need. So an amazing recognition that the combination of those 3 stage 2s in combination can take down the format. And that fire type, you get to use the Chi-Yu whenever you see a golden go.
Yeah.
And that's definitely been a factor for Charizard.
100%. That's a fantastic basic Pokemon. Just a single prizer that can offset that trade. We know that Charizard can happily take a single prize knockout as well because it has access to Briar, and Golden Go is an archetype that doesn't typically play much hand disruption at all, especially when there's quick search available as well. You can make that Briar combination come together very nicely. And Chi-Yu's a nuisance. Like, Golden Go does not want to take that Pokemon out as a single prize Pokemon, doesn't really want to go around it multiple times. It's just such a nuisance, and it's part of the reason why Charizard's had a phenomenal weekend.
Well, enough about the fiery fish. Let's talk a bit more about how this tournament is going. We're in day 2 right now. Yesterday, we had a load of Swiss rounds, and we concluded the 11th today to find out who was in our bracket. And now we get to see how that single elimination bracket has played out. I know a lot of you have been following throughout the day. You will have seen 3 now of our top 8 games. But there is one that concluded off stream, and it is Irvind who's been knocked out. The storyline we were following throughout the tournament with Charizard EX, those hysterical interviews to share his storyline, and unfortunately knocked out by our NAIC finalist, Riley. What a player he is and has shown why. But Gardevoir EX taking down Charizard EX.
You have to say it's an upset. Oyvind has been public enemy number 1. He's been the top of our standings at the end of day 1. Doing so well throughout day number 2, going into that top cut, not having to worry about the asymmetrical, go straight into top 8, up against Gardevoir, the only one in the field. You feel like he would have been rubbing his hands. But Riley being able to overcome the matchup, going 2-1, and once again, so close to another finals, a back-to-back finals from the NAIC, the largest NAIC with Gardevoir. Gardevoir EX gained new cards from this expansion, but was public enemy #1. He then hit the Charizard in Top Cut. You'd think, especially against Oyvind, who's been so confident, such a swagger about him this tournament, being able to overcome that player, making it into the semi-finals is so incredible.
I mean, this is the tournament where we get to see the whole Scarlet and Violet era of the Pokemon TCG in action. Base set all the way through to the Black Bolt and White Flare. Gardevoir EX is one of the longest standing archetypes we've had, coming out right at the beginning of that Scarlet and Violet era, and it has gained so many options throughout the years, and it is trying to finally win a World Championship. Unable to do so in any of the age divisions across the last 2 worlds, it was legal, and is going to try and do it here, piloted by Riley in the Masters division. And like you mentioned, what an achievement that is for him, finishing the season incredibly strong with that memorable moment, the pass that everyone, the pass heard around the world, you could say. And Riley trying to really make a statement as to why they're a player to watch at this tournament.
Yeah, they've already been world recognized just a few weeks ago at the NAIC. That pass, as you said, it was such a cute play. And
I turned up to locals, people saying, "Did you see the pass?"
See the pass? You know, I pass all the time. No one rewards me for it like that. That's incredible. Even Tord was thrown off kilter. That shows how great of a play it truly was. In such a pressure cooker as well, against the best player of all time, heading into the finals of the NAIC based off of that choice as well. Absolutely phenomenal scenes, and again, making it to a semi-finals. They've earned their right to be here, overcoming Oyvind in a very tough matchup. And that's going to be the top 4 match that we're going to be following first. And they're just about ready, so we're going to toss over to a break, and then we're getting into some top 4 Masters action for the World Championships.
It's a Saturday morning in 1998. You're curled up on the couch with your favorite blanket and a bowl of cereal. Your Game Boy's right next to you, and you turn it on, and what do you see? You see some stars flash by the screen, but then a Gengar and a Nidorino take the stage. They engage each other in battle, and then you're off on your own Pokemon journey. This is the start of many Pokemon trainers here at the World Championships this weekend. Gengar versus Nidorino. That's all it needed back in Pokemon Red and Blue. It was the first thing you saw when you turned on the game, and it's honestly the first thing you think of when you think of those games all the way back in 1998. And I don't know about you Pokemon trainers, but if it wasn't for those battles back then, I don't think I'd be where I'd be here today without them. So shoutouts to the OGs, shoutouts to the original games, and shoutouts to those battles. So you can see cool sites like this and more here at the Pokemon World Championships, honoring the history of all our incredible battles. So if you're here in the hall, make sure to take a look. And if you're at home, well, we'll bring you more of that history later on.
Hey there, trainers. Jim Lawson again, hanging out in Anaheim, California. We're here for the Pokemon World Championships in 2025. We're here at the Collect and Trade Corner, a special event activation area, and I'm joined by staff member Bobo. Bobo, can you give us an overview for what trainers have to expect here at the Collect and Trade Corner?
Absolutely. Collect and Trade is absolutely amazing, super unique. So you can take any of your official Pokemon merch here. We're talking cards, plushies, shirts, anything like that. And you can basically engage with your fellow event goers and trade for other things that you may want. It's a super cool opportunity. There's a lot of camaraderie here. We even got some quick trade stations where you can trade quickly. If you and your buddy just got a binder, want to do a quick trade, boom, we got you covered. So it's a really unique area, a lot of fun, and a lot of cool stuff in there too.
Yeah, it sounds exciting. Is there a specific card or memorabilia item that you've seen that stood out to you?
Totally. So I've never seen it in real life before. There's this Japanese Gengar from the early 2000s that you could only get by mailing a card I believe it was Nintendo, and they would send you back a Gengar. Absolutely crazy looking card. Very, very rare. Super cool to see in there.
All right. Well, let's go take a look and see if we can see that card and others. Well, that was awesome. So many Pokemon card and collectibles, especially rare items that I've never seen before. But I have a special opportunity here. We have a special guest that just walked by and is joining us. It's content creator, The Cruise Ship. Tom, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, yeah, my name is Tom Cruise. Channel name is The Cruise Ship.
and I'm just a Pokemon Go content creator that loves playing Go Battle League and collecting shinies.
Well, it's great running into you. Can you tell us a little bit about what you've been doing so far here at Worlds?
Just absorbing all the sites, meeting everyone from all over the world. It's been fun. Seeing all the other content creators that I've followed and watched, and battlers as well, seeing them in person, people who've given me tips. You've given me a lot of tips in Go Battle League. So yeah, the opening ceremony was awesome. Got some good breakfast and just enjoying the time.
Well, you may have noticed we are at the collect and trade corner. I had a special request for you, Tom.
Oh, what's this?
Would you be willing to trade Lunatones with me?
Absolutely not. No, yeah, of course. Of course, dude, I would love to. I need more Lunatones. I'm trying to take as many, so.
All right, let's go ahead and do it. Well, hey, didn't turn out exactly how we expected, Tom, but hey, that's life sometimes, right? We're going to be hanging out a little bit longer, trying to trade for an even better Lunatone, but make sure you guys stick around. We got more battles still to come.
Make sure you catch all the action. Capture all the battles.
Gear up for glory.
Welcome to Worlds. It's gonna be legendary.
And then there were 4. That's the number of players remaining here at the Pokemon World Championships for the trading card game. Their names, Junya Tanaka, Justin Newdorf, and our feature match first up on the top 4 docket, Riley McKay up against Shizuki Nakagawa. This is going to be an excellent top 4 bracket.
It is, and it is going to be a Japan-North America face-off in both cases. Canada against Japan and Japan against the US for our other top 4 feature match. But we are going to go ahead and start off, with Shizuki against Riley. Riley taking down Oivin in what is arguably a pretty unfavorable matchup in top 8. That was the one top 8 match we didn't have on stream. I recall Kyle telling us, reporting kind of in the chat, that it was a bit of a crazy one.
Crazy indeed, and this is, what Riley's been doing over these last couple of events. Surprised the entire world with his finalist placement at the North American International Championships, showing that that was not a one-time fluke, running it back to a top 4 and potentially even greater finish. Shizuki, definitely the underdog in this spot. Only has placements on the City League local level. Those are tournaments that happen in Japan. Maximum of 60 people. This tournament was a lot bigger than that and filled with a lot more talent. He's trying to prove that he has what it takes to be the very best.
Like no one ever was.
Absolutely. So here's the matchup we have for you folks today. Raging Bolt versus Gardevoir. Tried and true. Nothing we haven't seen before. Both players have options and tools at their disposal. Many different things can change the tide very quickly. You never like to see that card in the prizes.
Oh no, definitely
It is
not.
that secret box, and over on Shizuki's side does have that Latias EX prize. That's a very useful tool against some of the shenanigans Riley can do with something like the Screamtail and Squawkabilly, which can always be a bailout, unavailable as well.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the Squawkabilly in this variant specifically, because we see that some of the players who sometimes playing the version with this Noctowl engine, of course, with the Jewel Seeker. Opts to cut the Squawk ability is something you tend to see more in the turbo variants, but as a bailout option turn 1, can still be very handy, so makes sense to see it here. Unfortunately for Shizuki, not going to be able to access it in this game.
The tension is building up. The winner of this match will compete tomorrow in our arena for Championship Sunday. Let's get things underway. Masters Division Top 4A. Only one can be victorious. Let's see the starts. Who's going first? There is no better feeling in the Pokemon TCG right now than starting your one of Ditto and using that ability Transformative Start to get any Pokemon you so choose out of your deck.
Yeah, not just any start, the start of the transformative variety. On the first turn of the game, if it's in the active spot, you can send it to the discard pile and replace it with any basic Pokemon from your deck. So you can pick the perfect starter Pokemon for whatever's in your hand. So if you've got a Fan Rotom already, you can grab like one of your EXs or the other way around. It's such a great thing to start with, so flexible, and extra benefit as well in this variant of the deck, because you can go ahead and search it with that Fan Rotom. It can be a way to search for a Teal Mask Ogerpon to enable your engine, even if you don't have a Nest Ball in hand.
Looks like there are a couple other basic Pokemon in the hand here for Shizuki, so I'm interested to see what this transforms into, and I like this a lot here. Understands the importance of that Raging Bolt with the Thunderburst Storm, and even has just the Fan Rotom in hand, so we're going to see an excellent start here for Shizuki. Picture perfect. A bunch of these Pokemon down. The Hoot Hoot getting that Jewel Seeker ready for next turn, and even a Noctowl if there isn't one already in the hand.
Yeah, really nice setup, but yeah, it looks like either one already in the hand and wanted to get another one, or just wanted to get that first one there. Good to have one in reserve, even if you do end up getting hit with an INO, you know, at least then you have 3 more in the deck you can go for, or I guess, or is it 2 more in the case of a Shizuki? Yeah, playing the free line there. Either way, got to be feeling pretty good about his start here.
Is a Teal Mask Ogerpon in the hand? I think we'll most likely see that come down. Just protects against it from Iono eventually happening. There is a Grass Energy too, and importantly, the turn 1 attachment, very crucial onto that Baby Raging Bolt.
This is pretty much as ideal a start as you could ask for if you're playing Raging Bolt against Gardevoir. As we've talked about a couple of times already, with that Thunderburst Storm attack, the Raging Bolt can really do a little bit of control on Gardevoir's side of the field in terms of being able to knock out any Rolts on the bench, because 1 energy already on there, that's 30 damage you can do to something. You can get 2 more on with a manual attachment and something like a Crispin or a Professor Sarda's Vitality. Suddenly you're doing 90 damage to any one of your opponent's Pokemon, and that is enough to KO a Rolts.
See how Riley can respond to pretty threatening board setup so far from Shizuki. No better way than just to get rid of some energy cards from your hand with the Earthen Vessel and search the deck. Gonna take this opportunity to check the prize cards, see what's available. We'll note, of course, that Secret Box is in the prize cards, and there is a 4/4 Monkey Dory line in this. So even though a Dark Energy is prized, we're going to be seeing some monkey business in this top 4.
We're seeing a lot of monkey business, and to be fair, monkey business is what has gotten Riley through so many tournaments and top cuts that we've seen already, so no surprise that he wants to go with his full complement of 4. I mean, if Adrenabrain wins games, surely more Adrenabrain just wins even more games. That would be the logic, right?
Absolutely, and this is an interesting choice here. Off that Earthen Vessel, choosing to not grab any Darkness Energy. I actually wouldn't mind to see, usually early on in this deck, you want to use the Psychic Energy on these Monkey Dory, so TM Evo, and then you can retreat it off. However, Shizuki's kind of, you know, projecting a very clear use of that Thunderbolt Storm onto a benched Kirlia once it gets evolved. So I would really potentially like to see that Dark Energy come down into the active, because you essentially give your opponent a little bit of a more difficult ultimatum in which you're okay with both of the options. And there it is. Arvin will guarantee that Technical Machine evolution, as well as another Earthen Vessel. So Riley may actually be planning to do exactly that and put the Darkness Energy on. Has enough basic Pokemon to not need to grab something like a Nest Ball off of this search.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to work out for him, and very important to get both of them down as well, because with that threat of the Raging Bolt established, if you only get 1 Rolts down, you know, and even if you evolve it into Kirlia, it won't have enough HP to survive a Thunderburst Storm. So very, very smart here that Riley's able to put this together just to protect himself from a really disruptive Thunderburst Storm.
Both Kirlia in the deck, and immediately evolved thanks to the Technical Machine evolution. Picture perfect start for both of these players. It now comes down to how the dynamic of these 1 and 2 prize Pokemon interacting with each other is really going to have an effect. A big note between the changes that Riley has made now versus what he had played at NAIC. There is no longer that Shaman in play.
Oh,
Shaman is no longer in Riley's deck list. He's made a couple changes, maybe taken a little bit of inspiration from Isaiah Bradner playing that 4th Monkey Dory. That means the Thunderburst Storm is going to be able to have a lot more control in terms of targeting these bench Pokemon on Riley's side.
Yeah, a lot of the times, one of the main reasons behind playing that Shaman, there is other stuff as well, of course, but that Thunderburst Storm is one of the big things you're scared of. So I guess Riley taking the decision that that deck slot is more worth it as something else, even if it does mean that this Raging Bolt can start to pick up some prizes in the early game, because eventually you can deal with it, and it's not like you can consistently, or at least easily consistently, hit back-to-back with it, and just deciding that other matchups are more worth considering.
Action now on Shizuki. We'll start things out with Earthen Vessel. Folks are considering what should be played first. It will be Earthen Vessel down. Now comes the tough part. A lot of solid choices in terms of, you know, cards that you want to keep in hand. We'll have to get rid of Pheasantipity. There is that Night Stretcher at the top of the prize card, so you will have a little bit less access to recovery down the line, though there really hasn't been anything too disruptive in terms of resources being discarded. Squawkabilly has not been used. It will not be used this game. So we see Lightning and Fighting put to the hand. Now the question becomes, are you going to commit more to this? And it looks like just grabbing that as spotter for the Professor Sada, and we'll most likely see Raging Bolt EX come down into play, so that Vitality from Professor Sada can power up both of these ancient Pokemon.
Yeah, so Professor Sada's Vitality, really the engine that makes this deck, makes this deck tick. So say that 3 times fast, but it is when you play it, you can choose up to 2 of your ancient Pokemon, attach a basic energy card from your discard pile to each of them, and then if you attach any energy this way, you draw 3 cards. So it's energy acceleration, it's draw power, it's what makes this deck as strong as it is.
So there it is, Lightning Energy onto this active Pokemon, fighting to the bench, 3 additional cards drawn. I've not seen something like a Teal Dance yet. Grass Energy in hand means that is an option. However, gotta wonder if that last energy card still needs to be put onto this active Pokemon, since right now that Thunderburst Storm doing 30 damage for each energy attached to it, and I think making a smart choice here, not gonna try and risk it off the 1 draw. Gonna go ahead and use that Thunderburst Storm, 30 damage snipe for each energy attached to that Pokemon. Perfect math. Curlia goes down. We'll see how Riley responds. Earthen Vessel is a great way to start, since if you weren't attaching Dark Energies before, you're definitely going to want to now.
Yeah, it's easy to tunnel vision, right? When you're thinking, oh, of course, I can use Teal Dance, I can draw another card, but very sensibly realizing, nope, I need to guarantee this energy attachment to make sure I can KO this Curlia. So no, not falling victim to like the tunnel vision trap that we have seen happen sometimes on stream.
Will be the Darkness Energy paired with a Psychic Energy. So 2 energy already in the discard pile, plus the energy off the Monkey Dory can retreat. So even something like Gardevoir EX this turn, pending, you know, the resources available. We know it is in the hand and will get evolved. So here we go. We'll see exactly what choice Riley wants to make in terms of, you know, committing cards. Understands the Technical Machine Devolution is getting no value in this matchup. Wants to just get it out of the hand, get it out of the deck, and playing Iono. So both players shuffle their hands, put them to the bottom, and each will draw cards based off how many prizes they have left. Riley 6, Shizuki 5 cards.
And it's a pretty decent 6 from Riley there. Another Psychic Energy to get into the discard pile. Monkey Dory as well. We do see that Rare Candy. Of course, I don't really need that anymore, given that you're able to get the Gardevoir out. So can go ahead and use that as a very easy discard fodder, I suppose. But just going to go ahead and discard the, it looks like a Monkey Dory and a Psychic Energy.
It is the Monkey Dory, prioritizing keeping the Rare Candy for later on. You never know when your Gardevoir is going to get knocked out. So a little bit of a tough choice. You need to keep the Iono. You want to keep the Dark Energy down the line. So Monkey Dory will be the choice. That means, you know, may take a little bit more effort to get a second Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain online. And with Screamtail being grabbed, Freya can now snipe damage anywhere. Is there a specific target you think would be best in a spot like this?
I mean, Hoot feels pretty good, right? It just cuts off a Jewel Seeker access option for Shizuki, and Jewel Seeker is really what makes this deck run as smoothly as it does. So yeah, I like hitting the Hoot here just to, you know, take this out, and then you're not really worried anymore about Jewel Seeker next turn.
Yeah, this is interesting. I potentially would like to see an extra energy be Psychic Embraced onto this Screamtail. There's a decent chance that this Gardevoir EX can get knocked out this turn. So just being able to put an extra energy so that no matter what, you can take another Snipe KO is never a bad option. This also works as well. Put some damage counters onto this Gardevoir and slowly set up this line in the matchup where you're going to use Adrenabrain over time to tick damage up on the Fan Rotom, and assuming it's not discarded in some factor, you can essentially take a free KO down the line once you're using enough of these Adrenabrain abilities.
Yeah, just that 1 damage there, all that's needed, because then 2 more Adrenabrains for 30 will fetch the KO on that Fan Rotom later on. So very clever maths from Riley there, showing why he's as experienced and proficient with this Gardevoir deck as he has already proven to be through the wins he's already achieved. Earthen Vessel now being fired off for Shizuki, discarding that Koraidon. Not going to be a great attacker in this matchup, so makes a lot of sense to get rid of that. fetches a Lightning Energy. That's going to fill the rest of the attack cost for the Raging Bolt EX, and another Grass Energy to keep the Teal Dance chain going.
And this is now an interesting spot for Shizuki. You're kind of at a crossroads here in what you want to do. Do you go after Gardevoir EX? There's no Ralts in play, so Psychic Embrace is not a threat the following turn. Or you continue to try and use this Thunderburst Storm and even consider, do I attach another energy to this active and KO the Monkey Dory? If I can shut off Adrenabrain, then this extra prize the Fan Rotom could be providing down the line may not be an option. And with that not being a factor in the prize trade, I could very well be ahead if I save my resources well enough.
I do like a Thunderburst Storm on the Monkey Dory here. We were just talking about what a powerful ability it is and how it really is the make or break factor for Gardevoir being as strong as it is. So why not just take it out, deny that extra Adrenabrain option, because you can't get more than one Adrenabrain online each turn. So taking out Monkey Dory does mean it's an extra 30 damage that can't be moved across as the game goes on.
So Nest Ball, the item being played right now for Shizuki, is just going to go and check how he can manage this bench. We have not seen an Area 0 come down yet. So, you know, the big advantage of playing this Teal Mask in the deck is not only to accelerate those energy cards, but also with the help of that Area 0 Underdepths, you would get to extend your bench by 3 Pokemon, which really makes a big difference once you factor in a lot of these support Pokemon. We'll see another Raging Bolt get benched, and there is the Crispin. So we'll see, you know, at this point, if Shizuki does not have something like a Prime Catcher this turn, it seems almost certain we'll see that 4th energy come down into the active. So there is the Grass and Lightning. Grass can come to hand. We're actually going to see the Lightning Energy accelerated, so no attachment just yet, so we won't count options out, but just wants to prepare these Raging Bolts just in case there's a counter catcher. And the biggest card of this matchup, Lily's Clefairy, that changes the entire dynamic of how one-hit KOs can go.
Yeah, absolutely does. We were talking in Shizuki's top 8 game about how making sure you have multiple Raging Bolt EX ready with at least one energy on so that you can power one up and use another supporter while still being able to use Bellowing Thunder makes a huge difference. So Shizuki being a little bit proactive with that, keeping that in mind, yeah, having one energy on each of the Raging Bolt EX keeps his options open so that he knows that maybe if there's a turn where he really needs to use boss's orders, he can do that and still take a knockout without having to worry about committing his supporter to being Asada's Vitality.
I'm just debating where to put the energy for turn. Thinking about it. I think I like this play, Shizuki.
I think
Get
it's the
this
move.
energy here. He's debating. I mean, the value in KOing Screamtail, it just, you know, for the cost of an extra energy being put in play, it really just feels like it's 100% worth it. So we'll do that exact play. Monkey Dory goes down. Raging Bolt taking off the prize cards. Shizuki regains the lead. Riley is left with just a few cards to navigate, but does top deck the other Monkey Dory.
Oh my goodness.
That is exactly what you want to see. So not getting punished at all for discarding that off the Ultra Ball, will be rewarded by the best possible top deck, another Adrenabrain online, and also going to disrupt Shizuki now down to just 4 cards. And a big reminder, no Hoot Hoot in play, and there's no Area 0 Underdepth. So some of those options for Shizuki at this point are a little bit off the table and being shut down currently.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit rough for Shizuki to try and navigate this with such a low hand card size, and as you already mentioned, no access to any Jewel Seeker. I think it's important to mention as well for Shizuki, I think he was always going to do an attack on the Monkey Dory. I think he was debating which energy to attach onto the active, because there was a Lightning and a Grass in hand. Opting to go for the Grass instead, yes, it means that you can't use it for Teal Dance later, but it means that you have one more Fighting or Lightning energy in deck to power up one of these 2 Raging Bolts, which I think, in my eyes, is more important to preserve.
Artisan being played by Riley just gets to search through the deck, see if there is basic Pokemon that is worth being benched. The last Monkey Dory available is in the hand, right? We have 2 in the discard pile. Last one is in hand for Riley, but I'm not really sure there's a whole lot else going on in terms of supporters. So at some point, may have to consider if it's worth putting a liability in play, like the Pheasantipity, just to draw a couple more cards, is going to actually just fail the Artisan. So just putting it into play, not using it, and deciding if there's, you know, maybe better Pokemon to use for those bench slots. One of those will be the Night Stretcher for the Ralts. There is one in the prizes, so unable to search that last one out. Psychic Embrace number 3 used onto the Screamtail, so it's now doing 120 damage, and I think it's finally time to take care of this Raging Bolt. It's got way too many energies on it. With that Adrenabrain, perfect math for the KO, as Riley ties things up 4-4. Shizuki, though, still in the driver's seat, and you've always got to keep tabs of what resources are available, mainly that Prime Catcher, because it means that same turn you can power Pokemon up, you can also deal big damage to one of those EXs in play. Yeah,
that's one of the 2 ways to make it so that you can get an attack going whilst also gusting at the same time. Either make your gusting an item card, that being the Prime Catcher, or prepare yourself by being able to use boss's orders by pre-empting energy attachments onto your Raging Bolts. Either way works. I mean, now at least, if you do need to make use of that Sada, that's 3 extra cards drawn, maybe use that to find the Prime Catcher. But there's no doubt about it, this turn, Shizuki wants to target down that Gardevoir EX no matter what.
We'll start getting the Hoot Hoot down. Now is a better time, right? The Screamtail from here on out may not have as much value as Riley could be a little bit more concerned with just trying to go 2-2 from here to take the last 4 prizes. And here we go, Professor Sada's Vitality. Big turn here for Shizuki. If Shizuki can find this Prime Catcher, it seems like the prime opportunity to just go after Gardevoir EX, knock it out, and then from there, if Riley ever wants to put Gardevoir EX into play again, it then becomes a risk to be KO'd on the following turn. So
I see what you did there, and I appreciate it.
A little, you know, you got to sneak in a little bit of fun here for this finals match. It's you know, a little bit straightforward, but these things are still important. So we've yet to see the teal dance. So if there's ever a one time, if you're ever going to use your one time, this is pretty solid.
That's it. What was that? No, not quite. Now with the Area Zero Undepths in play, you can go ahead and bench a sick Pokemon, that being the second Teal Mask Ogerpon. Another Teal Dance, but looks like just finds another Grass Energy, or was it an Ogerpon? Either way, neither of those are Prime Catcher.
Another Ogerpon, so look, you're flooding the board with more energy cards, always useful down the line later, but you know, the still big piece is missing. If you push yourself to 3 prize cards, Riley is in a very realistic way to win, especially if this Monkey Dory is not going to be contested, since even as soon as this turn, Fan Rotom can be KO'd.
Yeah, it absolutely can. So you really have to bear that in mind. Oh, but here we see the Chen Pao coming in with that Snow Sink ability, can discard any stadium in play, and you can use this. It's a great way to clear stuff off your board, and more importantly, we were just talking about moving the damage over with the Adrenabrain. Well, the one way to prevent that, just discard that Fan Rotom.
Yeah, absolutely. Understands giving up easy free prizes in this matchup is not going to cut it if you're trying to take down a powerhouse like Gardevoir EX. The other question now becomes, what other Pokemon are you going to discard? Noctowl is probably the easy option. And you can just discard the Chien-Pao. So, you know, it seems pretty standard, pretty content. But actually, instead, it's just going to go in with the Fan Rotom, take the KO. So, I mean, sure, you're putting up a 1-prize Pokemon, but if your opponent just has the ability to use 2 Adrenabrains this turn, they can forcefully KO this active, and then no matter what you promote, it feels like they're still going to have a good line, especially with something like Night Stretcher to bring back the Screamtail, KO the Hoot Hoot. I have to wonder here for Shizuki, is he thinking this far ahead, or really just trying to use 1-prize Pokemon when it doesn't necessarily make the most sense? It's tough, though. There's a lot of things you have to balance in a situation like this.
Yeah, there absolutely is, and I'm sure there's something, there's a game plan in mind that Shizuki's considering that perhaps we're just missing right now. So we'll have to see how the rest of the game plays out. In the meantime, we are over back to Riley, who discards a Rare Candy with that Earthen Vessel, finds 2 more Psychic Energy, and gets him straight into the bin with that Ultra Ball. So that discard pile is very nicely set up with a bunch of Psychic Energy for all the Psychic Embrace that Riley might want.
So currently looks like no Dark Energy in the hand. I could have potentially actually grabbed one off of the... This is really interesting, because there was the Earthen Vessel and the Super Rod in hand, so decided to use Earthen Vessel before Super Rodding these Pokemon back in, thus meaning there may actually not be a Dark Energy to have grabbed out of the deck. And I feel with already having the Monkey Dory...
There was 2, so one shuffled that in, but there's definitely another one in the deck there. So yeah, I think just valuing setting up the Psychic Energy in the discard pile more.
Interesting choice. Does not want to set up the second Monkey Dory. This may mean that the Fan Rotom is the target of choice for a KO. Does not need to put more damage counters on these Pokemon, as interestingly enough, to draw 3, we're not going to see Pheasantipity do its job, but instead the Mew EX restart to fill the hand up. 1 open bench space. What are the 3 cards? Oh
my goodness. Professor's Research, the last card off of the restart. What a draw.
Crazy plot armor here for Riley. It seems that whenever he needs cards to come into his favor, they magically appear. There's the Artisan, so going to actually bump this stadium, and this is a little bit awkward, you know, coming from this point, because again, you're not discarding the Fan Rotom. We'll see the Professor's Research be played. 7 fresh cards drawn. Have to really be looking for a Darkness Energy, and does find the Dark Energy, as well as the Ultra Ball, but doesn't even need it, because again, that Screamtail was shuffled back into the deck thanks to Super Rod, and the Artisan can grab it if it has not been used yet.
Yeah, so really great find there from Riley. The Professor's Research at the perfect time off of that restart. Now we're going to see the Artisan being fired off, and you got to imagine it's going to be for the Screamtail here.
Yeah, it could be for the Screamtail, but honestly, in this spot, if you can just take a KO using the Lily's Clefairy, while also taking a KO with Adrenabrain on the Fan Rotom, what's that really do? Did we just see That's not how the card works, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, hold on a second.
all right. We're going to see this fail Ultra Ball, and this is exactly what I was talking about. If you can just use this Lily's Clefairy to hit Raging Bolt for weakness, take a 2-prize KO, and then use this 2 Adrenabrain abilities to KO the Fan Rotom as well, you can essentially checkmate the game. Because of that Hoot being on the bench, you're just a Screen Tail snipe away from winning the game. Riley's going to do exactly that here.
Yes, there it is. Counter Catcher going to bring up that Raging Bolt to EX. So with the Lily's Clefairy down, of course, its ability makes all Dragon-type Pokemon have Psychic weakness, so you can come in with that. And the Full Moon Rondo is going to get the KO on this Raging Bolt and leave Riley just 2 prize cards away from winning this first game.
We'll have to use one more Psychic Embrace to push this Gardevoir up to 4 damage counters so that 3 can be moved off of each. Still has plenty of energy in the discard pile, and smartly bringing up the Lily's Clefairy, understanding that it's a much easier Pokemon to navigate next turn without having, compared to, this line needing you to use Psychic Embrace. We'll see the KO. Great sequencing here from Riley. Double Adrenabrain, Fan Rotom goes down, and now this Full Moon Rondo, thanks to that Fairy Zone ability, will do more than enough damage to KO this Raging Bolt EX and put Riley just 1 prize card away from winning game number 1.
And finds the secret box off of the prizes as well. So just so many great gas cards that even if Shizuki is able to find as one of Ino, Riley has a lot of outs to just play this out and to close this last prize that he needs.
And now if you're in Shizuki's spot, what do you do here? You're sitting on the ability to use 1 Jewel Seeker. If you don't remove this Stadium in play and the Noctowl, then the game is just on board here for Riley, assuming you can't KO the Gardevoir EX. And even if you do KO the Gardevoir EX, it does not matter. Riley will just re-promote this Lily's Clefairy EX. It's already powered up, and the Raging Bolt will go down 100%. It seems there's no better option here for Shizuki to take either a KO onto this active or somehow try and target a different Pokemon, but it seems no matter what decision he makes, if this Hoot stays in play, it's going to spell disaster.
Yeah, it's no matter what, it's not a good place to be. And we do see there the Jewel Seeker. You've got to imagine that Shizuki's going to be searching Ino here, but even with that, I mean, yeah, what do you do in this situation? You know, it is basically a checkmate board scenario staring down, and that's not a good position to be in.
Yeah, maybe your best play is to just go after the Lily's Clefairy and play Iono. That way you at least force your opponent to have either the, Nest Ball or way to search out the Screamtail, or a Night Stretcher to bring it back, the Lily's Clefairy back, that is, so you can hit the weakness. But at that same point, I think that actually is still just checkmate, right? We can't forget that you can always use that genome hacking to copy to copy Bellowing Thunder. So I really do wonder here for Shizuki, you're kind of just leaving your opponent with game on board if you, play Iono and KO this active.
Yeah, Bellowing Thunder does not care which type of basic energy that you retreat, or rather they discard in order to use it. So yeah, if you just bring up the Mew EX, put a bunch of energy on the side of the field, you can just go ahead and take the KO genome hacking on the Raging Bolt.
Seems that Riley has piloted this well, has built his board up, so essentially no matter what, he can be in a super solid spot. Now, Prime Catcher is found, so Shizuki's maybe got to think about how this works, but is just going to kind of fall right into the trap. UEX can be promoted. Genome hacking is going to finish things out in style, as Riley will just use all these Psychic Embrace abilities, flood the board with energy cards, and we're going to see a Bellowing Thunder. Raikou getting a taste, Raging Bolt getting a taste of its own medicine here, taking a big Bellowing Thunder and putting Riley just 1 game away from making it to another finals at back-to-back major tournaments.
Wow, and this is also, whilst the Raging Bolt deck does have options against Gardevoir with that single prize Raging Bolt, this is why in general it is such a tough matchup, because the Lily's Clefairy swings things so much. When you're taking 2 prize knockouts with a single prize, or even if it's just trade for trade, you just have so many options to deal with this Raging Bolt deck, and it's a really tough position if you're the Raging Bolt player in this matchup, and Riley's just demonstrated why massively in that game.
Let's take a look back at that game. Riley had an Suzuki had an excellent start, was just building up the board, using the early Thunderburst Storm, but Riley also just never faltered, and that seems to be the big point in this matchup. If both players do exactly what they want to do, it's really hard for Gardevoir to find a way to lose these games.
Yeah, what the Raging Bolt player really needs is to have a setup like Shizuki did, but then the Gardevoir player needs to miss beats, and even with Shizuki doing exactly what he needed to do, as you said, Riley just never missed a beat. Always had the right answer, very cleverly manipulated the mass with the fan Rotom so that later on Adrenabrain could take a KO. And even though there was an INO at the end for Shizuki, setting up the checkmate board state so that the Mew could just come in at the end with the genome hacking, and that was pretty much all that she wrote as Riley very handily took this first game.
I think the big takeaway again is if Suzuki had removed that fan Rotom from play the turn the stadium was bumped, and denies that easy prize card, I think it's a really different game. I think Turo becomes a possibility if you put damage on the Hoot Hoot instead. Things will, play out differently. But if you're shuffling up for game 2, I feel like, as a competent player at the Pokemon TCG, you have to be thinking about what possibly went wrong in game 1 and how you can fix that in the second game.
Yeah, no one plays perfectly. Even at the highest stages of competition like this, you're going to get nervous, you're going to make mistakes, and the only way you can power your way through them is to recognize those mistakes and try to do your best to recover in games 2 and 3 if you take a loss in the first game. Although this is going to be a good start for Shizuki, as once again, starting with that transformative start Ditto.
Honestly, that's just a skill issue, right? Like, if you're playing the Ditto in your deck and you're not starting it, then clearly you're playing the wrong deck. Your Pokemon do not love you enough. So it seems that Shizuki's got a great bond with his Ditto, has the Nest Ball as well, so plenty of basic Pokemon coming down this turn. Shizuki's going to have pretty easy way getting his board set up. Pheasantipity is in the prize cards this time. We didn't see it get used in that first game, but it is always an option to just make sure you have available if possible, just to provide a little bit more consistency to your setup, and more importantly, towards the end of the game.
Yeah, now Shizuki's hand, just from what little glimpses I could gather, looked quite awkward. This might be one of those situations where you're looking towards that turn 1 bailout with the Squawkabilly EX, and we see, oh no, but at the same time,
there's too much.
There. Oh.
You cannot discard Prime Catcher.
No.
And this hand, honestly, with what it's working with, is more than fine. You've got Ultra Ball, Earthen Vessel for energy. This Nest Ball can grab the Teal Mask Ochre Pond, so your Noctowl engine is set up. So, assuming that this Ditto is going to transform into Fan Rotom, just like the first game, I think Shizuki's going to be in an okay spot. Squawkabilly as well, just in this matchup, is probably one of the worst EX Pokemon to put into play, since Screamtail loves to see Squawkabilly EX on the bench.
You don't even need a Bravery Charm to get a KO on it with that. Yeah, 160 is a very nice number, as we do see there. The transformative start for that Teal Mask Ogre-Pon. Earthen Vessel coming in as well. We're going to discard that Chien-Pao. Can always access it later if you need it with a Night Stretcher, but not going to be useful this early on. And I guess with all of this in mind, it's not as ideal as game 1. I don't think we're going to be able to see that energy attachment onto the single prize Raging Bolt, which we saw was so effective in the first game.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision. I actually maybe would have liked to see Shizuki transform again into the Baby Raging Bolt. That way you get that, again, turn 1 manual attachment down, because with the rest of the cards in Shizuki's hand, I'm not sure he can do both, right? Transform into this Teal Mask Ogre-Pon and get his board set up with the Hoot Hoot and Noctowl thanks to Fan Call. Definitely going to use the Fan Call, values how important that ability is this turn, but pending this Teal Dance doesn't draw into anything incredible, missing that piece could be not the best. It is an Area 0 under depths, and interestingly enough, sequencing things in this way to use the Teal Dance first and then the Fan Call. Why is that, Freya?
Well, I think if you do it this way around, you kind of can decide what is most optimal to get off the Fan Call, and now you do have the Ultra Ball in hand, so maybe you can still go for this Raging Bolt here. You can discard one of the Hoot Hoot with the Ultra Ball and something else you're not as fussed about, and then you can go ahead and bench that single prize Raging Bolt and put a Lightning Energy on it, and then your turn 1 setup is fine again.
So with the deck being shuffled, indicating, players not going back in with a searching card, is maybe Shizuki missing a slight beat, which in this matchup is very, very important. Considering just not attaching an energy card for turn, it's just going to pass. And again, I have to wonder if it would have been maybe slightly more optimal to just use this to transform into the Raging Bolt, and then next turn use that Ultra Ball to get yourself that Teal Mask Ogre-Pon.
Yeah, you have to wonder, but that's the decision that's been made. Clearly, again, Shizuki thinking a little bit differently in terms of how he wants to approach this, as we now go back to Riley, who has looks like a pretty okay start. 1 Nest Ball is always going to be a good thing going.
This is more than okay. Riley's Secret Box is back, and what's not okay, it's in the hand. We talk about what's good, and his setup is good, but yeah, there seems to be something wrong with our prize machine today, since it seems that every time I speak about the prize cards, it's always in some sort of negative fashion. 3 Darkness Energy, that means only 1 Dark left in the deck. Monkey Dory's in there as well, so as things stand right now, until there are knockouts taken, only 1 Adrenabrain will be online. We saw how valuable towards the mid and end game having 2 accesses to Adrenabrain at minimum every turn was in game number 1.
Yeah, I guess small saving grace is that we will see, you're saying, obviously, and you're very correctly so, that the Adrenabrain gets stronger towards the mid and late game. Riley should be taking prizes, so by then the Dark Energy should be coming out and you can get those Monkey Dory going. So maybe that could be okay in the long run. It's not something you necessarily need turn 1 as much.
So yet again, Riley's going to essentially duplicate how this first game went. Especially with these Dark Energy being prized, I would like to see him actually take the same approach, right? Not risking that Dark Energy early. Looks like we'll see another Technical Machine evolution thanks to the Secret Box grabbing any cards that Riley would even need or consider needing. Artisan to grab another Raltz play, can even just use that item card slot as something like the Earthen Vessel again to pitch more energies, Nest Ball for Clefairy down the line, just going to have so many different options.
Yeah, so we know those 2 Psychic Energies are going to be 2 of the discards from the Secret Box here. There's a few different cards in the hand that could be the third. Looks like it's going to be the Ultra Ball, which makes sense. With the amount of cards that are left in hand, you can't really make use of that Ultra Ball too effectively, so going to go ahead and grab 1 of each kind of trainer card that exists. That's what Secret Box does. So 1 item, 1 supporter, 1 stadium, and 1 tool, and those are a very good item, stadium, supporter, and tool that Riley just got.
Just on this first turn is essentially filtering the deck out of all the energy cards, getting them all in the discard pile, and also all the trainers that are not needed.
Yeah.
We'll see making sure we see exactly what's happening here. So it looks like Arvin is now being played as a supporter for turn. We haven't even seen a supporter played yet. It seems that
it's hard open the Secret Box, right?
Everything is just, Riley is just finding everything he needs. And as a Gardevoir player, sometimes you feel unstoppable when you just open this hot. Game after game, Artisan can save, again, the Nest Ball for a following turn, whether it's Clefairy or Pheasantipity or Mew. Having that in hand, especially when Raging Bolt's really not going to be disrupting your hand on turn 2, opens up so many possibilities for you and how you want to play your turn.
Yeah, and quite cleverly here, even though there wasn't a Raging Bolt put down with an energy on it, Riley recognizing, maybe even being aware that Shizuki does play the energy switch, so doesn't want to fall victim to a sudden Thunderburst Storm for 90 damage, still getting down that double Ralts for protection.
Yeah, and with there only being 1 Dark Energy in the deck, and now both Earthen Vessels committed, I would have hated to see Riley just grab the Dark Energy since you've already burnt 2/3 of your search for it. The last one is actually prized as well, so now there's no way to search Dark Energy out of the deck. Could have been an okay opportunity to just grab the Dark, keep it in hand, especially if you expect something like a Thunderburst Storm to possibly come out and your Monkey Dory to not be KO'd.
But in any case, still able to get out 2 Curlier, so that's got to be a pretty good feeling. Now Shizuki can make use of that Artisan and probably will be going straight for that single prize Raging Bolt, as we've seen it be so effective before. But with no energy on it turn 1, it's going to be a little bit trickier than usual to get the free energy on it needed for a 90 damage Thunderburst Storm to take out one of these Curlier.
It's honestly pretty close here for Shizuki. I think he's got it in hand, right? The Crispin can accelerate 2 energy out of the deck. You can then Ultra Ball for Latias and now have free retreat on the Ogre Pawn, and then just use that Jewel Seeker ability to find energy switch. So all the pieces are there. The question now just comes to, does Shizuki want to commit himself to a Jewel Seeker and burn Asada, do all these things, if it means he's going to leave himself with potentially no energy in play if the Raging Bolt is KO'd early on?
Yeah, and I guess the other debate is, if you can get free energy onto this Raging Bolt, there is a universe in which you consider, maybe I want to use that second attack, the Dragon Headbutt, KO the Monkey Dory. We saw how devastating it was in the last game, and with 2 Curlier already being out and knowing you can't really prevent a Gardevoir from coming out, maybe you just value more denying those Adrenabrain options.
It's tough because you know your opponent is playing 4 and they have very easy access. If it did have the Dark Energy, I would maybe understand it a little bit more. A lot of the times in this matchup specifically, if the monkey does not have a Dark Energy, you usually have bigger fish to fry, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I see the Jewel Seeker be used. Earthen Vessel is going to discard the Lightning Energy, meaning potentially Shizuki, instead of using this Professor Sada before the Jewel Seeker, wants to get a second Ancient Pokemon to be put onto the bench so that Professor Sada can accelerate the full 2 energy from the discard pile.
Yeah, I like it. That makes sense to me. You just want to get as much energy onto the field every single turn that you can. We know that there is going to be a single prize Raging Bolt attack coming in. Did go for that energy switch already and has that ready to go, but you need a follow-up afterwards, and getting the Raging Bolt set up is going to be the way to do that.
Yeah, I was debating which energy to grab. I like grabbing the grass energy here a lot, right? You keep the grass energy in hand, and that means if you don't find one, you attach it. But if you find a different type, this Teal Mask is always hungry for energy attachments every turn with that Teal Dance ability.
Yeah, so very, very smart there from Shizuki. You know, you see that now the Teal Dance coming in.
Oh, interesting.
Just going to go for that preemptively first.
It looks like there is a fighting energy in hand. So
okay.
Both issues are essentially solved. Use that first. You never know if you just draw into another Pokemon that you want. You maybe don't have to burn the Ultra Ball. with there being just one energy in the deck, or discard pile, excuse me, it seems like an okay spot to use this. The only thing is, the second card to discard of Ultra Ball is a little bit awkward. You've got 3 energy acceleration cards, Iono, Prime Catcher, and Energy Switch. And interestingly enough, it's just going to use the Professor Sada now. I would have actually really loved to see just the Professor Sada played first, and then making different plays if you were going to play something like Ultra Ball. But taking a little bit of a different path when it comes to sequencing, the attachment for turn. Latios is not down, so instead, this Ogre Pawn will retreat, and then the Energy Switch will put the 3rd energy, and it is a question now which attack you want to use, but targeting Kirlia, never a bad idea.
No, I think you can make an argument for either one. I do, so thinking about it more, what you said about, given that there's no Dark Energy on the Monkey Dory, it makes more sense to probably target one of the Kirlias overall, because it's not like you're taking a Dark Energy and a already activated Monkey out of play. So there it is. For Thunderburst Storm, 90 damage, one the Kirlia goes down, and Shizuki takes the first prize of this game too.
What a solid hand. Oh my, did he just top deck Ultra Ball? He top deck Ultra Ball.
Oh my goodness.
This game is so easy. Honestly, this is Riley's world and we're just living in it at this point. Ultra Ball is going to get rid of the Nest Ball. I actually would like to potentially just see Nest Ball get played there early to grab Fez, then you draw cards. You have a little bit better fodder at this point. Kind of feels pretty bad to get the card you just searched out of your deck and pitch it away with Ultra Ball, but it seems like a struggling with success type of problem, and there are worse problems to have in life for sure.
Yeah, there is. And also, to be fair, how many times has a God of War player ended up losing to Ranger Bolt or another deck just because you benched that Serendipity and it ended up being an easy to knock out liability for 2 prizes? So if you can avoid benching it, it makes sense not to, and I think that's what Riley's considering here in not putting this down.
Another Ultra Ball is found, as well as a Counter Catcher, one shuffled to the bottom of the deck. And I wonder again if Riley is just content doing exactly what he did in game number 1. KO the Hoot Hoot with the Roaring Scream from the Scream Tail, leave the opponent with just the Baby Raging Bolt in play, essentially limiting their options on what they have access to. It feels like that's got to be solid.
Yeah, I mean, you know that this deck lives or dies by the ability to make use of Jewel Seeker, because it's not like the other version of the Raging Bolt where you have other options to draw through. So if you can just go ahead and take out this Hoot Hoot, you cut off all of their consistency and all their ability to search for the best options to counter whatever you're doing. So yeah, targeting down the Hoot Hoot just makes so much sense here, and it's no surprise to see Riley taking this approach again as he did in game 1.
Leaving himself with a really solid hand to work with next turn. There it is, Roaring Scream, card that just fits so perfectly in Gardevoir EX, putting in work. Hoot Hoot is KO'd. Now Shizuki. The prize lead is tied up now at 5, and notably there is not a Ralts in play for Riley, so even without the Noctowl's Jewel Seeker, if Shizuki is able to find something like the Prime Catcher KO onto Gardevoir EX, it could potentially mean that once the Scream Tail is dealt with later on, Riley's ability to reset up a Gardevoir EX could be his downfall if it's not found with something like Rare Candy Gardevoir.
Yeah, and I mean, the Prime Catcher, of course, is at the bottom of the deck after that Iono, so yeah, unless you get the deck shuffle, but there it is. The Earthen Vessel gets the deck shuffled nicely to give you the chance to find that Prime Catcher again, so that's something at least.
Yeah, the deck just always finds a way to get shuffled in the turn. Even after Iono, there's always a world where those cards are going to come back to the top. It is the Earthen Vessel and Ultra Ball being played. The Fezandivity is still in the prize cards. That would have been an excellent Pokemon to find in this spot, but it is just unavailable. And Shizuki maybe not taking note of that. Looking through the deck, I actually don't think there's anything else in this hand. This could have been a little bit of a misstep here for Shizuki, thinking that he could rely. Again, we can never get into the opponent's heads, but with how he, searched through his deck in body language, it seems like not checking to see if that card was there could have led him to go for a slightly different play, leaving himself with just 2 cards in hand, now benching the Hoot Hoot, and you could KO this active, but yeah, it seems that there's nothing else that can be done. Both Teal Dances used, no supporter card, and just going to be a Thunderburst Storm on the active, taking a KO. Riley has got to smell blood in the water at this point.
We were just saying about how Shizuki was doing very well to not tunnel vision, even given the current board state. Maybe now finally falling victim to that. Yeah, just like you said with the body language, kind of maybe assuming that the Fezandipity was there, but realizing that it wasn't. And now, sure, you deal with the Screen Tail, but it is not that hard for Riley to get it back. And if Riley can get it back, you just go ahead and KO this Hoot Hoot again, and Shizuki is going to feel mega stuck.
One of those Dark Energy was found off the prizes for Riley, so just going to go Night Stretcher 1, Night Stretcher 2, has the counter catcher in hand, and is going to actually do this exact play. Go after the Knock Towel, set up another turn where Hoot Hoot is going to get KO'd, thanks to the Roaring Scream, and you can just draw an additional 7 cards off Professor's Research. Really still looking for that Ralt, does not find it. However, there is the last recovery card now in hand. Just going to check through the deck and see what is available. Once again, that third Ralt is in the prize card, so Riley is now considering, is it worth playing my last recovery card to find Ralt and put it into play? That means something like Clefairy down the line can't be recovered, so a big decision being made here from Riley, shutting himself off from recovery for the rest of the game.
So, if you're just joining us, welcome. We are in the top 4 of the Masters Division trading card game competition here at the Pokémon 2025 World Championships. This match will determine who will be our first person to advance into Championship Sunday, our finals match held in the arena just next door. Currently, Riley McKay is 1 game up, and I mean, just from what we can see on the board so far, is looking in a very good position to take this game to end the match and to be the first one to lock up their spot in the finals. But it's not over yet. We've got to see how the rest plays out.
As a wise man once said, it's never over till it's over. Adrenabrain is online, and we may just see the exact same thing happen again. First Adrenabrain used, 3 damage counters onto the Fan Rotom, and Roaring Scream yet again, putting in work. Now the question here for Shizuki, is there even a way to move this out of the active spot? Another Nest Ball is here, so you could get down potentially the final Hoot Hoot? No, there isn't even another Hoot Hoot in the deck. Both have been the targets of KOs, so at this point, Jewel Seeker, not a potential option, and if you've ever watched this Raging Bolt deck play without the help of Jewel Seeker, I'm sorry to my Raging Bolt fans out there, but this deck is a pile. It really struggles to function.
As a Raging Bolt player, I've got to agree. Like, that's maybe one of the reasons why I preferred shifting to the non-bird version, even though that one has issues of its own. But yeah, if you're relying on his engine and you don't have access to it, it is just so hard to get going. It's going to have to be energy retrieval to get back a couple of energy, and maybe 1 Teal Dance to try and find an out to this horrendous hand and position that Shizuki has found himself in. Teal Dance for 1. What's the draw off the top of the deck? What was that?
Looks like a Night Stretcher, so now there's options to potentially use another Teal Dance. Area 0 Underdepths is in play, so if you want to here, you could play the Night Stretcher to get Hoot Hoot back yet again, which I think would be a little bit more appealing if there was Knock Towel, but with there being no Knock Towel down, and with your prize cards, only one of them is super helpful. I guess actually, with Professor Turo being in the prizes, it kind of makes it so that you're essentially 50-50, or rather, yeah, you're essentially 50-50 on taking a good prize card to help you out. You either take the Pheasantipity, or you can take the Professor Turo. So with that in mind, I actually would like to see Shizuki play this Night Stretcher to get Hoot Hoot back, because if you're not putting something cool together next turn, you're probably not winning this game, and this is a do-or-die situation.
It really is do-or-die to just, not even to win the match, but just to keep yourself in contention. You're already a game down. You have to take some risks here, as we do see now indicating that another Teal Dance used, but
no, both have been used. So we're just marking, you know, everything is done. And now the choice is just, what do you KO? There's not 4 energy. Screamtail will once again go down. And an important point to note, with there being no recovery left, that is the end of Screamtail for this match. No more Roaring Screams can be used.
Okay, so that is also factors into it, right? That makes that Hoot Hoot bench a lot safer. But here we see straight away the counter catcher coming in to take out this Raging Bolt EX.
Pending that there is a Lily's Clefairy, a lot of those searching cards have been played, so here we go. Big 7 cards for Riley. If he can find Monkey Dory, Dark Energy, plus Lily's Clefairy, he can do another 3-prize turn here and go after these Pokemon. With there being 2 Dark Energy, and with, I believe, the other Dark in the discard pile, I'm not sure it's possible, but here we go. Big 3 cards. Needs to find the Lily's Clefairy. Last card. Does he find it? No, does not find it. Now he may have to adjust his strategy slightly on which attacker does he want to do it. How could you not be upset? You're so close to essentially locking up the second game, pending you could find a way to KO this Raging Bolt.
Yeah, and especially what's rough for Riley is that you play the counter catcher targeting this Raging Bolt, knowing you really wanted to take it down, but you can't really do that anymore, and you also can't stall it in the active because that Latias is now down with the Skyliner ability, which gives it a free retreat.
And even gonna just play the Artisan, removing the Fan Rotom for Shizuki, getting rid of the damage and the liability, discarding down unneeded Pokemon. at least he's going to be able to search the deck with Artisan, but I really don't think there's anything in there. You see, the Lily's Clefairy was in the deck, but there was just no way to search it out. Needed to draw into that exact copy because of how many searching cards were played early on. And it looks like I may actually be incorrect on the counts because it seems there is still another Night Stretcher potentially in the deck. We'll have to get confirmation of that and see if Riley does have a way to bring back one of these Pokemon.
Yeah, so in the meantime, at least, we do see 3 Psychic Embrace going onto this Gardevoir. That's going to be 6 extra damage done. You can move at least 3 of it off with this Adrenabrain, but then it's going to be a Miracle Force for not quite a KO, which, to be fair, Gardevoir likes not quite taking KOs, so not really the worst position to be in.
Yeah, and this Raging Bolt has no energy on it right now, so it would need to require a little bit in terms of being able to get knocked out. Leave 1 Night Stretcher still left in the deck, so Riley has options pending a Pokemon comes back or if he wants to reuse one of these attackers. So here we go.
Also, important to note, Suzuki actually did take the Professor Tourist scenario off of the prizes, but discarded the Noctowl. So there's no way to guarantee a Dual Seeker this turn unless we draw one off the top.
Yeah, it's a really interesting choice. It almost always, you know, seems counterintuitive to get rid of that. But what better choice did Shizuki have in this spot? You either discard the Latias EX and deny free retreat, you discard the Hoot Hoot, which denies you the Dual Seeker you're trying to build, or one of these Pokemon on the bench that just have so many energy attached to them. Maybe it's supposed to be that Teal Mask with 1 energy on it.
Yeah, I think so, right? Because with that, if you have the tourist scenario, at least you have an option to Dual Seeker, but now you have, like, nothing. You just left yourself in a completely stuck position. Perhaps a slight misstep from Shizuki here with that tourist scenario.
Potentially, at worst, though, you can still just use this to pick up the Raging Bolt that had all the damage, essentially negating the previous turn, and that Kirlia on the bench is still prime for the picking with this Thunderburst Storm attack. And going down to 2 prize cards, never a bad spot in this matchup when there are plenty of Pokemon at Riley's board that will be knocked out from a powerful Bellowing Thunder. The big beast still missing, though, is there is just not a way for Shizuki to draw cards in this capacity.
Yeah, so he takes the boss's orders off of the prizes. 2 prize cards left for Shizuki to try and clutch up this game too. But now here's the draw from Riley. What does he find? There's a Mew EX. Not going to be much help here.
It's interesting because you could, if you wanted to, if you're Riley, use Mew EX to copy Thunderburst Storm to KO the Hoot Hoot. And then from there, if you put a Bravery Charm on your Mew, it would require the Teal Mask Ogre Pawn to have an additional 2 energy, since you put yourself to 250 HP, or to 230 HP. So 6 energy Myriad Leaf Shower would be 210.
Yes.
So you would force your opponent to essentially have to find 2 Grass Energy. Instead, is just going to go ahead and play the Iono, benches the Flutter Mane. It is a way to, you know, shut off some of the abilities of the Pokemon in play. And importantly, will draw 4 cards, does find the Darkness Energy. That means another Monkey Dory at minimum will be online. And now Riley has to make sure he can use things like Flip the Script without Deck Out being a potential factor. I think with another Iono in hand, he should be safe to just go ahead and draw these cards and just have more options for this turn.
Yeah, it's always something you have to be careful of when your deck is this thin. You like your deck being quite thin because that means you're more likely to draw into exactly what you need, but you also don't want to go so far that you end up with, you know, running out of cards. And of course, one of the ways you can lose in the Pokemon trading card game, if you can't draw a card at the start of your turn, you do lose. So you've got to be mindful of that. Riley is a professional. I think we know that he's going to make sure to not fall victim to that and has kept his deck nicely because of that. As now we see, coming in with the Flutter Mane to attack with that Hex
And Riley is setting up to take 2 prize cards this turn. Can use the Adrenabrain abilities to put this Hoot Hoot to 6 damage counters. And thanks to the Fairy Zone ability on Lily's Clefairy, can KO with this Hex Hurl on the active, as well as KO the Hoot Hoot on the bench with the damage counters, leaving Shizuki with nothing in hand, no options, no draw, and just 2 prize cards away from being a finalist here at the World Championships. And he's doing this all with the 1 prize Pokemon in the active spot. It looks like the doors are closing on Shizuki in this second game of top 4.
You can tell Shizuki was a little thrown off there, not thinking about, yeah, of course, like with the Lily's Clefairy in play, Hexel does 180 to the now Psychic Weak Raging Bolt and can split the damage up 1 and 1 to KO the Hoot Hoot for good measure as well. A really, really strong turn from Riley.
And just nothing in hand. We'll have to use this Artisan to find something like Koraidon to take the KO. There is a world, Freya, where Shizuki can still win this game. Even with Pheasantipity prize, Prime Catcher is still available. And since one of your Pokemon were knocked out on the previous turn, that Koraidon can take a KO on the Pheasantipity thanks to it being weak, dealing double damage. Doesn't have the energy in hand yet, doesn't have the Prime Catcher, so we need to see almost a perfect combination of cards. but this is when you need to clutch up here. Shizuki, you've had ups and downs. Let's see if you can find this piece. Big 3 cards off this Professor. Sada's Vitality.
Do you find an energy and a Prime Catcher? 1, 2, 3.
No, there's nothing there. Just Ultra Ball and Boss. But Ultra Ball will do nothing for Shizuki here. There is no Pokemon out of the deck that will give him any support, no semblance of hope, and you can do absolutely nothing in this spot. Bring up a 1-prizer, buy yourself some time, but if there's another way to gust Pokemon up, if there's a way for you to take a KO on a 2-prizer, it's all over.
Yeah, it's so close. Shizuki finding a perhaps marginal way to come back in this game with the Koraidon, but just not able to find it. So instead, you're going to use Skyliner, retreat into this Koraidon, and I guess just pass. But I think doesn't Riley have all the pieces to like close this out?
No, I'm not sure because the bench is full, and there's no way to gust since they're both tied at 2 prizes apiece.
So yeah, the counter catcher isn't live.
But the big issue is this was your win condition to take a KO. If you just knock out the Koraidon, nothing changes on Riley's side, right? You're just going to keep yourself in the same spot. Your opponent still has 2 prize cards left. And now Riley understands the only way I lose this game is if my opponent somehow finds a weird way to go around. That's why we see the energy preemptively attached to Pheasantipity, and he'll make sure he leaves enough energy cards in the discard pile. Even playing the Bravery Charm down onto the Pheasantipity, going to make it as hard as possible to take this KO. Unrelenting Onslaught will still do enough to take the KO through weakness, so the Bravery Charm does not prevent that. And an Iono to follow things up to reset Shizuki's hand yet again. Big question now, though. How do we take a KO onto this thing? I actually don't know if we can take a KO. It is not weak to... Oh, it is weak to Psychic.
It's just naturally weak to Psychic,
It's a fighting Pokemon again. It is weak to Psychic, so a Fairy Zone built in. Let's see what we can do here for Shizuki. Is there any pieces? The hand is completely dead. Shizuki has absolutely no options. He's going to check the deck here with this Artisan, but there are no basic Pokemon, no way to accelerate energy, and no matter what you do, Riley has answers for every single option. He can think, he can debate, and figure out what's best in this spot, but the writing is absolutely on the wall. We'll go ahead and retreat into this Latias, and this is going to be it for Riley. If he has a Psychic Energy in the discard pile, he'll go through and check, and it is there. Gardevoir EX can attack with the Miracle Force, and after an NAIC Finals appearance, Riley McKay is going back to another major final, taking the KO with Gardevoir EX, and moving on to the World Championship Finals.
Is it a fist bump, is it a handshake? It doesn't matter either way. Riley McKay has punched his ticket into Championship Sunday at the arena here in Anaheim at the 2025 World Championships. That's got to be a good feeling.
You got to give credit to this kid. I mean, if you told me Riley McKay would make back-to-back finals at NAIC and at Worlds a month and a half ago, I would not have believed you. If you told me the day before NAIC that he would do that, if you told me the Saturday of NAIC, I would not tell you he would do that. He is proving everyone wrong and showing why he deserves to be here at the top level of competitive Pokemon TCG.
Sometimes all it takes is one big breakout performance to give you that confidence to know I can crack it with the best in the world. And now, having just come off the back of, as you mentioned, the NAIC Finals, another major finals at the most prestigious tournament in our entire competitive season, and you can tell he's taking it all in. I think he's maybe in a little bit of shock that just happened.
Get ready for tomorrow, bud. You're going to be in the arena. Big match coming up. You see all smiles and great sportsmanship again from Shizuki, showcasing and doing his best that he could, but it was just a little bit of lackluster draws in game number 2 that led to Riley McKay advancing to Championship Sunday with the chance to become a world champion. That set was back and forth, and it's always a treat when we get 2 incredible players playing 2 distinctly different but super strong decks.
Yeah, super strong decks. And a super strong performance from Shizuki as well. As we already talked about, it's not as if his deck wasn't firing, right? He was doing the right thing, setting up the single prize Rage Bolt in game 1 very effectively, but Riley just had the right answers every single time. Coming in with the Liddy's Clefairy for the KO, coming in at the end with the genome hacking on the Mew, the copy Bellowing Thunder to give Rage Bolt EX a taste of its own medicine, and then we're proceeding on to get game 2, similar kind of story. Yeah, there was another Raging Bolt set up with a single prizer, but just picking off these hoots with the Roaring Scream on the Scream Tail was really what made the difference.
And you have to think back into the second game. If Shizuki knows, again, it's not a huge difference maker at the end of the day, whether he knows Pheasantipity's in deck or not, it wouldn't, make a difference. You're still, most likely playing the Ultra Ball. Maybe you don't discard both of those energy cards. It's slightly different, but Riley used every trick up his sleeve. Even the Flutter Mane got in there and made this really cool play. Double Adrenabrain onto the bench, taking a KO. It did the same there. There was a glimmer of hope for Shizuki if he can find a crazy combination. We saw Piper do that in top 8. It wasn't there, and Riley closed the doors out with a miracle force, and he is moving on with a miracle run into the finals of the World Championships.
Miracle force, miracle run, Championship Sunday awaits. Can he go one step further and claim that World Championship title? What a story that would be.
This event has just been absolutely full of surprises, whether it's the decks that the players have playing. Again, we talked about Zoroark and Charizard being a top 8 match at Worlds. I would not have believed you if you told me that match. And now the players as well. A lot of the favorites going into this event have dropped out. And we're now into a Top Cut bracket where it's this mixture, right, of rising stars and international talent. I'm so excited to see who's going to meet him in the finals, because no matter what the outcome, we're going to have such an awesome day tomorrow, showcasing so much Pokemon TCG action.
Yeah, I have a funny feeling that not only, neither of us believing if you said that Riley would make it to the finals, I don't think he would believe it if you told him that this is the position he'd be in. But we don't have to speculate. We can ask him himself. I believe Chip is there for winner. So Chip, take it away. Let's hear it from our first Championship Sunday contender.
That's right, I am here on the stage with our first Championship Sunday player for the trading card game. Let's hear it for him, folks. Riley McKay! What a crazy couple of months it has been for you, my friends. The second place finish at NAIC, and you find yourself in a very similar spot now, heading into Championship Sunday here at the World Championships. What's going through your mind?
Well, it's absolutely crazy. I'm overjoyed. Before NAIC, I wasn't even expecting to make it to Worlds that much. So being in the finals is just absolutely insane. And then also in the last round of Swiss, I lost, and then I thought I wasn't going to get into top 8. So like being in finals is just, it's insane. I never expected it. It just feels amazing.
Those two natural ties in the last round of Swiss lead to you getting into ASIM, lead to you getting to this point, and now you're going to be competing for
中間瞓着咗，終於瞓醒了。臨瞓醒就係睇到女王個 Game 3落後好多，第日都反追到，都唔係落後好多嘅，終於想抽皮皮，跟住抽唔到，但係最後尾干擾對面乜都冇。咁啊晉級，佢聽日決賽係女王打日本嗰邊係邊位？見。日本嗰邊話打完啦。唔係，次次未打完，另外一邊都係日本選手未打完，所以未知邊個上嚟啊？呢個應該未打完。錯咗，啱啱我哋睇緊呢邊。另外仲有一場我科睇，好瞓醒就可以睇埋。仲有一場佢嘅選手係邊個打邊個啦
？Also, I was testing a little with Justin Neudorf on Wednesday, I think it was, so it'd be great to see him in finals.
That would be an incredible story to hear for sure. You mentioned him, someone you tested with. Anyone else out there you'd like to say thank you to? It seems like you got quite the crowd out here rooting you on.
Well, I've got to shout out my parents, obviously. Like, without them, I wouldn't even play Pokemon, so they're the biggest one. Hugh and his family, also Noah and his family. All the people right there rooting for me. Christian, Michael, Josh, them. Kayla as well. Also, am I allowed to shout out a song?
Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
I also want to shout out Thick of It by KSI.
Congratulations, Riley, on getting to this point, and best of luck to you tomorrow in Championship Sunday. We're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon with our next Top 4 match.
I'm Gabriel, and I'm from Brazil.
Hold on, is there the pieces available? Is there a Pumpkin Pit? Pumpkin Pit can discard the stadium. There's a Luminion V that can search out boss's orders. Bring up the Arceus V. Gabriel Fernandez is your seniors division world champion here in Yokohama, Japan.
I'm feeling good to be a world champion. It's something I'm gonna remember for a long time, for sure. It means a lot because this is like my second words as a senior, so winning it just feels amazing. So my strategy this weekend was to play aggressive early on in the game, and then late game, if I was behind on prizes, I would just Yono plus pass. And my favorite card is Weird Ear V, and it's because it can one-shot everything right now in this meta. I was feeling very confident in my strategy, so no doubt. My advice to other trainers is just practice a lot and play a lot. That's what I did on my whole vacation. My plan is to compete next season and become a world champion again.
Welcome back, trainers. Jim Lawson here in Anaheim, California for the Pokémon World Championships 2025. I'm standing by with Chip Ritchie, who's going to be acting as our tour guide here at the Pokémon World Championships History Museum.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. This is a very exciting installment. It's become one of my favorite things they've done at Worlds the last couple of years. A really great look back into the history of Pokémon Worlds, the biggest event every single year. There's a timeline so you can see where we've been in the past. You get to see examples of competitor kits from years past, the incredible different Pikachu and other Pokemon plushies, promo cards, past World Championship decks, and also a wall of champions as well.
Ooh, it sounds exciting. Shall we take a look?
Let's do it.
All right, Chip, behind us we have case after case of plushies featuring all types of styles from World Championships past. What can you tell us about the plushies?
Yeah, this is one of my favorite pieces of Worlds every single year. For a long time, it was just Pikachu that they would feature decked out in some sort of decor or clothing or some statement piece for the culture of the area where the World Championships was being held. And the most recent World Championships as well, Pikachu's been joined by tons of other casts of characters. One of my personal favorites from this year is that Machamp with the Letterman jacket.
I love the Machamp, absolutely. You know what I noticed though, Chip? Wasn't the first time that we've seen a plushie from Anaheim. It's not our first time in Anaheim for the World Championships.
Yeah, that's right. This is actually the third time the Pokemon World Championships have been held here in Anaheim. Previously, 2006 and 2017 took place in this same building.
Well, we have lots more to look at. Let's move on to the next exhibit. We're here at the Wall of Champions, recognizing champions from tournaments past from all games. Chip, walk us through what trainers can expect here at the Wall of Champions.
Yeah, you get to see a feature of each of the trainers who became a world champion that year in each age division, each different pillar of the franchise, alongside the Pokemon they used, be it on their team, with their friends on Pokemon Unite, or their trading card game deck list. This is just one of the many different features here at the World Championships History Museum. So much more to see, Jim.
And what I can't wait for is later on this weekend, we're going to be adding more names to that Wall of Champions. So make sure you stay tuned for the rest of the action.
clutch plays. We've seen heartbreak, and now it is time to decide who will get their shot at the ultimate crown tomorrow. Buckle up. This is going to be a battle to remember here at the World Championships in 2025. Welcome back to the stream over on the trading card game side of things. We're sitting down once again for another top 4 match, and these players are gearing up for a big one.
This is going to be so epic. We've already seen some amazing play throughout.
最後一場Top 4啦，噴火龍對多龍。暫睇佢多龍比較有優勢啲啲，多龍咁耐嘅咧，多龍有優勢啲啲。香港 Top 4都係感覺前環境4強喎。多龍噴火龍女王猛雷鼓，以前嗰個前環境4強嘅入晒堂波，反而即係之前睇好嘅賽富豪最多人用嘅 deck 冇打入Top 4啊。
Proving to us that maybe you don't have as many titles here to represent, but that doesn't matter. All that matters here is what you're doing right now, and he is sitting at the table.
佢哋講緊右邊嗰位選手，即係喺日本嚟嘅選手，唔係好多 title 個，唔緊要。而家就最大嘅 title 就係而家世賽 Top 4啦，睇下可唔可以再打上去。
Entire season, and look at this, they're meeting in the finals here at Worlds. What a better way to represent this right now.
Yeah, finally time to close out and determine which is the better deck. We've seen Dragapult as it started to rise to the top. The percentages flew and Charizard started to go down a little bit. There was this competition of which is more consistent, which brings you a better matchup, and as the meta starts to switch, and there's a lot of debate here. But originally it was Charizard.
Yeah.
We saw that Pidgeot is so important. The early quick searches, finding this ability to attack early for 180 and late for upwards of 300. And that can be plenty when you're dealing with the format. On the other side, Dragapult, as soon as we saw this card, we were wondering what is the best way to use it. It saw its play in Regidrago, and now it's a deck all of its own.
Yeah, well, we're going to see which deck is going to come out on top as we lay out the prize cards here for both of our players. These cards are going to be missing.
可能 prize 得攰少少係個鬼鬼嘅一進，有時可能就要手進一進慳翻糖嘅。如果 prize 咗就變咗全要用糖去進翻個二進啦。其他 prize 未到話好影響。
Yeah, I mean, you see a young player looking to add on to these accomplishments, and for Junya, a great chance to build up a name of his own right here, right now. And this is one way to start it.
戰功零噴 pass， 又噴都唔係最緊要大比料又起唔到啦。因為起唔到波波，下 round 你出翻啲波波出嚟，你過多2輪先起，你有機會俾多龍派死，好慘。
When you have Iono and you throw everything away with research, I think you have a pretty solid idea of what's going on the other side.
好慘嘅起手。
A chance that we aren't familiar with. This one is going to be tricky. And for Justin, you have this ability now.
應該更加係咪要攞個 item lock 出嚟鎖住你啦？你而家完全喐唔到，咁啊更加唔好俾你有波去啟動啦。即係你有派帕你都用唔到，你一定要用啲奇樹嗰類嘅嘢，你先至可以變到啲 Pokémon 出嚟啦。
Pretty tricky there because it's a 2-1-1 line.
Yeah, that could be detrimental potentially. And all we see are just the 2 little Duskulls out so far, but maybe they don't have their partners for the future. You know, Kyle, we've been talking about Dragapult EX, how it has the flexibility.
應該似係 item lock 啦，你喐唔到更加啦，鎖到你完場位置。
it has the ability to do that. Where do you think Justin
或
should
者
go
啲
here
擔架
as
老
we're
大
seeing
數
sort
量
of。how the setup is already shaping up to be?
I mean, early and often, this is the one deck, a very few decks are focused on rare candy in this format, but sure enough, when you see that, you need to play this Badoo, lock in the Itchy Pollen. You saw no item cards played.
Right.
They can be played on turn 1 going first, just did not have them. So if you lock them out now, there's a lot of cards off the top of the deck.
唔收
Maybe
包
one from supporter if we
出現
see
咩
that
一
would
課
lead
啦
to just more items.
哇！
that
粉
are
房呢邊
completely
後
useless
痕啦，
to
一定要用翻啲 draw 類型嘅 supporter 先可以有展開啦。咁啊，博士或者係騎士嗰類。 如果唔係，係啦，排拍都幫佢唔到啦，都係繼續喺度。哇 ，Latios 都有埋，唔使不能撤退，舒服。我以為 OK 有騎士係咪好啲？點知係派拍咋 ？supporter 都有啦，派拍。第一派拍咧，對面係全封鎖形態。item 你又用唔到啦，場地個都市都封埋你嘅，其實你就呢個派拍就同空發係冇分別嘅。照攞嘢出嚟啦，攞咗先，阿叔副爹。應該好快，有機會好快完 game one 啦。你對面進化中間，佢 energy 都應該係有嘅，因為佢抌咗粒超 N， 好有可能有第二粒 energy 後補。啊，有一隻古玉魚，佢都幾陣間派發完。好好嘅展開 Professor。
the Dracloak and the Professor's Research, but when you top deck a Dreepy to go along with it, feels that much sweeter. The hand continues to build, and he sees another Dracloak here. So some consistency aligning as we see a pink card in there too. This could get devastating quick here.
We love seeing those pink cards, the fire energy coming out to meet with that luminous energy onto the Dracloak there. It's being fully charged up for that Dragapult EX to come out and start striking here. Of course, that recon directive being utilized as well.
有冇？
As
好
we
緊
set
要。
up more and more on Justin's side, the Badoo continuing to lock down, debilitate Junya on the right side of the field here. That is the name of the game for Dragapult. They set up this
揾進化武器唔夠啊！如果呢個係小光就好啦。
and not only that, but Junya doesn't really have much in the first place anyway.
一嚟都就揾兩隻
And we got a Rock, I guess.
鬼，進化都唔係好幫到你，仲要有一隻進化嘅一進卡住咗。
None of these Pokemon are evolving right now.
Right.
Have we discovered the Chi-Yu evolution yet?
I was about to say, we still don't know how he's flaming when he's swimming in water. We don't know what his evolution is either. The only evolutions we're gonna see here are the Charizard EX and of course that Pidgeotto or Pidgeotto.
我俾啲料，唔 from EX。 攞住先，就算冇個底，都攞住個面擺喺度先。壓縮褲爹啦，都係嗰句，因為都冇嘢做啦。到你。
And that really does speak to what Justin has to consider when you have a turn like this, where you see right there, you can surge out your Dragapult, you can go crazy right now, taking multiple knockouts, leave your opponent with potentially just Chi-Yu in the active spot, and have this really strong lead. But also,
呢個玩完嘅咩炸一隻，然之後又捉隻古玉魚嚟，佢一嘢派晒全場。
It's just more pieces that will help you to take home a game dominantly and with no questions asked
有進化啦。
Hilda here from Justin seeking out this Pokemon and the energy, the evolution Pokemon from the deck. So it's a fantastic card, a new addition into our format from Black Bolt and White Flare, and it has proven itself here at the World Championships. As you can see, fits perfectly into this deck. Grab an evolution, grab an energy, place them wherever you need them to be, and then you're into
佢哋再攞多一隻一陣。
It just provides so much value in Dragon Ball.
應該唔急呢一 round 進攻，我估佢想最好嘅 case 應該一炮清場，所以可能再多啲嘅類牌。 就啱啱講咗係星場有好多方法嘅，進化到似一進鬼咁樣，派後面嘅骷髏度，跟住已經可以用到反擊槍捉孤魚出嚟，跟住就一個多龍200加派6頭就完到 game。所以佢可以再等多一 round 先都得嘅。唔急進攻，反正對面都冇小火龍，又冇波波，你完全喐唔到。好，乜都喐唔到。
I mean, this is our Masters top 4. There's everything on the line, and all we see is a pass over and over again from Junya. Only 2 cards. 2 whole cards have been played. That DM
有冇可以做到啱啱講我一夜清場清3隻呢？
Yeah.
Oh no, we see both cards that Justin wants there with the Ultra Ball and the Dragapult. If you could search out both of them, you'd have a pretty strong answer. He's just a little
Ultra Ball 又要揾到多龍面㗎啦，咁啊應該爭隻中間嘅 OK 齊啦。Let's go.
Ultra Ball, we're flying right now. Getting these cards out of the
冇反擊槍，係唔掂。反擊槍 OK， 有 round 完 game 啦。哦，好飛嘅噴火龍，完全喐唔到。等睇下 Game 2可唔可以追翻一局啦。
Of course, you know, Charizard has that raw power, has that potential, but when you put those obstacles in their way just by a tiny little Badoo, you know, he's here. Maybe allergy season's over, but not here at our top 4 table.
Yeah, there's certainly a problem. We are not going to see Buddy poppin' if it is up to a Badoo. That is very detrimental to this Charizard deck, and I think that's a lot of the reason why we've seen the Charizard's falling to the wayside. As Badoo was introduced into the format, we just found a lot of other decks that could lean on a more impactful stage 1 than just the Charmeleon.
Yeah, 100 HP, Charmeleon.
20.
Exactly, 20. Hey, that's all you need. That's all you need.
It knocks out Badoo.
Exactly.
It's hard to get it all lined up.
Yeah, I mean, that truly was tragic here from the Charizard.
同呢邊會唔會揀翻後宮呢？因為後宮嘅展開都多啲。佢哋有演進。
Our top cut here, and they're going to utilize all of that, but you still have to just get your mental right, shake it off, and bring things back in another game. You cannot ever count yourself out, and especially seeing from Junya, you know, someone coming with not that many accomplishments here, but has made it to this point. That story could continue. He's just got to focus up and hope that the cards go a little bit more his way.
It's a beautiful attitude to have, as you've already made the top 4 here. You've earned your invite to the World Championships for the following year. You've already accomplished what so many players have sought to do at this tournament, but you don't let those opening games, that awkward hands and these tough setups, these matchups that you might not absolutely love on paper, don't let those get to you. You are here to play in the World Championships. You've got this opportunity to win and move on to an arena.
一咁力近俾噴火龍。我俾翻少少 good luck 佢啦。啱啱我場隻太慘，零遊戲體驗。
With all of their Pokemon fans, friends, and family supporting them and cheering them on. And they're just one match away from that. Junya is going to have to focus up, potentially bring us to a Game 3. And Justin is just going to have to continue to remain calm, cool, collected, and carry out those epic plays that Dragapult EX is so capable of. So far, he's doing a great job, but tell you what, he's not really doing a great job of right now.
多龍話還翻少少俾你啦，啱啱攞咁歐，還翻少少卡俾你啦。
It's not leaning into basic Pokemon this time around.
Yeah.
But certainly, I could watch this all day. It's hypnotizing.
I wish I could shuffle that good. I ain't gonna lie.
I've got these little hands.
I got tiny hands. Yeah, absolutely. But hopefully we can get a Pokemon here, a basic Pokemon specifically for Justin. That's what he's going to need to start things off. For every time he mulligans, Junya on the other side is going to get an additional card to hand. So far it's happened twice. That means 2 additional cards for Junya. And that could make actually a huge difference in these setups for these players.
Well, Justin saying I've got a decision to make. Dreepy or Monkey Dory, prize cards coming down, and we are ready for game number 2.
Well, the heat is on. Hopefully we get to see the heat from Charizard this time. What, Kyle?
Nope, nope, nope. We'll just wait. We'll just wait.
Oh, no. Don't tell me this.
We're in trouble.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Well, we're kicking things off here on Justin's side. That's brutal. That is brutal to see. I mean, 3
輪都輪到你要還啦，啱啱咁 out， 而家就要 prize 3隻多龍面，prize 3隻多龍面都仲有夠嘅，要期望佢嘅鬼炸一個 prize 出嚟，跟住自己可以攞到嘅多龍面，如果唔係真係搞唔掂啊！
We might have to start looking at some different moves on these Pokemon aside from that Phantom Dive. Oh my gosh, absolutely.
還翻啱啱鋪嘅勾氣啦，不過都未到絕望。我覺得多龍有隻鬼可以打到 prize 出嚟都 OK 嘅。咁啊，而家慢慢展開，慢慢儲力先，然之後希望炸到隻出嚟，佢攞到 prize 我覺得都有得玩，有得玩，有得玩，未到絕望。
Ghost Pokemon early and often. There's not much else you can really do from this point. You can set up a great board with your Dracloaks very similarly to the last game where you just draw and draw and draw and hide under the itchy pollen. Watch your opponent struggle to set up hopefully on your side of the board. And then you can
咁唔對路嘅。 點解好地地又會冇晒啲面嘅？嘴都嘟埋啊！好 ，shuffle。
Yeah, I mean that's truly what we're gonna need to do here. The prize cards hold all of the answers to the future of this game between these players. This could be the opportunity. Junya already got 2 additional cards thanks to those mulligan as well. Is going to be going second here in this game too. Let's see what Junya can unlock.
希望捧捧呢邊啊喐翻啦，冇咁慘啦。
As Justin is going to struggle to just adapt the strategy and hope for the best. But Artisan coming out here, that's going to
一定有怪先啦。
here for Junya. So more than we saw last time, huh?
That's a great news for anyone who's a fan of Pokemon. Artisan in play, multiple basics for both players could be seen at this point, and that's really necessary.
佢個 prize 就正常好多，冇呢個多龍咁精彩。會唔會有一次 ？Sorry， 會唔會一次有世紀精彩 prize 對決？一邊 prize 3隻多龍，一邊 prize 3隻噴火龍嘅世紀對決，大家都要靠隻鬼炸翻啲嘢出嚟。
Yeah, that's pretty wild. The odds are crazy on both sides of the board here for our players. But Ultra Ball gonna churn through the deck here, get this Cleffa out. This is a card that is awesome here when you can utilize it. You know, if you can grasp
雖然送嗰啲魔力近俾噴火龍，但好似噴火龍嘅 hand 都唔算話好好咁。咁啊，唔算好多喐到嘅卡，只能夠拍低都係怪，用下 Ultra Ball 手啲能量消耗個 hand，然之後皮寶寶嘅招式。 補滿7張，希望補翻啲資源幫下手啦。咁對於多龍嚟講都舒服嘅，咁啊可以呢個冇俾人 item lock 啊。
Having the basic energy or any energy to retreat this Pokemon can be hard as well, and maybe that's the difference between Itchy Pollen and Rare Candies.
Oh, I
mean, very well could be. Hilda coming out once again for Justin.
Main attacker.
main attacker here. Oh my gosh. I mean,
佢會唔會考慮咧直接要 A 翻隻 A 翻隻 A 翻隻呢個多龍出嚟？佢打死佢嘅。你寶寶。
Why is he sweating over there?
Remember, folks, 3 Dragapult EX, all of the Dragapult EX, I should say, in the prize cards.
就咁打死佢，我覺得係得兩隻多龍有啲危險，因為有機會對面你冇 item lock 對面而家補完手牌喐到咧，佢炸即係如果勁啲兩個堂，佢全化進化咁啊驚。
Artisan for Badu and find that resource. Does find Ultra Ball.
Oh, Ultra Ball.
So Latias is ready to roll. You can go straight into that with the Artisan. Go to Itchy Pollen.
Ultra Ball 呢個幾難選擇喎，你可以選擇阿妹撤退，跟住70打死佢。咁呢個目標就係想救翻多龍出嚟啦咁樣。但係我覺得唔需要咁急救，因為你咁樣救多龍嘅打法，咁其實你都等於即係對面一進咗 Pokémon 就打甩你2粒 N 嘅一進，其實你都好難搞。咁啊，第二個選項我覺得都可以考慮嘅就係即係好似佢咁啦，攞一進去繼續抽牌展開啦，或者係會唔會攞呢個？直接攞 item lock 啦！哎，哇！而家最好嘅古仔，先攞一進，然後再喺一進度獲得 item lock。
The pieces that you would want together, and I mean, one's going back to the bottom, the Badu.
咪用埋 Stadium，
and Duskull gonna
攞埋隻鬼。
Of this deck from the Artisan that's being utilized now from Justin.
When you make a
所以佢 Ultra Ball 進化一進嘅好處就係始終都係累牌多啲。
He's being haunted one way or another. Duskull is out.
Hey, that's what you get for playing Ghost Pokemon, I guess, huh? Oh my gosh. I mean, being haunted by the prize cards as well. Maybe this is just a bad omen of a deck.
Oh, item lock.
Not if it can get wins, though, here. Justin is still in this game. Badu coming out once again. Itchy Pollen, we saw how effective it was to shut down Junya.
呢邊補咗7張牌，
但
係俾人 item lock 緊，
Itchy Pollen does
都
not
唔喐
help
到
that
咧。
whatsoever. Cleffa gonna take 1 ping here. 10 damage down. Now it is tiny. It's only 30 HP total. Without any tool cards aiding it. So now,
when you have a 50% chance of seeing your only attacker in your whole deck, and then 30 hit points is staring in front of you, it's a much more comfortable spot than that initial deck search.
You're like, wow, I kind of like.
會唔會有機會係隻皮寶寶救翻隻多龍出嚟，打到佢打死sorry， 隻含羞包打死對面隻皮寶寶，然後救翻隻多龍出嚟。
Focusing back onto this match here, Junya taking out another Pokemon onto the bench from that Artisan in the Charmander that's being laid out now. We're going to see that 1 card inclusion from the Jacq as well for Junya to get out this Dusclops and eyeing up that Charmeleon.
Yeah, this is
100
what
HP.
you don't typically expect to see this card specifically.
鬼
It's been a lot of players leaning over.
係咪想鬼去炸開佢隻含羞包咧？咁對面就好啊，你俾翻一個 prize 我，好事，我終於可以攞翻隻多龍。
Some help there waiting in the wings. A Charizard, an Iono.
應該唔使嘅 ，YouTube 係12個鐘頭先睇唔到嘅，我記得係。之前係12個鐘頭先睇唔到，所以應該睇得翻嘅喎。我而家就咁拉翻去之前嗰啲都睇得翻。我哋今日應該12個鐘頭內完到嘅，最後一場啫，今場係，所以唔使驚，應該唔使分 part 2。之前試過卡卡大戰多過12個鐘，佢就真係會停咗，所以我搞 OK 嘅。
At this moment, one of those basics can't actually get into its final evolution. Still, that has not obviously come out at this point in time.
我有補分，再拉啲鬼
They're both on the bottom, the Dragapult EX.
Yeah, then
which is great.
It was a very easy search for Justin.
真係慘呢個 price。
Well, first of all,
一陣鬼都要卡鬼埋，即係乜鬼嘢事？
is a very important count to know. And when you are trying to manufacture prize cards
好，
after losing on your Dragapult,
手
you
填
immediately check Duskulls, Dusclops.
手上面有 draw support 嘅 Professor。
A lot to work against. but certainly not with this hand, as he has the research, still has multiple recon directive to go.
都有精神指令有 Ultra 噃，
Yeah, I mean, you're
都有能量。不過反擊槍都係我覺得都緊要。如果手裏面有能量嘅話，係咪唔會揀嗰個能量呢？
I mean, it's a blank card. You don't have any stage
第二
twos in
個
the deck.
Not at the moment, yes.
Just the one Dusk Nor, and I don't think you want to throw it on there.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Duskador here.
Get a little shadow bind.
Yo,
佢會唔會有多一啲一進嘅呢個鬼鬼有啦？
into this Dusclops. You know, as we're talking about, Justin just needs to secure some prize cards at this point. But
如果覺得一隻一進鬼咧，就大鑊啦， 就炸都冇得炸。
You know, we ran into that issue before where our player had some Charmanders in the bottom and drew from the top. Even if he does draw from the top for whatever odd reason, there's still a chance he gets a Dragapult EX. So
this is not Finland, okay? we're gonna be just fine. Yeah, this is the spot where I believe you can take one more Itchy Pollen in there and still work out some
糖果啊，糖果都冇用啦，
damage onto the Cleffa. You're just
唔
going to be
用得
10
糖。
damage away from knocking this Pokemon out. If you do move it to the bench by way of counter catcher, when you pop off with the Dusclops here, you have an opportunity to maybe include that Hawlucha. Put the 10 damage onto that Pokemon for a big KO, and maybe clean up another one of these Pokemon. You could even take out something like the Duskull here if you use a second copy of Curse Blast.
sounds like there's a lot of ways to map out these prize cards and map out the future of this game. Justin is making his way toward that point as those damage counters are just stacking up on this little Cleffa. And Junia now on the other side, getting into some evolution Pokemon.
佢咪想開始打啦？
EX coming out now. Infernal Rain allowing Junia to accelerate these fire energy out of the deck onto this Charizard EX and fully power it up. This is why one of the reasons Charizard EX is so good. It has that internal energy support that you just get for free once you turn into a big Charizard.
Yeah, we've seen with Marnie's Grimmsnarl doing the same thing. This is just a great ability to have, just accelerating these energies, helping support some of your other Pokemon potentially in this deck, as we've seen Chi-Yu featured in some matchups, mainly as Charizard continues to fuel itself in the early, mid, and late stages of the game. You know where the attacks are coming from.
Yeah. Yeah, well, the one big piece is just keep track of your energies. Make sure that, you know, you have them in the deck to seek out as well.
如果唔歧視咧，對面用噴火龍打死嘅含羞包嘅，佢有反擊出同新嘅含羞包，可以捉翻佢皮寶寶出嚟，再 item lock 打死，跟住咁樣救翻隻多龍都幾好睇。
And put at the bottom of their deck. Ooh, so let's talk about this inclusion here as well with the Miss Energy now that we see in Junia's hands. What do you think about that card?
It's been helpful for a few.
好，呢個可以好好有助去躲擋多龍去派傷啦。呢一刻係可能都要諗下，呢個要俾邊隻去保護啦。
Some of these decks or maybe take advantage of the lower hit points that are sitting under a stage.
有時候遲咗 round 起波波嗰啲時候就好想佢保隻波波啦，因為個族係就好緊要嘅大比料啦。但係而家咁多 round 都冇出嚟，係咪仲要俾波波呢？有啦。
Counters out, not the other way around. It was that just a grasping draw.
OK， 決定唔進攻，就咁再 draw 多一下。
Boss's orders, not Iono. It's unfortunate that your only attack could be potentially into the Bidoof.
咁再做多一下呢？咁對面終於攞第一個 prize 啦，咁開心。無論下面攞起定上面攞起都中多龍啦，除非佢喺上面嘅右邊拎起嘅啫。 不過可以啊，攞 prize 冇限你下面攞、上面攞定中間攞咁樣，就中心血來潮中間攞咁樣，唔係多落個噴火。
Now we just need to see some prize cards, but look at this now. This Cleffa sitting with just 10 HP remaining here, and Justin getting a lot of cards into hand. We already had the Dusclops evolved into on the bench. Going back into the deck with this Where do you think Justin's going to go for this turn, Kyle? Are we going to see some popping off?
Well, I don't think it lined up as cleanly as he wanted in this spot. you can go for the Dusknoir,
好
but
大
I
鬼
didn't see a way to move the active Pokemon if you used Curse Blast. No counter catcher or boss's orders, which would lead to a way to really cash in on that Hawlucha, take out the Cleffa piece, and also line up an attack on something like the Duskull. So instead, you go for the big guy. You have a way to place a ton of damage onto that Charizard and maybe get
好
lucky
手
to
田
find
能
that Dragapult here in the near
量，
future.
話全部都準備好晒嗰啲一個田就可以進攻㗎啦。
Big upgrade from the Dusclops. Jamming Tower now out onto the field.
OK，item lock， 我可唔可以俾個鏡頭睇下 Price 係咪終於救翻多龍出嚟 ？OK， 下面拎起救翻多龍冇問題啦。
For Justin off of the prize cards. That's one step closer here to being able to actually use this great board state that Justin has set up. Junior, on the other hand,
我覺得而家優勢又翻多龍度啦，佢個陣咧而家勁到裂開啊！
spot for Junior. How does the prize mapping look for Junior?
個陣真係勁到裂喎！
In these future turns or avoid
如果多龍嗰邊可以清埋對面嗰兩隻鬼咧，就真係打橫嚟啦！都要陣間一個老大可以捉隻中鬼出嚟派死嘅細鬼咧，我覺得超級暈。即係噴火龍都唔使咁急住打，慢慢睇住嚟食，因為對面隻噴火龍仲未夠個傷害去秒你，你可以擺多一陣先。反而隻鬼先係大嘅影響啊，會令到即係對面多啲上限，充滿變數。清咗佢啲鬼先，緊要啲。所以就睇佢到睇有冇捉啦。OK， 調翻轉噴火龍嗰邊都知道你啲鬼先最危險。 捉殺咗你先。
Here we go. Dusknoir being brought into the active position, gusted up by that boss's orders here from Junior.
OK， 保護翻我隻鬼先，佢都知道要留住啲鬼。
Curse Blast for you, just gonna be wiped off the field here by Junior's Charizard EX. Of course, Burning Darkness deals 180 base damage, and then for each prize card, your opponent has taken 30 additional damage. So this is an attack that fuels up from that fire over time. As the tail burns, it gets stronger here. That's the first prize card from both of our players now.
I don't know.
Oh, Justin now. He's got a lot to think about here. He finally has his Dragapult. He's ready to attack in, but he does not have a way to cleanly handle this Charizard. Is this a threat that you can avoid attacking into, or do you need to soften it up here? Because your opponent was taking some preventative measures. We see there's already a Mist Energy hanging out here.
Okay,
a clear answer that we typically see in this spot is boss's orders. Bring up this Dusclops and take it out along with the Duskull piece. Doesn't line up as cleanly, so what do? Disrupt the hand with the Iono.
Yeah, I mean, that's one way to do it. Disrupting the hand a bit, throwing them off their game. We see it in the hand now.
You know what?
Some spice, actually.
Hawlucha's not a terrible find here. We like to sprinkle in damage whenever possible. And Buddy Poffin searching out a little more here too. I don't think you're going to see much else as the Duskull line is a little thin as a 2-2-1.
Yeah, I mean, this board is already pretty full as we see now, but nothing sought after the Buddy Poffin. That's just a card burned at this point for Justin here. And a quick look through the deck once again. All right.
同一個即特指令去睇埋先，先再決定呢個擔架點樣用。夠 basic 嘅鬼定係一進嘅鬼？
Sees the Iono. Let's see if the other one was boss's orders or not, but there's
我決定唔用嘅，留住喎，我亦係會想救翻出嚟。可能佢驚多龍俾對面，如果隻鬼炸開183，然後噴火龍秒咗佢，佢要留翻個擔架嚟救佢絕張嘅多龍。但係我有機會諗就係我想救翻隻鬼，然後繼續 item lock 先啊，因為我會希望用含羞包鎖噴火龍先。咁對面係咯，對面難啲去再即 即再難啲話啊，除非佢即係再進化去二進鬼先再炸開我多一隻鬼咁樣啦。但係我如果要擔翻嚟，我有兩隻鬼應該都 OK。咁我嘅多龍 EX 又唔會咁容易俾佢 lock out， 咁我又會覺得係咯 ，item lock 多一下好似會再好啲。佢打死我隻合收包嘅時候，我啲反擊槍都會容易使用好多，咁我就可以追擊佢啲一進鬼嚟打。有 energy 嗰隻就可以進化二進鬼嚟打開，即係隻多龍EX 就捉隻一進嚟打，跟住進化二進嘅鬼炸開佢一隻，咁我就好啲啲。秒爆開啦，5 damn。
Yeah, I mean 5 damage counters there dealt to the Dragon.
反擊槍
That's also going to be a prize card for Justin now that Dusclops is gone off.
打晒你啲鬼鬼。
Dragapult EX drawn for Justin as well. Into the Duskull now off the counter.
Oh, whoa. Hey, this is getting crazy here. You promote the Duskull thinking you can hold it in place, and now he just moves it by way of the Curse Blast. It's over.
It's over, Justin Newdorf.
佢原本諗住罰佢企，跟住你咪擔架已經起手準備啦。原本諗住罰企呢個戰術，咁啊一瞬間就完咗。
Get a chance to breathe.
I know. I was choking there, Kyle.
罰企有啲突然間呢個打法係點得嚟嘅？點解睇唔明呢個戰術嘅？唔知恐龍突然間點解會捉罰企跟住不過對佢嚟講辛苦嘅係即係都起唔到大比料啦，冇得減牌底下好辛苦，有一直俾佢鎖 item。不過係尾二個 round 喎，係多龍係要揀進攻定係鎖 item 嘅？兩諗，佢揀咗進攻，對面啊進化唔到啲噴火，進化唔到啲火恐龍去塞滿自己。好啦，咁都同大家講翻，唔好意思先啦，中間 TC 瞓着咗 ，miss 咗好幾輪嘅比賽，俾大家自己俾自己睇嘅，咁啊，唔緊要，聽日今日可以休息啦，咁啊，變咗聽日凌晨3點啊，會休息多啲，有多啲體力同大家睇嘅啦。咁決賽就會係多龍對女王啦，咁啊，大家可以投定票睇下邊贏啦，多龍對女王。凌晨3點開始嘅，咁就會播晒3個組別嘅決賽，由 Junior、Senior、Master 嘅決賽都有人睇。咁我哋係啦，凌晨3點再見，再陪大家睇比賽啦。夜啲見，晚安，早安啊，都唔係晚安啦，早安。咁啊〜